Yo, you gotta be doing right street blocking this bitch. Trust me, early. Yeah, man. We out there, bro. Trust me. Another G walk, yeah? Kevin. Mm. Alright, let me slap in the link in the chat. Oops, wrong thing. Yo, it's a bit windy out here today, though, So, yeah, man. The man are going on a mission, though, still. Yeah. So, our question of the day today is what's the blood clot use of religion in 2020? Mm-hmm. Louder big sleepers, man. Man are still sleeping, you get me? Kevin, outside NLP, we're in the building. Yeah. So, you know what, yeah? Remember trying to live a little bit of a healthier lifestyle, yeah, but boy, I saw one man's picture, boy, and said, yo, 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 got for a walk. So, yeah, man. So, what is the use of a religion in 2020, man? What benefits does it bring a person or people? Yeah, man. What good? What benefits? What help does it bring? But it look like it might start raining out here today, though. Yeah, yeah, mate. So you see what's popping today. You get me? Yeah, man. We're gonna try and cut out them silent gaps as well. Yeah, we'll try and cut them out. You get me? So covered. Yeah, man. Bruh. Yeah, big up chat. Yeah, it's peak still, man. You know, I want to do a sort of understanding of yesterday's show. True, yesterday, like he was talking about wormholes and is it quantum teleportation or something like that. And yeah, so I done a little bit more research on the wormhole thing, and like I was saying, this you can have a wormhole without it being like traversable, without you know. So it can be a small wormhole, or the wormhole can collapse. Yeah, the wormhole can collapse if it's not got the properties to hold the wormhole open. So mm, yeah, I never done no research into the souls though. Yeah. Ah, yeah, man. The soul donnies need to show, man, some research on actual what they define as a soul, man. You get me? I'm a soul man. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I'm a soul man. You know me? No definition though. No definition, and your soul is not the soul that my man's looking for. Yeah, you get me? So, boom. Yeah, big up Jack, bro. Yeah, man. Man done a religious question today, yeah, because like people seem like they were scared to jump on with this scientific question yesterday. You know what the man them are like, though, Jack, yeah? Everyone's gonna jump on and pop off and talk about how special and how much they need to be holding on to their religion. So yeah, trying to build the traction back up. Yeah. So they can set us back on the winning algorithm. You get me? Check if anyone's in the chat. Yeah, I've got my phone in my pocket, yeah, so I can't really see the chat as it's popping. Mm. Yeah, big up Atticus. Yeah, man. Sure. It just shows it, man. Like if you open up the door on certain questions, boy, that can open up someone's head top, bro. You get me? Mm. Can open up man's head top, bro. No start spazzing, cuz. So yeah. You know what's dope though? Yeah, like I say, but man's learning better new things, you know. Like man's learning better new things to answer questions, innit? Because like I'm saying, when them are putting shit to man like wormholes. You get me? Man's got to do some big research. Yeah, man, we need to bring the religious peeps into the building. You get me? Yeah, man. And you know how some of the Donnies go. They'll defend any mad shit. Like, any mad things. They'll. Yeah, man. We're waiting for the rest of the people to come in so we can pop it off. You get me? Once it starts popping off, then well, good. You get me? Yeah, I started a little bit earlier than usual, man. Now we do. Uh, um, we've got to walk up the hill, man. Gonna get a bit out of breath now still. So, people them jump up in the chat, man. I can't watch the chat fully. It's true. Keep the phones in my pocket and all that. Yeah, nah, do you know what? Yeah, to tell the truth, yeah, really and truly, it's all about education. But like again, it's hard to lose a battle if you try to stand with the truth, man. So this W and the L's thing, man, try to bring it to the man, innit? Yeah, that's not the mandom's thing, innit? Yeah, trust me. Big up man like K in the building. Hey, you got yourself. Hold on a sec. The phone's dropped out of my pocket. It's like it's starting to rain, man. Yeah, man. I don't know. Yeah, man, we need some new challenges. Yo,
Yo,
what's going on, man?
yes, blessings, fam. How
What's
you
popping,
doing?
man? Good, man. Just going out for a walk.
Yeah, I'm just getting up, fam. I'm just getting up now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
man. Up for a few hours still.
Yeah, what's your plans today? What's going on?
Um, yeah, not much really.
Are you
Spend a bit
back
of
to
time with the
work or
youths.
what?
Now I got a couple of days off.
See, no, I'm not working at the moment. I feel like I'm on holiday, you know?
Yeah, man. I've been at work all the time, man.
Eh?
I ain't had no days off. I said
Serious?
I've been at work all the time, yeah, man.
See.
My first little bit of
Because you're
holiday.
self-employed, ain't you?
Um, no, I work for a company as well, but I've got my own company as well.
Okay. And how you coping though in this madness right now?
Yeah, all right, man. Just sort of been the same, like, you know what I mean? Just
Have you
obviously
taken
more
any
PPE.
precautions or anything like that?
Yeah, man's wearing gloves and mask and goggles in
Yeah?
customers' properties. Yeah, I'm wearing gloves, mask, and goggles. Sorry, I'm out of breath. Sure, I'm walking up the hill, man. In the flipping um walking up sorry, yeah, I'm walking up a hill, but we wear gloves, goggles, and um a face mask in
So you wearing face mask?
uh got the mask off, mask on. You hear me?
Right. So you really taking
Can't
this
beat that.
seriously?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, even if you don't believe it, you're still gonna put your mask and all that on. So
Cause to be honest, me, I don't believe in that. I don't
Yeah.
believe in it.
What, you don't believe that Corona's real?
No, I do. I do
COVID-19.
think there is like some sort of virus, but it's not what they're making it out.
So what makes you think that there's a virus, but it's not the virus that they're talking about?
Cause there's people dying. You know what I mean? But the thing is, you don't realize is it's like a whole agenda, fam. What I mean by it's like the death rate is very small. It's not
Yeah.
even as bad as the cold. But the reason why it's an agenda is because it's all over the TV. They've locked down the whole world.
Yeah.
Because of
But
that, it's like they're making it out as like it's a lot worse.
so
Because
what if they didn't tell anyone to isolate and more people were dying? What would you say then?
say that again.
If they didn't tell anyone to isolate and there was more people dying, what would you say?
I don't think that the isolation is making it any better, family. Thing is, I think it's making it a lot worse. That's part of
Huh?
the agenda. Why do they want you to stay at
Making it
home? What's
worse.
that gonna do?
Yeah, it means less people get infected at a massive at one time.
How do you know
Yeah,
that though?
yeah, because there's less people mixing.
But how do you know that there's less people dying by that way?
Yeah, because there's less people able to catch COVID-19 if they're isolating.
But how do you know people? That's how it's transmitted. How do you know that?
Huh?
How do you know
How do you
that's
know
the way
what?
it's transmitted?
What ways? So how else is it
Like
transmitted?
no, from
From
people.
person to person.
Yeah, how do you
From
know that?
Yeah, because they're saying it's an airborne virus, isn't it?
How do you
So
know that though? That's what I'm saying. That's what you've been
yeah,
told,
because it's the
family.
information they're giving out. So what? How do you know that it's not an airborne virus? What information have you got that goes against the information that's already out there? What can you
Because
tell us?
when I'm out, family, when I'm out, I don't wear a mask for one. Yeah.
So
And when I'm out,
it doesn't mean that it's
I'm
not
in
airborne
contact.
still.
I'm in contact with people. I'll go to the shops and I go to my friends' houses. Yeah. I'll go
So I'll
on the
tell you what you
bus.
could do. Yeah,
Yeah.
if you want to do an experiment, yeah, to find out if COVID's real,
Yeah.
you can
Tell me.
go to a ward where the people are sick, and just sit in there with no mask and gloves for the whole day. Let the people breathe in your face, spit, cough at you, all them sort of stuff. If you don't get ill, man, you've disproved the thing, innit, man?
The thing is, the last place that anyone wants to be at, I'm gonna be honest, is in a hospital. Because I believe they're killing people at the hospital.
They're killing
You know
people
what
at
I
the
mean?
hospital now.
Yeah, I believe they're killing people at the hospitals. Because
What makes you think that, or what evidence is there that lets you know that they're killing people at
the
hospitals?
evidence is there. There's people dying at the hospitals. This is why nobody wants to go to the hospital.
But a hospital is a
That's
place
the
where people go to
that's
get
the
ill.
proof there.
So people do die in hospitals. But what evidence are you providing to say that going to the hospital is going to kill you? You're just saying in general, if you go hospital in general, you're going to die. Or if you go hospital for corona, you're going to die.
No, bro, you gotta understand this. There's an agenda, brother. So when you go to the hospital, whether you got the corona or not is irrelevant. As soon as you step inside of there, you've got the corona. Don't you get it?
But I thought you said it don't get transferred like that.
But it's the hospital. It's a different game down there, bruv. It's an agenda,
So what, you
bruv.
saying that the hospital is giving people corona? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly, brother. That's the point. Whether you got the corona or not, it's irrelevant. As soon as you step inside the hospital, you've got the corona now. You're not coming out because they put in new laws to say if you got the corona or they suspect you to have the corona, they can do whatever they want with you. You've got no rights, no freedoms. You
What's that,
understand,
bro?
brother?
No, I don't. It don't sound real.
What,
Sounds like
what?
some conspiracy theory stuff, man.
Bro, this is what's happening, though, brother. This is what's happening
Where?
as a
Where
fact.
is this happening? Where is it happening?
All over the world, brother. All over the world.
Where's all over the world? Like, give an example of
In the
where.
UK, in the UK, in London, there's enough people that are dying at the hospitals. They're saying this
Yeah, but
corona
that's
related.
because a hospital is a place where you go for treatment when you're sick. So there's
Yeah.
obviously going to be people that will die in hospitals.
Yes. But the thing is, the agenda is, Belly, they're saying it's because the corona.
They're saying it's
So,
because of the corona.
yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like, most people, they're saying it's because of the corona. So, say you go into the hospital because you got bad leg or you got headache or whatever. Nah, it's not the headache, it's the corona.
Bro, it sounds like you're making it up, man. You got to give some sort of evidence. You can't just say it on how you feel. Because then if
It's
you
not
say just
how I
how you
feel,
feel, it's just
it's
how you
all
feel,
over
isn't it?
the news, family. It's all over the news every day. This is what they're saying to us.
So
So, based
so
on
you're
the.
saying on the news, they're saying that people are dying of corona because they're going to hospital.
No, I'm saying to you,
But that's what you just said, though.
say that again, fam?
That's what you just said.
Yeah, based on what I can see, because I got an observation, family.
Mm.
What I can see and what they're telling us. That's how I'm coming to my conclusions.
Okay.
You know, based on observation and what I'm seeing and what they're telling us.
Yeah, that's just your own thoughts, then, man. It's not like factual information or anything. You know what I mean? It's just Annibal's
Bro,
thoughts.
I've got my own mind, brother. I can't just go on what the government's
Big up,
telling
Lady D.
because the government's lying to us, bro. There's a massive agenda where they've locked
God.
us
Good
down and they're
morning.
taking
Good
away our
morning.
freedoms.
Yeah.
Yo,
Big up yourself, Lady D.
Grand
blessings.
Man.
rising.
Big up
Bless,
yourself,
Bless
yeah,
up. Animal
God.
King.
yes,
Blessings, family.
everybody.
Big up. Big up. You know
Blessings,
what,
blessings.
Veli? I know you find it a bit mad what he's saying, but there is truth to what
Uh-huh.
he's saying. It's just the way
Do you
he's
understand what I'm
explaining it.
saying, family? Do you
Yeah,
understand?
it's just the way he's
I don't.
explaining it, Veli.
I
Right,
know,
that's all it
maybe I'm
I
not
is.
don't get it, man.
explaining really well,
Yeah.
but
So
It
what? Let
sounds
me try
like,
based
to
on
yeah.
what
break
I
it.
can
Let
see,
me try
this
to.
is
Fine,
a
let Lady
massive
D try to
agenda,
break it down
fam.
for you. Let Lady D try to break it down for you, man.
Yeah,
And then see
Lady
if
D,
I get it.
maybe you can break it down. My English is
Yeah.
not my first language, you know.
I know. I got you, King. I got you. Yeah. So this is the problem, Freddie. We're not. I'm not saying. I'm not one of the people that are saying I don't believe in Corona. I surely do. It's out there. The virus is out there. That's undeniable. But we have a problem when they're having these numbers saying the black and the minorities are dying at a higher rate. You have to look into it. When we have all this Facebook documented evidence of people's families and family members going into hospital and they're going in with one problem, whether it's diabetes, whether it's leukemia, everything but corona. But then they're getting killed off with morphine in hospitals, and then they're lying and marking it down as the coronavirus. Now we have a problem.
Exactly. Exactly.
Now
That's
we
No,
have a
but
part of the
problem.
agenda.
no. That's speculation, though, man. Because you're saying that they're giving people high doses of morphine, and then when they die, they're saying they had corona. But like, where's the sort of evidence that we can sort of all look at to say, oh, do you know what? That's true.
All right, but Veli, ask yourself this: what part of morphine cures anything to do with diabetes? Where's morphine used in diabetes? Answer
Morphine,
that.
but
It's not.
you're
It's not,
you're going
right?
to yeah, but wait, Lady D, that's a total different subject. Like you're saying, like
Okay.
what's morphine got to do with diabetes? But you
Right.
said that they was going in for diabetes and stuff, and then they're telling them they died of corona. So
Yeah.
we're sort of trying to find out. how that works.
But they've got no symptoms. Veli, you've got to bear in mind, there's no symptoms of corona. There's no diagnosis on that. And then people are getting family members getting from one nurse or one doctor telling them, oh, one family member can come and say their last goodbyes. Not the whole family, only one family member. And then within an hour later, you've got a whole nother doctor say, no, the family member's fine and fit and should be released. So is the family member dying or are they going to be released? Like, it's conflicting
But
evidence going on in
all the stuff that you're saying, all the stuff that you're saying, like, we sort of got to get some sort of evidence for it, innit? Because
all right, let me drop some links in your back chat. Let me get the links. I wish I had your WhatsApp.
In it though, Lady D, check this though. I could just say what I want, yeah?
Yeah.
And you just have to believe it, innit? You know what I mean? So,
No, I get that. I'm not taking that away because people can say whatever they want without any evidence, fine. But when there is untold amount of evidence of this happening within different families, no connections, no conspiracies, it's just happening. And people are speaking out about it. Veli, we have to start questioning the NHS and what's really going on at this point. Like, let's not be oblivious to it, innit?
Yeah, I'm not saying that people die of gross misconduct in the NHS where there's what's it called, medical negligence and stuff of where it's actually the hospital's fault where the people die. I'm not going to say that never happens. Like, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that I want to see the evidence that lines up for people going to hospital and just then they're signing them off and saying that they died of corona when they never even went in with any sort of corona symptoms. Like they went in for, like you said, a diabetes.
Yeah, other illnesses that they probably had lying dormant, and then it's like taking a toll. Respiratory symptoms. It could be leukemia. It could be sickle cell. It could be anything. But they're marking it down
with the diabetes,
corona.
though, yeah.
Yeah.
With the diabetes, how someone might be able to end up on some sort of morphine, like painkillers and all them sort of stuff. Yeah, is if they have say they have a fit, or they might even sometimes you could need a limb cut off as well, innit? For diabetes and shit like that. So you know what I'm saying? Like they could have some sort of swelling in their veins or whatever. It's like unbearable pain where they need a bigger pain relief than just aspirin or paracetamol sort of thing, or even cocodamol and them sort of things. They might need a stronger opiate.
Right. But Veli, I was watching. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the African diaspora. You know, with Phil.
Yeah.
Are you familiar?
What's his name? Yeah, Phil. Chubby guy, Phil. Yeah. His name's Phil. Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello.
So it sounds like, Veli, you believe in this thing 100%.
In what?
Based on what the government is saying, this is what you take as the truth.
How do you say that then?
Because this is what you're saying to me. You're saying what the government is saying is the truth. Yeah.
When did I say that?
No, I'm just asking you. I'm asking you.
No, you said I said that, but yeah, that's not what I'm saying.
No,
man.
that's what it sounds to me.
Anyone can lie. Anyone can lie at any time.
So you don't believe them, or you do?
About what? About the corona thing.
Yeah. About
whether they're lying or not. Yeah. That's probably one thing what I'm probably not worried about. What I try to do is like just take precaution. So if it is an infectious disease, going into people's houses to fix boilers and so, like I don't get ill in it and I don't pass it on to my kids.
Yeah, but one thing you don't realize, Veli, is that the masks are not gonna help you out in that sense, because that masks have been proven that they do not work. For example.
Yeah, but listen, all right, so check it like this then, yeah? Would you rather someone cough in your face when you had a mask on, or cough in your face when you didn't have a mask?
It's not gonna make a difference. That's what I'm trying
But
to
what would
tell
you
you.
rather though? What would you rather? Someone cough in your face when you had the mask on, or someone cough in your face when you didn't have a mask?
Well, probably for my own feeling is to have a mask on to make me feel better.
Exactly. Because there's less chance of you getting any sort of illness if you've got some sort of protective clothing, which may be able to stop said disease getting to your respiratory system. If you've got no protection at all, and the man just spits in your face, no, man just coughs in your face or whatever. Yeah, I mean, you gotta take that step up to you, innit, man?
Yeah, but my point is that the mask
Shit,
don't work, family. It's been proven.
how's it been proven?
Yeah?
What's the proof that a mask doesn't work?
But I've done my research. I've checked it out. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but what's the proof, man? You're just telling us you've done your research, so
Well,
you
I've
must
seen.
have. You must
Well, to be fair, I've got
Because
a
the
few.
virus is much smaller than a
Let me mute
mask,
my
bro.
mic. Yeah, I'm in a windy part still.
You're sounding. Can't hear you, man.
Yeah, I'm walking in it, but it's windy where
Okay,
I am.
yes. It's the wind, innit?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I've done.
I've seen,
Yeah,
I've
go
seen a
on.
couple of things. I was gonna say, I've seen a couple of things where, yeah, there's a couple of questionable videos, bro. Like there's a guy who's blowing a candle out through his mask. he's got a candle. He puts a candle out and he blows it out. So it's like if you can blow a candle out, then obviously it's like it's getting through, isn't it? You know, if your breath is getting through, then you know
That's
that
my
easily.
point, Gold. It's like the virus is much smaller than the mask. You can get it through to your mask. That's my point.
So, you know, in effect, what they've done is they've tried to say, look, there's a burning house, but you can put this protective equipment on, and you most likely will, not, you'll come out alive. But next minute, you're burning, you're getting all these problems, and you're gone, isn't it? I mean, it's a lie. It's literally a lie. I mean, it's like telling you to go somewhere and giving you the PPE and it's not working. They're better off just saying, look, you're gonna catch it. The only thing we can do is give you some sort of vaccine. So what I would suggest is you try to stay away from everybody until we can find something. Because that's literally preventive measures to the degree that it's meant to be used at. But what they're saying now is, oh yeah, you can go outside.
That sounds
This,
dumb, man.
with a mask
That's
on.
dumb, bro. I don't know why you, man, yeah, who don't believe that there's no sort of cure or anything for this, yeah, or there's no disease or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know why you, man, ain't in the places where you can catch corona to show that it's fake.
No, I didn't say it's fake. I believe it's real, but they're
No,
saying
I
90.
believe it's real as well, Veli, but I don't believe, as I told you, it's as bad as they're making it out. It's an agenda, family. I've told you
Well,
this.
they've said 92%.
So what's the agenda? What's the agenda?
The agenda is
Was this? You know what? Yeah, sometimes, yeah, like there's things that can be lied about, yeah. But when it's like anything that comes out, oh, it's a lie. This comes out, oh, it's a lie. This comes out, oh, it's a lie. They're lying about this, they're lying about that. It's just a lie. Everything's a fucking lie. It's like, bruv, you're starting to sound like a fucking crackpot.
But brother, I'm not the one wearing mask and gloves, brother. It's you, so who's the crackpot? Crackpot.
Imagine this,
You're
yeah.
the one
Check
wearing
this,
gloves
yeah, but listen to this
and
though.
masks,
Listen to this,
brother.
yeah. Yeah, because
So
I'm smarter than you, bro. Yeah,
how
you're
you
trying to tell
smarter
me
than
that there's
me? I'm
yeah,
healthy,
because
brother.
listen.
Yeah.
Listen, let me tell you why, yeah?
Why?
Because I'm going to spots, yeah, with protective clothing on, yeah? You're going into spots and trying to tell me that you don't need no protective clothing on. So why aren't you in the places where you can contract this disease to show that it's not as bad as it is? And you know what I'm saying? And the disease is nothing. You can get over it easily, and it don't matter if you catch it. You could do that
Bro.
experiment yourself.
Now listen to this,
You could
Bigger.
be the
Listen
test
to this,
dummy.
Bigger. Yo, for everybody in the chat as well, Chinese have recovered 92% of their patients, and they're saying that's down to Chinese medicine. So you know, I'd say I believe the Chinese over our mainstream news. Would you say that?
No.
Okay.
No. The Chinese government don't even let their citizens do what they want. So, like, I've got less trust in my own government than the Chinese government. So why the fuck would I trust the Chinese government?
That's why I just asked you.
So why are you gonna? That's you just said that you trust the Chinese government more than the British government. I'm like, bruv, I don't trust the British government. I definitely don't trust the Chinese government.
It being more
That's
believable than being a lie. I don't say I trust them, but I said I'd say that I'd take the 92% that they've recovered over whatever the Western governments say.
92% have recovered from what?
From Chinese medicine. So I can kind of believe that, because look at who's died.
Chinese medicine.
The two doctors that we needed in the biggest two doctors in the community. Let's be honest, it's the Americans. It was Dr. Sebi and Dr. Liala Africa. How convenient that they both died, both within the last, within 5 years.
Fuck off, man. Stop this.
Come on, man.
Remember, man, Dr. Sebi got draped up the other day, man. Man showed that he was a fraud. Yo, we showed on G Blocks. That hurt me as well, But hey, when someone's fake, they're fake. You get me?
Who?
Dr. Sebi, man.
He's fake.
Yeah, we showed that it was fake. Fake news, B.
That all of his career and
yeah, he lost the case. He lost the case. He didn't win no case against no AIDS thing.
So he didn't win out of all of his 30 cases. He didn't.
Nope.
All right. Well, I want to see the information on that. I want to see the Lil on that.
I can't remember what the name of the show is. Yeah, but Scientific Method brought up the actual court papers. Yeah. No, Dr. Sebi ain't ever shown no court papers, innit? Yeah, and there's none of these people that, because I've been searching for any one of the people that said that they was cured from AIDS. Yeah. And I haven't found one of them.
So how on earth is he gonna be able to lie and the mainstream not put that out, that he lost the case? Because I've heard him say that he's it's speculative. Is it conducive for the body to just have veg and fruit, and you're not eating meat and getting the right to this and that? But I don't think they've come out with anything like he lost his case, even the mainstream media. So if that mainstream media haven't tried to lie about him with that, then I need to see this Delil, because I don't believe it. I don't personally. I mean, that's the first time I've heard you say that.
Who's the more mad person? The man that's wearing a mask and gloves, or the man that's walking around just casually? Tell me.
The one that is saying there's no such thing as a fucking illness, that's walking about trying to tell everyone there's no such thing as an illness, but won't go to the place to prove that the illness is fake.
But I didn't say there's no virus.
You're saying that it's not as bad as they say it is. So why don't you get to these places? Yeah, why aren't you licking a metal bus flipping things? What you press the bell on and all them shits there. Places you can contract the shit from. Why aren't you in them places getting ill so you can show us how bad it ain't?
I've explained to you why I don't go to them places, bro. I've tried to explain to you.
Why don't you go to them places? Explain to us.
Because I've told you there's an agenda. There's an agenda.
You don't want to get ill. Because you do not want to get ill, Hannibal. Tell the truth. Do you want to get ill?
No.
Do you want to catch corona?
No. But
You
it's
want
not
to catch
only
COVID?
that, families, because
I'm
there's
sick.
an agenda. If they suspect you of having the
What's the
corona,
agenda though? What's the agenda? What's the
is
agenda?
that
I'm
they're
willing to
gonna
listen to
put you
what
in
the
the
agenda is, yeah?
hospital,
Because
and
what's the agenda though?
they're gonna put you in hospital, and then they could do whatever they want. That is the agenda. You have no freedoms. You have
Say
no
again.
freedom. That's the agenda. If they think you got the virus, then they can do as they please. That's the agenda. It's quite
What do you mean
simple.
they can't do as they please? What's do as they please?
Meaning they can take you into hospital and they can hold you without any
No,
freedoms.
but people who rung up the NHS line and said that they've contracted or they feel like they've got COVID, yeah, have been told to self-isolate. And
Yes,
then if your situation gets worse, doesn't start to get better, then you may need to go to hospital for further tests. You get me? Like
that's what they're saying.
I actually know someone, yeah, that was ill, self-isolated, locked in their room for 2 weeks. You get me? Saying if they finding it hard to breathe and all them shits. Like, I know them, like, so it's not me just saying, oh, blah blah blah. This is someone I can ring now.
Did he have the code? Did he get checked up? Did he have the code?
It's not here, it's a she.
Oh, okay.
They don't know if they had it there, but they was just told to self-isolate in it, and they said they was feeling rough for the 2 weeks.
Well, I don't think it'd be
Yo,
good
yo,
idea
yo.
to maybe get tested.
Oh, I got
Seems they
snaps.
may be
Big up, man.
Yeah, big up.
Yeah, obviously, if there's a test, yeah, that they can show to prove anyone's got the thing. Listen, bruv, like, what you got to try and think of, yeah, is if you're someone that's trying to control the safety of the whole country, yeah. One sec.
So you think this is about safety, yeah?
One sec. Yeah, if
You're
you're trying to
mad.
control this, listen to
This
this,
guy's
yeah.
funny, man.
If you're
You're mad.
if you're bruv, let me fucking finish, man, and stop cutting in, man. Yeah. If you're trying to control the safety of the whole population, yeah, there's like 3 sort of routes that you might be able to go down in it. Yeah. So they could have let everyone carry on as normal and seen who got it and then treated whoever got ill, which might have caused a strain on the hospital beds if everyone or more people than the hospital could cope get ill at the same time, or they can make people try to isolate and have minimal contact with other people and try to see what's the best route they can get to try and get a cure or some sort of you know what I'm saying, like some sort of what's it called, vaccine or anything like that ready to try and give to
Bruh,
people that
there's no
may be
vaccine,
in them
bro.
sort of illnesses.
There's no
I never said there's a
vaccine.
vaccine.
There's no.
I never said there
There's
was
no
a vaccine.
test.
I said they're trying to
Yeah, there's
find
no
a
vaccine.
vaccine.
So
No,
you're gonna
there
get
isn't one, though.
vaccinated?
Yeah, but how would?
then,
But,
innit?
all right, check it like this then. Wait.
Kelly,
Listen.
are you
Listen,
gonna
you
get
three.
vaccinated?
Listen
Tell
to
me.
what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Yeah, listen to what I'm saying. Tell me how you're gonna find a test. Yeah, how would you test for a new disease that you don't know what the disease is? What would you do to test for it? And then what would you do to advise the whole
Well, that was
country
silly.
in
That
the
was a
best way
silly
to be them
statement,
safe?
It's not a new disease. It's not
It is
a new disease.
Exactly, it's
So
been around
It
for
is
a
a new
long
it's still a
time.
new disease. But the flu,
So you're saying that it's the exact same
influenza,
thing as the
A
first
or B,
SARS in 2004? It's
it's,
not, bro.
of course, it is. Of course. It
No, it
might be
ain't.
just a more advanced version.
Where's your
Oh,
medical
bro,
degree?
come on, man.
Look how you managers making statements.
But it's
I
not
think they're
about
just
No, bro.
some
I,
I'm
conspiracy
going
shit.
on what
no,
they're
no, no, no,
telling
no,
us,
no,
brother.
no.
No medical degree, no evidence, and nothing. Just gas.
No, not you either. So that's the whole point. You got what I'm saying? We're all having our ideas, innit? Or what we
Mm.
know from what we've studied or whatever people are putting out, innit? There's a lot of information put out. And if you don't look at
I ain't studied
any
nothing
of it,
still.
then you could come to that conclusion. You got what I'm saying? But we're not doing that. Everybody's interested in this thing. Yeah, so yes, when we go back to SARS or H1N1, yeah, last time, yeah, which was more serious, had more casualties, but was not a worldwide pandemic for some reason. Do you
So
get it?
SARS had more casualties than COVID.
Yeah, man. Yes,
That's
of
what you're
course.
saying, yeah?
Like look
I
at
don't
the
remember
record.
that, bro.
Yeah, look at the information. You don't
I
have to
remember that,
remember.
bro.
It's
COVID
what
ain't even finished yet.
Yeah, exactly. It's what happened, though. I'm telling you, it's what happened. Like you have to look up H1N1.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember when SARS come out,
that's
bro,
cool. Okay,
and
then
people was
cool.
wearing masks in
That's the
China.
whole point.
China. Yeah, but that was only in
Yeah.
China, bro. That weren't in Italy, all over Europe,
Okay.
all over America,
I'm saying
all
masks
over
don't work.
Africa.
Masks, masks don't work. Stop it, all that, man. Masks don't work. You know it don't work. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. Everything they've told us is against protecting yourself against a so-called
Exactly, but
virus.
that's my whole
If you're
All
point.
right,
sick,
Maku, let
if
me
you're
ask
hold
you
on
a
one
question.
second.
The
If you're
same
sick,
question I
if
asked
it's
Annabelle.
that
Let me ask you
serious,
one question.
all right. No, no,
One
no, no,
question.
no, no,
One
no.
question.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. If you're sick, yeah, Veli, right, and they say you've got the thing, yeah, how come it only takes for you to stay home and isolate for 2 weeks to get rid of this thing?
Exactly. Facts.
How come?
I don't know. I'm not a fucking doctor.
Well, then exactly. That's my point. Then, if you ain't a doctor and the doctor's telling you stay your ass at home, it's the only way you can cure this thing. Then it can't be that serious, bro. There's no
That's
flu.
Nah,
valid.
but
There's no
people,
Exactly.
listen,
cold.
listen,
There's
listen,
no
Exactly.
listen,
thing.
listen,
One
listen,
second.
listen.
One.
People have isolated, yeah. People have isolated
Yeah.
for 2 weeks,
Mm.
yeah, and ended up still having to go to hospital. Like I know, like I
Yes.
said, I know
You
someone's
know
mum that
why?
passed away from the shit. Yeah, I
You
know
know
someone that
why?
that 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 isolated for 2 weeks and then they was okay.
Cool.
So,
You know why?
gone
Do you
why?
know why that is?
Why?
Because at the end of the day, yeah, like, listen, at the end of the day, this thing is not. It's a basic flu, bro. Do you get what I'm
It's
saying?
not even
We
as
might be
bad as
souped up.
that.
No, it
It's
ain't.
thing, and
Ain't a
flu's
basic
gonna
flu,
kill
bro.
more people.
No, it
Flu's
ain't.
gonna kill more people, and probably has, yeah,
No,
and
it ain't.
probably has been put down as COVID-19. You get what I'm saying? Everything
Look at
you
the
die
mortality
from
rate.
at this present moment is
Look at the
COVID-19. Yeah.
mortality rate, yeah, for this month, yeah, compared to
Mhm.
last year, this month.
Right. And what
You
does
gotta
that
look at
mean?
it.
How
It
many
means that
people
more
do you
people have
know who
died.
died from it?
That's what it
How
means.
many people do you know? I'm saying, how many people?
That died.
I know bare people have died, yeah, but how many people have died of COVID-19 that you know?
I don't know, but I know one person's mum that passed away
Uh,
that I know personally. What? You saying that?
oh,
You asked me how many people I
God.
know, and I'm telling you about the
Yeah,
people.
but it's not many,
What's
is
that
it?
then?
Like the rest of us. It's not going to be many like the rest of us, is it?
You know
Like one
what?
or two cases via, long way away, or someone close to you and someone, you know what I mean? But we can't even be sure of the symptoms of that.
Can I just
You
say
get it?
something? Do I
It
just
don't
say
make
something?
sense, bro.
What?
You
What?
know,
The disease or the
No, what
disease
you're
don't
saying,
make sense.
what you're saying
I
don't make
agree.
sense. Nah,
No,
what
but
you're saying
the
don't make
disease
sense.
don't make sense.
Yeah, because there's more people that have died at this month, whatever this month is now, April or May.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah.
If you look at, alright, forget about May, yeah, because we're still in May. Look at April's figures of deaths for this year, and then look at it for
Okay.
last year. If there's not a rise, yeah, like not just the normal annual rise, yeah. If there's more than the annual rise, then that shows that obviously there's more people dying.
Yeah, but that means then hopefully you must admit then, if that's the case, yeah, and I'll probably agree with you on that, yeah, then somebody's out here trying to kill people.
Exactly. This is an agenda, fam.
And your government and the government
So,
already
no.
told you.
Wait,
Hold on, the
this is.
government already told you. The
Let
government
me take.
already told you. Uh, you can
Go
just
on, sorry,
laugh.
bro.
You know what
Go
I'm
on.
saying? Yeah. No, sorry. I'm saying the government have already told you that a certain amount, a quota of us ain't gonna make it. Do you get it?
Well,
If they
look,
tell
this.
you 25, 30,000 people are not going to make it from this supposed thing, yeah, and then each week that goes past, we hear bare stats and all of that. Do you get what I'm saying? Fannied stats. I don't know how you could even come in here with statistics. That's just so dumb.
so where's
You
what
get
have
it?
you? Are you going to
Doesn't even make
provide any
that
evidence?
doesn't make
Are you going to provide any evidence of anyone being killed by government agencies and that? Then
Now I'm saying all the deaths, it seems, yeah, according to their statistics, were in fucking hospital. It wasn't us on road. It wasn't us in our houses. What are you talking about? People ain't collapsing in the street. People ain't collapsing in the super fucking market. No.
Exactly.
You get a little symptoms. You get a little symptoms, and you think you've got something, and then you fucking go to the hospital, and they
There you
inject your
go.
blood clot with COVID-19 because COVID-19 is in the hospital.
This is what I'm saying to you. The last place you want to be at is the hospital.
That's dumb. What are you saying? That you go to fucking hospital when you're ill and then they inject you with COVID-19? We need to see evidence for that. Can you provide any sort of evidence? Because that's a big.
Well,
That's listen. What you're doing now, yeah? No, wait. What you're doing, yeah? You're putting people like like normal doctors and nurses that are like them's family members and so and so. You're putting them in the position of the fucking
might not know,
the Wizard of Oz.
They might
They're the
not
Wizard
know.
of Oz.
This is not
Oh,
emotional.
they don't know. So
you're
they're so wait. So
I'm
they're
saying
doctors.
you're
They're
emotional.
doctors. No. Let me finish. They're doctors,
They're doing their
and they
job.
don't know what they're injecting.
And not very well. And not very
Celia
well.
hypothesis.
They're doing their job and not
All
very
right,
well.
I'm going to be on
Yeah.
mute, yeah, because it's windy.
Listen. All right. Because you're one of them people who's dumb enough to probably get out your van at 8 o'clock in the evening and fucking clap for the NHS. Yeah? Because of the simple thing. No, because of
It's facts.
it's not
This
even a joke.
motherfucker
I'm being
did.
serious. Yeah? This guy would jump out of the van.
What you are? You're one of them dummies, yeah? Listen to our dumb. Listen. You between you, Annabelle, and King Gold, yeah. You three are so dumb, yeah, and dunce, yeah, that you man will diss the NHS, break your leg, and then go to the hospital and expect them to fix your shit for free. You get me? You fucking dummies. You man are mad.
Belly,
Mad
you're
guy.
the one
No.
wearing gloves and
What the
fucking
thing is now,
masks,
Belly,
brother. You're
thing
the
is
one
now-
wearing gloves and masks.
What
What
doctor
do
do
you
you go to? What hospital do you go to when you're ill? That's not
Nobody
NHS.
goes.
Name me one
I
hospital or
don't go
doctor that you
hospital,
go to that you're ill.
Listen,
When you're ill.
Listen. When I'm ill, yeah, flu or otherwise, I ain't going no fucking doctor. You muppet.
Exactly. Same
You know
as
what I'm
me.
saying? Are you dumb?
You
Like,
go
if I
now. I'm
break
talking about when you're actually ill, not when you got a fucking cold. When you're actually ill and you actually need to go to the hospital, where do you go for treatment?
No.
No,
When I
where
get
do you go
brought
for
up-
treatment? When you're actually ill, when you need to go for treatment.
Ill,
I ain't been in
ill.
hospital before like that. Yeah, so I don't
Thank
really
you.
go to hospital
So why are
anyway.
you telling me
I'm
that?
saying,
Why are you asking
where do
me
you go when you need treatment? Where do you go when you need
Huh?
treatment?
I'm not going to no hospital because I don't go to hospital. There's nothing wrong with me. So I'm in good health. So fortunately, touch wood. Yeah,
Are you trying to hide from the question or what? Stop hiding from the question,
No.
man. The question was,
I don't go
where do you go when you need treatment? If you needed hospital help, if you needed a doctor or whatever, where do you go for your medical help?
if I had to, if I was in an emergency and it was like they would have to rush me to hospital. I don't go doctors. You get what I'm saying? I don't go, do you want to catch me at the doctor's surgery or in there? Oh, doctor, just check me out and da. That's all bullshit. The only medical tests I get is for like my insurance and stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? So you have to have a medical check. The woman comes to your house, measures you, do all that, asks you to cough, all of that shit. Yeah. So as far as the NHS, no one ain't dissing them. I'm just telling you the facts. Yeah. Where you're gonna die at and where all these numbers are coming from is the fucking hospital and the old people's home. Tell me I'm lying.
The hospital is a place where people go when they're sick. People go there when they're gonna die. Obviously, there's going to be higher numbers of deaths
when you got
in the
COVID.
hospital. But that's
But we
obviously
ain't going
though,
hospital.
come on, man.
Hold on one second.
You don't
We've
go
been
to hospital. You're talking about yourself. You said you don't go hospital.
No, I'm talking.
So even if you got, even if you had
I'm
a broken leg, so if you got run over, yeah,
No.
if you got run over and they had to pick you up in an ambulance, what would you tell them? Don't take me to the hospital or take me to my what? What would you tell them?
Huh? It's not that you're asking the wrong question, Veli. No one arguing
It's the
that
right
if you broke
question.
yourself up. How?
That's
You broke
exactly
yourself up,
because,
yeah?
like I'm saying,
Listen.
if you get broke up, you have to go to the people that know best on how to fix you up from when you're broke up.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about a disease that supposedly, yeah, you can catch at home, yeah, and cure yourself at home. The moment you go to the hospital, the moment you go to the
Not
hospital,
everyone isolates, and not every person that isolates gets better. Those are the people that go to the hospital. The people that isolate and don't get better.
no, the people have
I'm trying to
symptoms.
tell you, bro. No.
People
I'm
have
talking about man
symptoms.
that's isolating. No. People listen. I'm trying to explain to you what happened with my brethren's mum. Yeah. She was ill, yeah. She isolated, self-isolated, and the daughters were looking after her, yeah, bringing her
Yep.
food and whatever, soup, and just leaving it outside the door. You get me? So she opened the door and
Yep.
whatever, and all that, yeah. She never got better in the 2 weeks, so she had to go to the hospital, yeah. And then after a week or so in hospital, her condition just kept on getting worse and worse and worse, and then she passed away. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Sorry
The
to hear
people
that.
that
That's
isolate,
my
yeah,
that's my
the
point,
people that
brother. If you
no, no,
go
no,
to
no,
the
no, no, no,
hospital,
that's not the point, bro. Because
Hold
you're
on.
saying that
Hold on.
you're going to try and say that the hospital
Where did
killed
she
them
die? Where
they're
did
in
she
killing
the
die?
people
hospital.
at the hospitals,
In
fam.
the hospital,
Okay, cool. All right. All right. I'm
because
gonna
like I
leave it
said to
alone
you,
because
listen.
it's a sensitive
Why is
subject.
that?
But
No, bro.
I was right
It's not that.
100.
It's not that.
I was
It's not that.
right
It's not that.
100.
It's not that.
Where
I'm
did she
saying
die?
to you,
In the hospital.
listen. No, but we're saying that obviously, if you're the sickest people in the country are probably going to be in the hospital or in a hospice, in a care home or something like that. So that's where you're going to get the most deaths of them sort of diseases like that. Because the most people that will get ill will go to places where where the people know about care better than they know.
So let me explain something to you. Like it's supposedly a disease or a virus or da da da. Right.
Yeah,
Now the reason I said one is in the hospital. Yeah. They don't even have
yeah.
to inject you. It's in the hospital. Why is it in the
Yeah,
hospital?
people in
Because
there,
the
people in
hospitals
there
are
have got this illness,
supposedly the
but people
hospital
in
is
there have got
supposed to
the
be
illness as well,
so
though,
clean,
Matthew.
right? It's supposed to be so clean, yeah. That the only thing left in normal hospital is what? Superbugs, yes?
Mm.
Yeah? So that's
Yeah,
my
yeah,
point, bro.
supposedly.
Yeah, superbugs, because it's so clean, it's so sanitized. You can't be that sanitized in life. You can't be that clean. You can't be wearing rubber gloves and mask and these are all against your
No, but they
natural order.
listen. No, but Maku, when they're dealing with sick people or whatever, they need to be as hygienic as possible. So they don't put anytime they're opening up or they're dealing with the sick people, they don't put extra illnesses on the people. They have to,
Well,
bruv.
now
Come on, man.
doing that,
Like you're
yeah,
a
but
barber, bruv.
doing that,
Like, do you cut people's hair
doing that.
with dirty clippers? Do you cut people's hair with dirty clippers, or do you put your clippers in the alcohol thing to burn off whatever, um, anything else that anyone else has got from when you cut a next person's hair? You disinfect the stuff in it.
Yep,
So come
yep.
on, man.
But I mean, I can say that, and I can bring you the bottle right now. But these things
Mm.
will tell you cures all viruses and works against AIDS and HIV and all of that. Am I supposed to believe that? Do you get
No,
it?
I never said
Like
that.
they
But
put things on
you're gonna
labels. No, I'm saying that they put things on labels, yeah, that sound fantastical because how's HIV? You ain't got no cure supposedly for HIV, but yet I've got a sanitizing spray that says, oh, it cures for HIV when you spray it on your clippers and any other disease.
Mm.
Huh? So is that is
I don't
that
know
is
about
that is that
anything curing
is
for
that
what things are
Yo,
curing for.
this is a
What I
conflicting
am
thing.
saying though, wait. What I'm saying though is that obviously every time you use your clippers to cut people's hair, you use your scissors to trim people or whatever. Yeah. After you use them, you disinfect them to take off so they're as clean as possible for the next person. So there is nothing transferred from one person to another. It's the same like a hospital, isn't
that's
it?
cool?
This is
Yeah,
when
but
it
that's
started.
only in the bed. Like I would understand that for the hospital bed. Do you get it? Like every time someone's in the hospital bed, obviously you have to change the sheets and all of that. But like the
No,
whole
they do,
ward
man.
itself, the whole landing and all
My
of that
bedroom
is
was
too
in
much.
hospital, yeah.
Yeah.
My bedroom was in Norfolk Park Hospital for like 2 years. Yeah.
My,
Serious.
my
In
bedroom got
hospital for
meningitis.
2 years.
My bedroom got
Yeah.
meningitis in hospital. So let's not play
And he
that
was,
game.
you know what I'm
You know
saying?
what I'm
That he
saying?
was ill
Everybody
in
knows
hospital
how the
for two
hospital
years,
works. Mm.
and then and the same thing, like it literally, because we was going up and visiting him all the time, yeah, they was taking the extra time to make sure his shit was changed and so and so and so and so. So I'm not saying that people won't be um like some of the staff might not be like wishy-washy with some of the patients in there. Of course they're gonna be like that, man. Like they're normal humans as well, isn't it? Like Russ, my man comes in and he's in a pissed off mood. He might take it out on so and so and so and so. Like man's not saying that these people are perfect, bro. Man's just saying that the procedures are in place, which are supposed to guard against people getting any extra illnesses when they come to hospital. So the cleanliness and all them sort of things is supposed to be at the highest proportion to save us from, again, when we come in there, we don't want to get any extra illnesses. We just want to recover from the first illness that we've had to come to hospital for.
So every illness is not contractable. That's what I'm trying to say, bro, man. Come on,
No,
man.
of course,
You know what I'm
there's
saying? Like,
but that's what I'm saying. That
Right.
COVID thing is supposed to be
There's
contractable. So if there's people, right, so how, I don't even know how they've even got people in the hospital when they have got COVID or supposedly have got COVID. Like, are they in their own ward by themselves? Is there a certain space between their beds? I don't know none of that, bro. Like, I'm not trying to say that. I'm trying to say that, raw. The procedures that they tried to put in place are supposed to be guarding against people getting any more ill than they are when they first come in. Obviously, it doesn't always work, but that's what it's supposed to be doing.
You know what, Veli? My point yesterday, like, I speak to my neighbors obviously as well. Some of them wear masks, some of them wear gloves, most of them don't wear anything. But when
In
we're
my
having
day-to-day, I don't
conversation,
wear masks. When I'm at work, I wear masks, innit? Because it's part of my PP
Okay.
for my work, innit? You get me? So again,
Yeah,
if
I
I'm
get
going
you.
and shopping or whatever, I wear the gloves in the shop though, innit? Like, I don't really wear the mask or whatever. But I know that
Right,
it
right,
probably it would be a better precaution if I was wearing a mask. So if someone did
No,
cuss
it
me,
wouldn't.
someone, you
No,
know
it
what I'm saying?
wouldn't.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying, like, let's check it like this, then,
I
Matthew,
don't
yeah?
think it would.
Oh,
Mm.
yeah, but listen to this though, yeah? If you was
Right.
standing somewhere
Tell me what
and someone
happens
coughed, yeah?
if you
Or
sneeze
someone
in
was,
your mask. Yeah. What happens if you
yeah,
sneeze in your mask?
if you sneeze in your own
What
mask, that's cool. That's your own shit in your mask, isn't it? Like, I'm talking about you're trying to guard from other people's saliva or whatever getting in your mouth or in your nostrils. So if someone sneezes in the air, yeah, or even like, check it like this then, yeah, think about it. If COVID's a proper airborne virus, when man's smoking a scud, yeah, and you're standing in the queue or whatever, you don't even have to be standing. You can be standing further than 6 feet away and smell that scud. So how does people's breath and sneezes and shit travel? How far does that travel in the air? We don't know. We can't see them sort of things. So if someone coughed, sneezed, or spat near you, yeah, and their spray back or whatever, you know that happens when people talk. They got a spray back and it flicks in your face, and you're like, bro, yo, fucking water out and sprayed in my face, bro. You get me? Like, would you rather have a mask on that spray the fucking dragon breath spray, or just let the shit land on your face?
Well, as you know, before COVID, yeah, there was only a few people wearing actual masks.
What was you rolling with back
Yeah,
in
yeah. Huh?
You
You see
had the
me
mask
at the mask.
on,
I'm the original mask
Hold on,
wearer.
bro.
I'm the original mask wearer. Yeah, you can't tell me
You're the
about
original
mask. No
mask
one ain't
wearer,
gonna tell
G.
me
So
about
that's what I'm trying to tell you, guys.
exactly.
You had the man had the band
Bandana.
and the bandana on. How you mean? Shut up, man. Yeah, a bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
At
Silly
the
rats
end of the
and
day,
glasses.
yeah.
Yeah,
Because
who am I?
I feel that I can see people who got COVID, just like I can see people who got flu. When you got the flu, and your face is all, you're all right.
Hey, listen,
No,
I've got
I'm
a
not
mute
feeling too
in
well.
the windy corner.
Yeah, I get it. You get me? You got temperature and all of that. Like, but hey, at the end of the day, yeah, this thing is a serious thing. Man make diseases, bruv. Man make biological weapons. Do you get me? All starting. You might not understand the science of it, yeah, but it's quite simple, really. You get me? AIDS, Ebola, SARS, bird flu. You can reel them off and go look into the research into all of them. You get me? H1N1, all of that. Yeah, these are man-made diseases. Man-made. Do you get it? You have to have something to work from. This is why they mention the flu, the common flu, or influenza.
I can't argue with you about whether they're man-made or not. Yeah, I really I don't know about that. Yeah, I'll leave that for people smart to figure out. Yeah, but like I'm just saying, for the precautions that people are taking, it's better to take some precautions. Yeah, what do they say? Precaution is better than cure. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Prevention.
I'd rather take precautions
right.
and not get ill than have to get ill and take some sort of medicine to recover from the illness. You get me? So I'd
Yeah, but
rather
it's a
say
lie. It's a lie. You see what?
not have to take no vaccines or anything like that against the thing, because I've not even been anywhere sort of where you can catch it or anything like that, and I am taking the precautions to keep myself clean and those things there. Man was a very hygienic person before this sort of stuff anyway. So washing your hands when you come in and out of properties, new houses, and all that sort of stuff was something man was doing anyway. Yeah, so the stuff just helped me cement into my youth
Your
and that.
sound is a
Yo,
bit
you
muffled
see the
up, you know?
I don't even know that. I don't even know
sorry,
what that means.
you see, because man's been staying super hygienic, yeah, and now it's all on the telly, and the schools are telling the youths how much the times you need to wash your hands. Yeah, that's helping me put it on my youths to make them have to follow that now. You feel me?
Yeah, but the thing is, for you to build up your immune system, you need to have bacteria around, brother.
Exactly.
You don't understand
Exactly.
that.
That's what I'm
You're
saying.
actually gonna
Over
make yourself more
sanitization
ill
in
in
the
the
schools,
future.
But
things
not
like
COVID. Yeah, you have to have some dirt, but not diseases. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, but well, flu's gonna look, flu is seasonal, yes. So that's the whole point. Flu is seasonal, and we were in the months where flu is at its most strongest. Now, the only reason why it's weak and the numbers are going down is because of the fucking sun. Sun kills COVID. Facts. Like, stop all this bullshit. Stay in your house. Come outside. Go
Exactly,
outside.
exactly.
Where there's bad bacteria and healthy bacteria. You need both. As man said, you need both, bro. You're made up of bacteria.
We've got
Do you get it?
bacteria
Your
all
body's
over
made up
us, you
of
know what I mean?
Thank you. You're made of bacteria. Like, you talk about, oh yeah, just keep extra clean and da 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 da. I hear you, but they're lying to you, bro. One, people should have been doing that anyway. It's a standard procedure. That's what helps to be a Muslim. Yeah, because we're there washing our hands and our feet and ghusl in the morning and all sorts, and blowing out our nostrils and all of that. This is standard procedure. I don't need no disease to come and tell me how to be cleansely. That makes no sense. Do you get it? But there must be a level of dirt and grime. They told us when we was little that in your life, you're probably going to eat a handful of soil. That's dirt. Do you get it? So all of these things into your body, bacteria, and you have things to protect you. You don't need a mask when you've got nostril hair and mucus. It makes no sense. It's not that easy to get something into your body. Your skin is a layer of protection. But when someone takes an
Maku, but they're
injection
saying
needle,
you can get it in the eyes
wait,
though, bro.
when someone injects you with a needle, yeah, with something directly into your bloodstream, yeah, in some cases that's a shock to the system because you've got all your natural defenses that would protect you against some things. Your stomach, you get me, your stomach acid and because you might have taken it in and it just goes straight in your stomach deal with it. Do you get me? Nostrils, the phlegm and the thing, the capillaries and all of that help with the bacteria that's coming in through your nose. Do you get it? So now a lot of it is going to sit there. Do you get me? And then you're going to put a mask on it to make it even more fester. You get me? Humid, moist conditions, perfect for flu and all of that. So I beg you, people out here, don't wear the cheap mask that they're telling you. I beg. Doesn't make sense. You need fresh air.
No, but
Yeah.
I've got
You need
I've
fresh
got a
air.
sick mask on, Maku. The mask I've got on, it's got the two filters on the side, the filter inside, and it also clamps down on the bridge of your nose to keep it in place. Like this mask that I'm wearing is a mad thing. In fact, let me show it to you. Hold on.
Yeah. And what do you think causes respiratory problems?
It's the
Being able to
mask.
breathe fresh oxygen
The
or
mask is to
covering up your
keep
face
you from
with a
breathing
mask?
in oxygen, you know?
Hey, water. You're not ready for me, man. Come on, man. Stop all that, man.
And
Go do
then
some research,
Maku,
man.
that's the thing. Yeah, no, Maku. A lot of what you're
Yeah.
saying is cool. The thing is though, with the COVID thing is now this is the
Yeah.
thing. I realized just as I was about to say it, I realized this is what I'm being told. Yeah, so just let that sink in. I had to humble
Thank you.
myself quickly. I had to humble myself quickly.
Thank you.
But
Thank you.
the thing
I
that
hear
they're
that.
telling me, now is that with COVID, it can get
Mhm.
into your bloodstream by um through the eyes. Yeah, and then I thought to myself, "Raw, hold on a second." And it's funny that they say this because the other day, um, one of the bus drivers was telling me, if you want to get drunk without drinking, like putting it into your mouth, you have to fill up a shot glass with vodka.
Put it in your eye.
And, yeah, blood.
Yeah, some
blood.
people do that. Madness.
That's bro. And I thought to myself, hang on a second, wait a minute. There might be something to this eyes business. And if somebody sneezes, right? Because I saw a video the other day of Raj's channel. He played like a slow-mo of what a sneeze looks like. Let me tell you, broski, it's fucking nasty. Yeah, and that
Bear
shit
jam.
lingers. Oh, fucking hell, Mac. It's nasty. Yeah. And I'm thinking to myself, right, so if someone has got COVID and they sneeze and it's windy and it goes in my eyes, what does that mean for me?
Yeah, the possibility of that is very, very weird. It's very like there's wind, there's all sorts of things like open area. I don't understand how that can happen. It can happen in confined circumstances like a bus.
Yeah.
You get me?
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, where the air's not gonna be instantly changed or it's gonna just float off into the
And the
atmosphere.
underground as
You get
well.
it?
And the underground's worse than
Yeah,
that, bro.
yeah.
On the
I could
underground,
believe.
I feel like you're asking for COVID. If you use the underground, like it's like you want it. You want to get COVID. Yeah? Because the underground, the fucking air supply down there is artificial anyway. Recycled fuckery. Like it's
Yeah, then you could say the same about the buses then.
no, not necessarily because you can open the windows and get fresh, clean air. The problem is if you're sitting at the back of the bus, you're fucked. Because when the air comes in when you're going forward, it goes backwards.
But that's
see
why
what
I
I'm saying?
normally sit. I sit at the back.
No, that's the worst place to sit.
Yeah? Why?
That's the worst. That's because when the air comes into the vehicle, where does it go, Annabelle? It goes to the back.
Listen, animals, you've been riding the bus, yeah?
Yeah.
No mask, and
No
you're
mask, nothing.
sitting
And
at the
I'm
back,
good.
yeah? Hopefully, hopefully they'll get ill, man.
I'm good, fam.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Veli, you raised a good point as well. All the people that think COVID is a hoax should go to a COVID ward and shake hands with everybody, like
It's
Boris
true.
Johnson did.
To say it's
That
nothing.
stupid pussy was
You get
shaking
me?
hands
And
with
what happened
fucking
to my man?
everyone. Exactly.
Shaking hands with my man that was ill.
And he got fucked up.
Next thing you know, all right then, man.
He got fucked up. And
Whether
let
it's
me tell
true or
you
not,
something.
yeah.
If
Are
you
you
look
gonna
back
take
at
the
Boris
chance with
Johnson,
your own
you're
body?
fucked.
No, but I'm saying like, are you gonna take the chance with your own body because you just think that man are just making the shit up, or are you just gonna be precautious, even if it is a lie?
I'm not gonna lie. I say caution. Like my dad, like Papa Ultra, he's told me from day dot, Junior, protect yourself at all times. And I'll be like, all right.
Do you know
and I
what?
understand what he means.
Can I just
I know
say
what he
something?
means.
Can I just say something, please? I've been waiting for quite a long time to bring something to the table. Because I'm due to go into hospital soon, by the way, to go and get treatment and whatnot. So it's very relevant to me. I've got like I've got a disease as well, so I'm susceptible to being, for it to affect me more. But the fact of the matter is, they're going in there with flu-like symptoms, and every type of treatment that they're receiving is having an adverse effect. So they'd be better off sending them home.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not true. I have to call bullshit on that. You're making broad, sweeping statements, Okingo.
Okay,
you can't do
can
that.
Can I just say something else before you try and character assassinate me like you like to do? Okay. So
I'll wait. Don't worry. I'll wait to character assassinate you. Don't worry. I'll wait.
That's just part and parcel with you. But anyway, when they started going in, they said there's an influx. The only reason why they're dying is because we haven't got enough things to treat them. So at that stage, I thought, okay, this isn't as bad as they're making out. This can't just be like you catch it and there's no way of getting rid of it. They were saying at one stage it's just an influx. I don't know if you lot got that same sort of type of story or feeling, because that's what I was looking at, was that they were saying that it wasn't due to the fact they actually can't treat it and it's not treatable, it's chronic. It's just that the inundated hospitals can't deal with the amount of people coming in all at the same time. So if they're coming in with pneumonia, all they need was blood thinner, or get some waters in their get some water in their blood, some distilled water to flush them out, and some sugars or whatever. That's what you need to do. And then you need to go on a drip, go to acute ward, and then you come back to life. But what I was assuming is that because they didn't have enough doctors and all the rest of the PPE and people were dying because of that, not because this deadly COVID strain was uncurable and you had all the time in the world, but there's nothing they could done about it, like a terminal illness. See what I'm saying? So this is where it's conflicting, because now they're saying that we can't cure it, and it's hard to believe, to be honest, because as I said, I got pneumonia before, and I was having a flare up, which means my immune system has gone into hyper mode and it's attacking my system, and I was at my worst in the middle of the winter, and I was going work. I wasn't getting that much money. I couldn't even really feed myself. Yeah, and I was going college and all the rest of it, and I caught pneumonia when I was at the peak of my disease. AS, take a look at it. And I didn't die because they got me into acute ward. Admittedly, I was with older people, but they took me back. They got me back but the feeling I got was like just before you're about to be sick, and then you're breathing, and I was starting to see stars because the oxygen wasn't doing anything when I was breathing in. So I was at such a stage after 2 weeks as well, from originally catching this mad mucus that was super thick. So for 2 weeks, I was coughing that shit out, just blowing it out, blowing my nose regularly, having good 2 weeks I had it. And then eventually I got to the doctors, they fixed me. So I can understand where, okay, if their hospitals are inundated and they've got people like me coming in at the stage I was at, with a disease, and you got pneumonia, it's hard to treat because some people will die. But now it's cleared up. I can't expect people to be dying like in the numbers they were.
Wait,
so
Akingo,
I think it's real, but it's just that they're not able to treat pneumonia now.
All right. Is it okay if I assassinate your character now?
Go for it.
Okay, cool. So are you saying because you caught some type of disease and you got better, you don't understand why other people would get a disease and die?
Well, from what they've explained what COVID is, yes, I can't understand how I had all of these deficiencies and faults. I was a perfect candidate to be the person that has to isolate, but I had it back then, and it's the same symptoms. It's thick pneumonia. You can't breathe. Trust me, brother. I mean, I was on my way out, so it's all believable that man could die just from a flu.
Okay.
But if you don't treat the flu with people that have got underlying problems, they're gonna die, bruv. If a person gets a flu, I can guarantee you they're gonna have to have some good alternative medicines early, or they're gonna die.
Alternative medicines.
Yeah, or obviously help from the doctors. That is, if obviously just
that's not alternative. That's just
okay.
medicine.
Yeah, that or that. But what I was going to say is, you would need, because obviously, because the influx of the hospitals now, you would need to take alternative medicines. But I believe that will shift at early stages. But if you leave it till late, and you don't know what's going on, but all you've got is flu, yeah, and you leave it, you might come back from it. But when you go into the hospital, what I'm trying to say is that they're making it kind of, they're not really helping the situation from what it seems. But I can guarantee you that if you catch flu with any type of underlying illnesses, and I was 29 at that stage as well, so I was still a young, strapping lad. You don't treat and you don't go in, and you don't take the right measures, you'll be on your way out. That's a fact. So I can't say that.
Okay, Akingo Gold. Hold on. Let me ask you this question because I won't lie to you. This is I heard what you said, and if I'm honest with you, like I get that you've got health problems and and I get that you've recovered. And to be fair, like I'm happy about that. Do you know what I mean? You were sick, you've recovered, like you can go on, you can live your life. And I won't lie to you, like for me, life is just the best thing ever. And provided you're not some evil fucking murdering rapist cunt pedophile, like you deserve to live. Yeah. Now, if you're sick and you go to hospital, now listen to me carefully. The place where the COVID patients are, yeah, it's possible that going into hospital where COVID has taken control of the nation's narrative, it's taken over our lives via lockdown and such, via confusing messages from our government. Is it not possible where hospitals are, where they, despite what you think, they are not the most sanitary places to be? Do you think if you go to hospital because you bumped your head, is it not possible for you to go to a place where all the COVID patients are being treated and contract something in hospital? Remember, if somebody sneezes on the wall or the floor or on one of the posts, bro, all you have to do is brush up against it by accident. Sneeze yourself, touch your face, touch your mouth. Bro, I don't understand how this is difficult for you to understand. And I'm not taking away from the fact that you recovered. And to be fair, that's a blessing, isn't it? Because you get to live life and all that. That's great. But I'm saying the fact that you don't understand that hospitals are not some fucking like heavenly place where nothing could go wrong. These places are dirty, right? Like go to any hospital, and when you go to the fucking outpatients, it's just full of diseased people, diseased fucking people with gaping wounds and pneumonia and broken noses, broken ankles. They bump their heads. Fucking pregnant women. My wife is in hospital right now. Yeah, I'm saying to you, if all the COVID patients are in a particular building, and you go to said building, I don't understand why it's difficult to understand why it's you've got more of a chance of getting COVID by going to the place where all the COVID patients are. It's not even difficult. Obviously, they've tried to isolate where they treat the COVID patients. Of course they do. They need to get them out of the way, right? And it will probably be the part of the hospital that's at the furthest back, yeah, because people have still got to come in the front. But it's possible that if you go to the place where all the COVID patients are being treated, you might contract COVID. Remember, it's not just about contracting it. The doctors, the nurses, remember, they're in a fucking panic as well. They're in a fucking panic. Nobody knew what the fuck they was doing for the first 2 months. Everyone's running around like headless chickens. That's how mistakes are made. When we lead by emotions, when we don't have clear and factual information, mistakes get made, and that's the long and short of it.
So basically what you're saying is that we've got a very, very deadly virus and we're understaffed. And
100%.
So both
like
factors.
The NHS has been understaffed and underfunded for fucking years by the same government who was telling us like fucking morons to go and clap for them. What the fuck does a clap do for the NHS?
So what percentage would you say the people are dying from the actual uncurable COVID, or the fact that
I don't know. I don't know. I don't have that information.
Okay,
I don't have that info. But I would ask you, Akingo Gold.
Yeah.
If you go to the building where all the COVID patients are, is it more or less likely that you'll contract COVID?
Yeah. So what point you were trying to make me say what? Don't go to the doctors if you get something, which is because you're most.
No, I'm not making a point. I'm just trying to make you understand. I'm trying to make you understand where my mind is. Yeah. And I can't give anyone medical advice. It's unprofessional, and positive that if I were to give you medical advice and something happened to you, I'm liable. So I would never tell anybody go to hospital, don't go to hospital. No, if you was injured, I would recommend that you go to hospital because that's where the professionals are. But if you had a headache, I would never tell you shut your mouth, man up, take a paracetamol, and you'll be fine because there could be something seriously wrong with you. You see what I mean?
Mm.
It's different. But I would say to anyone who's got a problem with COVID, yeah, or don't think it's real and all this other stupid shit, go to a COVID ward, hug up and love up everyone, and then hit me up in 2 weeks. No, don't do that because it's deadly and it's dangerous. Don't do
Fact of
that.
the matter is that you okay. Look at it like this. Okay, you're gonna get it anyway. What we need to do, and why people are so stuck on this, is like the same thing with any type of movement. We're looking at the histories of what's going on. It's when you catch COVID, what are you gonna do from then on? That's what my question. That's what I'm thinking about. You know, the protective measures you can take all you want, but if you catch it, what do you do from then on? Do you attend a
But
doctor?
this is the thing, King of Gold. Listen
Yeah.
to me. I've had two of my my certified people's parents get it. My dog's mum got it, right? Well, allegedly she got it. The problem is she didn't go hospital or get tested, but she had the symptoms. She called NHS 111. They told her self-isolate, rare. She stayed home 2 weeks. She took paracetamols. She took she put some stuff in a pan, like fruits and shit, and started like breathing in the steam and da. And she's fine. She's lived. Yeah. My other friend's dad, and both of these two guys I'm mentioning were best men at my wedding. Yeah, they're my dogs. My other Don, his dad got it, and he was asymptomatic for ages. Got sick, fucked up, went hospital. They put him on a ventilator and like super powerful antibiotics. Guess what? He's not dead. And then, but the problem was his wife got it, but she didn't go to hospital until a week after him. So he's now come out and she's gone in. She's not dead, but she's got the
Okay, so they
symptoms.
went into hospital and she came out and she had it. She actually
Yeah.
had COVID.
Yeah.
So we do know that it doesn't take a miracle to actually get rid of this.
No, this is the thing. King of Gold. This is the thing, and I think this is another.
Was she strong though? Sorry, before you go on, was she strong? Was she strong? Was she strong?
I don't know because my brethren's dad is strong, like he's a big dude, but his wife isn't my brethren's mum. That he's remarried. I don't really know who she. I don't really know her. I only know the mum. But his missus that got it is his new wife, so I don't really know. But I would say to you, contracting COVID is not a death sentence. It's not like AIDS, it's not like AIDS where if you've got AIDS, you're fucked. Do you know what I mean? It's not a death sentence. You can recover, and if you look at UK recovery rates, I don't know why this information isn't being put out there to ease fears. See, this is why I understand why people will fucking just run off with, oh, COVID is a conspiracy. Because if you look at the figures, I had it up and my fucking phone's bugging out now. Look at the amount of people that have recovered. And remember, all the deaths for alleged deaths, because we know that there's some figures are being fudged. All right, okay, but all the alleged deaths from COVID globally, right? These deaths are not flu deaths or whatever the fuck the normal yearly deaths. This is on top. This is why it's so scary. And remember, now fucking the government in the UK are going back to herd immunity. They're calling it herd immunity, but what they really mean is we can't afford to let the economy crash. So some motherfuckers need to go to work. We need to start getting taxes in, and we need to start getting money. And even if it costs human lives, what we'll do is we'll call it herd immunity. I've read some figures that say for herd immunity to work, the virus has to pass through, 60, 70% of, no, I can't remember the percentage, but the scary figure was for herd immunity to work in the UK, 100,000 people will have to die potentially. Just if that's not sobering and humbling and scary, I don't know what's up with people. I really don't. Like, think about that herd immunity. They're telling you, oh, let's just let the virus pass through the population, and as long as the economy doesn't crash, then it's not all bad. And
Well,
if you're one of these fucking 600,000 people, what does that mean?
for me, what I got out of it from my deepest meditative thoughts was the way they've blown this up is left them an opportunity if they want to create something where they can start administering things to a degree where you could say it's a conspiracy and they go into hospital the next minute. Bob's your uncle. They just give you a little injection and then bang. So that's what I'm looking at it. Why have they blown up to the degree that they have? Obviously to enforce a bit more control in whatever way, shape or form, but that's the problem.
Kingo, let me
now
ask you a
we're
question.
at their mercy of some evil scientists. Possibly.
Yeah, but listen. This is the thing. Yeah, this is another thing. Remember, Kingo Gold. I need you, bro. When you finished here, I'm desperate. I need you to go to my channel, Ultra Funky, and there's a video I posted called "Let This Sink In." Yeah, if you watch the difference in approach from the New Zealand government to the UK's government, look at the difference in approach and just think about it. Because people are saying, oh, it's a conspiracy, they're taking away our freedoms, they're locking us down, Listen, bro, they only care about the economy. They only care about remaining a global power. They only care about money and taxes. If everyone's locked down, there's no fucking money coming in. And on top of that, the government has to continue to borrow. All that does is fuck up the economy. They would rather have everyone out at work right now. Right now. So everyone thinking, oh, they're taking their freedoms, they're locking us down. Bro, they don't give a fuck about you. They want you to go to work. And if you catch COVID, oh well.
Yeah, because they've got an influx of immigrants that they can use. And I tell you what, a lot of people on balance, because of the system the way it is, actually a negative when it comes to how much money they're giving and taking. So the less people that are taking benefits and are taking up space and real estate on the council or on the benefit system are going to be like one. It's like having a farm, one less mouth to feed. If you've got a slave ship and you've got too many slaves, you throw some overboard. It all kind of goes back to that. But I don't want to jump into
but Kingo, that's wrong. That's wrong because the NHS is understaffed.
People say, "Oh, it's damaging the GDP." Come on, man. Do you know that in ancient times, the way they used to, when cities got populated too much, what you would have to do is that your finances would go down, and then it'd be an imbalance, and then people would be getting angry. That's all it boils down to. So now they've got a problem on their hands. They've got a full city, but they haven't got enough money coming in because they're not mining enough stuff to pay, mine enough to pay everybody and to have enough food to feed everybody. So you kind of just get rid of some numbers and not say, or you don't mind if numbers, if it's your own family, you wouldn't send them out, would you? But it's not so negative if people die. So people
but Kingo, that doesn't make sense in this particular scenario.
So greatly because all these people are dying and all these jobs are getting lost. No, it has an adverse effect actually. And then not only that, the guy who digs the graves, the grave digger gets paid well as well. That industry is thriving at the moment. If I was to invest
Kingo, someone always gets rich off tragedy, bro. Someone always gets rich off tragedy. That's a moot point. It doesn't even make sense.
So,
it's not even relevant at this point, bro.
Was war, natural disaster, and that was about it. And lack of irrigation. That was the only in effect disease would thrive more. So that's the only way cities used to depopulate back in the day. So it's either
Yeah,
war,
but Kingo, when that's not what we're talking about
or
right now.
lack of medical like irrigation and stuff like that. That's the only
Yeah,
way
but-
people die.
Yeah, but Kingo, how does that relate to what we're going through right now?
So what I'm trying to say is that you saying saying, oh, people are getting told to go back to work, and I think that's I'm assuming that you're saying that that's not caring enough or not be cautious enough. I think.
Yeah, like for instance, Kingo, they're telling children to go back to school, right? They're not saying right, put certain procedures and practices and health and safety procedures in place. No, they're just saying open schools. Why are they saying open schools, Kingo? Because they need the parents to be able to get the fuck back to work. And this is my point. Kingo Gold, if they said to me, or if they said to you, right, Kingo Gold, listen, go back to work. Yeah. Now we're not going to put any sort of safety procedures in place. Just go back to work. Would you tell them to go fuck themselves? Of course you would. How can you have 30 children in a class without social distancing, without certain procedures put in place? You cannot do that with children. You cannot do it with children. They're the ones that touch their faces and their eyes and their mouths the most.
But Ultra.
Yo, Mr. Riggs, I see you just slide in, not saying nothing, but that's all right. Don't worry. Big up yourself. Come on.
Yeah. But, it goes two ways, because it depends on what type of business and what type of corporation is dealing with it. If you're talking about working for government and things like that, then of course they want them to come back to work. But then there's certain private big companies, they don't need the people to come back to work, because if they stay at home, they don't have to pay certain amount of money to maintain buildings, which will create a big cut.
Yeah. Also, if a company spent a lot of money, they're going to have to clear up their sends as well.
Yeah, because you will find, like, for instance, a lot of online stuff and internet companies and websites and things like that.
They're thriving.
They need more buildings for servers than they need people.
As well as robots taking over a lot of people's jobs.
Because a lot of these servers are using high electricity, like the Bitcoin. Nowadays it takes a big building just to get a coin. So, if you're talking about big giant servers, what would they rather have, a server or people in a building?
Servers.
Yeah. So it goes either way. But the economy it's not working to where it's supposed to do, because, as I said, too much of the government have to borrow, and if they borrow, they have to borrow from the banks. Which now, if they borrow from the banks, it affects the private sector.
That's right. And I did mention that earlier. I don't know if you heard, but I mentioned that the government now are having to borrow. I'll tell you the truth. Let's just sum this shit up. COVID has fucked up our lives. It really, really has. There's no other way to say it. But what I think is important, is like getting factual information rather than just COVID ain't real and it's an agenda. Of course, there's always going to be some kind of agenda. Someone's always going to try and make a situation benefit themselves, right? But rather than sit there and guess in and go find out. Remember, the starting point is right. The government are saying, stay at home, protect the NHS, save lives. Yeah, initially, right? No. They were still saying carry on. They were saying carry on.
Yeah,
they knew what the fuck was going on, and at first they were saying, "Don't worry about it."
But that's where the confusion comes in, because they want them to stay at home, but yet they want them to go to work.
Yeah.
So that's why when you hear Boris talking his bullshit, it's confusing, because they don't know which end to go to.
No, they did, Terry. Do you know? And I'll tell you the truth. Yeah, you see how man like Respect is onto man like Tommy Robinson and Danny Tomo and all them racist dons. For me personally, and I've told this to Respect, people like Dominic Cummings and Nigel Farage are far more dangerous than those two guys by orders of magnitude, because they have the ability to affect policy. Dominic Cummings is fucking Johnson's aide, yeah? And Dominic Cummings' idea was, you know what? Herd immunity. When they told us, yeah, there's a pandemic, but don't worry, carry on, that's because it was herd immunity. That's what the motive was. Herd immunity. That's what it was initially. And then when Italy got popped and fucking France was getting popped and Germany was getting popped, they were like, raw. Actually, we're a conservative government, and if we are not seen to do something now, we're going to go down in history. That's all they care about, is what it looks like on the surface. So that's when they changed up. They were like, all right, listen, stay home, protect the NHS, save lives. Because that type of narrative is something you'd expect to hear from a Labour government, right? Because the Tories have consistently and systematically underfunded the same NHS they're telling us like dickheads to clap for. Listen, it's all madness.
But
it's
that's
all fucking madness.
If you look at the NHS, how does that NHS work for itself? It works on the forms of taxes. If taxes are not paid, that means if people are not going to work, taxes are not paid. So if taxes are not paid, NHS ain't going to be working sufficiently. So how are we going to able to do that when the government has not got a penny? Because most of the money is with the rich and the wealthy. The wealthy man doesn't care about COVID. He just go and relax on his boat.
That's
as
right.
far as I'm concerned, it's about the economy. This is what
That's
this is all.
That's right. And that's why, Terry, that's why they're telling you, and that's why they're telling me, and that's why they're telling everyone, send your kids back to school. They're not saying, right, schools, before you open, you're gonna have to figure out a way of reducing class sizes, because you cannot have 30 kids in a class because of social distancing. You cannot do it, right? But they don't business about that. And this is the point. They're saying, send your kids back to school.
Think about it. It's going back to the old ways. Because do you really think they care about schools?
No, but they don't. No, they don't. But remember, the reason why they're saying send kids back to school is so that mum and dad can now get back to work.
Yeah, but whether they're in school or they're at home, they don't give a two hoots. Their children have like 10, 15 children in a class. So they're not bothered as long as they get their teaching and they get what they want. As far as they're concerned, it goes back to being that the poor become illiterate and the rich become intelligent. It's the school system is kind of, because even if you look at the school system now, what are the kids doing? I feel sorry for the ones that are going to be taking their exams.
Yeah, I know. But see, this is the thing. If they were saying year 9, year 10, year 11, back to schools, the size of my kid's school, that could work. You could have all of the kids social distancing with the 3 years that are doing exams, and it would work. But if you try to cram year 7 and 8 and year 13 in there, the whole thing falls down. All I'm saying is, all right, give me viable, tangible, workable solutions to get around this thing. But no one's telling me, right, in order to get back to work, this needs to be in place. They're just saying, oh, be careful. How do you be careful? Like, how do you be careful? And I'm not gonna lie, Terry, listen, I don't know who's got COVID, right? So I'm treating everyone like they got COVID. You get me? So I'm just like, if you're wearing a mask and I'm wearing a mask, yeah, the chances of me getting COVID aren't eliminated, but they're reduced. Like like my nan always said, prevention's better than the cure. So let's all fucking behave like we've all got COVID. Yeah, let's just behave like we've all got it, and behave like we want this virus to just dissipate and go away. But the way people are behaving today, Terry, I got I got sent some videos about buses this morning in Vauxhall bus station. It's mad, bro. Buses are packed, no masks, no gloves, nothing.
But do you
And I'm
think, boss,
thinking,
do you think it's only packed at a particular time?
yeah. Peak times is always packed. The morning rush and the evening rush. Between those two times, it's completely dead. Completely dead. Like literally no, like ghost town. Ghost town.
Yeah.
Ghost town.
Well, it is
I
what
don't
it is.
know, man. And then yeah, it's mad. And don't forget, Terry, I'm really not on this COVID thing because my wife's pregnant. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, listen, this COVID thing, I just don't want to bring it home. My wife is having a baby in like 4 weeks. I don't give a fuck, bro, what I have to do to stay
But you
safe
know
and
what the
clean.
truth is? But you know what the truth is? You just got to understand. If anyone gets it, it is what it is. There's nothing. It's just like when someone says to you, boy, you know what? You got this, or you got cancer, or you got whatsoever. What can you do? You know. Then it puts you in a predicament that it will say, "Oh boy, you might have to take the vaccine," and then because you're in so much fear, if you've got this COVID, you might be forced to taking that vaccine, and then that
No,
can.
but that's the thing. If the government are pushing herd immunity, right, which I can't understand why. If the numbers that I saw are correct, I don't understand why people are not making noise about it. Right?
But you see,
If herd immunity works, that means if you've had COVID and you've lived, and I need to pull up this website, but I can't use my phone at the moment.
yeah.
If herd immunity works and you've had COVID, it's passed through you, and you've lived, and there's thousands and thousands and thousands. In fact, tens of thousands have fucking had COVID and lived.
Yeah,
The
Mr. Riggs.
vaccine isn't even necessary.
Yeah, let me just say sorry, brother, so to interrupt on you.
Yeah, go on, bro.
It's not if you catch it. If you catch it, you're still okay. But if you catch it and you go to Praed Street Hospital, yeah, which is one of the most busiest hospitals, I can assume that you're got just a bit of a less likely chance to be able to get treatment in enough time to be able to save you if you're at a stage where you could possibly die from it. So if you want to be going, it's not if you catch it, it's how you treat it after you catch it. You need to be going to a hospital, the ER. You're not waiting 6 hours.
Do you know what the truth is?
Inundated. Yeah.
Well, you know the truth with that is that this virus is what we will say attacks the poor, because the poor don't have, they're not fully 100%. Some people that don't have money don't go to hospital. Some people don't have the money for treatment. Some people have many different situations. And because they don't have much money, they eat a lot of crap. So their immune system is low.
And they don't have the means. They don't have the means to even get certain things. Because I'll be honest, Terry, when this thing kicked off, right, I went on Amazon like it was fucking nothing. Ordered 200 rubber gloves. I ordered masks for my family, and it was nothing. But then I think to myself, what about people on job seekers allowance and universal credit and all this shit, and like £45 a week?
They're just about to buy things from Iceland, cheap shops, as much pound shops and things like that. So what happens is,
but Terry, don't forget they do that now regularly. Yeah. So all this extra costs and all, like, this is why poor people's always gonna get fucked up, no matter what. Poor people's always gonna, and I tell you the truth, yeah. For me, the exponential costs that have gone up since COVID is my electricity bill and the food bill.
Everything's gone up.
And I'm thinking to myself, if you're on benefits, where's the extra coming from? Because it's madness.
But that's why
this is why poor people are getting murked the most. And you said it right, Terry. All these rich dons, they're all right. They go to one of their 3-4 houses or on their fucking yacht. I think it was Philip Green. The motherfucker's on his yacht while we're all here screaming at each other about COVID and conspiracies. These motherfuckers are chilling in the Mediterranean. It's mad. It's mad.
So you know,
It's
this is
mad.
why this is why you have to kind of look at the circumstances. This is why when you look at people at the bottom of the ladder, then you realize
Yeah.
those are the people that are going to get attacked. So who are the people on the bottom of the ladder? And then you will see that the majority of them are the ones going to the hospitals.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Didn't they make a survey the other day that this country's got more London has got more billionaires than anywhere around the world?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, Terry. I've got plans, yeah, to try and get into that little bracket there by the time I'm 44. So just wish me luck, man. Because yeah,
Because you see, you
just
know
wish me
what?
luck.
The real
I'm
truth
trying
is,
to get up there.
most people that are on top of their game don't live in this country. They'll probably be like what 6 months in this country or 3 months in this country throughout the whole year.
Not even that, Terry. If you're, let me tell you, if you're fucking clever, yeah, you'll have non-dom status in the UK, non-domicile status, so that you work here, you earn your money, you set up your business, yeah, but you're registered in somewhere like fucking Malta or Monaco, yeah, and then you don't have to pay no tax.
It's like some of my friends that are taxi drivers. They say about at least a good 40-50% of them are in Thailand.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna lie, man, them that go Thailand, I don't really trust them too tough because them lady boys are a thing.
Yeah, but you know what? It's not the fact. Just take that out of the equation. But it's like some people are setting up their own business. I know someone that's got a bar out there. He's got a bar there. He spends about 5 months over here, constant doing taxi. Once he finishes his 5 months, he's gone again.
He fucks back off, innit? Yeah, that 30-hour flight, and then he's back off. Yeah, I don't blame it. I'll tell you the truth, Terry. That's like I tell you the truth. If you can get your shit off the ground, there's no reason why man them can't do these things.
No.
There's no reason. But obviously now, COVID's fucked up the place, and so like most plans have been pushed back by a minimum of like 2 to 3 years.
Watch what happens. Then this is my main concern is the flights, because right now, what a lot of people don't know is that most airlines do not own their planes. They're
rented. It's the same with the bus companies.
So
the buses, the same with the buses. They're not owned. They're rented, leased.
Yeah. Leased. So what happens is when there's no work for them, their prices are going to quadruple. So when you're thinking that you're paying £500 for a flight, don't be surprised when it's 1,500.
Yeah, and not even that, Terry. Before people start booking holidays, you need to think. My brother-in-law works in one of the banks. Yeah, he was telling me recession, right? Recession, and I was just like, "Fuck, yeah," because we've had no money coming in. We've had aviation companies desperately asking for bailouts. We've had TFL saying we're broke and we need a government bailout. I don't understand how that happened, right? But now as well, Terry, they're talking about congestion charge, 7 days a week, £15. Imagine that. And then for me personally, that was a setup, and Sadiq Khan fell for it, like, because Sadiq Khan, he's not going to go down in history well at all. Like, he's putting congestion charge up to 15 bones. Yeah, the government gave, I can't remember who it was, but one of the aviation companies got a fucking a bailout as a grant. Yeah, but they gave Sadiq Khan money, but it was a loan. And then that money has to come from somewhere. And then when people realize, oh, Sadiq Khan's putting up congestion charge 15 bones 7 days a week, he's not getting re-elected, but he knows it, and he's thinking, fuck it, I'm gonna sting all of you. I'm just gonna sting all of you. There's no chance he can get re-elected now. Bro, politics is a mad thing.
Yeah, well,
it's a mad thing.
You know, they're playing with something that they don't have. I just want to know how they're gonna bail all these people out, because I don't see it happening. There's a lot of small businesses are gonna crash.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. My brother-in-law, he was telling me that a lot of businesses only have like enough income to not operate for like 2 months before it goes under. I was like, fucking hell. And because of like the business rates and all these other fucking rates, this is why Amazon are making a killing, yeah? Because they're registered as an online company. It's just one big massive warehouse, and people pay them to sell their shit, and they just take a cut. All the drivers are self-employed, so they don't have to pay no fucking
That's why the
pensions and all
shares
this
are going up.
fuckery.
That's why the shares they'll keep on going up.
That's right. And I'm not
As I
gonna
said,
lie, I didn't help the situation, because when this thing kicked off, like, even now with this buggy, I spent thousands of pounds with these motherfuckers.
like the whole postal systems, they're set back like in a month or two. Set back.
Fuck, you know.
That's why the thing deliveries are slow. They got too much, and they haven't got enough workers.
And this is another thing. Like, remember, the UK is saying, like, we don't want immigrants now. Like, the UK's been saying, oh, fucking immigrants, rare, Brexit. And now we're desperate for immigrants. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Oh, shit, hold on. I'm getting a phone call. One sec.
Morning, gentlemen.
Yo, you still there?
Question of the day, you probably answered it already. Maybe
Rob's always got his ears open.
You still there, yeah? Can't hear anyone.
Can you hear?
Who's gonna take the vaccination then?
boss. Maybe that's here. It's like a dead bug.
Who's gonna get that poison in their bloodstream?
It's right up the length of my leg. Yeah, so
Anyone?
question of the day. I think it's something like, has religion got any value in 2020 or something like that? I can't see it.
Is anyone gonna take that vaccination or not?
And of course, my response is anything that religion has. And it's
You not hear each other. Rob, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you,
yeah.
Riggs. I can hear you.
Oh.
Somebody else speaking.
Yeah.
Rob, I can hear you also. I can hear you.
Hear you. Who's speaking?
Hannibal. Can you hear me?
I don't think he can hear you.
Who's speaking?
Rob,
I can
can
hear
you hear
you.
me?
Is that King?
Nah, it's Hannibal. It's Hannibal.
Can you hear me?
Oh, no, I can't hear him. Did he come in after me?
I don't know.
Come back. Go out and come back in, Rob.
Rejoin. I
I
rejoined.
don't think you can hear me.
Might have to go out and come back in, Rob.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
I was just asking, is anyone gonna be taking the vaccines?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that, because it's my understanding that vaccines take years to manufacture, and if they come out with a vaccine within a couple months, I'd need to know what the fuck I'm putting in my body, because I'm not against vaccines like across the board, because of vaccines we no longer suffer from things like measles and rubella and all that fucked up bullshit. But keep hearing things like mercury and baby fetuses, and I'm just like, man, behave yourself. Do you know what I mean? But if you're gonna put something in your body, like I would urge you to do like the research first. But to say I'm not taking a vaccine is irresponsible to say the least, especially if you've been inoculated against things again like measles. Do you get me? So yeah,
Yeah,
that's my
but if
stance
you
on it.
what you're saying is correct, Funk, it doesn't make sense that the fact that everyone is running away from this virus because you're gonna get injected with the live virus through the injection.
Yeah,
You
how do you
understand what
know
I'm
that?
saying?
Have you researched the vaccine that they put out,
No, I've
or are you
just
talking
researched
about other
vaccines in
vaccines?
general.
Yeah, all right. Have you been vaccinated against measles?
Well, I know I got vaccines when I was young. Yeah, I got vaccines. I don't
Yeah, and
know
that's
which
what I
ones I
mean.
got.
But you're not dead. Your penis hasn't stopped working. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
like you
You know
can't just
what?
say vaccines are bad. You can't just say vaccines are bad if you've had vaccines that have kept you alive. I'm
yeah, but
Hunter,
saying
it's
if you're
different. For once you're a
Hunter,
little
Hunter.
boy, it's
When you take
different.
when you take the vaccine for like the chicken pox and all that, does that mean that you can't get it again?
no, there's no vaccine for chickenpox, is there?
I mean, I'm just saying, or is it whatever measles, whatever?
Yeah, measles. Yeah, measles is gone. Measles is gone. It's measles has
But
been eliminated.
in the same category.
What?
Measles, chicken pox, and smallpox, and they're in the same category.
Do you know what's funny, bro? I did when this vaccine thing started to ramp up, right? I found out that chickenpox is the herpes virus. It's a strain of the herpes virus, which means anyone that's had chickenpox has had herpes. Yeah, just a fun fact. Yeah. Uh, you've had herpes if you've had chickenpox. No, with there's certain things that just go through the the population. And remember, they tell you there's nothing you can do about chickenpox. All you can do is rub is it chamomile lotion or some shit? I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what they do say is that you need to get it as a child because apparently, if you get chickenpox as an adult, it's dangerous. I don't know how or why, but yeah, you
Yeah,
know what
but
I
that's
mean.
what I'm trying to say to you. In school, I got the vaccination for it.
For chickenpox,
Yeah, chicken pox, smallpox, and all that in school.
not are you talking? I don't know. Are you talking about the BCG? And it left a big scar on your bicep.
So, what is the BCG?
That's the one that when I was in primary school, they gave us this injection in the lower forearm.
Yeah,
No, in the forearm, and it had like 6 needles in it.
and it gave you a bump on your arm, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if I'm honest with you, bro, I don't even remember. I can't remember. I don't know. All I know, I don't even know what the BC. In fact, let me just Google the BCG injection. Hold on a second. Let me see what this fucker is, man. Hold on.
Because it's got a formula of the vaccine, as in the vaccine, as in putting it into your skin.
No, the BCG
Yeah.
is for for TB, I can't pronounce
But
that.
what is put in put vaccine
Tuberculosis.
for chicken pox?
Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Chickenpox vaccine UK. In the UK, the chickenpox vaccine is not currently part of routine childhood schedule. It's recommended for those in close contact with people who are particularly at risk of complications from chickenpox. This includes healthcare workers of all kinds not immune to chickenpox. Right. Okay. So this thing here, if Scholar Google is right, what it's saying is, if you're immune, sorry, if you could get into complications because of chickenpox, you'd have to take the vaccine. Now, like I'm assuming that would mean you have other underlying health issues.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. It's saying, according to this, it's saying health workers who are particularly at risk as well are recommended to take the vaccine. But the rest of us, it's just swept through the population. It's all just swept through us. That's mad. Yeah, that's mad.
So so does it mean that if you take the vaccine, you're healed?
I don't think the vaccine is a right. Look,
Because this is what I'm trying to get to now is that if we take this vaccine for this shit, does it mean that we're healed, or is it helping you to prevent you from getting it, but cannot stop you from getting it?
See, that's the thing. If I'm honest with you, if I base it on measles, if I base the word just generally vaccination against something means you're preventing it from taking hold and eliminating it. Because, like I said, for me, if you just do when I looked up measles, right, because I heard measles growing up, right, and for me it wasn't a deal. Measles took hold of the population with like way back, so they inoculated us from it, and now it's gone. Like when I done the research, measles was orders of magnitude worse than corona in terms of infection levels. Like in terms of infection levels, it makes corona look like fucking kindergarten or nursery. You get me? It's nothing. But because we've like the majority of us have been vaccinated against measles, it's now gone. It's a thing of the past because we've been inoculated. Now, the problem that I have with this corona vaccine
is a virus.
Not even that. It's not even that. It's the fact that corona is a virus. It's the fact that they haven't had long enough to come up with a vaccine. It hasn't been tested.
Yeah.
But also as well, one thing I will say is that because they know that COVID-19 is a strain of the coronavirus, they've got supercomputers that can break down the genetic code of this thing and allow them to come up with something faster. The problem that I have is if you haven't had long enough to put this thing together, it's been done in a panic, and then other people are going to come in with their dirty little agendas and like microchips and all this shit is what I'm hearing. I'm just like, well, hold on a second.
But that's what I'm trying to say is that this virus stops. It creates a mucus in your throat, right? Doesn't it?
To be honest, that's not all it does. I watched a video.
No, I'm just saying it's like a virus. Once it touches the body and it goes into the system, it creates something. So how is the vaccine going to protect you from that not happening?
Hold on. Let me read the chat. Yeah, Wabfunk just dropped a comment in the chat about he's saying, yeah, they immunize you. They introduce a mild form of disease to your body so that your body learns to build immunity when confronted with the virus. Yeah. So that is perfectly put.
Your body deals with it. So then it kind of enhances your body system to able to adapt to it or to
because that's what the flu jab is. It's a mild form of the flu, and then this is why the majority of people get sick when they take it, because they get a light cold and flu symptoms, but your body gets to fight off. The problem is, I don't understand why you have to get a flu jab every year.
Yeah, so what happened? Yeah, but then that's what I'm trying to say. So if this virus comes in a different format or even stronger, that means would you have to take the vaccine again? Because then that first vaccine will become pointless.
This is what I mean. Like, all this vaccine stuff is just, it's all up in the fucking air. You'd need to speak to a microbiologist,
Yeah,
right?
I get all that,
Do you
but
know what I mean?
but then that means that for us to be getting this injection, we're mutating into a different species every time.
The truth is, until this vaccine has been manufactured, all we can do is guess and speculate. Do you get me? You know what I
No,
mean?
it's all against speculation, but I'm just trying to look at on the terms of this vaccine, because if it took 5 years to get this vaccine, what's stopping that virus to mutate to a total new virus?
This is the thing, but that's what viruses do, isn't it? If they're manipulated or introduced to new environments, they adapt, they adjust, they evolve, they change. But it's all scary. It's all scary. But let's get through COVID first before we worry about COVID evolving. Do you know what I mean?
COVID
Yeah.
100, it's on its way.
Okay, man.
Yeah, exactly. These scientists should stop experimenting. That's what they should stop doing.
Yeah. Fucking hell. Hold on one sec. Sorry. My wife just texted me. So Tezza, listen, if something, right, hold on. Oh yeah, listen, EasyJet, they text me. No, they emailed me to say I got caught up in their hacking scandal. Because we booked a flight to Nantes in France for August because my brother-in-law's wedding, and they got hacked, and they emailed me and said, yeah, listen, you're one of the passengers that got caught up in the fuckery. And I'm like, raw.
They said to Ultra. He said to introduce someone on the panel. Vellemy.
Oh, hold on, I can't see. Hold on one sec.
He's blocked.
I can't see anyone. I can only see your king or gold.
Yeah, I know. That's Vellemy playing about.
New person on the panel. Are you there?
Are you referring to me?
I hope so. I can't see your face at the moment or your name. What's your name, bro?
My name is Justin.
Big up, Justin. Where you from?
I'm from Memphis, Tennessee.
Big up, Memphis, Tennessee. Are you an atheist?
I don't know if atheist is the proper word, but I'm definitely.
Do you know what? That's good enough. That's good enough. That's good enough. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome to the G Block. Welcome to the G Block.
Thank you.
Listen, we've been. Have you heard the conversation so far?
I actually just joined. So.
Okay, so we're kind of talking about COVID and vaccinations. Can you add to the conversation?
Well, I did hear the conversation of COVID, but if you could surmise, like, what is the question?
Well, to be honest, there's no real question as such. We're just kind of discussing it in general because I think one thing from listening to the conversation today, the one thing I've taken from this is that it's misunderstood, and and there's too much contrary information being put out to the public, and this is part of the problem.
Yes, if that's a question directed to me, I could allude on that and state much more, and that is the fact that when the COVID virus became a mass media hysteria, the big number that they were projecting was that the death rate of COVID was anywhere from, like, say 2 to 3%, and that was back 2-3 months ago, and now the numbers that you see from every population. You have, let's say, 300,000 infected individuals. Well, you have, say 25,000 deaths. That's not 2 or 3%. That's damn near 10%. So, and again, it's like, how do you make that kind of jump in a population where you're projecting 2 to 3% death rate, and that's 100 times more than what the flu is supposed to kill in a seasonal year. And then that number gets exacerbated, you know 4 or 5 times from what you projected. It's just, to me, it's all a farce. It is all a farce, and I don't understand why or what the prerogative is. All I know and all I can say is that for Americans, we are not talking about Donald Trump anymore. One, and two, Democrats are not allowed to campaign. It is almost a perfect storm for a president that is hated by his country, that does not have to, uh, he doesn't have to compete with the campaigning and the competition of his opposing party, nor does he bear the burden of every media story being about him. Since the COVID virus, we are not talking about Donald Trump. We are talking about Corona. And the Democrats are not able to campaign. It is a perfect political storm for Donald Trump to regain his reelection.
So are you saying that it's highly suspicious that
It is very
COVID,
suspicious to me. It's
yeah,
very suspicious to me because, for example, in this year, before the CDC took over, it was already reported that 20,000 people had died from the flu, and the flu, not the COVID or Corona uh, infectious flu.
yeah,
And now you're stating, and when I saw that report, it was back in January, that 20,000 people had already died. And then,
yeah,
so looking back, I wanted to do research, and I said, okay, how many people died from the flu last year? And
yeah,
the CDC said that for 2018, that only 34,000 people died from the flu. But this year, 20,000 people died from the flu, and not from the COVID virus. In a month, 34,000 people in a year, 20,000 in a month, and not from the COVID virus. It makes absolutely no sense to me. I don't understand why you want to propagate this kind of hysteria, but I believe it to be as such. This is pure hysteria. Pure hysteria.
I won't lie to you. So are you saying, um, are you saying like it's real but planned, or are you saying it's not real?
Who knows what to believe at this point? Like, I listen. If a deadly scorpion was placed somewhere in the United States and they told you about it, the United States could go nuts. and that scorpion could have killed nobody.
Yeah.
You know that and
Yeah.
still the hysteria is real. So the hysteria is real, although like the risk of anything is almost zero. So, and in this case, like, yes, you have a virus. The virus has shown potential. So, yeah, you have to acknowledge that. To what point, I don't know, because I don't know numbers, because the numbers that I was told have been exacerbated. That being said, yes, I believe it is a bunch of hype based on a virus that shows potential to be more effective than previous viruses, but nothing. What do you expect from this virus, that is going to be the next Black Plague? Or I I I I don't understand what people are really worried about.
Wait, when you say like, are people not dying, or
Of
does
course
America
they're
not have?
dying. Of course, well,
Yeah, but I mean,
of course,
surely you can understand why people would be fearful of dying or having their loved ones die.
yes, of course. But what I'm stating is that even those numbers are they're detracted. They're not real. When this virus first came out, it was stated that the you know it the coronavirus kills anywhere from 2 to 3% of those that it infects. That was the first initial report. And that report has steadily grown from 2 to 3% up to 7 to 9%.
Mm,
9%. You have a
mm,
9% chance of dying if you contract the coronavirus. And that
mm,
that that absolutely that's unbelievable.
mm,
I still don't to this day believe it. I to this day, if I contracted the coronavirus, I will stay here in the house and let it pass. I am not going to determine my medical evaluations, procedures, etc., on hysteria.
I hear you. I hear you. Um, where you are in Memphis, have you seen the corona related death rates go down?
Have I seen the death rates go down?
Yeah, have you like read reports that have said the death rate has peaked, or it's steadied, gone down, gone up?
Well, I mean, I see the news, and the news is all over the place as well. But um, where I gather my information is mostly from the CDC, and the
Okay.
CDC, they're gracious enough to break down those numbers for states. So I have a good understanding, and I can tell you that although, and what is peculiar to me is that per state, like the state of Tennessee, and for many states in the United States, is that the number of cases per capita has gone down, but the death rate per cases per capita has gone up. And again, I do emphatically believe that this is just a way to cause more hysteria and more fear in the American public.
To what end? What would you say the goal is in creating
Honestly,
fear and
honestly,
hysteria?
other than politics, and other than making sure that Donald Trump makes sure that he wins his second election, I have no idea. I mean, the Democrats don't get to campaign. I mean, since Corona, you have heard nothing about the Democrats. The only thing that you've heard about the Democrats is that Joe Biden may have done something during the Obama campaign, which would eliminate him and then put who in. I mean, and even for primary elections for states, like they're either canceling or doing them via mail. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The Democrats have had no chance at all to campaign against a man that was already favored to win his reelection. So other than that propaganda that you're looking for a president to win his second term, I have no idea what the reason was. I have no idea.
I hear you. Let me ask you a question. Would you say would you say Donald Trump is good for America?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
He
Apparently,
he
according to him, the economy's never been better.
Donald Trump is the antithesis of what the American people stand for. Um, he says that the economy is the best ever, but that only alludes to the business practices that he incorporated as a personal businessman, which was not paying his own employees. He has several lawsuits from people and companies to where he still owes money to. He's a crook, he's a thief, and he is not the epitome of the American dream. He is a spoon-fed um, asshole that never had to work a day in his life. He had a rich father that bought his fame for him, and he wants all the greatness for everything that any kid that was given $5 million and a mind for investment could have done. I don't think he is anything more than a spoiled brat that needs to get his ass whipped.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. Um, um, okay. So, if a vaccine comes out for COVID, will you be taking it?
A vaccine? No, by far no,
Why?
because I do not trust the medical. No, here, okay, maybe because you're from the UK, brother, or
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I'm from the UK. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, it might be different in a country with maybe socialized or more socialized medicine, where uh, medicine and healthcare is a right more so than a business. But here in the States, it is a business. And I have seen far too many people that go to a doctor and come out with more problems than they went in with. We here, we are not in the business of um, curing any illness, condition, nothing. We are in the business of treating all the above. And as long as we are treating it, it remains and we can continue to treat it. And therefore, we never cure it. I don't want to treat anything. If you can't cure it, I don't want it.
Okay. Okay. So, um, do you know anything about UK politics?
Unfortunately, I do not.
Okay. Well, the next question I had lined up is just been rendered void at the drop of a hat. So, this is the G block. Is it Jarrell? Jarrell?
Yes, Jarrell.
Yeah, this is the G block. The G block stands for the godless block. We are a bunch of godless heathens. Um, yeah, and we normally we've been. I don't know how we got onto Corona, but we normally have a question of the day, and that's what we tend to revert back to. And we do ask all of our panelists to have a go at answering the question of the day. And the question of the day today is: what use is religion in 2020?
For an individual or for a government?
Just in general, for people, for individuals.
Well, I think for 2020, religion serves the same purpose that it did when it was originated, and that was just it's an exacerbation of the government. I mean, the government was never strong enough to control the minds and hearts of people, so it had to uh, contrive a secondary form of control, and therefore religion. And now you don't just have, hey, you can't do this because it's against the law. Now you have, hey, you can't do this because God doesn't want you to. I mean, it's just the reinforcement of the same powers that be. It has the same control, the same rights and rectification that it does now that it did back when it was contrived and originated.
So essentially, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying religion is just a means of control,
Of course it
or
is. It's the
mm,
Matrix 101.
oh shit. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So are you saying, just to clarify, in 2020, there's no religion that you can think of that serves any purpose in 2020?
You know, and I
Dude, I don't know if it's just me, but I think your signal might have cut out. Um, if there's anyone in the chat, yeah, who can hear me, is Jarrell's signal chopping or is it mine? Jarrell, are you there? Nope, he's gone. I think it was his signal. Okay, cool. Right. So everyone in the chat, let me do some. We got a King of Gold, Mr. Riggs, man like Tezza. Let me see who's in the chat. Atticus now. Oh shit. Let me, I don't even need to ask Atticus now what he thinks of religion. No, fuck it. Atticus, tell me, in 2020, does religion serve any purpose that you can think of? In fact, no, don't answer. I don't really know what you're gonna say. Walter, oh fuck's sake. I'm not asking Walter either because we already know. Um, Timeless, Love is the Law, Wab Funk, Cotton Socks, hey, Timeless, Veli Vision, Kushite, Goofy, Year 2020. Oh shit, Year 2020. Cool. In DGH Soul, Bromtown, cheese, disgusting accent, but cheese nonetheless. Jay the Barber, I see you. Alright, you guys. Oh, there's my princess. Does religion serve any purpose in the year 2020? Oh, answer, I see you, broski. The scientific method, I see you. Big up. Love is the law, I see you. Yeah. Alright, listen. My wife just got back in the car. Hi, Princess. How did it go? Is that in your arm? Did he give you injection? Oh, no. All right, guys, listen. Valley Vision, I've got to shoot off. I've got to jump off Hangouts because, yeah, the wife's in the car. And you know what it is. Yeah, you know what it is. Valley, if you could jump on, bro, I've got to shoot off. I've got to shoot off. But, yeah, Jarrell, listen, if you can hear me, just tell us. If you, oh, no, you've
Yes.
already told us. You kind of said no. Kingo, if you're there, can you tell us if you think religion's got any purpose or serves any purpose in 2020? Mr. Riggs as well, Terry. If is there any religion you could think of that serves any purpose in 2020? Like if you could keep the conversation going in the chat, that would just be large. But Veli, I have to go, bro. I've got to drive this car, and you know the rules about driving cars with phones in your hand and that. And I'm driving my wife's car, so I haven't got my phone mount. Oh wait, I have. No, I can't use that. It's too small. Yeah, should we go? All right. Big up everyone in chat. Astro Inferno, I see you too, bro. All right, Jay the Barber, you're trying to be on my team. Fuck, Yeah, man. Man, like fucking Brooker. Come on. Big up Love is the Law. I hear you. Big up Jesus. I don't think he actually existed, but the Jesus in your mind, I know you love him, and big him up for me in it when you speak to him. Anyway, listen, Belly. I tried to hang on as long as I could. I've got to go. Oh, he's here. Yeah, Belly. Listen, broski. I tried my best to hold it down. I've got to go. But I'll be back in about maybe a couple of hours. Yeah. Peace.
Alright, cool, bro. Yeah, pick up, man. Yo. So, Jarrell, do you want to answer the question of the day? Like, what use you think religion has, or does religion have any use in the year 2020? Yeah, hello. Yo, you there? Can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Yo, just this panel on mute, and that's long, fam. It's starting to get annoying still, and everyone's just on mute for the whole day. Yo. Yo, alright, so we got about another 10 minutes left, yeah, if no one starts chatting, but I'm just gonna lock it still. I'm not having another day. I'm just chilling on the panel on mute, bro, the whole day. Wash. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't think religion's got no use in the year 2020. Oh, shit. Yo, what's going on? Yo, Banksy.
Yo, what's up? What's up, Valley? Clearly, you need someone up in here to save your ass from these boring, muted up people.
Yeah, man. Motherfuckers just come on the panel and just stay on mute for the whole day, bro. Like, what the hell? Like, what's going on? Yeah, just taking up space.
Yeah.
Hey, so, Banksy, what use does religion have in 2020?
You see, now from someone like me, you would expect, I guess most people would expect, no, there's no fucking use for religion. Get rid of it. Actually, I've changed my mind over the years. I think there is still a fundamental purpose for not so much for the practical or the pragmatic part of religion, like, do this, don't do that, eat pork, don't eat pork, cut your penis off, whatever the hell these ridiculous things religions have. But I do believe that there is a philosophical aspect of religion which is still valid. Maybe not so much in the Abrahamic. I mean, I don't rate the Abrahamic religions for their philosophy. That's why I don't see them as being as useful. But I certainly rate the Dharmic religions for their philosophy, and I don't think as human beings we are science is not enough for us. Science is the understanding of how things are done, but we still need a philosophical aspect to our lives to recognize maybe why things are done or why we are where we are.
But hey, you
And
know that I
science.
went on an atheist tree walk.
Sorry,
You know that I went on an atheist tree walk. I went on an atheist tree walk yesterday.
you went on an atheist what? Oh,
G
G
walk.
walk. How?
Mm-hmm.
What is an atheist G
Atheist
walk?
tree walk. Yeah, we was protesting outside all the churches and the mosques in our local area,
Oh, I
and we
see.
was telling them that they need to teach about science.
Hey,
Well,
good morning, everybody.
hey,
Yeah, you got
Walter,
water.
what's up?
Listen, can I just add? There's a guy on the chat that was saying that there's a billion people that die with the flu every year. Could this guy change his numbers already? Like I've been telling him 15 times, go check the site, go check the site. You know what he means? 1 billion to die of the flu every year. If 130 million babies are born worldwide every year, does this guy see the math problem there? Please check your numbers instead of calling everybody, like don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
someone said
Sorry.
1 billion people die a year.
Of the flu. A site said that 1 billion people die of the flu every year. I told him it's impossible. It can't be 1 billion. Check the site. Check the site. This is what he kept on saying. I don't have to check the site. It doesn't make sense. The numbers don't crunch. 1 billion every year. That means in 7 years, it's 7 billion.
It's
And if
that's the whole of the
130 million
planet.
babies are being born, you're going to have no planet here in 7 years.
Well, you would have the planet. You just wouldn't have any human beings on the
Exactly.
planet.
So, either change that to 1 million or.
Yeah, I mean, I could accept maybe 1 million globally. That's not unfathomable. But 1 billion a year.
That's why I told him, I said, 1 billion is not making sense. Go check the site. Go check the
1
site.
billion, if 1 billion people died between 2010 and now,
We're
there would
talking
be
just
no
the flu,
humans
huh?
left.
Yeah. We're talking just the flu.
There would be literally there'll be like a couple of million babies without anyone to feed them.
So we'll have no more hunger problems. We're all dying out.
That's that doesn't add up.
But the thing is, it's like a simple math. It's obviously it's crunch the numbers wrong. So you just tell them, listen, it can't be 1 billion. You gotta go check that out. No, you go check it out. What? Right. It's a simple math equation here. Just go check it out.
Yeah,
but some people, they're hard headed. They just don't get it. Then he starts attacking my religion. Like, oh, I get it. You're Muslim, so your math is also coming from Islam.
Walter goes for the groin shot.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't make sense. He's doing his Muslim math again. Like just because a Muslim site says something doesn't mean it's true, man.
Yeah, that's not a. It's not a hell of a. They're not.
I
don't think there's a lot of math.
There's a lot of Christian sites out there that say some crazy stuff. I'm not going to believe it.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of math equations in the Quran. There isn't a lot of formula.
Not a lot of algebra. What he's going to say is there's actually more than 7 billion people on the planet.
Yeah, that's not gonna. That doesn't make sense. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, this is the problem with the internet these days. It's great that we have access to all this information, but it's also the fact that we have access to all the idiots in the world as well.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's all the morons also have an opinion on everything, and the internet kind of facilitates that aspect as well. And now nowadays, we the thing is, I've lost faith in the mainstream media for the most part, because they've done things and they've said things which were really terrible, and they're biased. That their bias has been exposed, whether you're looking at CNN or BBC or Sky or Fox or whichever news source you're looking at, it's clear they have a bias, and their bias has been exposed over and over again. So I've lost faith in them being an honest broker. They used to be the people who you used to trust, but you can't trust them anymore. But at the same time, the internet has exposed those mainstream medias for being biased. But at the same time, there's a million crazy kooks who are publishing their own crap, and they're just pulling things out of their ass, and they don't have any, any scientific or mathematical thought behind it. They say ridiculous shit like 1 billion people die a year from flu.
Well, he just changed it now. He just changed it now to infected. So now he changed it to infected. Okay, now that's making fine. No, 1 billion made up. We weren't talking about infected. I mean, 3 billion could be infected for all I care. We're always talking about death rates here. Even if you get 3 billion people infected with something, we as long as under 1%, 0.001 is dying, it's not that bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could have 7 billion people on the planet infected with COVID. Oh, sorry.
Exactly. If your percentage is 0.000000001 who die, then you get you get your normal numbers.
Yo, can you hear me? Hey, Water,
sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I don't
sir.
feel Water.
Who is that?
All right, so
Matt,
it's me, man.
the captain.
Yeah, I was
Hello.
talking about. It's Captain,
Villa, I said the captain, not Captain Rambo, Captain, the other captain, You're in charge, the captain in charge? Or you prefer to be
Captain
general? Or?
All right, so we were talking about the COVID infection and all them sort of stuff earlier, yeah?
Religion?
So would you say it's more cautious to sort of wear a mask and gloves and obviously have like some sort of eye coverings if you're in close proximity to people that may have the infection, or it's just better to not have no PPE at all?
No, I think, I mean, from my perspective, a lot of people say, oh, the masks, they don't mean shit. I would rather have someone wear a mask and we all wear masks so that when some asshole coughs or sneezes, 90% of it is captured in that mask than to have nothing at all. So, out of the percentages, I don't say anything is 100%, but out of the percentages, if they're coughing and they're wearing a mask, even if 50% of that the cough is captured inside the mask, and then another 40% of it is captured by my mask, I'm still better off than not having any masks, and that asshole coughs and I get 100% of his shit in my face. I mean,
well, let's look at let's work the theories here. In the hospital, are they wearing masks and visors to work with the patients? Yes.
As far as I know, yeah.
Yeah, because they don't, and most of them, even though some of them don't contract, most people are holding off. Now, let's look at another thing. When you look at buses, you look at airplanes and boats. Where did everybody mostly get this contaminated the worst? Were on the cruise liners and airplanes. Why? Because they're so close in proximity, they're all coughing, they're all touching everything. It's always the same people, and it's spread like wildfire. So, I mean, if you're in a bus packed, jammed with people, I mean, it doesn't hurt to put a little bit more protective gear on. That's what I'd say.
Well, I mean, someone, Atticus wrote, the argument is if someone is infected and they are wearing a mask, they increase their viral load by rebreathing their air, which increases which makes them more infectious. No, because if they're more infectious, they're more infectious to themselves, but not externally, because it's still contained within them. So if they fucking get more infected and they suffer more for it, I honestly don't give a shit. I don't want to catch their shit. The point is, do I get their shit? If it's contained within them,
we don't want to be spreading. That's the whole point.
The point isn't if they're more infectious to themselves. It's that are they
you're sick. How many times when you have a flu and they're going to the hospital, put on a mask, you got the flu. You know, they do the opposite. Everything was normal, there used to be the opposite. You'd be walking in, you'd be coughing, and say, "Put on a mask, please." You know.
Well, yeah, the
So
person
now
who
we're doing it. This,
I
yeah,
mean,
the person that was coughing walking into the hospital would automatically put on a mask, just so it
I
doesn't
mean,
infect
that's
everybody.
That's the thing. The point is, like, throughout the ages, we've always known there's a reason why you put your hand over your mouth when you cough, because it is instinctual that we want to capture that crap in and not let it,
Yeah, airborne.
spread across the group that we're in. It's literally, we've done this for so many hundreds of years. It's become part of our cultural norm. Sorry, guys, I got a call. Ciao.
Yeah, so obviously,
Yo,
for me, I mean, if you don't have a problem wearing a mask, it protects both ways. I think it protects you in the sense that if you are carrying the virus and you're asymptomatic, meaning that you don't show signs, at least you're not contaminating the whole bus. And in another sense, if you aren't sick, it also helps you from capturing airborne, droplets that, but still, at the end of the day, like everybody says, it's washing your hands, making sure because when you're in the bus, you're touching everything. It's all over you at that point. So the virus does live on certain, the virus does live on leather. It does. So if even your own clothes, you touch your clothes, you put it away. You got to still wash your hands. You still got to, because the virus has a tendency to live on surfaces. So again, you know, you just got to be clean. Got to constantly wash those hands, because you take off your mask, you put your coat out, you take your stuff, you put it away. You start touching everything in your house again, and here you go. You got your virus everywhere. So you got to be careful. People have to be clean. Simple as that. Especially on crowded buses, the guy behind you is breathing on you. The guy on your left does. What are you gonna do? Man, that was my 2 cents.
yeah, man. I always say
Anybody else?
prevention is better than cure. Remember, prevention is better than cure, man.
Well, absolutely. But at the end of the day, like they were all saying, at the end of the day, most of us, 95% of us will not probably die. Well, not probably. 95% of us surely won't die. But the 5%, like we were talking about a couple of weeks ago, Vila, that 5%, if the number of 5% is actually 5% of the total population, then your death rates are going to be higher, and so you want to keep that the people that are getting infected low. You try to keep it as low as possible, so that this virus could burn off. Hopefully, hopefully we beat it. It dies out. You catch up to the contagious rate that it's moving at, and because this virus needs people to survive. It survives on us. Once we kill this virus and it's not in the air no more and it's gone, it's going to disappear. That's what the whole key here is to get ahead of the virus. So once we're ahead of the virus itself dies out. And then it has to mutate again one day. How, who, what? Like swine flu disappeared, like H1N1 disappeared. The common flu is the flu. We're going to say, okay, it happens every year. It's there. It always happens. But these corona type things, they seem to appear every 15. They've been appearing now lately every 10, 15 years. So we got to be careful to say, we got to start working on a vaccine now, because maybe the next one will come in 10 years or 5 years. But last time it happened, everybody stopped working on the virus. So what happened is when this virus came along, nobody was ready for it again. The science wasn't there. So now that this has happened, this is like a sign saying, look, next time, if this goes away, we better keep the labs working for a virus, even, to get a vaccine, even if it doesn't appear next year or the year after or the year after that, because the next one to come along might be, instead of 2% kill rate, it's going to be a 4% kill rate. And, that's even going to be worse, right? Can we agree on that, or no debate?
Yeah.
I agree with you on that point. It's still like obviously it's better to the prevention is better than the cure, innit? Trying to find a cure for something when someone's sick is harder than taking the precautions of not getting sick in the first place. Yeah.
Yeah, and like, and the thing about this is obviously we know who it's hitting hardest. It's hitting our elderly. It's hitting our our grandfathers and our grandmothers, and maybe some of So we want those hospitals obviously being able to help them if they come in sick, because if they're all packed, jammed, solid, and everybody's sick, it's coughing on top of each other. It's gonna be, it's gonna be like it was at the beginning when they were showing those pictures at Wuhan in China, when the hospitals were packed and people were all coughing, and you know you can't have that. You got to have hospitals. Like some people are saying, oh, hospitals are empty. Good. You should be happy your hospitals are empty. So that means when these people come in and they have the COVID, and if they're in a really bad critical condition, they could get on the critical. They could attack the person. They could all work on the person to get them healthy. Than having this, you don't want to have your hospitals packed. That's the last thing you want. You want to have a hospitals working at a good, steady rate that can take in an infected person, scan and check him out, do the cleaning procedures. If he needs a ventilator, if he needs antibiotics, he can get it. You don't want your hospital full. Then your PPEs are running out. The doctors are getting sick. You don't want that. Nobody wants hospitals full. That's the last thing we want. So people out there were saying, oh, our hospitals are empty. Some hospitals are empty. Good. That's a good sign. That's a good sign saying that you're ahead of the infection rate, and people are getting it, even though people are dying. There are obviously some people are dying. You have no choice. There are some people that are being saved. That's right now who you have to think about is the people you want to save. Give a chance at least. At least give the person a chance. Sitting at home and there's no ventilators and there's no hospitals, that means they're going to croak. The chances of them dying is going to be worse because they don't have the help.
Hey man, I big up National Racism on the panel. Also, Al Kwasi free. Welcome to Cuba.
Big up everybody. So what you're talking
Big up,
about?
big
Which
up.
subject?
How you doing, man? Yeah, basically we strayed off the question of the day a little bit, yeah. But the subject we've sort of been talking about is the precautions. Is like what is are the precautions being taken for COVID warranted? Like, is the disease as bad as they say it is? Like, is there a lot of false alarming? Like, what do you think of it? Hey, wait, one sec though, before you answer that, yo, Jarrell, what's going on at your yard, bro? You keep flipping the camera about, yeah? Like, I don't know what you're doing. And we can't hear you talking. You just see the camera just flying about. Now, what, you gonna say something?
Who's that? Jarrell? You're waiting for?
Yeah. All right, forget about Jarrell. You're gone then. Go true uncle. Oh, this brothers. I don't know what.
Yeah. It's a very tricky one because if you go against what the state are saying about COVID and you doubt the state, then you effectively make yourself an enemy of the state because you think you have, you can just have your own opinion. But sometimes that opinion can have serious consequences. It's because this is you or people versus the state. It's not like you versus a politician or you versus the conservatives or you versus disagreeing with the Labour. If you're disagreeing with the state, it's a different game. Does that make sense?
Yeah, what's the difference between disagreeing with one party then disagreeing with the state?
Okay. You see, political parties, as far as I understand, are there for people to have their disagreements and debates. You know, like you have Parliament. Parliament, I think it means to talk. So it's like as far as I understand, that the powers that be earlier on set up a place for people to talk. So it's like I'm a king. Say I'm a king of the land, and people are all arguing with each other. I say, okay, hold it. I'm going to give you that building, and that building you can talk and discuss amongst yourselves. So you don't have to come up against me. You discuss amongst yourselves and come up with policies that you think are good, and then I'll have a look at them. But I'm the one giving you the building because it's on my land. But I'm going to let you have a little place to talk, and that's your parliament. So you can talk there, parlay. So you can argue amongst yourselves because I've given you that place, that room, and you can have all your different parties. But if you're coming up against me now, I'm the one who gave you that place, right? You can't be arguing or debating with me. When I say this is how it goes, that's how it goes. If you want to go disagree with me, then I might have to take you out. Does that make sense?
Sort of, but so what's the difference between
in the 1200s? Yeah, it makes sense.
Wait, one sec here. What's the difference between the state and then the government and the government in charge? Like, what's the difference between that?
The government in charge, as far as I understand it, is a place where you can talk and have your disagreements. So disagreement with another party that the powers that be allowed to exist is just like a discussion in your house. You might have a few friends around, have a few drinks, and you talk amongst yourselves and have your disagreements and so on.
Right,
but if I'm the one,
what's the consequences?
We're going to get there.
With the government.
So basically, say I'm the landlord. Let's illustrate it this way. I'm the landlord, and you could. That's your house or your flat, but your house or your flat is on my land. So you can talk and disagree amongst yourselves in your house or in your flat. But if you come and disagree against me, you giving me back chat, I might take you out the whole place. I might make you homeless. I'm not taking no back chat. Does that make sense? There's a difference between the individuals, the individual opinion, and state opinion. Because state opinion is power. There's power behind that.
So who's the power behind the state opinion?
Okay. The power behind the state those who know, those who know, they won't say, but people can guess. So basically, just like power is a bit like treasure. If you have certain valuables, you don't go around telling everybody where your valuables are, do you?
The people are the power of the state. That's who are the state. That's why it's the government. The people are the power of the state. That's why you vote in all your electorals, all your cabinet members, all your parties. It's all voted in by the people. It's not. It's not somebody who's controlling the puppets.
Very
We're
interesting.
controlling the puppets.
Oh, really?
Of course.
That's
Why do I go to a voting house and vote in my member? Because every house represents a member, has a district, and that district is supposed to be represented. And people, when they have a problem, they're supposed to go to that representative, tell their problems, and then that representative is supposed to go to the house. And the house he's supposed to discuss situations of them, and that's the way you work. You have no choice. You have to work a system like that, or else we have kings and queens again.
Hey, Walter, can Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Let's find out what IC3 knows first of all, yeah, and then
By
pose some
tell me
questions after.
who's controlling it.
No, Walter raised
Yeah,
a good
because
point. We'll get
but
there.
I want to
We'll
know.
get there.
That's what I want to know. Who is what's the power that the state? Who are the power that the state has that enforces whatever power that the state has? Like,
Beautiful
who are
question.
they?
Yeah, that is the question. That is the question. But I'd like to take a quote out of the Matrix.
Right.
I forgot the quote there. But basically, it's you have to see it for yourself. See, I'm not going to tell you straight. I'm not going to tell you straight certain things.
Please don't say the lizard people.
It's by no. We're not going to go into all that. It's by process of elimination. You will see it yourself. So let's go along. What Walter was saying was very interesting. You have to listen very carefully.
Members of Parliament in them.
Yeah. Okay. So, if you recall, as Walter was speaking, he used the word supposed. Yep. So he outlined the I think the democratic process. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But as he was speaking, towards the end of what he was saying, he kept repeating that word supposed. That's what's supposed to happen. So that word supposed would tend to make me think that maybe things don't work the way they're supposed to. Would you like to expand on that? Why use that word supposed, Walter?
Or why don't you tell us why I suppose was so important?
Well,
Because
I think Walter is the one, because he was explaining the democratic process. I think he's disappeared now. I wanted to explore that.
What's the difference between supposed power and then the actual power? So who what's the difference between the two? Who's got the supposed power and who's got the actual power?
Right. Okay. So following along with what I understood, I'll address that very question you're asking. You see, he said, I think he was more or less saying that as an individual, you have votes, and then you I think Walter's back. Okay, be interesting. I'm trying to summarize what Walter was saying, but he's here to correct me, or she's here to correct me.
I mean, I like I said, suppose like anything in life, it's supposed to work certain ways, and a lot of time it does. But in government, the suppose, if it's not working, means you get voted out, or someone changes or replaces you because people are not happy with your system. So you get back into another party who's supposed to, help the country out again and again. If everything's going good, everybody's happy. When things are going bad, there's a chance he's going to be voted out.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Good.
At least you have at least the population. At least the population has a bit of something to say. Whereas in the past, with royalty and monarchy and dictators, we had nothing to say. He had the army, had the power, and it was all over. At least today, you have your governments, you have freedom of press, you have freedom to talk, you have freedom to go. Where back in the day, you would talk against the government, you disappear.
Whoa!
So we're there's like it compared to what we've had in the past and what we have today. The people have a lot more power in their governments, and sometimes you could have guys that once people like a guy, they could demonstrate, they could talk, they could do a lot more than before.
Okay.
In today's world, there's some countries that you open your mouth too much, you disappear.
Okay.
And I think in free societies where you have freedom of the press, it's not a bad thing.
Okay. I
think it changes the world.
Interesting point, Wolfster. Now, this disappearance. You see, there's some places, if you talk against the government, you may disappear maybe within 24 hours. And maybe there's some places where if you disagree with the government, they might let you'll still disappear, but they may delay the disappearance. So you may
Can I say
disappear
something?
in about 3 years. Do you catch the point I'm making there? So the end result is still the same, but the more sophisticated forms of government, they won't just take you out like in the old days straight away, because that may cause
I'm not
other people to
killing
see what's
anybody.
going on and could cause more disruption. Whilst if you disappear kind of slowly over time, people might not notice your disappearance, but the end result is that you still disappear.
100%.
You see, so disappearance, just to make the point, is not, in my opinion, not a measure, because more sophisticated, more clever
Yeah, I
people,
know.
they'll
But the
take you
thing
out.
is
They'll
that
take you out slowly.
Wait, let me ask a question. Hold on.
you,
Let me ask a question now. Let me ask a question.
you hear me?
One second. Let me ask a question because I want to ask.
Do people
Yeah, I
hear
can
me?
hear you. I can hear you, man. Yeah, we can hear you. Everyone can hear you, Walter. Okay, yeah. So I wanted to ask again about the power structure and then like, so who actually holds the power in this system? Then
Nobody knows.
So,
Can I ask a question?
okay, go on.
yeah, after let national racism answer the question first, and then you can answer afterwards. Let Walter ask, then you go after Walter. Yeah. So national racism. I was asking the question.
Yeah, that
Who holds the
question.
real
Listen,
power?
yeah. That's a beautiful question, but it's an extremely dangerous question to answer. Very, very dangerous. If you think about that question, if people really think and slow down and realize and think about that question, they will think twice before they open their mouth. That's why I said earlier that just like in the Matrix, this is you have to see it for yourself. You know, there's certain things you're just going to keep quiet, and then you just drop hints here and there, and then people will come to their conclusion by themselves. You just don't. It's just like if you don't see yourself in a war situation, people just run their mouth all over the place because they don't really see the danger. So they're just running their mouth, blah blah blah. Well, I'm being honest, and I'm gonna speak my mind, and I'm gonna say what I want to say. Boom, bullet in the back of the head. You know what I mean? It's wrong. When you realize the seriousness of what you're dealing with, you just have to slow down. You have to be very careful.
Yeah, when you start getting
all right, go on, Terry.
No, I was just saying is that once you start to get to certain circles and you start to see certain things, then you definitely would slow down because it becomes that.
That's right.
You have to know how to play chess. If you don't know how to play chess, you're in trouble.
Got it. You got it, Mr. Riggs.
Can you name people that have disappeared? Can you name just people that have disappeared that were going against the government at least, or is that dangerous too?
I wonder what happened to Malcolm X. I wonder what happened to a lot of those people.
Malcolm X, he was alive, but we know what happened to Malcolm X. He didn't disappear. We know what happened to him. Just like we know what happened to Martin Luther King.
About power. Yeah.
We know what happened to them. That's why we know there was a conspiracy. It happened right in front of all of us.
So what happened to
Well, I wasn't alive yet. Maybe I was.
What steps do people need to take here to actually gain real power?
Doing things that people don't expect.
Pardon?
what are the steps that need to be taken for people
Oh
to?
my gosh.
Do you
Who
see
the
that?
hell?
What steps need to be taken, yeah, for you to gain actually real power in it around there? I don't know what's wrong with that brother. Yeah, he's weird still. But what steps need to be taken for people to gain actual real power in?
I think Neely Fuller's. I think Mr. Riggs said something before, but we missed it because you asked that question, and then Mr. Riggs was addressing it. What did you
Yeah, he
say?
said do the unexpected, innit? He said that you need to do some unexpected stuff as well.
Oh, like for instance, I might be a musician, but what happens behind the scene is different from what the musician is doing in the front. So, like you get like the compulsory things that you see, like when they say you got a music artist, but then the drug dealers are behind him.
That's right. You got it. You got it. That's how it works. So to get power, that musician has to find a way of dealing with those drug dealers and being able to do what he wants to do or what needs to be done. So he's at war. Even that if we use Mr. Riggs' example of the musician with other people behind him, they may be bullying that musician to do certain things, but he's at war. So when you go to the concert and you're enjoying the music, you just think, oh, it's all happiness and everything's so love. This music industry makes me feel so good, and oh, it's heaven. It's a peaceful place or a happy place, but you might not know what the musicians are going through in the back office, like Mr. Riggs was saying. So the musicians are in a war.
So, like I say, is there any point in having a political party or voting or anything like that, lobbying MPs or anything like that, to gain political power in any country?
Well, power is everything, because without power, you can't do nothing. So it's basically how you get power and keep it and control it to the benefit of your people, your society. I mean, sometimes that's why it's very good to listen to or watch or read about war. You know, it's like I like listening to and reading about Hannibal, and Hannibal against Rome, because since Rome beat Hannibal and destroyed Carthage, we're still under the Roman system, updated to degrees, but it is still that was a major clash. But it's interesting to see how Hannibal had to fight, was fighting back. I mean, he left North Africa with his army, and I think it's nearly 50% got taken out before you even reach Rome, before you even reach not Rome, but the area that he was about to fight, because lots of people were picking off his men and messing him up. But because he was so good, he got up to full strength again with other people, because once they saw that this guy was sharp and he was really good battle commander, they had confidence in him, because a lot of these people were under Rome, but they hated it, but they could do nothing about it. And they're not going to take sides with Hannibal, who could be seen as another upstart. But when Hannibal won a few battles, all of a sudden, people started rebelling against Rome and joining Hannibal. So just so the point I'm making is that when you make your mission clear and you're good at it, initially you might not. People are not going to support you outright. They want to watch to see how strong you are. If they see any sense of strength, they're just going to throw away the old system and enjoy you. But they're going to watch. They're watching all the time, even though they ain't saying nothing. They want to see what you can do.
So if you've not got a land mass, no army base, no weapons manufacturers, or a highly strong defense system, how do you gain that sort of power that you're talking about?
What an excellent question. Excellent question. So, which goes back to the very first question you were asking. So we're going to move towards that, because the questions you're asking will create the answer. So the powers that be now that are ruling, those people, they don't use guns. They use currency and money. And the guns are like dog's teeth. So you're just like a dog. These people, they just sip fine wine and sit around and have meetings and talk. There's no guns. They know where they're guns. But yet, wars are very, very expensive and very, very messy. So they'll let you get into the mess. And they'll just say, look, you want to fight so-and-so? Well, you need finance. How are you going to pay your soldiers? It's nice to have the finest tanks and the finest guns, but those soldiers need to eat. They need insurance. So it's purely in the world of finance, in the realm of finance. Does that make sense?
So the world of finance has more power than the arms manufacturers or whatnot. Yeah, so that offshore banking. Tax,
that's right. That's right. That's where the power is.
That's able to, yes. So offshore banking. Yeah. So how do you become a powerhouse within the offshore banking community?
Oh, another grenade of a question. There we go. You're dropping some bombs here today. Now, see, we're moving. Can you see even the way the discussion's flowing? You can start to see that it's moved beyond the violence on the street and the guns or the tanks and so on, and now we start to move into another realm, because we just dismissed the military as there's nothing, because if you don't pay them, they'll turn on you.
But you do have to have some sort of defense. Okay, I understand that you have to fund. You're saying you have to be able to fund the war.
Exactly, that's right. And if you so straight away, within a few minutes of this conversation, we just thrown out the military. Not to say that they don't have a place; they're like tools, but that's not the essence. That's not where the power sits. So now we're starting to move up.
I don't even know why we're talking about this.
Sorry.
So the creation, boy, if it don't interest you, then you don't have to join in, man. But if you,
what's the point?
Just to find that information in it. Yeah. So if you obviously we're talking about offshore banking, innit? And financing companies and so and so. Yeah. So how do you become a printer of currency or whatever? Like, how do you become one of the people that set interest rates?
Beautiful, beautiful. That is the question. That's the question. That is where I think we have to be thinking. See, now you've moved onto a higher game board, because now you started to learn a different game. You see, people talking about chit chatting about this and that. It's like playing drafts, but now we're starting to move into chess now.
Right.
Starting to get into the more difficult and more serious questions. So, so we're talking about money and currency. So, the first thing I found really interesting is to understand the difference between money and currency.
Right.
See, a lot of people, they keep talking about money. I got bills to pay, got money for this, I need money for that, and I got money to pay soldiers, I need money to pay the mortgage. Money. Keep talking money, but they never talk about currency unless they're going on holiday.
Before we get into that, what's the difference between currency and money?
Oh, good.
Exchange rate or whatever.
We'll get there. It's exchange rate. Leave all that. Let's get to the basics. So just like you have your right hand and you have your left hand, that's the difference between money and currency. So when you look at a pound or a dollar, you can look at it, can't you? You can see the money. Yeah, you can feel it. It's a physical thing. Yeah. So the money is the physical, what you can see. Yeah. But the currency is the value of that physical thing. So the currency can go up and down. The value, which means the value can go up and down. See? So you can say, like, let's say we have a black male, a Negro, as a commodity. That's like money. But how valuable is that black male? Or we could have a nation. A nation, you say, okay, that's Nigeria. It has its borders. That person is Nigerian. That person is not. But what is the value of Nigeria? You see the difference now. So it's just a bit, just like if you talk spirit and spiritual level, just like they talk about in the Bible, the flesh is at war against the spirit. See, so it's just like you have the body, which you can see, but the spirit you can't see. The dollar or the pound, you can see it, but the value of it, you can't see it. So the money is what you can see. Currency is what you can't see. Does that make sense?
How does
that
a country raise their?
Hold it. Did you understand that? Does that make sense?
Yeah, you said money is something you could see. Currency is something you can't see. But I did have another question about the money and currency. So, like, how do you raise the value of your currency, of your country, then, of your national currency or whatever? Then, how does the value of your currency get rated higher? Than
right. Good. These are supreme questions. These are top level questions. Once you start to think on that level, you've gone into another zone. So certain people are going to start dropping out because you're moving up into where the air is thin. There's very few people up there. Everybody's going to start saying, "What are you talking nonsense?" Yes, but that is the ultimate question.
Yeah.
So
listen, you don't have to gas me up, man.
No,
Well,
no,
I do.
serious. No,
I
no,
do.
this is real. This is, you can watch it, you can see what's going on. People start saying, "What are you talking about?" Well, it happens. So let's look at that question. So, in my experience, I think it's in the 90s. No, yeah, 80s, 90s. Yeah, the Nigerian naira was £1 to 1 Nigerian naira. So the Nigerian money was equivalent to the pound, same value. So you look up the history. I can't remember the exact details, but just note it down, look it up to yourself. The Nigerian naira money was the same value as the pound, and some Nigerian told me that at some point the Nigerian naira was actually more valuable than the pound. And I remember I was in business back then. I saw a lot of Nigerians coming over, and the Nigerians were just buying up the place. They were in Harrods. They were everywhere shopping. The Nigerians looked sharp, and the Nigerians were all running around in crocodile skin shoes. I remember that. They was wearing crocodile skin shoes with no socks. That was their style. They were wearing sharp suits and crocodile skin were very expensive shoes with no socks, and that was their kind of style. You could see, but they were loaded. They were buying all kinds of places. And they were all around in Hampstead and where I was at that time. And so the Nigerian naira was smashing it. But I remember I was working in some companies, and there was kind of a hatred for the Nigerians. They're these Nigerians, they're thieves, and there's just everybody was cussing Nigerians, but the Nigerian naira was strong. But there was a kind of a hatred that I sensed everywhere I went. But the Nigerians were doing fine, and they were busting style, and it was going on for quite a while. All of a sudden, I heard about this BCCI crash, a bank crash. BCCI crashed, and a lot of Asians and Indians and Africans, they lost a whole lot of money. I didn't fully understand what was going on, but I just heard it was a bank crash. And just after that bank crash, well, you can see it today. The Nigerian naira went down to 500. About 500 naira to a pound. So I think if you look now, it's nearly 500. It's like 470 or something naira to a pound now.
Yeah. So what is the thing that made it depreciate so high? What made the interest rate of the
Exchange rate.
Nigerian naira and the British exchange rate? Why is it so high now? And what can Nigeria do? Yeah, low then. So what can Nigeria do to raise the value of the naira?
Good.
How do they do that?
That's the ultimate question. These are the ultimate questions. And there's no higher questions. It's way above politics. It's in another zone. Because now, just going to drop it to you. You see, you're dealing in magic. Because remember, we're talking about value. You can't see it. So once you start talking, people, their head can't get around it. You ask people of difference in money and currencies, they'll all talk about GDP and all kinds of nonsense. But to illustrate, see, if you could say money, it could be gold, it could be people, it could be printed vouchers, it could be diamonds, it could be barrels of oil, whatever. But then the value, so you can see those things, but the value you can't see. So if you want to move some barrels of oil from Nigeria to another place for processing, then you need ships to move the oil. If you want to move gold, you need something to move these physical things. So you need a tool. A tool could be a ship, It could be a plane or whatever. So you need that. So if you want to move American dollars, you know, you just fresh out the printer and you want to put them in a certain place. You can put them on a plane, put them in a crate, put them in a plane, and then fly them to wherever those dollars are needed. And then the dollars can be used. So you have a plane, ships, whatever, cart, bike, whatever, to move physical stuff. So just to repeat your question, but in another way, how do you move a currency? That's the question you asked, which is the ultimate question. But that's the secret. You're never going to hear anybody tell you anything about that, because that is the ultimate. That is the big secret. That's the game. Because if you have the power to move the value of a currency, I mean, you could move you can move the value of a whole nation. You know, you can move if you can move a value, it could be a diamond, it could be just a sheet of paper, it could be a signature.
So listen to this then.
It could be a nation.
Yeah. What if there was a Nigerian overthrow of Nigerian resources, and then they started to basically become self-sufficient in all areas of Nigeria, and is exporting their services around the world, where any Nigerian resources that you was buying, you needed to pay for them in a Nigerian naira. Is that something that would raise their currency value?
You got to remember whose currency it's based on.
Yes, Mr. Riggs is on it. Yes. Yes. Whose currency is it based on? That's the question.
Yeah, obviously they're based on the American. They're basing it on the American. Right, the American dollar is the major trading partner right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, like I just said, if they're trading Nigerian assets, and they're making people that purchase Nigerian assets have to use the naira, does that not raise the price of the naira?
Yes.
Because it becomes more an expensive asset.
Yes, and that's the ultimate power. Because what happens is so I'm going to simplify it right down now. If you have a group of people who come together and they're going to say, you know, we're our community. This is our community. You find yourselves. Then what will happen is that you're going to create a style. That community is going to create something. It might create music. It might create food. You know, it's gonna have music in a certain way, food in a certain way. When it starts making its own clothes, the clothes are going to be in a certain style. You see, and so that community starts building its own culture, and then and from its own culture and its laws becomes products, and the products are a symbol of the value of that particular community. Then, because the culture, the music, the food, everything is unique amongst that little community, other people are going to say, wait a minute, let me taste your food. Wow, I like the way you guys do this. Your little community, you've created something new here. I like your music. And because you guys have created a certain flavor amongst yourselves that's unique and different from everybody else. So then they're going to arrive and say, listen, we can package this and we can market it. I tell you what, we want some of your clothes that you lot are wearing, and and we want to sell them because we to the rest of the world, and we give you so much dollars for this. So that community can say, okay, we'll give you our trainers or our shirts or our scarves, and you give us some dollars. Or they could say, listen, our community does not accept dollars. And they might say, oh, what do you mean you don't accept dollars? The whole world is accepting dollars. So, no, but we don't accept dollars. This is our money over here. And this is our currency. Now, if you want to buy any of our products, our food, our music, our clothes, whatever, you have to buy it in our currency. And then you can have something. And then they'll say, okay, what's your currency? You say, this is what it is here. It's the X currency. That's the name of it. Black X currency. I say, okay. Then they'll say, what's the value of the Black X currency? Then you'll say, well, you'll have to give us $1 billion to get one of these. They say, what? is that the exchange rate? $1 billion to get one Black X currency? Well, I say, that's the way it works. I'm afraid, because we don't accept dollars within our community. You have to purchase our products with this Black X. So you got to buy. So the exchange rate, we can negotiate because the exchange rate is the value. Does that make sense?
Sort of, but the only thing that's sort of a little bit confusing, is that if Nigeria say, okay, you need to purchase the naira to trade with us for whatever we're trading, does that what strength have they got to hold people to having to trade like that?
Right. Okay. So
like what's the consequences if no one trades with what they're saying?
Good. So then, brilliant. So brilliant question. So what are the consequences? The consequences are still in the realms of value, because now we're talking about we're fighting in the air now. This is like Star Wars because we're starting to fight over the exchange rates. They're saying, listen, you will take so many dollars for your whatever naira. Let's call it super naira, not just the ordinary naira. It's super naira. Or we're going to drop a bomb on you. Because I think that's the point you're making, correct? It's muscle.
Okay, correct. So if America say, listen, if you want America to buy your products, you need to accept the American dollar as a trading pair. You can't accept. We're not going to accept the Nigerian naira.
Hold that point there. Very serious. You mentioned the word need. So the illustration I was making with that community, that the community is very happy. You're the one who came from outside saying that you need something we got. Mm-hmm. Not we're making it because we need to sell it to you. We're quite happy with what we're doing within our society.
Yeah, but the question still stands. What's the consequences?
Okay,
that,
good.
That Nigeria can give to. No. What's the consequences that Nigeria can give to America for not playing ball with trading in their pairs that they select?
Yeah. Okay. Hold that question. Mr. Riggs has got something to say. We're going to come back to that.
Because I was just saying is in that if Nigeria, has a product that people want, but they want to sell it in their own personal currency, as I said, they will either find a way of selling something back to Nigeria and double the value, so that when they're selling something, what they're selling that feels that is valuable becomes less valuable.
That's right. So
I'm still asking, what's the consequences, though?
Okay, yeah, okay, we're gonna get to consequences. Yeah, let's deal with it soft.
Like you said,
Yeah, we're gonna deal with it soft, because the consequences, the first consequence at the first level is already hit. It's like, wait a minute, you guys or your group or your nation, you're producing something that you will not accept dollars for. You say, oh, we'll accept dollars for this, this, and this, and this, but this here is reserved for our, it's almost like there are levels to intima. So to get to touch this kind of product, you can't, it won't work with dollars. We won't accept dollars for this. So the first consequence is that you just the mere fact that you said you can't have this for dollars, the consequence is that they, as Mr. Riggs was saying, it devalues it. They devalue straight away, because they just assume. I mean, that's the beginning. They've just assumed that we can buy anything that you have with the dollars, and then all of a sudden you say most things you can buy, but not this. So straight away, that currency is starting to devalue. It's come up against a certain force field of value, of energy. Yes. So it has an impact at the lowest level. It started to devalue in not only in the dollar's mind, but also in the people's mind, who've realized that, oh, wait a minute, all this music I'm making or this food that I'm produce, they can't get it unless they they accept our currency. So that's the first consequence. So before bullets and missiles and warplanes start flying, even those warplanes and those bombs and whatever, it's still to do with currency. So you're still you're starting to play chess now in the invisible realm. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but how do you checkmate? How do you checkmate a bigger power?
Right. It's not a matter of... Go on, Mr. Riggs.
Repeat that last bit again, yeah? My headphones dropped.
Wait, do you mean that having how do you checkmate them without having a war?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. How do you checkmate them without having a war? Do you know that there's the war is the last thing? Because remember we said before, it's chaos, expensive, and if you start fighting, you don't know who's going to come behind you. You don't know. Yes. So it's not a matter of, it's not even a checkmate. It's higher level than that. There's always negotiations going on. You know, when you have these very supreme elites that are running the world, they're not dropping bombs on each other. They're in the meetings discussing, and what they say in a meeting can shift the energy, can shift the value.
The sanctions and all that.
Yeah,
Thank you. That's right. There's no guns being fired yet.
That's where the treaties come in.
Good, you got it. Mr. Riggs is on it, man. That's right. That's right. You see, so there's a whole lot going on because you could go to a meeting, and if you say the wrong thing, you could be out. You're finished.
Well, like one
you
of
could
those
be dead.
City of London meetings.
Yeah, you could be dead. You just disappear, and all your business is finished. You just said the wrong thing in the wrong meeting at the wrong time. And there's no bullets to show for it. There's no big explosions. There's no grenades. There's nothing. It's perfectly smooth and quiet.
But it's I'm still trying to find out how we checkmate. How do you checkmate the superpower without going to war? Because how did China get to checkmate America without going to war?
But who said they checkmate?
Right, you're on it, Mr. Riggs. Who said they're checkmate?
Who said
That's right. Who said the game's
that's what I'm trying
over?
to ask, man. The game's not over yet. But
No, that's right. Yeah. Just check.
In the way we're looking at now, they're not. They might not be in mate, but they're in a check position, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but
you
got to
remember,
most of these corporates, when they move to China, there's a negotiation with China government or Chinese people in doing their deals.
That's right.
So when that corporate's behind there, like for instance, when we saw in that Unilever, they've got a manufacturing company and it has got nothing. It's got no Unilever label on it. It's got nothing on it to say that it's Unilever's.
Subsidiaries.
That's right. That's right. So at the higher levels, there's no such thing as checkmate. Checkmate, you see, this is higher than chess now. You know, we started with the conversation with the drafts, then went to chess, and now we've got moving up to Go, and then higher still. You see, you can't check the invisible. You can do it with a product. You can say, look, did that crate of gold arrive on the 25th at 3 o'clock as promised? You can check, can't you, and see if the crate of gold is there or not. But how the movement of currency, you can't clamp it like that. It doesn't work. These people are all. That's why these people, they never sleep. Well, they sleep, but you know it never stops. It's because you're moving energy. You're playing with energy. You can't just put a lock on it. A cube of ice is a cube of ice. Yes, but when it's water, right, it's just constantly flowing. So it's all about it's all about generating power. How are you going to check power?
Yeah, so how do you generate the power needed to make your power the same size or stronger than the power that are having detrimental effects on your country then?
Well, the most basic is words. Because words are spells. The spells can be curses or blessings. See, all that kind of talk is invisible talk. What's a curse? Can you see it? What's a blessing? Can you see it? Yeah. What's a spell? Can you see it? You can't see none of these things, but they have amazing power. If those people can deal with those things and move, they're manipulating the energies. So it goes above the game of chess. You can't chess is like lower level. It's like saying, well, that's a diamond. How many is there? How big are they? That's a gold. How big? Who certified the gold? How heavy is it? That's people. How many people? How many slaves? How many ships? That's the accountant. But when you start to study the word, actuary. What is the difference between an actuary and an accountant? The accountant is counting the barrels. Is weighing the gold. But the actuary, they moved into insurance. See, have you heard that word, actuary?
Yeah, but I didn't know what it meant though.
Yeah, well, look into what an actuary. The difference between an actuary and an accountant. See, the actuaries, they're moving in and manipulating those invisible forces. The accountant is just counting bits and pieces. You always hear about the accountant, just like you hear about money. But the actuary, you won't hear about actuaries, just like you don't hear much about currency, because the actuaries are with the currency and the accountants are with the money. But the higher level than the money, or the higher level than the accountants, are the actuaries. They're the
Because they
big
got to
players.
carry out risk assessments.
You got it. That's right. Risk assessments. Think about that. Risk assessments. How are you going to
So that's where
quantify risk?
Yeah, but wait, like obviously it's like we're sliding away a bit now because I wanted to find out about how does Nigeria make the naira a stronger enough currency where it's trading, like obviously it's trading again where it's either 1 for 1 with a pound or it's more than a pound and an American dollar.
Yeah, well, I answered it. The basics is words. What do you say in the meetings when you have a meeting? Because you're fighting not with swords, not with guns, but they fight with words. It's the way you place your sentences.
The question comes before the question. Do they want? Is it good to have your currency equal to the pound?
Yeah,
I think there's a benefit to having it.
What words do you need to not be mentioning or to be mentioning in these sort of meetings for you to be getting into these sort of positions of power? Then,
well, it's language. You have when you enter a certain battlefield, you have to know what words and how to structure your speech. If you're making a speech, you have to know the crowd you're speaking to. Like if you're a director of a company, of a huge company, and you've got shareholders, right? You have to do your annual speech and say what you intend to do with the company and what the direction you intend to take the company and what investments and blah. You're talking to people that come there to listen to you. You say something wrong there, you're finished. Yeah, you're finished.
You have to be able to make a position statement and say this is where we stand and this is where we're going.
Right. Yes.
At any given time.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, but bro, listen. Obviously, well, not obviously, yeah.
Well,
but
I think what you're saying, Billy, is that for you to state your position, you have to be able to take stock of everything that you own and account for and carry out risk assessments for everything you own and everything you want to undertake. So, like that will then make you a stronger person in a stronger position.
Have you been listening to the whole convo from the start?
No, I'm not going to lie. I haven't. I'm not going to lie. I'm not pretending that. I'm just going on like how I think it relates to your question.
Listening for a bit. Yeah, listening for a bit, yeah, to see like the lines that we're trying to go down. Because we might get cross lines that.
So I thought better just
that's what I'm trying to say.
in. Yeah.
Yeah, listen in, yeah. And then see what lines we're trying to go down so we don't get man.
Cross lines.
Yeah. So what's the shit, so yielded. But what's the we're talking about power in it, yeah, and getting into like the words used that people or countries or representatives of countries are able to get their countries into positions of power in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like what steps or how would one find out the right words to say in these sort of places, or the right spells to cast to gain the power that you need to gain to have control over your place?
Yes, but yeah. So to manipulate the currency, the energy, yes, which then filters down to the money. So basically, let's illustrate it this way. If you're a leader of Nigeria, for example, or any country, and your ultimate goal is to stash as much money into a Swiss bank account as possible, because you believe that that is the safest place on the planet, right?
Right, God.
That spell will control everything you say in any meeting you go to, because that's your ultimate destiny. You don't need to say, you don't need to mention that. It will just control what you say when you're in your country, when you're amongst your friends, when you're your family, because your mind is on the Swiss banks. So the spell and the power of the Swiss governs every decision, and even your feelings and your view into the future are all directed to the Swiss bank account, because you see that as the ultimate end. So whatever negotiations you whatever deals you're sitting down to negotiate, that's going to come out without even. It even goes beyond words, because then you're moving into the spell. You see, it's not even the words you say, because we moved away from the stock, from the gold, from the diamonds and oil, to the words. Yes, to what words you say in a meeting. But also, when you have any meeting and you're sitting amongst people, there's kind of a smell, a kind of, people can kind of sense whether you're one of us or not. Does that make sense? If your values are aligned with us, without actually being said. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but what about instead of this? Because people keep opting for Swiss bank accounts in Guernsey, bank accounts in Jersey, bank accounts in Cayman Islands, and so and so. Why are the African leaders not making offshore bank accounts with African banks?
Well, that's a question. Brilliant question.
Well, you mean set up a rival system to the current system? You mean?
We'll set up an offshore bank for that the African leaders control, innit?
But then you're a rival to the current system. You're gonna make yourself a target.
Well, how do you? Well, you're supposed to gain power, innit? Like, obviously, if all your assets are in a Swiss bank account, or in an offshore London bank account, or in an offshore American bank account, or whatever, like, then obviously the bank has control of your assets, innit?
When we're talking about
like offshore
power and the principles,
if it's an offshore
of power,
African bank account, if it's an offshore African bank account, it's controlled by bankers that got at least they got Africa in mind, or they're in Africa at least.
Correct.
Do you know what I'm saying? That so
if you're the African that's putting the money in the African bank account run by other Africans, does that make you feel better or not as confident in the bank?
No, it's supposed to be. You're supposed to have more confidence, and more power in it, because you got your assets controlling. So whatever the offshore bank account is doing, whatever dealers they're doing to gain interest on the money, is still a benefit for the African bank accounts, which is going to fluctuate down to the African people.
Right. Okay. So brilliant point. We're at a brilliant stage here. So I'd like to try and illustrate this now by going backwards to come forwards. So if you have a community or a nation or a people or a family, what will happen as we discussed earlier, that community will start to produce things that are unique to it. It'll have its own flavor, its own style, whether it's clothes, food, music, whatever, farming, food, all these things will be products that spill from that group of people coming together. Now, if that group were to build a village or a town, in the most basic town, what you have is a village square, don't you? See? So everybody's doing their bits and pieces as part of this community, but they like to have a meeting. There'll always be a meeting, maybe in the town hall or in the village square, where people come together as the community. And they come together to talk or to sing or to eat occasionally. So you have an anniversary or something, or a celebration once a year, like Christmas. Where the community or like to come together, and before they go off on their separate ways. Now, that coming together of the community is like a hub of a wheel, and it's a center, and that's the central power of the entire community. So as time goes on, they might create a temple or a church, and that church or temple or town hall is like a depository that the whole community has for their value. It's a depository of value. So if there's any disputes or anything amongst the community, they like to go there to sort it out.
I agree with what you're saying. I don't know how you arrived at that point, but it's a good point you're making.
Yeah, thanks. So that concentration, that center of that community, that's what became the temples or the churches or whatever. But it's also the central value. The central value of the community is held there. And that's the original bank. That's the bank. That's the deposit of the people. But more, it's a deposit of the higher level of the currency, the faith, the belief systems of the people. That holds a direction in which the whole people are going.
I really like what you're saying, man.
Yeah.
You know what? This is like leading me to think. You're kind of like saying that when you build things, like, or establish things in a let's call it, for argument's sake, in a spiritual realm, then it kind of like projects into the real world, and then you can create the actual physical version of that.
Bang on, you got it. That's right.
Without the spiritual foundation, the physical is hard to manifest.
Correct. And hard to control. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line.
Beautiful.
You see? So the original bank, those who were managing the resources, the currency of the bank, would share the same values as the community, that bank there. So that's a good bank. But the bad banks are when the values of the community are held by outsiders. So in a good bank, you would know that the people who are running it share the same values as you. They have the same faith, same religion,
but what if
same
their
culture.
values? What if their values aren't materialistic gain?
Well, the values of the bank, of that community bank, would be the spiritual values and the material health. So that's where hospitals should spring from, where health, doctors, everything, physical and spiritual should be. That's the source of everything. But
I
so
agree.
yeah, so the point I'm making is that you would
Wait,
understand that
wait, 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 wait.
let me finish this point. You understand that the people that control that bank share the same values as you, basic. But if you are banking and putting your money in a place and you don't know if the people who are running that bank, you don't even know who they are. You don't know
I
what
get you.
values they are. You don't even know where they're investing.
Yeah.
So you could be so when you work hard, you're working hard, and you're working and you pay your taxes and so on, and you put your money in the bank. And why are you working so hard? You're working hard to pay your mortgage, to pay your house, and so on, to do something for your children. And then you hope that the children will have good schools, and so you got a vision in your head. Why are you working? What are you working for? You think, I want to look after my immediate family and my extended family, and I want a good future for my children or myself or whatever.
Yes.
So that vision is in your head as you're working.
I still wanted to
Yes?
know about.
Now,
Well, 1 minute, 1 minute. Let's hear really a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I just want to finish this point now. Hold this point. I'm going to finish this point.
Go on then.
So, but if you're working and you're putting your money in another bank, and you don't know who those people are, you don't know who the shareholders are, you don't know who the controllers are, you don't know where they're from, you don't even know their names, right? They could have a different vision from you, but they got your money.
Yeah, we've seen this happen, like with the church, for example. They invest money in things that are anti-religion, like that goes against their own interests and their beliefs. Because the financial world is a separate world from the real world.
Exactly. Yeah. It's another community. It's another world.
Yeah.
It's another culture. So they might be planning,
or even a cult itself.
Got it. So they might be planning to destroy your house, to kill your children, and to destroy your nation. But they're not going to tell you that. But you're putting your money in their bank account, and so you're making all these plans for your children and all your plans for your family. But your plans, you can't keep the power within your own pocket. Sorry?
Yeah. So the more successful you are, the more you're funding people to basically destroy you. So all your efforts are counterproductive.
Correct.
You're better off not doing nothing then, isn't it?
No. Not do nothing, but do something else. Does that make sense?
That's what I was going to say. That. So what's stopping Nigeria making Nigerian banks and setting up Nigerian offshore banking and all them sort of stuff there, so they can start getting
the New World Order.
So they can start getting So they can start getting. So they can start getting obviously funds passing through their GDP that can obviously be shown on balance sheets, but doesn't show, because obviously that's how Britain, America, Switzerland, France, and other countries are raising the price of their dollar, their euro dollar.
Correct. That's right. That's right.
Can I ask really a question?
Wait, hold on.
I'm waiting. Don't want to understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So they've got offshore banks where they do some illicit banking. They've got normal banks where they do on paper banking, and then they're able to prop up their balance sheets with some of the illicit funds, as well as the actual funds that's coming in as well. Yeah. So what's stopping any of the African countries being able to set up stuff like that so they can do that for themselves?
Faith.
I've got a quick question. What you're saying now, Veli, there? No, but I want to understand what you're saying, though.
I didn't hear the answer, man.
Faith. He said faith. He said faith.
Yeah, but what do
But
you mean faith?
I don't know. But I wanted to ask you what
They
you're
don't have
suggesting.
faith
Is
in the
it
bank. They,
set? Are you
wait, wait,
saying
wait.
set up a
Hold on.
parallel
Hold on a second.
banking system?
Hold on a second. Can't hold your question for me, yeah, because I still need to understand the answer that was given. It, yeah, the faith.
All right, cool.
So, what do you mean faith? Like, so because the Swiss banking system has been about for the amount of years, and it's got the amount of security it's got with it. Yes, it's guaranteed that their people are going to be able to get their money whenever they get their money. Are you saying that is that the faith that you're talking about, or what faith? What do you mean by faith? I see through.
Yeah. So faith, it's faith in we're moving in. We're dealing with the invisible. We're dealing with currency. So if you you directing your faith towards Switzerland and the Swiss. So therefore, you cannot do anything in your own nation, because the IMF and the Swiss and that's where your faith is. Yeah, that's right. Your faith is there. So because your faith is there, you can't. No ideas can come to your head. No alternative plans can come to your head. Your head is locked in. That's why I talked about curses and blessings and spells, and then we talked about language earlier on. See, so that's the direction your head is at, is towards. So you can't think a way out. You're locked in that matrix. So you can't do nothing for yourself or your people because of where your head, your direction, your faith is. It's all in the air. There's nothing physical. It's just a desire. Oh, if I had some money in the Swiss bank account, that would, that's a good safe place. But the Swiss are some of the best weapon builders in the world. They're all over the place. So they're running lots of places, but very quietly.
So yeah, but again, how that sort of comes back right, and it's like a bit circular now, isn't it? Because remember, we started off talking about how does an African country build their defenses so they can protect their assets and currency, and then we went into how do we rise the currency level so the strength of the currency is to the same level as the others, as the other countries is competing against.
Yes.
And then obviously in between that, we're like, how do we sort offshore banking and banks in Africa that are benefiting, even if it's benefiting the African majority a smaller percentage than it's benefiting the people that's putting their money in there. Yeah, like that's still better than the Swiss bank accounts. And then you said obviously, but the Swiss and the London bank accounts and the American bank accounts, they've got high grade weapon manufacturers where they're able to defend their bank accounts and whatever. So
ain't that they defend their bank account? They'll come and fuck up your bank account.
So yeah, again, so what defenses are you able to put in place? What defenses would Nigeria be able to put in place to be able to first of all defend their assets, and then when they do have their assets at the same level, they can't get taken out like that?
Good. Okay. Good question. Right. So the answer is it comes with identity. Identity. Oh, yes. Very simple. You see, if you can clarify your identity, then you have the basis
of a nation.
Oh, exactly. That's right. You got it. You got the basis for everything. Everything builds from there. See, because the identity has to be the most important thing. So, but maybe we talked about the community. with a temple in the middle. That community has to have a name, and that name has to be agreed amongst that community. And then there has to be faith in that name. There has to be direction in that name, because in that name is the religion, the faith, the belief system,
practices, the
cultural
language,
practice,
the
everything,
food,
everything, all in that name. So so to give you an example, if I say Catholic, if I say Muslim,
you get a flavor. You get a flavor
straight away. The whole thing, just by that. See, identity. Are you a Muslim or are you not? Are you a Catholic or are you not? Are you a Zionist or are you not? See, so that's where it goes back to what we discussed about the spell, the words. See, in the beginning was the words. You see, the name. See, so once you've agreed on a title.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Obviously, I'm not in these circles anymore. So again, when it comes to the spell sort of stuff, yeah, that's all spooky for me, isn't it? Because obviously, I don't believe in religion. I don't believe that there's like any sort of gods or magic spells or whatever. But I do think that you can manipulate situations and gain power and whatever it is like that. That's sort of what I'm trying to find out.
Oh yeah, but whether you believe or not.
If the thing's real, what I'm saying, if the thing's real and it's been proven to be real and to work, then obviously there's not that, whether I believe it or not, doesn't matter, does it? Because it's actually real and it's working.
Yeah, but a dog or a cat gets food, yes, from its owner. But the dog or cat might not even know what the faith is. You can't talk to the dog or cat. Are you a Muslim? Are you a Christian? The dog or cat is living under that faith. So the point I'm making is that those where you're putting your money, the banks where you're putting your money, they have a faith. You don't know what it is. You don't even know who they are, but your money's there. And you eat, so you're nothing but we are just animals.
National. Sorry to cut you, but I think what Velley's asking more is about power, isn't it? Like you're giving the framework of how to build the cradle that will hold the power.
Good, that's right.
Do you understand what I mean?
Exactly, that's right. So you have to build the cradle that can hold the power. You've got to build the vessel. Otherwise, you ain't got nothing.
Wait, catches, mate. And Velley's talking about how fast can we throw the ball.
What's that?
No.
You're outlining the catches.
I'm saying that
catches, mate. Yeah.
This is this year.
No, you're both talking about the same thing, but two sides of the same argument.
No. Yeah, but whatever. But I'm saying that what I'm trying to say, is that obviously every Nigerian I know is proud to be Nigerian.
100%.
They're proud of whatever tribe they come from in Nigeria, and you know what I'm saying that. So, and
that's
they're proud.
according to Reggie, that's increasing. The Nigerian identity and the Nigerian national identity is increasing. He's saying. We've seen that.
Bruh, I bet. Do me a favor, because I'm trying to remember like my bits and pieces. Yeah, let me just get my bits out. Obviously, you're trying to help and whatever. Innit, yeah, but I beg you, just let me get my piece out. Yeah, so pause in it. Yeah, but let me just get what I'm trying to say out. Yeah, so I can finish my question properly. But obviously, like I was saying about the Nigerian population, as far as I know, and any Nigerians that I know personally, they're all proud and happy to be Nigerian, innit? So they're happy with the identity or whatever of a Nigerian and the tribes that they come from in Nigeria as well. So obviously they've got an identity that they're happy with, and they're happy to let people know what identity that is. So why are they having an issue setting up their banking systems to be able to, or to even setting up their currency, what is it that's stopping their currency being able to fluctuate, to rise, to be the same as, you know what I'm saying? The same as
Yes, I understand. So people, they can say, "Oh, I'm proud to be this. I'm proud to be that." They can say lots of stuff, but the true faith you can see in their action that it's in the American dollar, and how that works is by pushing the American culture to the dollar. The American dollar comes with the American culture. See, so the movies will be there. Everything is pushing to or propagandize the value. And so if you find yourself dressing or desiring things that you see, so with the currency comes the cultures is pushing the culture is being pushed to increase the value of the currency. So I suppose in a small way you could say they tried to have rather than Hollywood, they had Nollywood, which is supposed to be the Nigerian version of Hollywood, correct?
Not Nollywood.
Have you heard of Nollywood? Nollywood.
Yeah, I've heard of
That's
Nollywood.
yeah, that's African film industry, correct?
Yeah, it's a Nigerian one. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Hollywood is behind the American dollar. That's the soft power behind the currency. So if Nollywood was really not trying to be like Hollywood, if it's a lower version than Hollywood, then the currency of Nigeria is still a subset of the major Hollywood. Does that make sense?
Say that again, sorry.
So currency is a product of culture and value systems. That's the value. Yes, it's culture. It's invisible. It's invisible, but it's still powerful.
Because the Americans have sold their culture, like in Hollywood films and whatnot. You're saying that that's what's pushing or one of the things that's able to push the price of the dollar through the roof.
Got it. Yes, that's right.
So now, but there's obviously there's a new culture that's coming out as well with the Afro beats. So like and again, like they got Nollywood and the Nollywood films. Anytime I've seen an auntie or an uncle or whatnot watching one of those sort of Nollywood films, it's like, I don't know, man. It's like they're all African people in the things. It's got like, I think there's like, you might find one or two white people in there, or
yeah.
But mainly it's just all African people.
Yes,
rolling with African scripts. It might be like highly, you know, because they got some Jamaican people in a Nollywood film. Yeah,
correct.
That what you don't think of Jamaicans? Yeah. So, you know what I mean? That so, but it's still promoting that. But I would say the only thing that it sort of doesn't do, it looks down on African spiritual systems and sorts of and
Would you say that again? Say that again. What did you just say?
It looks down on African spiritual systems.
Hold it. Slow down. Did you just say that Nollywood appears to look down on African spiritual systems? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You've answered your own question. There you go.
So you're
So,
saying
so
that
that
once Nollywood starts to revere that African culture, like all parts of the African culture more, then you're saying that will raise the
correct.
value level
You got it.
of with the soft power. So
That's
what's
right.
the hard power? Because that's one of the soft powers, isn't it? Like one of the gradual steps. And even like you're saying, really, if that's like a generational thing with the newer, younger generation, once they start to invest in their own sort of spiritualities before whatever they've converted to now, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Sikhism, whatever it is they've converted to, then obviously they'll start to put a bit more value on their own homemade spiritual systems.
Correct. That's it. And then from that, I think as Khan was saying earlier on, all the physical comes afterwards. Because that's the source. The source of power is in the invisible. That's why they say, oh, it's spooky. Oh, it's all nonsense. Or we can't see it. Let's deal with the practical. But those who in power, they're dealing with the spooky stuff. That's where it is. They leave the ordinary people just to deal with it. Yeah.
What's the sort of spooky stuff that those in power are sort of dealing with?
Manipulating the invisible, which means the manipulation of currency and culture. All these words are invisible, aren't they? Culture. What can you see it? Can you hold culture? Yeah. Currency. Can you see it? See, but all these are things that matter. Culture.
So when you say
spirit,
currency, yeah, you mean stuff like the value of and the interest rate in your banking systems, and then the value of your national currency versus
correct. Yes.
the world currency. Yeah?
Yes, that's right. That's right. Because current and currency is hidden in the word. You see, a bank. See, if you look at a river has banks, doesn't it? But the banks direct the flow of the water. The banks direct the flow of the water. The flow of the water is the current, which is the currency. So at the beginning of a river, you might only have, if you can find the beginning of a river, it's probably just a little bit of water coming from a rock somewhere, and the water's clear. And then as it travels down.
Hey, who see the source of the River Nile?
Exactly, you got it.
Is that the etymology of the word currency? It came from the flow of the river. Yeah,
that's right. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know this.
Yeah. Also, but current also deals with electricity. It's power. See. So the word justice. Have you heard the word? Everybody says, "We want justice. We want justice. Justice." And they keep shouting that word. Say, "What is justice?"
They're making them sound silly.
What's the?
Yeah. What is justice? Sorry.
What does justice mean?
Right. So when you shout the word justice, you better look up what the word actually means. See, justice comes from the word use or juice or use, which is, you can look it up, J-U-S, it's Latin, J-U-S or I-U-S. And that's justice. And what it is, it boils down to basically a soup. It means like juice. A soup. Huh? Yeah, that's right. It's a soup or a juice. That's right. That's right. So, just to make, go on.
Justice, not justice.
Exactly. That's a good way to yeah. So
the French way of saying it. The currency, the power of the currency now has been taken from commodities like gold and precious metals to this note, the pound coin, the pound, basically currency.
No, the power, is always the power, but the gold is just a conduit.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. So, with the representation of that power, or what that culture is attributed to give that currency power. But that's the thing. Yeah, it's still the power is ultimately commodities are going to be the next best thing for to generate that currency, right? So well, I mean, what else are we going to be trading if there was no currency, if there was no notes and power and actual paper to represent the commodities that we're actually trying to trade? It would be directly. So you'd be swapping camels, for example, for however many gallons of fresh water or whatever. So, just anything that's tradable. So camels for some gold, as opposed to, you know what I mean. So the significance of the people in the bank is nothing. But really, the reason why they're so powerful is obviously because if they've got to have some sort of guns or military force behind the commodities that they're actually trying to stop other people getting. So when you look at the banking system, you may as well look at the military at the same time. So it's like the same thing. You can't differentiate them. So all this emphasis going on the banking system is what I'm trying to question. To be fair, from a lot of people's point of view, they try to attribute too much.
You got it there. You said it there. From a lot of people's point of view, but a lot of people don't know. They're talking nonsense. Exactly. They don't know where the power is. So, don't worry about a lot of people. Don't worry about a lot of people. The people that are in power, they're very few, and you don't even know their names. You don't even know where they are because they know about power.
1%.
Exactly.
The less than 1%.
Yeah. So don't worry about a lot of people. A lot of people are just like cattle. They kill them as they want.
Yeah.
So don't worry about numbers. If there's a whole room like Neely Fuller makes a good point. Neely Fuller says, if there's a room full of people, and then there's a fire, and the one person who knows where the exit is, the person who knows where the exit is, has got the power of the whole lot. Because all the others are going to be chatting rubbish and arguing with each other. And somebody says, "Hold it. I know the way out." Quiet. That one person knows the way out, but the others are just talking about it. How are we going to get out of here? But it's the person who has the knowledge and then says it, goes out into the air.
There's a difference between talking about something or around something.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, all this emphasis going on at just the banking systems. Quote, you can't even thoroughly, put your finger down on what it is, what the power is in that equation. But like we say, the banking system, the banking cartel, which the people who have
the thing is, Nicky, sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, I think the question's been posed, Nick. The question's been posed from a nationalistic standpoint, where one country can have a banking system equal to another's, but really we're living in a global era where there's a global banking system that's not going to allow any other banking system to even be born into this world, let alone rival it. So to say, can Nigeria have a banking system like that rivals the UK's is just a fallacy. If you're African, if you're clever, yeah, there's two types of power, isn't it? There's like a dam. We're talking about currency, right? There's a dam what stops the current, or a kayak what just flows with it. So Africans at the moment are clever enough to know that what's the point of rivaling this huge military machine that can come in and destroy your whole country, not because they've got the military, but because they're the cutthroat bastards that have done it before, that will get your babies and hang them by their toes. Like, these are the people you're dealing with. If you've got any sense, you'll wait for their time to be over, because in Africa, there is no time. They've got all the money in the world. They've got all the resources in the world. They've got all the time in the world. All these civilizations will end, and there'll be nothing but dust and be forgotten, and Africa will still be Africa. Get me?
Interesting.
All they're trying to do is minimize the damage, minimize the infiltration. Because the more you try to develop things, you're just working for them. The more you try to, make something, accumulate something, you're just making it easy for them to come and just take it. So you can't blame Africans for doing what they're doing. The question is, why are you expecting them to do something other, something what you put value in? Why is that? Well, because you've been born in the West and you're brought up in the West and you're told about materialism and money. And when people are telling you, your country's a shithole, you actually believe them, innit? So you're like, oh, I don't want my country to be a shithole. Oh, can you look back home, start doing better, please? No, mate. They're doing what's right, innit, for them, innit? It's their survival,
Hey, yo,
innit?
can everybody hear me?
No, bro, that man was just saying, first of all, obviously,
Okay.
why,
What's up, Colin? How you doing, bro?
why don't, like, big up yourself, brothers, yeah? I was asking why she first of all, why don't, or in his opinion, why isn't the Nigerians, because we use Nigeria
Yo,
as
is
an
anyone
example,
talking?
why isn't
What
Nigeria
the
setting
fuck
up
is up with my
banks?
phone, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hear
go
me?
back and go in.
Can't hear me.
You can't hear Vellemy.
Damn it, bro.
Yeah. So I'm saying that why are they not setting up banks and then doing offshore banking and all them other bits and pieces with banks of Nigeria where they could able to accumulate their own funds and then circulate their sort of money a bit more in a a bit more
Yeah,
easier
and
or
I
whatever
answered it.
and
What's the
gain their
answer I
power.
gave you? What's the answer I gave you?
Bureau de change in every bloody country. So if you try and overthrow that whole,
It was saying that it was the faith in it. They didn't have faith in it. Yeah.
Correct.
So, yeah, but I'm saying
Faith in themselves.
Yeah, faith in themselves to set up the banking system. But that's what I'm trying to say. So what do you think? Yeah, what do they need to do to add the things where they're going to have that faith and that trust in their own banks, then to set them up and all that? What's needed to make that?
Okay, so you answered the question: how does one set up a bank? Because if you know how to set up a bank and run it successfully, that'll be the solution to everything. So, in most ways, you're taught if you want to set up a bank, you have to get an underwriter. So basically, the underwriter is your insurer. So in other words, you say, I've got 500 million and I want to set up a bank. But all the other banks within a certain society, they have to trust your bank to become a member of one of their banks. So a member of the team. Because if your bank fails, it's like dominoes. All the other banks will fail. So therefore, before they allow you to set up a bank, they have to make sure that you are culturally, spiritually, and any other way completely in tune with them. You have to have the same values and the same intent as they do. Otherwise, they will not underwrite you. In other words, insure you so that if you do something wrong and then everybody has to take a bit of a knock for it, they let you off. So that's one way. But the other way to set up a bank is you start from scratch and you build slowly, consistently, and you build it up, because that's how all the other banks started. They didn't just start yesterday. Some of them have been going for, the same families and people have been going for over 1,000 years.
Got Barclays and Lloyds.
Yeah, exactly. They don't just set up, it all goes back to relationships, who they know, who you don't know, what values they hold, and so on.
So obviously that comes back to the City of
check.
London.
We good? I'm good. Everybody can hear me?
Yeah.
All right, go
Can you
ahead,
can you hear me?
Yes, I
Can
can,
you hear me?
bro.
Yeah.
Yes, I can. How you doing, bro? You doing all right?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Good.
Yeah. I
All right,
saw
big up.
Khan and King Gold was on. I was like, oh shit, it's about to get lit. But nah, I guess they on peaceful terms today. So yeah.
Mm.
But yeah, go ahead. My bad.
All right. So obviously now we've gone back to the banking families stuff. The stuff that's happening in the City of London with the offshore banking, and then obviously they've got closed door meetings that happen in the City of London where where people will what is it, like there's deals made in it, like handshakes
Of course.
and
Yes.
contracts given to this one, that one, or the other. There's the
That's
guilds
right.
of all the different trades
Correct.
up in there, the financial sector. So how does Nigeria or Africa set up a financial sector somewhere where they're making deals with each other to do deals with other African companies and have African resources working in Africa? How do they set something up?
The same
Well,
way that
obviously
the same way the top people are doing it. It's all meetings and talks, and it all depends what you say in a meeting. You could be in the City of London in one of those closed door meetings. You say the wrong thing, and you're finished.
Yeah, but it's like obviously, you know, Matt, we've got to this part already, you know, about saying the wrong thing.
Yes.
How does that come about? How do you say the wrong thing in a meeting?
All right. Good. Beautiful question. So, what's in your head is going to come out your mouth. Especially in the meeting when the pressure's on. And the others will hear. And they'll say, oh, they'll be thinking, they might not even say it. Right? But a lot of people, they can, you must have experienced this in yourself. You could be in a meeting with a group of people and you just say something and you just sense that, wait a minute, maybe I shouldn't have said that. I should have said, nobody said anything. They just looked at you. They just looked at you and you just know, wait a minute, no. That's the wrong.
And you know what, yeah? If I tell the truth, yeah, when it comes to like company meetings and meetings like on business levels, I don't really say a lot still.
Of course, and you know the reason. So within you, you know the answer already because you felt it. You felt that force. You know the answer.
Yeah, well, if there's again, it depends on what what the meeting is like. If I was so it's different though. If I was in the meeting trying to tend for business. Yeah, if I'm trying to tend for business, then obviously I have to be talking in the meeting. So if I'm
What's the question?
Power.
Yeah. One sec here, one sec though. Yeah.
Gotcha.
If I'm coming to the meeting to as an employee, as someone who runs a company, it's a business meeting and they're just going through strategies and just talking bullshit about, oh, this company's earned this much this month, and the company said this, that, and that, and blah blah blah, and whatever, rah rah rah, and then they're just gonna say, oh, we might be bringing out new products soon or whatever, all this and all that, yeah, and then we just go back to whatever, fixing boilers down the road or whatnot, yeah. Like in that sort of meeting, there's nothing for me to say in it, like so. There's no reason for me to keep piping up and saying, "Oh, what does that mean? What does that mean?" Every 2 seconds. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but if it's a different business meeting, like I'm going to tend for business now. I'm trying to get my company in the door or something. Then obviously, I'm probably going to be one of the main focuses of the meeting, where I'm going to be talking probably most of the meeting. Yeah, so I'm going to be giving a presentation and trying to tell them about what sort of numbers they could be gaining if they,
No,
you know what I mean? Like, what's the projection
no,
or
no. I understand what you're saying, but no. I understand what you're saying, but no, it doesn't work that way. That's why you need to watch these movies very closely, like The Godfather. I understand what you're saying, but sometimes you could be in a meeting and somebody else is talking, but you might say something, and then the person who's got the power thinks, "Hey, that guy, he's in line with me. I could use him." Based on what you say, if you're just quiet in the meeting, well, you're just like the chair. You're just like a chair. But if you say the right thing in the meeting, it could set you up for the future. They can say, you know what, this guy, I think I can use him. You say the wrong thing in the meeting, they say, you know what, this guy ain't going nowhere because while they're talking,
I like what you're saying, Bob. I like what you're saying.
Yeah,
You're
what's the
talking about
Godfather?
in Chinese. There's a concept called Wu Wei, like doing without doing, innit? So speaking without speaking.
Yes, right.
So
Yeah.
you're saying, okay, you could say the wrong thing and disturb the apple cart, yeah. But there's other people that can talk and they'll never disturb the apple cart because they're talking without talking. What they're saying is unsaid. And they're the ones that are aligning themselves with the power.
yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say
In
though.
that currency of power.
Listen, but don't
You
you see
got
the
it, that's
issue
right.
with what? But don't you see the issue and why the places that we're talking about are going to be in the positions that they are if they are doing what you're saying? They're only just aligning themselves with the power, and they're not thinking on a scale where they're trying to actually gain power for their own. You know, like, so even if they was being a yes man, yeah, with a with a with a side plan, you know what I'm saying? Like with a double crossing plan of, we're going to be taking the power anyway, but I'm going to pretend to be a yes man for now, yeah. But I'm going to be actually trying to take the power, yeah. Not if you're just going to be a yes man and we're going to side with the thing of, and yeah, we're with the power and then we're just going to fuck up all our own people and I'm going to stash my money in the Swiss bank account. How will you ever gain any sort of sway, persuasion, or any sort of power if you just do that?
So I think we're even this is a meeting. You know, we're here, we're having this talk. It's a meeting. You see how things are being said, and some people are saying, "Yeah, I agree with that," and some people are saying, "Oh, I don't understand that." So so we're manipulating forces right now as we're talking. We're trying to rephrase our sentences. We're trying to use our words to make clear what we're saying, but at the same time, we're also revealing our direction of thought right now in this stream. So as you were saying,
Dream.
Yeah. Okay. You see, you could have a meeting, and there could be a power base, and there's certain people who don't say nothing in the meeting, right? That's like dead wood. So they don't really see. You're just like dead wood. But it's the people who say something. Even though the power base might be there, there might be another challenge. I mean, meetings are very serious, very complicated things. For example, somebody could be in power and look really powerful in the meeting, but he doesn't know that his number two is now started to sleep with his wife. Do you understand? That's not even in the meeting, is it? Yeah. So he's thinking now, I'm sleeping with your wife and I'm going to take over this company. That's what he's thinking. And that's what he's planning. But all those people on a shallow level, they just see what's going on here and now, but they're not looking into the future. And that person might have a view to where to take the company that is slightly different from where the leader is intended to take the company. And so you may say something in that meeting, and that person who's not in power is only number 2. You could cause the whole meeting to swing, and then eventually that person who's number 2 now becomes number 1, and he's going to take you with him, and then the person who's number 1 is out, is kicked out, or falls or loses power. So what you say in the meeting, it could have long-term consequences. Some things are just immediate, but some things, what is the intent or the direction in which the power is going? If you're aligned with that power, things change. Things are always changing. So I mean, that's the reason why when you go to a bank.
Did you get the point that I was making though, with aligning yourself with power and without ever? Yeah, so trying to align yourself with power without any sort of direction to try and challenge it. It's just, you're basically just going along with what other people have planned out for you.
You can choose to do that, but you can also choose something else. You might have a vision or an idea. An idea can shift the whole company, Just an idea. The mention of an idea.
To me, it's the difference between thinking, who likes to have power? Yeah, but let's ask power, who do you like to go to? Because the power is circulating like a current, innit? It's like I'm passing it to you, you're passing it to me.
Yes,
it's all going around
right.
the circle.
Yes.
And the more we pass it around, the more we generate power. Power generates more power.
But wait,
the question is, if you imagine like a river flowing, where does the river, like, if we ask the river, where does he like to go? Then you make yourself that person, innit? You make yourself that person that power wants to go to. And it ain't about I like to have power and I like to wield power and I like to put power over other people. It's about I want to make myself that person that power will naturally come to me and settle with me, innit?
Yes, that's
right.
right.
The difference. That's the difference. That's the difference.
That's right. The quality.
Hey, listen, I need to go out in a bit still, so I'm going to leave you, man, on the panel in a second. So, but like I was saying, obviously, I'm trying to say, so if you think like what we was talking about earlier, we're talking about being able to start up your own banks, control the finances of your country. So we got Nigeria, for instance. We're trying to raise the value of the naira and start Nigerian banks and raise the profile of Nigeria, so the price of the naira is attracting business or whatever, or attracting a higher exchange rate, So we've got Nollywood as something now that's concentrating on making films that's actually promoting good stuff about African spiritual systems, like Ifa and whatever the Igbo's practice, whatever the Edo's
they
practice.
take the piss out of African spiritual systems, man.
Yeah, so now instead of that, Nollywood are starting to make films that have a positive outlook on African spiritual systems. So, what benefits does that bring to the Nigerian banking system now?
That's the beginning of a bank. That's the beginning, because the banks are on each side of the river. The water flows, and the banks control the current. But the current and the power is the main thing. That's why I was trying to illustrate. When you look at the word justice, or from the Latin Jus or Ius, it also means kind of a soup or broth. So when a river starts, the water is usually clear. It's clear usually, yes. Then as it starts to flow downstream, it starts to pick up sediment from the land over which it's flowing,
Mm-hmm.
and then then the water starts to develop color or flavor or scent based on where it's flowing, and based on where and how the banks, what produces a bank, which would then shape the flow of the river. So by the time that the river gets down to the sea, it's thick with sediment, just like a soup. So that's why justice is like it's like a soup. It's what is it picked up? What flavor does it have? So the flavor of the soup now is the US dollar and the US currency, and the way Hollywood works, and the way the American music, the American food, and American ways of doing business, American culture. The culture is like the it comes from the flow of the currency as controlled by the banks and the sediment that it picks up in its flow.
American culture comes from the creativity of the African American community. Like literally everything. Like everything. It's like nothing that hasn't been made by us. Like literally everything.
Yeah, but
go ahead,
still, but that's just like slaves. Just like it's a slave. I want you to make that building.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you made the building. Yeah. So you made the building. Well done. Yeah. So we're living in there, and you live in the field.
What were the slaves? Why were the slaves offered 40 acres and a mule?
Because General Grant was trying. Okay, so General Grant.
No, but I mean, what would you do? What would you do if you had 40 acres and a mule?
Oh, I'd do exactly what my ancestors did. They built towns. They built whole-on like
off the back of
city.
Off the back of farming.
Black people. Yeah.
Farming. Right.
Well,
so American culture.
Listen,
American culture is
I got to run
based
off
on farming.
Yo, you man, hold on a second. I got to jump off the panel. Yeah, so I'll still be listening from YouTube though. Yeah, but yeah. So shout me if anyone wants to jump in. We got IC Frio, Terry, Gold Tight, King Gold, DC Brothers, Old Tight, Khan on the panel as well. Killer K.
Have a good one.
Yeah, I'll still be back. I'll still jump in and ask some more. Silent K now, yeah? Silent.
No, do you know what? It made me think, I put resilient K, and then I thought, wait a minute, resilient, silent. Silent is inside of resilient.
Okay, it's interesting.
Yeah, the name is Silent K, yeah, but yo, it's a taking the piss in it because you're never silent. You know. All right, cool, man. But I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah. Now we have I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So what my point was, Brad, is that when we're talking about American culture, we're not talking about like what color hair people got this week. We're talking about basically farming. So farming leads to materialism, capitalism, and all the things that you're seeing played out in America right now. And like,
I wouldn't say just farming. I mean, you had like there was a time. There was like industry, I think, is what backs America's culture. Like the ability to be able to create a market is what backs American culture. Like you have people, and the thing is, to be real with you, when African Americans, whenever our ancestors decided, all right, we're gonna do this shit for ourselves, we're not gonna go towards trying to rely on another race for something, like it all worked out equally. The problem is that when we integrated ourselves, that's when we got dependent on each other. So like I would say one thing about America is that you come there with an intention of trying to do something. Sorry, you come here with the intention of trying to do something. I mean, yeah, that's the culture of it. It's like the land of opportunity. Like it's quite irritating. It's almost it's like bittersweet to be black and contribute to this country, because it's like, yeah, you're successful, but this place hates you. So yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, but what success mean? What does success mean to you?
For me, it was the day I realized I had some success was when I was driving and me and my friend were going out and we look over and it's like a group of white people asking us for money and we were able to roll up the window and drive off. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, that was good. But no, success is being able to financially take care of yourself, you know, being able to supply and have all your needs met. So yeah, it's not bad.
Brad, what do you think about those videos you see on YouTube of black guys going out giving like big wads of money to poor tramps, like white tramps? Does that make you feel good? That's good shit, isn't it? That's good to see.
Alhamdulillah, it does.
They're like, hey, bro, take this money. And it's like, what the fuck, bro? This is like £100,000 right here. And he's like, just take it, man. Ain't nothing to me. Just take it.
I think it's terrible. Because what it does is I don't know how I'm going to explain this, but for a black man in America or black people in America to be giving American money to white people.
Well, it depends on the mindset. I'm gonna be real. There's two mindsets when it comes to white people. I've noticed with black people. They're white. They're black.
No, let me finish this. Let me finish this. This is because this is very subtle. It's very difficult to explain. Because you came in late in the conversation, so we're talking about currency and money.
Currency and money. That's Brad's bread and butter.
Yes, exactly. So basically, it's fooling. It's making a fool of the black people. Yeah, it's kind of it's like a reverse psychology.
Definitely.
You black man, you feeling rich by giving white money or American money to
no,
the black
man saying, I'm rich. I'm rich without this money. I can give you this money, and I'm still rich. But to you, the money makes you, but money don't make me. I make money.
I understand. But it's a very subtle issue about the passing.
Really, it's the basis of the whole hip hop. The whole hip hop rap generation is like they're wasting money, driving around in fast cars, speedboats, whatever. Like people misunderstanding it. People like, oh, these black people are trying to show their younger generation that they've got money, but when the cameras stop filming, they're going home without that shit. No, that's not the point. The point is they're saying, we could take it or leave it. We could take your money and spend your money and waste your money because money don't mean nothing to us. Our value system is not based on money like yours is.
Well, that's why I say it's a mindset in regards to how you view,
it's a mindset.
How you view, like, because I was talking
disclaimer,
how you
disclaimer, it's just my opinion as an outsider looking in. Disclaimer.
Okay.
Eyvallah Khan. But
Eyvallah.
Yeah, but no, you have this when you look at because for me personally, as I conduct my business, I usually will go to small, low-income white farms, and I'm able to take buy a whole crop for like $400 and sell it for like $3,500. So it's like if you view white people as everything perfect, like being able to give them money, being able to live in their neighborhood is success to you, then yeah, you are just a coon of coons. But for me, I see them as like a dying resource. So it's like you can when I say about when I do with like a farmer that's in Philly, I'm sorry, that's
dying resource.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a serious statement you made there. I
serious,
see them like a
look at their age.
And he was so
dying resource. I'm just thinking about what we see. Whoa.
Look at their age group in America.
My
you
God.
see mainly between the ages of 45 to 65. Within a generation, the majority of white people in America, especially white males, will be dead or too old to actually maintain power. And the thing about Donald Trump is, the beautiful part about Donald Trump, I have to admit that I enjoy watching him, is he shows how incompetent they really are. He exposes the baseline. He's turning, like, for example, white nationalists right now are finally on the U.S. terror list. We're not focused on Arabs anymore. We're like white supremacists, young white males are seen as a threat in America now. And now every time a young black male dies, it's like a tragedy beyond level that everyone's like, what is going on? This country is never going to be able to beat China with this. So all you got to do is simply, and this is the thing I love. That's why personally I would vote Democrat to let more and more Latinos come in, more and more Hispanics, because white people can't control that. Because
But that was the plan the whole time, Brad. It's just that they didn't want them turning up going, we've come to save the day. They want them turning up cap in hand going, I'm happy to live on 20p a day. Like, that's
and
the
thing that
difference.
kills me.
They're coming anyway. You need them anyway. It's just making them feel like
that's
they
how
need to
America
earn their
survives. That's how America
place.
survives off free to
That's
cheap
right.
labor. Like it's
That's
after
right.
after like our ancestors, my ancestors decided we're never going to be slaves again. Everybody was like, all right, we need to find a new source. So it went from African Americans to the Irish. And then after they went to the Irish, it went to the Chinese. And then it went from the Chinese
And
to
the
the
Italians and
Jamaicans.
whoever.
Yeah, then it just keeps going from there. Latinos and Hispanics is just their turn.
Yeah. And all they say to you is, do you want a piece of this pie?
That's it.
You want to come in on the grassroots level, on the entry level ticket, and then work your way up. We're giving you opportunity, and you're like, yeah.
But see,
I'll
the one
have a
thing
piece
I
of
must
that
admit I
pie.
hate. The one thing I must admit I hate is the idea that like only thing African Americans can do in America is dribble a ball and put a rhythm to it. Like if you think hip hop culture is the only thing we have here, I mean, like you haven't
No,
heard
I
about
don't
like
agree. I don't agree with demeaning the great black athletes and musicians that
but
have
it's like
come
that's
and
like
gone.
the
I don't
smallest
agree
part.
with
Like one of
that.
the
There's no
largest.
such thing as that's the only thing they can do, because every black musician had a black band that had musical instruments, that had talented people who wrote songs.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Con.
You know what I mean?
Outside
It's
of
not just
music,
about being. Yeah,
but
but even
outside of
outside the
music,
music, like you need
there's
an
more to
accountant,
this.
and it's like I watched
Yeah.
that documentary on Wu-Tang Clan. Yeah, and one of them was the accountant. One of them held all the money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't just like a bunch of guys that sing and dance. Like they were
Like you
serious
have
guys. They
now
were
rappers, you
businessmen.
have people now talking about equity, owning
Yeah.
owning their music, owning their royalties,
Right.
owning stuff. So it's like ownership is now the new movement. So it's like we can make, like, it's only black people can make something as boring as accounting seem like, okay, let me learn more about finances, let me learn more about real estate, let me learn more about being like day trading and fox trading and things like that. You know what I mean? Like I said, fox trading, forex trading. You know what I mean? Like you see that, like, culturally. And the thing that I would always say when it comes to black people in America and white people in America, white people are just like the plate and they're like the plate and silverware, where black people are the food, the music, the designs, the color. Like we're the thing that makes America great. And then, like, if you were to take our buying power, there's $1 trillion buying power. That's 25% of the overall economy in America. Was I say 25%? I believe. Yeah, I believe it's 25%. Yeah, I think it was. I think a little bit higher, a little bit lower, but I'm gonna go with 25% from what I last saw. Okay, so if you have 14% of the country being able to influence 25% of its economy, you know what I mean? Like I would say that I can speak, I can say this. The only thing I would say is that there's some degree of bad spending habits even I had. Like, I remember my first invoice over $1,000. I was like, all right, I'm going here. I'm getting some, I'm doing this,
I hear
I'm
that.
doing that. Like, I'm talking
You
like,
earned it, man. You earned that.
yeah, but
But
it's like,
I just want to say to National, you there, bro?
Yeah.
What do you think of my homie Brad? He brings a lot to the table, no?
Oh yeah. Yes.
We're having a really good conversation right now.
Yeah, I know it's bouncing along.
We got all the elements.
quite
We got all the
nicely.
elements there.
But I think that what you're saying is that I think you kind of hinted at it earlier on, that, but basically who is controlling the whole of this? You got people coming in. You started mentioning is Negroes, and you start mentioning it's South Americans and all these Latin Americans, all these different people. But who is managing the garden? That was the level of conversation we were at
that's where the
earlier.
conversation. That's the thing. It's a perception, because white people don't really own shit here in America. They just own the most shit. They don't own America. They just, like, I can take you to.
Who owns?
It depends.
Who owns America?
Americans. Like, it's impossible to say one, because I can take you to California, And in California, you would have most of the most loose immigration laws. Where if I take you to Arizona, Kentucky, West Virginia, you will see some of the toughest immigration laws. Okay, it all depends on what racial group is the most in charge. So, like DC has always been a safe haven for Black people because the majority of Black people have always been there. Chicago has always been a safe haven for Black people as long as the majority of the race is there. It's like a conglomerate. There it is.
Really?
It's like a conglomerate. It's like a conglomerate.
So you think the people are controlling America, or do you think the Federal
Do you think
Reserve
there's a
is?
secret society that owns? You know why a secret? You know why I will always bun out the idea that there's some secret society owning America is the fact that Donald Trump is fucking president. You have a
Oh,
guy
yeah?
who literally brought in. You have a guy that brought in Alex Jones, Fox News, who at the beginning of the coronavirus was saying that it's fake. Okay, you literally have the worst. You would want Bilderberg, Halliburton meeting type Hillary Clinton being your president. The government was really ran by people because let's not lie. Let's not lie. If you had taken Black people from I'm sorry, if you
Brad,
had
sorry
taken
to interrupt, Brad. Yeah, but you know, with Hillary, is it that she sort of missed her turn to fleece the American country
she didn't
population?
appeal to the right group of people.
But is it over now? Is she going to get like a second bite of the cherry? Is she going to be back in the
she's
future?
done.
Like,
She's
you know,
done.
like Palpatine when he comes back at the end of Star Wars. Is she going to do that?
That's Palpatine.
She's done. It's Joe Biden. Like the thing is, I believe this is going to happen. Trump is going to win the next election because they have Joe Biden up against him, not Bernie. And once they took Bernie down, Bernie's the only person that both sides.
Bernie's a bit too pro-Israel for my liking. I'm not going to lie.
Well, he's a Jew though. He's a Jew.
Yeah, but there's lots of Jews, man.
He's a Brooklyn Jew. He's a Brooklyn Jew.
Quick, can I just ask a quick question to national racism? You know, what was your WordPress or your blog again? Do you remember the name of it?
I've got loads all over the place. Why?
No, I just wanted to look because I just wanted to look at it while you lot are talking.
Just look up Identity Politics Forum. Yeah.
So there's another
Hashtag
reason
Identity Politics Forum.
There's another reason why Trump's going to win is because that is literally like. See, the reason why honestly I respect Republicans more than Democrats is because a Republican will tell me to my face, like, nigger, I don't want you here. I don't want you near my daughter. I don't want you near.
But ain't that what the Democrats used to do before?
No.
Like, why is it around now?
Correct. That's right.
After LBJ got voting done, the Republicans were able to the Dixiecrats.
That one's no longer available. Is there not? There was one. There was the one with the black background. If you know what I mean.
Oh, just type in hashtag Identity Politics Forum because they keep deleting my stuff all the time.
Realized, I owe you an apology, James, man.
Why?
Because blatantly I was caping for Shamsi and I didn't even realize I was doing it until you made me realize. I was like, what am I doing? What the fuck? You know when you get caught up in yourself and you like start an argument and then you don't want to back out?
Yeah, it's cool though. I don't mind.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, big up.
Oh, what's up? What's up, James? How you doing, bro?
I'm alright, my brother. I'm just trying to find this. I'm just trying to find it because I want to be accurate with my criticism, but I just wanted to read it again because I wasn't sure.
I forgot. This is what he does.
Yeah.
Stuff a lot.
Yeah, he's so studious.
I know. He only does it just to take a piss out of someone, like just to study, just to take the piss out of someone.
Oh, really?
That's good. That's good. We'll test it.
Yeah,
we'll question it.
Yeah, we'll do that. Can you help me find the blog then, or is it?
Yeah, just look up national racial. There's loads of blogs, and some of them are deleted.
Racism gone.
Some are deleted. Some are on. Just look up. Just go by hashtags. That's national racialism or Identity Politics Forum, and then you'll find something.
Like no spaces.
Pardon?
Is there a space between National Racism Forum, or is it like one?
Now, if you put hashtag national racialism with no spaces, national racialism, hashtag national racialism with no space, or hashtag Identity Politics Forum, there should be some stuff. So to go back to DC Brad 925. So so who would you say that the bankers are controlling America, the Federal Reserve? That's the power, or not?
Well, currency does. I mean, we are a capitalist society, so currency is God. Like that's why it's on our money. That's the God. It's green.
No.
So
it's all to do with family.
Mr. Riggs, what's up, man? How you doing, bro? My man.
Is that,
It's only family.
Yeah, but America doesn't really have that family.
It does. It does.
Who? The Bushes?
Who bailed out the British in the Second World War?
Okay, never mind. You're right. Fuck. That was quick. That was
can I just ask you
fucking quick.
What if you were going to post a link to your blog? How would you like? Because
I don't post links. All I do is hashtags, because anything could be up today and down tomorrow, or they could distort it or put stuff. I just throw stuff out there, and I've got no control over what.
Who do you think would benefit more from taking down your blogs?
White people.
See, that's thanks, Brad. Have you read any of those blogs?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Okay. Good. Best to keep your opinions to yourself then. Who do you think national racism would benefit most from taking down your blogs?
There we go again. Trolling.
It's okay.
Trolling.
Keep them fuckers trolling.
James, I'm good at this. I know how to figure this out. I know what James trying to figure out.
Hey, they were trolling you the other day. They were saying, yes, the women were after you. They're after your blood. They said, James, he's terrible. He's one of the narcissisms.
I mean, there's a question on the table. Feel free to answer it whenever you want, national racism.
What's the question?
So what's the question?
So who do you think benefits most from taking down your blogs? Racist white people or disappointed black people?
Oh,
disappointed, you know.
That's a very good question. Very deep question.
An intelligent person.
It's quite superficial, to be honest. I feel like it's quite a simple question.
Yeah. It's not easy. It's not an easy question. See, for example, we can just take one term. You said, who do you think benefits most? Disappointed white people, or what was the last bit you said?
No. Racist white people or disappointed black people.
Say it again. Who do you think benefits most? Racist white people or disappointed black people? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who benefits most?
Yeah.
Are you talking to a lawyer or something in the background?
Remember our discussion earlier on about words?
Counsel?
Yeah. Right. So who do you?
Are you writing this down?
Yes, I am. Think benefits.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I don't mess around, mate. We're gonna go high level now. So, who do you think benefits most from?
I wish you took this much
taking
before
down
on your blog. Those pictures.
What if this reality that we live in was like that film 12 Monkeys, and we had the time machine and we went in the future and we found out that national racism was actually Shakara. The same
person. People, right?
That would be a twist, isn't it?
Right. Who do you think benefits most from taking down my blogs? Racist white people or disappointed black people? Is that correct?
Mate, you just wrote it down. At this stage, I'm not going to repeat myself 55 times.
I didn't ask you to repeat yourself. I asked you to confirm yes
that would
or
be
no.
Repeating myself. I've already confirmed, haven't I?
Well, no,
Let's get ready to rumble.
All right, good.
I'm going on mute.
You answered.
This isn't,
So,
this
right,
isn't,
so
this isn't the right
when
kind
you
of forum to
mentioned,
exercise Alzheimer's. Like,
right, racist
Trying to throw
white
punches by you, James.
people, right. So, what is, or who are white people in your definition?
Oh
should
my
I,
God.
should I mute while you give a dissertation, or can you just answer the question as simply as possible?
Oh my God.
Yeah,
You know what white people
I
are.
didn't.
You know exactly what white people are. Don't play
So
Oh
with
no,
me.
no, no, no,
white
no!
people
I
are
take nothing for granted.
white people are
A disease, a
the
curse.
people
The
that you
actual
dress up in your
definition of
fancy
like.
outfits and set out your shoe shine box for. Those are who white people are.
That's not white people because you can do it for black people as well.
No, but he doesn't. He doesn't. That's the point I'm making. He don't do that. White people are the people you're attempting to impress with that delayed scattergun attempt at eloquence. Who are you talking about? Those people.
We don't understand that. Can you alliterate that, please?
Tell. Step away from this one, please, my brother.
No, I've told you. I'm coming to school.
I'm talking to him.
Oh, I don't care. I'm on to you.
I'm talking to
Let's
I'm
go.
talking
Let's
to
follow
him.
this through. Watch this. Watch this. Now, everybody, watch this. Watch this. Okay. So, what you saying, James Jones?
Bro, I'm not repeating myself. Only one of us here has dementia.
Yo, Bradley.
Yeah.
You
got
Right.
to change this back on here.
What is your definition, James? Question.
In the black community. I don't want to be
Question.
dividing black people. So I need you to back James on this one. 2 against 2. Let's have it. Let's have it. Let's have it.
I have a question for James Jones. I have a question for James Jones.
Listen, I attempted to give you 2 opportunities to defend yourself. Obviously, one, your blog's been taken down, so I can't point anyone to the facts. So I know what I know, and you know what you know. I've had a conversation with you before, and you've just spent the last God knows how long having absolutely no problem referring to white people, having people refer to white people and black people. It only seems now that you feel a bit cornered, that now you need every term defined, and you need it defined. You need it defined 25 times because clearly you're suffering from some kind of degenerative disease.
Right. Okay.
So I'm going to assume that you don't want to respond, and I'll just speak to the people. So this is a man who has a blog, who had a blog spot. Yeah, I'm assuming. But if you're not going to answer,
don't assume I'm here.
What do you want
I'm
to
here.
say?
Just
So
take
I'm
your
gonna go
time.
silent and you speak. Say something important. Go on.
Exactly. Right. So relax. What's the rush?
What do you mean,
Let's
rush?
go. Let's relax.
What's the rush? Do you think I wanna
So
be- I'm not a
you
turtle.
said white
Technically I am, bro.
people. What is your definition of
Technically I am a
white
turtle.
people?
Bro,
James
this is
Jones?
longer than countdown, bro. This is longer than countdown. You got to formulate your equations.
This is what I'm trying to say.
James
bro.
Jones, in
Listen,
your
I know-
question,
listen.
what is
I
your
know
definition
you-
of white people?
I know you're neither white nor black.
James
You're a-
Jones,
you're a
what is
snake.
your definition of white people?
Speaking riddles.
James
You're speaking
Jones,
riddles.
what is your definition of white people?
I asked you a question. Hey, hello.
James
you know,
Jones,
but
what
you
is your
know,
definition
but you
of
know
white
what white people are, but you know what he means by what white people are, though.
No, forget that.
No, watch this. I'm heading somewhere. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm very specific because I'm going to drop a bomb,
No,
so
you're
you'll
not
see.
specific.
Watch.
No, you're not specific. No, you're not
Well,
specific.
you watch.
This
You
isn't a
watch.
high-
No,
this isn't a highbrow
James
discussion.
Jones,
Wait, time out.
what's your
Can I say
definition
something?
of white people?
Whoa. Can I say something, please? Real quick. He literally gave you a description of the white people we're talking about. We're talking about racist white people. So
Forget that, Brad. I forget, Brad. Don't do that.
Talking about what type of race are you talking about?
Listen. I don't. This isn't a highbrow discussion we're having. This isn't a high level. I'll ask you a simple question. You don't answer it, that's fine.
And he's asking you a question.
It's not a simple question. It's not a simple question.
So, Brad, yeah.
To be honest,
Brad
in the
and
field of
Terry.
science,
Hold on, Brad and Terry.
by
Hold on. Brad
James
and Terry.
Jones, it's not a
what we
simple
already
question.
know.
Hold on. Brad and Terry. It's not simple. It's complicated to you. Yeah, it's complicated to a simpleton. It's not. It's the simple.
All right. Okay. I'll keep quiet then. I'm a simpleton, and
Yeah.
I'm suffering from a degenerative disease. So there's no point talking to me. Please talk to the rest of the panel.
Yeah, mute then. Mute your mic then. All right, cool.
okay.
This man had a WordPress or a blog, yeah, which had a whole portion dedicated to the denigration of black women. and it was
Oh, I'm
titled
done. 'Cause you know how I feel
Nasty.
about my women. You know
He
how I feel about the women of
titled
my
it. He
race.
titled, listen, "Nasty Runaway Slave Feet," and it proceeded to illustrate only or only possess the illustrations of I say illustrations of, I mean photographs of black women's feet on the runway, and he called it "Nasty Runaway Slave Feet." Right, a little play on words there. If anyone,
Yeah, I ain't got shit to
was
say. I ain't
receptive
got
to.
shit to say
Right.
anymore.
So
Fuck
we're not
that.
trying to. I'm not trying
Wait,
to
come
hear.
again. Come again.
I'm
You
not
don't,
trying
you
to
don't
hear.
talk about the women of my race, bro. That's my mother, my sister, my aunt. Those are the women, literally the women that brought me into this world and raised me. Or you gonna call? Wow, you're just mad that
Right.
your women age like ice cream in the desert, and our women age like a diamond in a museum.
Right.
What the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Right.
Don't
And
ever
his
make fun
and
of the
his
women of
and
my
his
race.
only
Wow.
redeeming quality, it seems, amongst these panels and these hangouts is he's a glorified speaker's corner tea lady. You know what I'm saying? Who wears I don't know, some kind of iteration of a
Yes,
SS
I'm getting
uniform.
up. I don't. Well, Dr. Ferguson, I don't have to meet till noon, but the X-ray's not till 9:30.
Oh, would you like to defend
No,
yourself,
no, no.
Mr.
9:30.
IC3?
I'm getting dressed now.
No, wait. I want to know
I'm a
national
degenerate. I'm a
racism.
degenerate.
What
He already
what
said
brand
what
of
I
tea?
am.
What brand of tea are we talking about? Because
It's no point me
we're gonna start
talking.
defining things. We might as well go deep in it. We're talking about English breakfast tea, Earl Grey. What are we
So
talking
breakfast tea.
due to
What are we talking?
the lack of response from the accused, we might assume that he is guilty as charged. All the claims that have been put against him in the court of law today, sir. Would you agree?
Guilty as charged.
Bailiff,
I'm not guilty as
bailiff,
charged.
take him down. Take him down.
I'm not guilty as charged.
Whether you evolve from them thoughts.
Now let him speak. Don't forget, according to the person who's charging me with these things, that I'm a degenerate mentally. So therefore, why would you want to listen to somebody who's degenerate? Just listen to James Jones. Maybe you'll be satisfied after what he said to say.
I like the fact that you say James Jones like the Queen, but apart from that, he just put a very strong claim against your.
But the problem is that James doesn't understand where the angle he's coming from. He just read something without understanding it.
Okay.
Because if you know the person personally, then you would know what type of person that person is.
Yo, Tell, are you listening? Hey, Tell. Now let's see if you're being disingenuous or not. I came on and I asked him a fair question. I said, who do you think would benefit more from that blog being taken down? It's a simple question. And then hold on. And then we can explore it.
You come with your illiterate ways of
illiterate.
Someone is going to throw. Someone's going to either be defensive or throw something back at you. You know when you're throwing bullets, and when you're throwing bullets, of course, that person is not going to be ignorant to your conversation.
Bro, this man is not a young man, so he should be aware. Yeah, so he should be aware that everybody's actions have consequences, and if someone's misinterpreted it, then feel free to correct them or clarify it. If you've been given a simple question, if you've been given a simple question and you choose, hold on, if you're given a simple question and you choose to equivocate, and I don't have, listen, I don't have limitless patience. Yeah, I've come on quickly to make a quick point, because number one, I could be like, if you think I'm being crass now, I could really be unfair and say, why are we taking any kind of financial advice for somebody who's obviously poor? I could come and say that I didn't, right? I came and address something specifically about what he had said previously, and he didn't want to entertain it. He didn't want to engage it. He didn't want to engage it honestly. He didn't want to. So he attempted to be deceitful.
No, but to be fair, you can't. No, you can't. No. If you got a problem with someone taking financial advice from a poor man, you need to speak to Vellemy, because Velly's the one doing that.
We have to be careful.
Just listen, man. Don't push your luck. Don't push your luck.
No, I'm just fucking around. Sorry, Vellemy, I was just playing.
So why would anyone want to listen to somebody who's, as you say, obviously poor, was it mental degenerate? And I don't know what else. Why would anybody want to listen to me? Why would you even bother talking to me? I couldn't be much more value than a cat or a dog. It's a waste of time. Why don't you talk on something more interesting or beneficial that maybe I can learn something? Hello, James Jones.
James, you there?
What have you got to teach us, James Jones? Can you help a degenerate, James Jones? Can you help a degenerate? Poor person.
He's gone. I personally feel that, you know, you're two brothers of the same community. You need to kind of come together and sort of, you know, have a relationship with each other, which might actually be of having no relationship, but you just need to kind of position yourselves in the vast range of people within your community. So, like you said, everyone has an opinion and is entitled to their opinion. James Jones is just not with it, like when it comes to you. So
not with it.
Like,
That's right.
I think he's got the right. He's got the right to raise. He's got the right to raise that, you know, in an academic setting.
Yes.
And like for you to kind of like avoid the question, kind of further exacerbated the situation, in my opinion.
Oh,
like,
yes.
To ask for a definition of what a white person is, like it's like, you know, it's like me writing a scientific paper and having to explain basic things that we all agree on. Like, I think,
Correct.
You know, like,
correct. So why I went into time wasting mode. See, if I sense, we talked about currency. See, if I sense that somebody's of a certain energy, then I just switch and I just start talking gibberish.
National, if you had love for James and compassion for him and respect for him being part of your same community, although on different ends of the spectrum, you, in my opinion, could have approached it as the elder in a more compassionate way and said, who's this young little upstart thinking that he's got something on me? Let me just, you know, calm him down with the truth. You know what I mean?
Calm James down.
But James is like, he's only human. Like, he can't argue with the truth, innit?
Someone that comes with logic attack, you have to expect what's coming.
So what I do, I understand what you're saying, Khan. I understand what you're saying. It makes it's very interesting.
I'm saying for
what
the
you're
sense
saying.
of harmony within the community.
I understand.
And, you know,
I understand.
Unity amongst the brothers. Like,
I understand.
You know, it's not really good for you and James to be at like the current position, which is that he's coming on and pointing out that you're this bad guy.
Of course.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what do you think when James goes at more?
James goes at more. James goes at everyone. That's what he's there for, isn't it? That's the purpose that he's serving. So man's got a purpose in his life. I'm not going to take that away from him. But I'm saying from National's position, he could have been a little bit more accommodating of the youngster. You know, like guide him. You know what I mean? Channel that energy.
I understand. So there are different ways to approach this. I understand you made a very good point. But sometimes you sense that somebody has a certain attitude, so it's best to let them burn themselves out. Life will teach them. So life will calm them down. I don't need to. I'll just deal with people who I can talk to on a certain level, but I'm not going to. You know, I understand what you're saying. You can choose that way, but I've got to. What's the word? Resources and energy. I've got to. I only have a certain amount of very limited resources and energy. So therefore, sometimes I have to let the environment. You know, look, we know sometimes the environment itself will teach the lessons, the hard lessons. Because sometimes when you're young and you're hot-headed, it's very hard to listen. So therefore, you just leave people to their own devices. Let them hold their opinion, but sooner or later they'll come to see. You know, I don't need to rush it. Yeah, I don't need to rush it.
Vellemy, there's people at the door. They need to come in.
Yeah, so it's a good point. Is it K? Silent K. Good
Yeah.
point. But my tactics
You know,
are different.
You know, I kind of like lost track of where that came
Vellemy, where are you?
more out of your blog.
People at the door.
Black people. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, you know, I haven't really taken notice of your blogs. To be so, I mean.
Yeah, well, I'm here. I'm live. You listen. You can listen to the conversation we've had today.
While James is waiting to jump back on, you address the point that he raised. Maybe, you know, him not being here will give you the space you need to kind of form, cohesive. Oh, he's here now. Go on. I think James, you raised an issue. I think National should actually address that point. Directly.
Yeah. But there are, I understand Khan, but there's I address all points, but I address points in different ways according to the attitude I feel, or the currency that I feel that's coming out from the person. So
I'm not really interested in whether or not he addresses it. I mean, it's kind of a bit of a standalone point. If someone calls somebody the N-word and then attempts to retract and explain their state of mind, was the sentiment racist or not racist? It was still racist, right? So I personally don't need him to elaborate or elucidate on any of the points. And I think to speak to Tel and speak to what you're saying about energies and my age or whatever, when I'm definitely not young, I feel like I was fair in the beginning. I said, here's your opportunity. Rather than waffle about, you know, the stock market or whatever else he was talking about. To be honest, I didn't engage too much in what was being said. I'm interested in that because the last time we spoke, he said it was to generate discussion. Now there was more people on the panel, and they were having they were talking about whiteism being a religion and what have you. And to be honest, we was trying to get at Jordan M as well at the time, so we were kind of on the same team in that sense, yeah. But now there isn't any of these restrictions in place. So I would have liked to know for him to try to make a coherent defense of what was clearly denigrating black women, and he won't because it's embarrassing. But I don't think it's an example of someone. You know, I don't use terms like sellout or whatever. But
embarrassing.
It's definitely he definitely holds a confused and untenable position when it comes to race. Like he's not the person you should ever seek advice from or understanding of anything surrounding race, because he's clearly confused.
Thank you very much.
Clearly confused.
Thank you very much.
It's all right. You weren't talking like save your energy. Yeah, I mean, apparently you need your energy, right?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Commodity, so save it. You don't need to respond to the things I'm saying.
So, do you have anything interesting to say today?
I find everything I'm saying very interesting, but because you probably have the memory of a 90-year-old goldfish, imagine you can't adequately comprehend all the things that I'm saying.
Oh, definitely, probably.
You just have to thank God that you're not one of those ones in the care home, right?
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh.
So I'm very poor according to you. I'm very poor according to you, and mental degenerate, and was it a memory of a goldfish? So I don't think I'm a good person to have a conversation with. So maybe the subject should be changed to something.
Say James Jones again, please.
Let's talk about Islam.
IC3, say James Jones.
Joke.
Is it James Jones? Yeah.
I mean, listen. For anyone, listen. You ask somebody a question, and they equivocate to no end, and then they're the ones who are saying that you're not bringing any interesting points. I don't know what more. Someone asks you a question and you don't answer the question, then ultimately the conversation is going to descend into some kind of disorder, isn't it? That's ultimately ultimately.
Why do you have to be insulting?
Huh?
I've been observing you for a while.
Yeah, but why do you have to insult black women then? But you won't answer that question. But no one else is allowed to. No one else is allowed to critique you and your sensibilities.
Logic. You insult people in a certain way where you make them try to bring their aggression. Why do you do
Yeah, but look, let me ask you a question, James.
Why do you do it?
No, listen, he's not gonna. I'm not trying to make him aggressive. His energy is a valuable commodity, and he's clearly a master tactician and strategist. So he would never exert an undue amount of energy, right?
Master.
Was he doing it in a Tommy Sotomayor sort of way, or was he doing it in a Dick Gregory type of way?
And James, where are you doing it?
This guy would probably post pictures of Dick Gregory's feet online. That's his sort of level of political commentary. His political commentary extends to the IC chart and pictures of black women's feet. That's sort of the extent. That's the spectrum. That's the spectrum of discussion you're going to get. And yet, I'm not interesting, but he's interesting.
James, why do you like throwing bullets? bullets.
Gunslinger.
Can I ask how much energy does nervous laughter like? Does that exert a lot of energy, or is that
nervous? What are you asking me, or are you asking Mr. Riggs?
I'm asking you. I'm asking the one who's with the contrived giggle. Is that?
You think it's contrived? Do you? You think it's contrived? I'm enjoying myself.
Okay, so a little energy. Then.
Are you enjoying yourself?
Exactly.
Not particularly.
Are you enjoying yourself?
Not particularly.
You know what, National? You know when you say exactly, it reminds me of remember that old program called Bullseye when they go in one.
All right, okay.
We have.
Okay.
No, exactly.
That's right. Yeah.
Big up, man. Big up.
In his age.
Yeah, I'm old. I'm not as old as National, but I'm old.
Yeah. You got a few years.
Unlike James, I've got respect for my elders.
You got a few years to your
James is a proper upstart. James is like, we could call him the young Turk.
Hold on. First of all, stop that, because who's my older?
Oh no! Don't go there. Don't go there.
You can't help it.
No, but who? Listen, I imagine. Listen,
I'm not qualified or melanated enough to answer this question.
One second, please. Terry's older than me, and I got respect for Terry. But I don't have respect for Terry because he's older than me.
All right, cool. Do you have respect for me, even though I'm not the right color?
Yeah. No disrespect, not as much as Tell. Like I like you more. I know you more, but I probably have a bit more respect for Tell than you. But obviously, you know why that is, though, isn't it?
No, but that's because Terry carries himself in a dignified manner.
Yeah. I know, and he genuinely knows. He genuinely has information, and the place, the perspective he comes from is admirable. Like this man.
Whereas I'm just a Muslim, though.
This man is undignified. No, but this man is undignified. Why should I show him respect? Why should I show him respect when he disrespects, whether by implication or consciously disrespects people and doesn't address it? Then you don't deserve my respect. Why do you deserve my respect? You gotta earn it.
That's how we conduct ourselves.
You know, given my unbiased opinion, I haven't really caught that much of that kind of that negative rhetoric, you know, from IC. I haven't watched that much. I've seen a lot of Speaker's Corner.
What do you mean, the guy that says 1488? You mean the guy that fucking wears the SS the remodeled SS uniform? Be serious.
Maybe that's him being ironic. It's just being ironic.
Yeah. So hold on. So if someone asks you a matter of fact question, then you should be able to say. You should be able to say it's just irony, and this is why. And this is where I got the influence to be ironic in that sense. This is where I got to name one of your predecessors who was ironic and had some kind of positive end. I don't know. Like, explain yourself. If you're not going to explain yourself, then what does that mean? That you can just run around insulting black women and it's a-okay because you yourself are black? That's not how it works. That's not how logic that's not how logic works, and that's not how being sensible works. So,
Right, so if everybody's watched stuff from National Racialism, would you put a 1 in the chat if you say he's more like Tommy Sotomayor, where he's just randomly dissing black women, like who's got genuine, seems like agenda?
he might have forgot that he did it. I'll be honest, he might have forgot that he did it.
Yeah, memory like a goldfish.
I haven't really got anything like that. I'd say he's a sort of a very comfortable kind of not so RBG. There are hints of it, but it seems to me like he's proud of being British, but not entirely. He's digging out holes. So,
hey, yo, Kingo.
Yeah.
Pictures of exclusively black women's feet on runways, runaway slave feet. Ask him why. Don't intellectualize it. Just ask him why. And if it makes sense to you, then I'll stand corrected, and you can correct me.
I was assuming. I don't know if Mr. Briggs is M.A. Brown. It sounds like it, but he just said that. I think it was context in it. So you got to address the context and how he said it. That's the most important thing, obviously.
No, he didn't say it. It's a picture. It's a selection of pictures of black African, sub-Saharan African women's feet on the runway, entitled "Runaway Slave Feet."
Like, I can give you an example. If it was like to Zarek level, where he's saying that the black woman is the evilest woman on the planet, then I would say, okay, yeah, he sort of has brought that onto himself, sort of that energy, sort of that response, or that sort of, you know what I mean, type of yeah. But that type of energy. But if I would say, oh, it's got to be to that degree. But I mean, Thomas.
I don't know the name. I don't know the name you quoted, and saying black. He said black women.
Can that highlight that he's trying to show slavery?
Potentially.
Because pictures.
But I think James just wants the nod. He just wants the confirmation from National and have it like.
No. He knows he said it. He knows he's done it. We've spoken before. The reason he said last time is he said, I wanted to start a debate about race, which was incoherent, but I was taking a lot of the mic, which I'm doing now. So he kind of got.
Not really. You're not really.
Ziriab wanted to talk to him. Other people wanted to talk to him about his concept of the white religion or whatever, and for that reason, and it was somewhat interesting. So I didn't put my foot down and say, no, hold on, that's not an adequate explanation. So now King Gold has done a better job. Maybe King Gold was the brief he was on the phone to earlier. Yeah, has done a better job until they've done a better job. Yeah, of maybe trying to rationalize his position. But when asked a simple question, if you were to say, maybe racist white people would benefit, would have thought it was better, but in actuality, it would have benefited black people.
The thing is, me knowing James, he wouldn't write someone off for just one comment or one mistaken joke or whatever it is. Like, there has to be more to this. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know James. Like, he's not going to write you off just because you said one thing. This must be a line that you've taken.
What's his redeemable?
Right, good. You got it.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, cool. What's the redeemable quality? What's the redeemable quality? So he's insulted black women now. What on that WordPress blog did I say? Oh, but his activism in X field is so beneficial that it balances out all the nonsense and the racist rhetoric he seems to be endorsing. 1488 for black people. How about you literally just say I want black people to have a homeland somewhere? Why do you need to refer to a fucking neo-Nazis a propagandist technique? Why do you need to wear an SS uniform? Hold on. Why do you need to wear an SS uniform? Why do you need to wear SS uniform? If you're trying to promote some culture that is separate to British culture, why wouldn't it be an African or a Caribbean culture where you supposedly hail from? Why would you choose a German fascist regime's attire?
The thing is, though, my opinion, James is raising good questions. And someone like National, who's basically being provocative, should be taking this opportunity to fucking present his whole self and say, look, this is what I'm about, this is what I do, and just turn this opportunity into like something positive. But like for the way he's hiding and running, it just seems
I'm
a
not
little
running.
bit
I'm here.
suspect.
I'm here. I'm
Where's
not running.
the,
He's very
you know,
conservative. He's sorry, Rob,
unless,
sorry.
unless you're gonna let Riggs talk for you, but I don't mind as long as someone clears this mess up. Because I feel invested now.
This
I feel
mess,
invested. I'm
Khan,
invested.
Khan. This mess is so deep. It's so deep.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll
Let me
give you
say,
that.
yeah,
I'll give you that.
it
I
goes
think
right the way
honestly, I
down to
think
the
it just
very
follows the
fundamentals
memory, if I'm
we
honest.
were discussing earlier on. It's a very deep mess, but it's all good. So I'm not running. I'm here, but I have to let it play out. You have to let it play out.
Yeah, that's what running. That's what running means in a debate setting. That's what running is, and that's literally what running is. It's, are you going to answer a direct question? No. Are you going to equivocate and never settle on a single point? Yes. That is the technical definition of running in a debate. But it's okay. It's not, to be honest, it's not really a debate. You didn't engage from the beginning, so it's all right, mate. Don't worry about it.
I'm not gonna lie, I do feel robbed. I feel like I've been robbed now. The national, I do feel that you should kind of like say something.
I reckon
it's interesting. You feel like you've been
if I was
robbed.
you, national. If I was you, I would have a written statement waiting, because I remember last time James brought this up.
Yeah.
It was like ages ago, it was months ago. Like you had time to like write something, get it proofread. Like you had time.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but that would first he would have to remember what actually was said, and then for going on doing that, he'd have to be able to write something down. Well, it's not that deep anyway. Like I said, I don't call anyone a sellout, nothing like that. I just think he's got a very confused perspective, and that's probably as a result of racism. You know, he has probably been socially conditioned so much that even when he wants to step out, as it were, and become more conscious, he's probably still burdened by the baggage of all of the conditioning that has been done onto him. So, you know, there's a part where he probably resents black women and black men, and then there's also a part where he probably resents white women and white men as well, most likely. And unfortunately, it played out. Unfortunately, because he is not a very clear and focused individual, it's all played out on his little blog. You know, a lot of emotions, a lot of conflicting emotions that all played out on the blog. I'm just calling into question one of them, and he doesn't want to answer because it is bad and it has really negative implications.
James just that's one thing about James. James likes his shots.
Well, I think, like what Carl said, man, from the perspective of a person that I regard as someone who's quite a critical thinker, I would say that if he's questioning it at face value, then what with someone else that hasn't got the same intelligence? Some people would take it, you know what I mean, as a negative thing, just as often as it, you know, taken as whatever. But you know what I mean.
Which brings me back to the original question. If that blog was taken down, who would it benefit more? I could imagine some of these as what's his name? What's the guy that says lived it? As we lived it would call the tiki torch incel shishi faggots, as he would describe them. I can imagine them pissing themselves laughing looking at National Racism's blogspot. And I can imagine a disappointed black person like myself looking at it and thinking, this guy's an idiot. Now, which one of us would benefit more from it being taken down?
Yeah, I would probably been in the same position as you, because the way I don't really like things like that at all. But I'm not empathizing or anything like that, or saying or condoning anything, you know. But what I've noticed with the elder community, I think they just turned a bit more conservative over the years.
I think it's called. I think it's called being senile. But all right,
they feel like they have. I think because at the age that you are then, you've got a stake in the UK to a degree, because you've got a lot of family and at what you might even possess some house. Do you know what I mean? So at that stage, you've got nothing. You almost, it's like involuntarily turn more sort of conservative. Gone.
Oh right, I get you, Nikki. You're saying like the black van man syndrome.
Well, because he's got more of a stake in the country.
I'm slightly integrated.
So there's conservative black men. There's conservative black men with black wives, right? So conceivably, those people are not or those people do not find it
No,
appropriate.
oh yeah. Like I said, I'm not condoning it to any sort of extent, but I can that's what I'm just trying to establish in my head as ascertaining, as a reason why the way it is. Always had them views, but it's definitely. I mean, I can just 100% say it's Caribbean, and I'm not saying that's a pattern, but it is a bit of a pattern, and it's I'm assuming because people from Africa just have way more want to hold on to 100% of the African cultural value. Or
The absolute irony here is this man models himself as a racialist, or what's the word? Like his politics are fundamentally racial in nature. His screen picture is evidence of that, and yet all he seems to want to talk about is finance. Because when the topic comes, I'd regard as closer to home, as far as he's concerned, radio silence. But like I said, man, listen, there's no crime in being confused, but there's no respect it warrants either. So don't feel too
Khan, you got called out, bro. He heard you, though. He can't come out the silent listening. That man came out. We should shut your mouth.
No, man, I'm BMV. Sorry, BVM. I'm not dissing you, but I've been there, innit? Like, I've had children with white women and all of a sudden start feeling really British. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, bro. That's a normal thing.
There you go.
You're a troll about I'm a troll. I came and asked a serious question. You're the troll. But anyway, lads, I think I've broken your financial advisor over here. So I think I'm gonna let you lot patch him back up, man. But ask him the question, man. Maybe it's my presence that's making him uncomfortable. Make sure if you truly want to know why he thought that was necessary, or why he thought that mainly was appropriate, then ask that man. Ask him why. But big up Mr. Riggs, big up King Gold, big up Khan, and big up yourself, national racism. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you very much.
Confusion is not a crime.
James, you just done that all wrong. You've done it all wrong. You're supposed to put my name at the end. Yeah. And you're supposed to say as well, because you just kind of listed me along with everyone else, which is not the correct way of doing it. Veli, speak to your boy in it.
I thought he raised a very interesting point. Race as concerns finance. I see them as interlinked, as not two separate subjects at all. I think as on I can't remember what stream I was on, but I made the statement, money is racist. And is that true or false? So that's a link there between money and race. And then had quite an interesting discussion there. So if I was to make that statement, money is racist, is that true or false?
I think the Kingo Gold should answer that question.
Is money racist, true or false? Depends. It all depends. That is just such a hard question to answer. But the whole monetary system is racist because who determines that they can pay £1 and get that big amount, whatever it is, from that country? It's been happening for over 100 years. Like why would someone introduce such a crippling system to a certain country? Obvious, yeah. So in that respect, it's the most racist thing I think you've ever had.
Interesting response.
It is, isn't it?
Anybody else?
in a short.
Riggs, you there, bro?
Now you could say if you want to do a movement that
Just in the war, just in the war. I'm just fighting, mate.
all inclusive. if it's all inclusive, yeah, where it's or if it's inclusive, like where you break off and you start off a little, build up empire, and you don't include certain races and you're going in as a particular race, you could go as far as say that's racist, but I mean, I wouldn't even say you could call it racist. As long as you're actually trying to, you can sell to them people, especially if it's you're selling food and there's a shortage of food or water, all the rest of it. That's when it's not directly affecting someone in it, or you're not capitalizing completely over a particular item, yeah, or an economy. But as long as you're including people and you're selling, you don't necessarily have to have them part of your company, which is going to generate the money. But yeah, so in that sense, that's the only way you can call it racist. But the most crippling one is the monetary system in its entirety.
Okay.
Why did you ask that? No.
So, were you saying that if a nation is producing goods and it gives it to another nation in the form of charity, so let's say that a nation is racist and it then gives goods to another nation in the form of charity, then that's not racist. Is that what you say?
In the form of charity? No, it's if you start up a business. So say, for example, we have a black community, we just start up a little, business model, and a little empire was generated.
Okay.
And you were to employ white people and different colors, then it's not, it isn't racist. But if you kind of don't employ and you don't even serve to, and it's just you kept within your little circle, you could go as far as to say that's racist. But but even then, if it's in a time where you don't have to share your goods, then I wouldn't say that's racist. But if it's at a time where people need it, and then you're dominating us where they can't get it anywhere else, and yeah, that's what I say is directly affecting a big group of people. So that's when you can say it's racist. But yeah, you see what I'm saying? When it's but
not quite, not quite.
I can see where you're kind of trying to paint a picture for why, but what significance does that have to this? You know what I mean?
Well, let me try and illustrate why I understand you to be saying. So if you have a racist nation and then they choose to pay,
I like to call it separatist, if what they like to say separatist.
But
because because the way the words change so much, so we might as well just put it to how it is.
Yeah, I'm just trying to put it in a simpler form to illustrate it, so I can get my head around it for discussion. So if we have a racist nation, and then a racist nation employs or trades with another nation, some people might see that as not racist. But if that racist dragged other people from the other nation into their nation to work for nothing, then that would be racist. Is that the difference you're saying?
No, not entirely, but I mean that is something else that's racist as well. If you're getting someone to work for free, it's like racism. I don't know. Maybe you should use a word that doesn't involve racism, because what we're going to be, you know what I mean, using it in different, and people will be taking it in different values. So, what exactly what do you mean by racist?
Okay, good. All right. So let's say that there's a nation that believes in the existence of races. And that is one of the fundamental cultural values of that nation. So the belief that the world is composed of a number of races is a fundamental belief of this particular nation. So
That doesn't make it
therefore,
racist, it makes it racial.
okay, all right. So that's a fundamental belief of that nation. And then I think Brother Leo Mohammed was gave a speech at Speaker's Corner, which was very good, where he said that a racist is like a pianist. So they're very good at what they do. That's why the ist is illustrates their proficiency of it. So a racist
Like
would
we
be
said, a fashionista. A fashionista. Someone who's good at fashion.
Right. Okay. Good. Yeah. So this nation, we can call it a racist nation because they're very good at it. Okay, and they're the best in the world at it. So that's how we define racist in this context. Yes, and then the question was, is money racist? Then that nation may choose to use their money and their currency to purchase goods from other nations who might not share that same ideology. Or that nation could be strong enough to use their power to just grab people and put them to work for no currency. So
I've got a massive
nation has two
problem with the
options.
question. I'm not going to lie. It just doesn't seem to make sense. Like if you said, is fashion racist? I would say yeah, because it's pushing predominantly one race's look over another. If you said to me, is comedy racist? I would say yeah, because people making racist jokes get a lot of laughs and it encourages racism. If you said to me, you get me? But if you said, is money racist? That just doesn't make sense to me. And like, no matter how you phrase it, it's just still not making sense to me. Like, money isn't anything. Money is what we want it to be.
Correct. That's right. So money is what we want it to be. So therefore, would you agree that money and its element of value is where the want comes in? Because you mentioned the word want. So would you say that is where the want comes in over money?
No, what I mean by what we want it to be, I mean what we assign it to value. So at the moment, well, not at the moment, but historically, money's been gold standard. So money was assigned the value of gold. So we want it to be that, and we could have made money into anything. We could have said money is how many smiles you get a day. Money is how many hellos you get a day. Like, it's what we want it to be, innit? We wanted it to be gold. So money itself isn't anything.
Okay, good. So therefore, we move into the realms of we want, and who are the we that are wanting? Yes?
Yeah.
So the gold is there, and then you said we. When you said we, well, who were you referring to?
The people who choose to trade in gold or money.
Right. Okay, so if you're using gold as money, so, and also if people choose to trade in slaves, that could be money as well, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And so whoever's trading in slaves or trading in gold, the we would be that group and their trading partners. correct?
Yeah, everyone who's invested.
Right. So the traders compose the we.
Yeah.
Because they've set the value on those commodities.
100%.
And want to trade with them. So it could be gold, diamonds, slaves, or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, whatever's on the stock market, yeah.
Right,
whatever's on the sheet.
Yes, their stock market, because they're the ones who've created the stock market.
Well, if you're using money, it's your stock market too.
Or if you're using the money. That, or no, careful. If you're using, if you agree,
you're choosing to invest in money. If you hold your wealth in money, you could hold your wealth in lots of different things. You could hold it in bars of gold. You're choosing to use money, so therefore, ipso facto, ergo, becomes your investment in a system which predominantly is trading based on a single currency.
Okay.
No matter I'll give you an example. Yeah, I'll give you an example of what you're talking about. When Jesus turned the money tables over, right?
Yeah.
People were going in there with a coin with Caesar's head on it and handing it over, and the guy was giving him a coin back with God's name on it.
Okay.
What's the point in that? They're both money. Yeah?
Yeah.
They're equal in value. So what's the problem? Why have two sets of coins?
Right. Massive. Massive
That's
question.
like saying, so you're saying is money racist? At that particular point, we could say, yes, to this guy, money was racist because he said this money and that money, represent two different things. And one of them is representing paganism and slavery and racism.
Right. Okay.
So he chose to overturn the exchange of one for the other, because by exchanging one for the other, you might think you're separating yourself from that system, but you're not. You're just becoming a part of it.
Yes.
Whereby all you've done is change one coin for another coin,
right.
but the value of it's still the same. So you're conning yourself into thinking, well, we've got our own economy with our own coins.
Yes.
And at this point, one coin becomes another coin. But really and truly, that's just semantics. That's just... Do you see what I mean?
Yes, definitely. It's a very good point. It's a very good point. So even though they were both pieces of gold, one had Caesar's head stamped on it, and one had God's
name written on it.
Right. But physically, they're both the same because they're just gold.
Right.
But as we started talking about earlier, currency is that invisible value, because value is invisible. Gold is visible, but the value of gold is invisible. So therefore, you're getting a warfare.
I'll give you another one. It's like I'm going into a car park. I give them a £1 coin, and they give me back a plastic coin to use on their machine. But when I come out, I can exchange it back for a £1 coin, still worth so. In that little domain of that car park, my £1 coin has, for all intents and purposes, become a piece of plastic that's worthless.
Yes.
But within that, within that domain, that piece of plastic still represents a £1 coin. So the same way how a pound of a £1 coin should really represent X amount of gold, which is in the treasury. Yeah. What we got is tokens. Things that represent other things.
Right.
And if we're equivocating, if they have a relationship with each other, if they equivocate with each other, or if they're exchangeable for each other, then they become the same thing.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right.
So if you're exchanging Caesar's money for God's money, then you're saying Caesar and God are the same.
Correct.
You're saying that there's some sort of do you understand?
Yes, 100%. 100%. Right. That's it. That's the statement. That is the statement. And that's where the big fight came. That's why, as you were illustrating, that Jesus started to turn over the tables to say, no. God's money and Caesar's money are not the same.
Interchangeable or the same.
Exactly. But so you got two ways of looking at that. Some people would say he's a madman because Caesar's money is gold and God's money is gold. It's just gold. What's the problem? So he's mad. But other people would say, no, he's not mad. He's illustrating that there's two different value systems, two different cultures, two different faiths, and one faith is being crushed. And so the whole physical fight, or the whole physical turning over of tables, was something based in thin air, not in thin air, in invisibleness.
Yeah.
So that's why he would be classified as an insane person.
Yeah.
They would have thought he was mad.
I'm with you on that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was a good illustration.
To a materialist person who only deals with the physical.
Yeah.
Then it might be seen that way.
Exactly. That's the way he would see it. That's right. So that's a very deep analogy you've put there that goes across the whole of this conversation.
Uh-huh.
See? So if somebody comes in and starts saying, well, why are you turning over the tables? It's both gold on both sides. Well, are you mad? Are you degenerate? Have you got a memory of a goldfish? Are you poor? See, so what would be the point of talking to somebody who's a materialist? They're not going to understand.
Yeah,
they can't understand above the material. So therefore, you just keep them spinning around in a circle, in their material world. Because that's why it was said that give not that which is holy unto dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine. So the dogs and the swine are the materialists.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm not going to discuss with dogs and swine. There's no point. Because it says, or they may turn around and tear you to pieces or rend you. Yeah. So you don't talk with dogs and swine because they're just gonna turn around and bite you. Don't waste your time. Just let them talk. Let them do what they want to do. Let them say what they want to say. Let them call you when they want to call you. That's fine. Dogs bark and swine grunt. That's it. Leave them. But those who can see above the gold and
Have you ever read the Tao Te Ching, The Way and the Power?
I've read bits of it. Yes.
There was this long time ago philosopher called Lao Tzu.
Yeah.
And someone asked him to write a book, like outlining his philosophies and his beliefs and explaining about the Tao and explaining about Tai Chi and Yin and Yang and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they asked him to write the book, like probably a king or something.
Yeah.
Summoned him and asked him to write the book. Do you know what the first line of the book is?
No.
Okay. So before I explain it, the word Tao and the word way is interchangeable. So what he says is the way that can be expressed in words is not the true way.
Ah, interesting.
So what's the point of the rest of the book?
I understand. All right, that's quite good. What's the point?
Yeah,
I understand. That's right. Why waste your time? That's right. Because if people cannot get above the words, then you're wasting your time. Yes.
Yeah. Basically.
Yes. Yeah. Because have you seen the movie Pi?
No.
Pi.
Is it good?
Whoa, it's very, very good. Very, very good. It's done by the same
Where can I find
people. You'll find it on the internet. Pi, but pi as in the symbol pi, maths, the math symbol pi. It's done by the same. I think is it the Coen brothers, the same people that did The Matrix. I think it's done by them, but it was one of their early films.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's a movie called Pi. If you watch that illustrates beautifully what we're discussing here.
Mm.
That's so.
I can
mean,
see you're trying to get there, like, you know. I can see that you're trying to, like, you know, bring the conversation to that point. But, you know, I don't know if this is like really gonna work, because
exactly
you
the
know, like,
words.
yeah,
Yeah,
because people are
yeah,
talking physical things. So when they're talking about power, and you're talking about how power manifests itself from potential power into realistic, like, reality,
yes,
then you're explaining something that is on a unsubstantiated level,
yes,
because you get me, because if you believe that power exists independently, yeah, then you would choose to align yourself with power, and you will benefit from that power. But if you believe that power is something physical that you can hold, then you're going to have a different view. You're going to have a
yes,
different plan of action. You're going to have a
yes,
different, yeah. So you're dealing with two different things. So historically, when we look at how people have attained power, we can see that whether or not power exists independently, having that mentality or that mindset and acting in that way produces results. People
yes.
who physically or mentally, or like not mentally but physically, see power and want to grasp it and hold it, always come unstuck.
That's right. You got it. Always, always. That's
Always.
why the people that have power, they rule, because they become like the very power itself. You can't see them. You don't know what their names are. You don't know where they are. Yeah, they become ethereal.
They become power.
That's right. That's right. They become it. They disappear into the ether, into the world of the invisible. Whilst you're still looking, say, oh, this guy's poor, or this guy hasn't got this, and you're still on the material level, and so those people will always rule you, because you think, wait a minute, if I've got 10 pieces of gold, I've got more than your one piece of gold, more value than your one piece of gold. But these people, they can make that one piece of gold 100 times more valuable than your 10 pieces. So physically, we look at it.
What we're doing, we're only looking at really half of the story. Because if we're
Yes.
saying that things from the unseen can manifest themselves in a physical world, then there must somehow be a feedback loop where what happens physically also affects the other realm, let's say.
Yes, correct.
So
Beautiful.
There must
That's
be a
alchemy.
feedback loop.
Yes, that's alchemy. You got it. You've got it. You've got it. That you've just mentioned there, alchemy. That's exactly what that's about. If you look at the emerald tablets, the emerald tablet says that. It says basically, it starts from below, it rises to above, and then it descends back down to earth, and combines what is above and with what is below. Yeah, so what you just said there is the exact fundamentals of alchemy. So if you so people who are just looking on the material level, they'll never see that. So they'll always be controlled, just like the dogs and the pigs. Yeah, and those people who understand currencies and how to manipulate currencies, they're not going to argue with you. They just say, yeah, okay, whatever. But so you're going out there, you're working yourself off, you're dying of, working yourself to death and sweating all over the place. Those people, they just manipulate you, your value of you yourself. And you're working so hard and you're wondering, how come I'm not being promoted? I'm doing as much work as this person. I've worked longer hours. You keep working. And how come this person who does hardly any work, how come they got promoted and I didn't? They'll never understand that. Because they think, because I packed 100 boxes and this person packed 2 boxes, I should get more pay rise than him, because I'm obviously working harder. I'm working more longer hours and I'm packing more boxes. So why am I not getting the promotion and the
And not
pay
only
rise?
that, my great granddad, my great granddad's granddad, and my great granddad's granddad's granddad were all packing boxes. So who do you think you are turning up here telling me about how many boxes you packed? Because you can never pack as many
Right.
boxes as me or my ancestors. So I
Yes.
should always get paid more than you.
Right. That's
And what is
right.
what is
That's
that?
right.
What is that? What is
Yeah,
that?
that's the same trap. It's the same trap.
That's racism, isn't it?
Because yes, and that's right. And they're counting the boxes, whilst the real power is in the value within your family line, the people, the current that flows through the people, not the boxes.
That's true.
You know,
that's a good point.
So that's so to address answer your question that you raised earlier, why I wasn't answering.
But the irony of it is, people who are saying my granddad done a lot for this country, or was born in this country, or we've been here for this long. When you ask them to show you a family tree with more than like 4 generations, they can't do it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that's the complete irony of it. And like, there is no lineage. You don't know if you came from Vikings or you came from Italian Romans, or you don't know for a fact.
Yes,
but you're sitting there telling me you do know for a fact. You don't know for a fact.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So therefore it moves into what we were saying again earlier. It's faith, isn't it? If somebody believes,
it's a belief. It's a belief.
Yeah, if somebody believes that they come from a line of kings, over 10 centuries, and you don't know who your dad is, or you don't know who, you understand that? I mean that's all in the head. It's invisible.
Yeah,
but that person's going to carry themselves differently.
But when you look at it, that narrative's being pushed, it's being sold, and the people at the top are doing it because they're using nationalism as a binding agent to keep people attached to this country and to this economy and working. And like English people used to buy Ford Escorts or Ford like cars, even though they never used to give you color-coded bumpers. You could have gone and bought a Volkswagen. Do you know what I mean? And it would have been better. But they were buying English cars. They were saying, oh, English cars are better because they're made in England, they're made in Ford Dagenham, they're made in Enfield, blah, blah, blah. We're going to buy these cars. And what they inadvertently done was drive the price of those cars up.
Yes, that's right.
Even though it was a sub product. It wasn't a equal product to what you could have got elsewhere.
Yes.
If it was an equal product and it was worth a little bit more, you could say, okay, that's the value of people loving their own brand.
Yes.
But it was actually a shit version of a car.
Yes, but the cultural value, the culture controlled the value, not even the car, whether it works or not.
Yes.
It's just because it's one of ours. Yes.
Yeah.
So that built the whole thing. That's the power.
Exactly.
And talk to, pigs and dogs, they won't get that. Sorry?
This is what goes back to why did Africa have so much emphasis on women being, such a prominent and important part of African society, is because when you look at the women, they kind of finish off a man, like they complete a man. So they do all the stuff right there, collect the get the food. You know what I mean? They'll go and harvest a crop. So that's your food right there. I mean, they'll come and you're clean. You got to clean without being too rude, sounding too rude. You know what I mean? But generally, the African woman probably would want to be doing that sort of role as well. So that was a current. You know what I mean? That was like that's why woman was so strong, like the woman role, because majority of the time they were the people that went and did the food. You know what I mean? With the harvesters.
I think it's a beautiful point you've made there. It goes even deeper, and this is where it even gets a bit dizzy for me, because I've been meditating on this. You see, it seems that in some way that women are their value. You see, just like you have the relationship between money and currency, there's a relationship between male and female.
No
And
doubt.
yeah,
See,
so
that's more valuable than that's the bag. You know what I mean? The bag
yeah,
is
so
not
there's
really the
something
bag.
going on there. Yeah. So we have the flesh and the spirit. We have money and currency. We have the visible and the invisible. We have male and female. You know, there's this duality. There's something going on there, which I'm meditating on at the moment. But plus, when you see war, when there's a war, they tend to try. They can take the women. It's easier to get the women take the women as prisoners and make them part of your society than it is the men. You have to kill the men. Does that make sense? If you look at all the ancient battles,
Oh yeah, of
they
course.
kill the men and then just take the women.
That was the value. That was most valuable, really. Obviously,
There's resources, yeah.
Yeah, the hunter gatherer sort of troglodyte type of hoarding thing, where commodities was just getting ripped out the ground and not replaced, and then now they realize that it's the woman that makes the world go round at the end of the day.
Right. So therefore, they try to when they fight wars, it's basically to take the women.
Yeah, so that they established that sort of 1100s after yeah.
So you made a good point.
1100s. They were probably even before that,
Right, that's right. Forever.
Mm.
I think it's been going on for forever. So that's a big difference between male and the female, and how they always try to take out the males and then take the women as captive, because then they can bring them into their society, into their city. So it's a bit like they always say ships or cities are female, or people represent the female energy, like the church. The church is a woman. The church is a woman. That's the people. And it's funny how so the church is a woman, and then you or just like a ship. They say a ship. You always call a ship feminine as well.
Yeah.
So there's some deeper connection there that's worth looking to, and I'm still trying to study into that. But so the destruction of the idea of male and female is being done I believe, by people who understand the difference, and they understand the value of the difference.
Yeah, of course.
So they'll confuse the difference in you in order to bring you down and make you more easy to control, because they understand the value of the difference. So there's lots of speakers that speak about that. There's like Neely Fuller's very good. He says there's no such thing anymore as black men. There are no black men. There's only the white man. There's white man and white woman, and black males and black females. But to be a man, you have to be a manager. You have to be in a position of power. And if not, you're just a male or female of a particular species, just like animals.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
That's what Neely Fuller says. Yeah. So I agree with him on that. And so therefore, that follows on to say that if the state is being run by people that have alternative values to what the men would have, if they get the women believing that the state will provide everything for them, then that devalues the man or the male. and
Yeah.
then
Yeah, of course.
the real man is the state, the men in the state.
Yeah.
That's where the power is.
Yeah.
So I got that from reading Neely Fuller, and it makes sense. It makes sense.
The destruction of the black man in the household is quite a hot topic.
Yes, and Neely Fuller makes it very clear. Have you heard of Neely Fuller?
I've not heard of them, but
yeah, let me type it in. So it's Neely, Neely, Fullei, Junior. Listen to him and get his books. Let's put this here. Neely Fuller Junior. Yeah.
Did you talk about that one? Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I think but based on how you were speaking earlier on, you'll be in harmony with that. I mean, the first time I saw that book, somebody showed it to me. And I just couldn't. I just had to throw it away. I said, no, I can't read that. And it took me years to get back to that book. And when I went back to that book, I started to read it right the way through so many times. But the first time it was like a complete culture shock.
But you know what I love? Puzzles. You know what I love? Games. It's a game and it's a puzzle. You put the puzzle bit together, you can see the game they're playing.
That's
you put
right.
All of the little pieces together, pipeline to jail, all the bloody rest of it. Poverty.
Yeah.
Too many black people stopped, so you're going to get a lot more black people in jail. Then it's just
that's right. All of that stems from the basic fundamentals that we were discussing. And then Neely Fuller says that the black male is not allowed to be a black man. He can be he can behave like a woman, but he's not allowed to be a man. So that's why they're trying to effeminize the black male.
Yeah, as well as make them conform as well. That's another.
Yes, that's right. So Neely Fuller, reading his book kind of opened that up for me.
And the main way to make people conform is to what? Make them believe that they've got a stake in.
Yes, you got it.
Yeah, they value something in that particular relationship.
Yes.
So
you make beautiful point you made there. You said make them believe. See? Yeah. So we're talking about the realm of the invisible again. Make them believe, or you see, you're directing their faith.
So, uncle, let me just add something to that. So now, when it comes to someone's pension, they pass over. Do you reckon that will get sifted a little bit, or do you reckon there'll be any way where you once thought that you had a nice little comfortable something to send down, something to go home to, something whatever?
Yes.
And then next minute the poo hits a fan, recession hits, or some sort of clause allows your money to get swept from right underneath your feet.
There you go. You smashed it. See, you smashed it. That's it. See, that's how it works. The pension. The idea of a pension. It has all that feeling. Oh, if I put up money for the pension, I'll be okay in my old age. But these people, they planning way ahead. They're the people that gave you the pension in the first place. They have plans. They have plans for you. So you think it's a nice, safe place. I mean, look what happened with the Greek bailout. Sorry, bail-in. I never heard of that before. So you got your savings, and then the IMF just come in and just took out money from your savings from the bank. The Greek bail-in. You talk to the Greeks, they'll tell you.
Is that what the Greeks did because of the crash?
Well, I think that the Greeks fell out with the IMF over something, and then the IMF just went into all the Greek pensions and their savings and just took money from their savings. Just think that. Just imagine that.
Yes. So that's where
That happened.
That's where it goes. So really, do you have a stake in where you are? If you so it's like it's amount of value, it's how much future you can see. It's how much, you know what I mean, of a future you can see established in your mind.
Right. Good.
And you got to be a realist as well. You know what I mean. You can have a pie in the sky idea, but if you're not a realist, you're just going to be chasing dreams.
Yes, but
if you've got any type of intelligence, you're going to realize that due to history, the chances of everything ending in a happy, you know what I mean?
Yes.
As you expected, it's probably not going to be that So that will bring a lot of resent and hurt to your soul.
Yes.
So ultimately, it goes back to where do you want to what do you want to make valuable?
Right, you got it. That's right.
And then but at the end of the day, look at it like this. There's no way anybody's going to be able to, like I think Khan said earlier on, try to manipulate the market. You can't. You're not going to be able to do that. You're going to be able to go create your own banking system and have anything to back it with without them trying to come and squash you. So that's just out. I mean, we can speculate over that all day if we want, but ultimately, other questions and other things I think probably would be better scrutinized. It's good. It's definitely good to understand that there's currency and energy in money and stuff. That's definitely really interesting. But in terms of, do you have a stake in the West as a black person at this stage? You probably do. But what do you have to do? Become effeminized or either gay?
Right.
Or no, understand you're in a situation where you're going to be a second-class citizen 100%.
Correct.
And you're probably going to be in a market where you won't be able to even afford real estate.
Right. So, but let me say this. Put some
due to rat race.
Good. Yeah, but a good a positive view here.
So do you have a stake in this country, Uncle?
One second. Where you're going is very serious. So we've got to slow this
down.
down.
I'm asking you a personal question, though. I'm going
to answer that. I'm going to answer that. But you see, you were saying a number of things, and you came to that question as a result of the things that you said before.
Okay, sorry. I'll just let.
Yeah. So you come to that question as a conclusion to a number of things that you said before. But the number of things that you said before that built up to that question are loaded. But I just let you speak.
I didn't want to be rude. I hope I'm not coming across rude. That was just a.
No, they were valuable. What you said, it's very valuable. But I've got to break it down.
I'm not ask you to tell you like your bank account or where, if you live in Notting Hill or where.
No, I know, but let's slow this down. Let's slow this down.
Yeah.
So, you talked about stake, and a lot of people they say if you go and try and set up a bank, and you then they'll come. The big powers that are already established will come and crush it or crush the idea.
That's how they get the legitimacy to do that, but somehow.
Okay. Well, watch this. Or if you go and try and set up your own little country, just like what happened to Fela Kuti. I think is Mr. Riggs put up a good video about Fela Kuti. I was watching that, and Fela Kuti he set up a little commune, and he called it his own republic. And his music and everybody lived together, and he tried to separate himself from the rest of Nigeria and just have his little place where he had his own little prison. He had his own little courts, everything. That's Fela Kuti music. So so he tried to become independent. He tried to become sovereign. But eventually, when he was getting too strong, they just come in and smash up the whole place. Yeah, right. So the mistake here, the same thing happened with the Black Panthers. they try to create their own little economy or whatever separately, and then live amongst themselves and just leave us alone. And then, but if that model does not work, it keeps crashing over and over and over and over again, because the focus is not understanding how currency works. See, you can only set up something. So like water, if a currency is going down somewhere, it must be going up somewhere else. If a currency is going up in value somewhere, it must be going down in value somewhere else. So you can't separate yourself from the system. You can only create a vessel that sucks in energy and currency and value, and at the same time, as it's increasing in value, it's taking value down somewhere else. So you're directly connected with the original power. So you've got to find the fulcrum. If you try and separate yourself, you'll be destroyed. So you've got to find the fulcrum within the system itself, because water flows. You see,
yeah. But that's not. I mean, I can understand what you're saying. So what you do is you don't go in and cut half the price off. You be competitive basically, and you also, there's always going to be that super shiny white his right hand digging his hand in, getting a little percentage out.
Right. So yes. So that percentage can be reduced and reduced and reduced and reduced, but it cannot be destroyed. You can't cut it. So they may come in and say, look, your diamonds are great. We're going to take those diamonds, and the exchange is that we're going to give you this. In other words, it might be just a road. It might not even give you any money. You've got a road there. Or we're going to build maybe a few houses for you for your miners to live, or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you dig the gold. So obviously the deal is not well. You understand? The deal is working out very badly for you.
Yeah. So you could another example you could say is if someone created loads of art, and it was happened to be such the best art in the world, and you selling it everywhere.
Yeah.
All the artists in and around you would not be getting that many sales. So indirectly,
you got it.
But
yes.
But now we're going to food, and you've been getting your food from a supplier who's questionable. He's getting it from the Pacific. It's it's terrible. It's all the fish have got 3 eyes, and a lot of people are getting cancer.
Yeah.
You're right to pull away from having anything to do with so if you want to create your own fishery, then I think you're well in your rights. I would believe in that sense.
Oh, hold it there. You said well in your rights.
As long as you don't swamp it. It goes back to what I was saying earlier. As long as you don't, because that's racism. If you've got too much commodity and you're affecting everybody around you, where you've got too much of it, even forget about the prices, even then I'd say that shouldn't happen.
Right. So the solution to this, I'm saying, is that it's like a seesaw effect. You cannot. You're still in the market. It has to be. You have to do something that gives you leverage, that somehow devalues their currency and increases yours at the same time. So a lot of people say, they talk about reparations and say, well, yeah, we're going to get reparations, and then we've got to build something for ourselves, and and then we can start. Once we got our reparations, then we can help our people. But it doesn't work like that. How it works is that the reparations is one move. It's the same move. Your reparations and the building of the people who benefit from the reparations happens at the same time. You're not going to get the reparations and then go off and do something good and go off and build hospitals and then go off and build schools and go off. You know, there's no off. The magic that creates the idea that creates the reparations is a fulcrum. It's something that is an idea that enters into the system and shifts the fulcrum and then shifts the value, so that the water starts coming down from one tank, or the value starts going down from one tank and starts increasing in another tank. It's a connection. The reparations is a connection. It's not taking buckets, putting your bucket in somebody else's tank, and then try and pour in the water in your tank. They'll kill you.
So I can have respect for someone who's a good worker, but a hoarder.
Sorry, say it again.
I can have respect for someone who's a hard worker and has things, but a hoarder is people. Any person or people that hoard is what I'm against. And
yeah, but the hoarding
seems to be affecting us right now.
Yeah, but you got to realize the hoarding is like the savings. Is that they're planning for the future trouble, for a rainy day, way down, because they want to stay in power for as long as possible. So they'll use some and then they'll hoard some as backup in case something goes wrong. So hoarding is part of it. See, so just like you may have a Swiss bank account, all that stuff loaded up in the Swiss bank accounts makes people believe that they'll be there for centuries and centuries and centuries to come, and that they'll still be in power.
Can I ask you a question?
1,000 years from now.
Just before I was gonna head off. I don't know. Maybe someone could jump back on and. Yeah, I'll probably head off in like 5 minutes.
That's all right. I'm the last man standing. Continue. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask you why. Just to change the subject, why do you wear that? Why do you wear that police hat? Or why do you put it on this?
Yeah, everything I do is around manipulation of the invisible, as we discussed earlier about currency. So therefore, it would make no sense to somebody who's just a materialist. It just makes no sense to them whatsoever, and they'll never get it because they can't see the wider side. So it can't really be answered straight. It's a manipulation of invisible energies, of currency, of value. So it's just like
face value. So say it's face value. See an older man. With a police hat on, with a couple of boards, speaking in speaker's corner. I would, at face value, initial thoughts. I'm just going to say it. Say a conformist.
Of course, that's what it looks like. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So
face value.
So that's what I would. So why I wouldn't get that from you. You know what I mean? Like that's not what you're emanating. So you're giving out. So
beautiful. I like the way you said that. That is not what you're emanating.
So why wouldn't you want to get the full? Like, don't you think that giving someone a bad perception? Because so it's first contact is the most important. Is counterproductive to your initial or to your underlining positions, because obviously it wouldn't be your position that you was a complete formless sort of coon with a hat, with a police hat on. kind of perform it, whatever. You sorry, without saying that word, excuse me. But like, so I would say that would be counterproductive for your actual real messages.
Right. Okay. So I'd say no, and then explain why. So just like if somebody was to show a chunk of gold, then if you're just on a material level, you say, "Oh, that's a chunk of gold. Oh, and is it real gold? Yes, that's real gold. Wow. This guy must, or these people must really love me. They've given me a chunk of gold, and I can do this, this, and this, and this. So that's face value. I saw the gold. I can see it. I don't know how it works. I don't know nothing about value or currency, nothing. But it's gold. And whoever just gave me that piece of gold, they must be good people. Come along. Hold it. Listen carefully. Listen to this. I'm trying to address. I'm trying to address the points you've raised. Is very complex. It's very difficult because it's moving into that other realm. So somebody could come along and say, "Look, I'm going to give you a case full of American dollars." You think, "Wow, this person is really generous. They've given me a whole case full of American dollars. They said they're not giving me any gold anymore, but they're giving me dollars, and then I can do so much with these dollars of this case full of dollars. These people must be really good. They must be really looking out for me." And because you can see the dollars, you can see the case. And then the same people come along later and say, "Listen, those dollars and the gold I gave you, you didn't spend them all at once. So where are they?" "Oh, I've got some of them still in my bedroom, underneath my bed, under my mattress." And then they come along again and said, "Okay, look at that building over there. That's our bank. If we gave you the gold..." Yes.
Uncle.
Did you get the point I'm making?
Uncle, I do. But Uncle, I'm just saying, look, it's for me a bit misrepresenting when I see a black person with a cop hat on.
Yeah, I understand that. I know you're repeating it. I understand that. I'm trying to explain.
But like, bro, it's just like, just for me to put a hat on.
Yeah. Okay, we'll stay with the hat and uniform.
Hurt my feelings. If
Sorry?
someone wants to show me a picture and it to be circling around with me having a police hat on, even if I was being sick on the floor, drunk, and it was obvious I was out on some sort of Hindu or anti-dress costume.
Yes.
Even then, I wouldn't even think about putting a police hat on. So clearly, it's something that yeah, I can't really even trying to rationalize.
Exactly.
Like that. So
yes. So it's designed.
Man, I mean, if you just think, police aren't as bad as people make out, and I'm fully supportive of police, I wouldn't say that was such a bad standpoint at a man of your age to have. No offense, I won't say but yeah, I mean, if you feel like that, you haven't been, or you feel like people are lying with, or they're skewing the amounts of stats that police bring out. But personally, knowing like collectively, everybody knows that police are putting pressure on black people for you to have a hat on in jest or any sort of deep meaning or psychological.
Right, slow down, because what you're moving into dangerous territory. You don't realize it. Slow down. You're moving into very dangerous territory. So when you're talking,
if you can actually
slow down. You're talking. You're saying I've got a police hat. You're accusing me of wearing a police hat. You're accusing me of wearing a police hat.
He's wearing an SS uniform, Uncle.
You're accusing me of wearing an SS uniform.
Someone told me you were wearing an SS hat and a police hat.
Someone told you.
Yeah, well,
Someone.
I've seen you wearing it in my content over everything.
Yeah, so why say someone?
So well, someone just verified it. So that's what I'm
verified
trying to
what?
So the fact that you wear SS uniform or police hat or whatever that
How do they verify it? Hold it, slow down. How do they verify it? How do they verify I'm wearing an SS uniform and a police hat?
I thought that you'd slipped over, bumped your head. All right.
King Gold, hello, 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 hello. You said verified.
Someone needs to go get that brother and wake him up and just say, "Look, uncle, do you know where you are?" Because you.
How did you use the word verified?
Clipboards.
Did you hear what I said? All right, continue talking. Keep talking. I'll keep.
That's what I'm saying. You was walking around with a sailor hat on, uncle, and a police hat on, and that's all I'm saying. That's initially.
No, I was not wearing a police hat.
Oh, who said? Someone. Oh no, sorry. Excuse me. Someone said that you was.
Someone said. So that's why I'm trying to throw you down. You see, you're throwing all this stuff out, and you're not thinking the words coming out your mouth. You're making accusations. You're making accusations and not realizing it. You're saying I was wearing a police hat. And I was wearing an SS uniform, and it was verified.
James Jones just said something about you wearing a police hat. That's all I was saying. That's I was just asking, why you done that? But that's fine. Yo, excuse me. No offense, but I mean, you haven't said that you haven't worn it. You haven't actually put it on. You said who said that? Even if you have, you tried to. I would say instantly, no, I haven't. But you haven't, so I don't know. Maybe you have, but you haven't cleared up the fact that if you have or not. So maybe I'm putting over false claims. I do apologize. I was gonna get in. So can I ask you a question? Have you ever served in the police force or the military forces? IC3. IC3. Have you ever been part of the police forces? He didn't say he didn't. He said, who said that? Who just said that? Man, sometimes talking to people like a brick wall. I mean, people are asking Uncle questions all day. Come on, let's be honest. We've been asking all day, Uncle. We've been asking you questions all day, and he's been dilly dad jumping this, that. It's like David Cameron. Straight after 9/11. Come on, bro. Or whoever was in office. It's like stop buck dancing and jumping around and sliding and just say yeah, yes, no. 1 minute. Yeah, this, that, but boom. It's just like, come on, man. Just answer the question. Personally, but if it's false, it's false. Just tell me. But I mean, if you're just not answering the question, then it's, James asked you a question. I was getting annoyed earlier on, to be honest with you, a little bit because you just answered the question really. But no offense, I'm not trying to be rude. No, not at all, not at all. But maybe it's not you. Someone's just accused you, or I've seen a black guy that's wearing an SS uniform, whatever the hell it is, and he was talking a load of nonsense in Speaker's Corner. And I don't know. I maybe it might not have been you. There's a couple of older black people there. But anyway, it was nice talking to you lot. You giving me a silent treatment. National racism.
Oh, sorry, I had the mute on. Sorry, yeah.
Oh.
So I was going into. Sorry, I had the mute button on. I didn't realize.
No.
So yeah. So, well, I suppose it didn't make much difference anyway because You weren't listening to the answers I was trying to give you. Is that right?
Well, I was, but I did see someone wearing an SS uniform. So when James Jones said something like
What is
that,
an SS uniform?
the SS uniform. So
How do you know? Was it verified?
German. Well, James
Was it
Jones.
verified? Who told you that?
Was he lying? Was James Jones just lying about 3 hours ago or 2 hours ago? I don't know how long I've been on this, but it's about 2 hours ago. He just
I'm
said.
saying he's grossly misinformed.
Can you confirm that he said that though?
I don't know what he's on. I don't know what he's saying.
No, that's cool. I mean, he did accuse you of doing something with.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about James. So what have you got to ask me? What do you want to know? Forget James. King Gold. What do you want to know? Forget James.
We did
what do you want to know?
Literally about 25 minutes ago. I said, "We're going to change the subject now, Uncle." I addressed you as Uncle to, emphasize the respect that I've got for you. And I
Apparently.
said, "No, it's cool, man. That's all right. I do." But I asked if you wore SS uniform or police hat. Was that you, the person I saw on COE? But you haven't confirmed it or whatever. But it's not. It's I see that with most elderly people, actually, to be honest with you, regardless of the color. But that's just
right. So is the question: was I wearing an SS uniform? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Is that the question?
Yes, I will.
Listen to the answer. Listen to the answer. Listen to the answer. The answer is no. I was not wearing an SS uniform. Next question. Was I wearing a policeman's hat? Is that next question?
Yeah. So what
was I wearing a policeman's hat? Answer is no. Next question.
So what hat was it? What was the was it a sailor uniform or something? YMCA jacket. I'm joking. I'm joking now, Uncle. Look, honestly.
That's all right.
So because he said it. So I'm just.
Who's he? Who's he?
James. Because you told me not to fucking say his name. I'm going to say his name, James Jones. But I did see it. Someone on the other day on COE a number of times wearing a black guy wearing a uniform, but his eyes are really wide open. He looked like he'd just been smoking on something, I don't know, spice about a week earlier from that.
Okay.
I don't know if that's you, but judging by me seeing you on I think I may know who this is now. So I could have been cast as Burton, but I was actually asking you. I wasn't even accusing you at that stage. So if you could just confirm if it was you or not.
It might have been the mute button.
Yeah, you just confirmed it wasn't. So cool. So do you know who that person was then? Because this stage, he fits your description, my friend.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, what we'll do, we'll do an investigation. If you see that person again, go up to him and ask him or her. Yes? Go up and ask them or it or whatever it is.
I just said to you, accuse you of doing. And if he accused you of wearing a police officer, I'm going to ask you why he accused you of wearing a police officer's hat.
You have to ask him.
Come on, man. This is what I'm saying, bro. Like,
you have to ask him if somebody makes an accusation. No, listen. If somebody makes an accusation, then ask the person who made the accusation. Does that make sense?
I'm not that emotionally invested. I'm not really that interested. But if you,
so why talk about it?
Well, because maybe
why talk about it if you're not interested? Why are we talking about this?
Well, I mean, if someone just came on a panel and said that this guy dances around, in Regent Street, you know what I mean? So fuck the police with nothing on, then you would clearly try and then say, look, I want to ask this guy because I feel a bit like maybe I want to answer. That's like sparked my intrigue as to why this person would be dressing like that or not dressing like that.
Correct.
So I'm just saying it's not a bad thing, and you could be 101 reasons why you'd be wearing a uniform with your eyes wide open, talking jiggy.
Is it uniform? Is it a uniform?
I don't know.
What is the uniform?
Yeah.
You see, you're making all these accusations. I'm just asking you to clarify. What is a uniform? Did it look like a uniform, or is it a uniform, or was it a uniform? Come on, we're in court now. Come on, we're in court.
Okay,
People
so
are listening.
I'm typing IC3.
Yes.
Dressed as police in speakers.
Right. Is that a question or not?
Now hey everybody. Hey everybody. Type in IC3 wearing uniform in speakers corner. He looks like a man that's just gone and burgled a veteran's house. I'm joking. He looks like one of them brothers from out of the bookies, boy, out of the betting office that goes and rob it. He said, where? Or it's yours, or you bought it from a flea market. I'm joking. No, I'm really joking.
Jokes.
No, you know,
it's all right. You know it goes. Jokes.
They're not that good, but I mean, look, I'm just saying, look, I've just typed your name in, everything like that.
Yes.
And I've seen a police officer and you standing together, and I got the same vibe. But then I had to reaffirm what I actually already know.
You got the same vibe. Interesting. What's that vibe? Tell us about this vibe.
Nah,
it's really interesting.
Initial impact in it. It's when you see something. It's your subconscious. Like when you see something initially, right? Like
yes.
Yes. You get a feeling of, you know what I mean?
Yes. Beautiful.
And then and like when I saw that hat, just like now, like initial, what's it called? What's the word? Help me out. Let me see the chat. Yeah. So I see. But you got a very real looking sailor hat on.
What? A real looking?
You look like a. So initially, I thought you bumped your head and you thought you was part of a boy band called YMCA.
Okay.
But then I realized that actually he can speak English. He's talking coherently.
Mm-hmm.
What's he talking about? Then I started talking about the different eyes, you know, black, white. I knew
good. All right, that's right.
But you've come with national racialism on a biker's jacket, which has actually got a lot of medals, I believe, from different. Oh yeah, the Queen's. So you got the Queen's crown on your jacket.
Is it the Queen's crown?
Yeah, I think red, black, and green. Is it red? Is that red, black, and green, or red, black, and white? So
I've got a number of different.
Okay. Yeah. So I think so. When James Jones said you were wearing, I think he's trolling you. All right. So I think he was going a bit too far with that.
Okay.
But really, still the same as wait. Why is this? Elder.
And you're still mystified. Is that correct?
Wearing a military oppressive uniform attire in Speaker's Corner.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you come up looking like, for example, a brother, you know what I mean, an Oba from, you know what I mean, you have all that nice silk and stuff on your. Then I'd be saying, okay, this brother's down for the cause. He's clearly trying to talk about either spirituality, yeah,
okay,
or Christianity, maybe possibly.
Okay,
but you'd probably be there on like, I don't know, a ladder screaming your head off if you was the Christian. But I mean, look, you don't scream black power. I'm saying that subtly and humbly. So why? I mean, that is what? Okay, tell me what that is. You're very good at ducking and diving questions and being a little bit quiet, Uncle. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Look,
I'm being quiet because you're talking, and when you ask a question, you won't be quiet and let me answer. So therefore, I'm just listening to you. So I'm letting you talk.
What hat is that?
What hat is it I wear?
What are those? Yeah, basically, what are those?
Magic hat. It's a magic hat. When I wear it, it's a magic hat. How's that? Satisfied?
Okay.
What hat is it? It's a magic hat.
It's a magic hat. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you was to go into a high secure bank or something like that, or you was just after sort of, I don't know, or maybe you're at Holocaust and you walked into a Holocaust dressed like that, do you think initially they would be a bit triggered or be like, well, why is this guy wearing anything to do with...
Possibly. I don't know.
Or like an anti-war festival. It's like you're coming to an anti-war festival.
Right, that's a good question.
You're coming to like, there's a lot of Islamic people going to be there. It's going to be, you know what I mean? You're a bit out of place.
Yeah, if I
bit out of place.
Okay.
No offense, but maybe you're making a statement by wearing these things, but you're not going to. I know for a fact you're not going to tell me what that is.
I suppose like artists, artists, they don't always explain what the art. You either get it or you don't. So I suppose you could see everything I wear as a form of art, and I'll leave you to join your conclusion. You can join your conclusion.
Who's the guy that's dressed like a woman, but it is a woman? It's like not Simone, but you know the one with the pink hair. Is that this, not like, because he's trying to make a statement in it, like I'm a transvestite, I'm coming out, my hair's fucking pink, I'm gonna stand there, just look there, and just not say nothing, and I'm gonna be here. And if any of you fuckers want to do anything, the police are there, and you're not going to be out of that as all homophobic.
Yeah, right. Okay. So, interesting.
Or maybe he's trying to feel comfortable and just reinstate the fact that we're about such an open and tolerant place in the UK to live.
I don't know. I'll let you speak. I'll let you speak because I won't get into that because I don't want to get into the politics of whether he's a he or a she, because I'm not going to get into that. So I'll let you continue. It's very dangerous.
So what's your statement you're trying to make? What's your statement? What's the statement you're trying to make?
Magic.
And the thing is, it's not even like I really give a flying toss right now, because there's other things like get in the shower. We should be
okay.
But
so why do you go in the shower? Why hang
way
about?
More interested right now than trying to figure out why you wear a sailor's hat, and it looks to me like I think James in an SS uniform, so I may have seen you in other attire. So now I've seen new evidence. I wouldn't rule out James Jones being fully wrong in that department.
Well, that's okay.
False with his accusation, but I'm just assuming. I'm just.
So, would you like to have your shower now, or do you want to hang on in this conversation?
Well, I would like to. Once you answer me, then I'll probably jump in after I get an answer. But if you don't want to answer, it's okay.
Oh, I answer anything.
But trust me, if I come out with a bra on, if I come out with a bra on and eyeliner, saying my name's Peggy, you'd assume that I'm turning gay.
Oh, I wouldn't assume anything. Too dangerous in this.
All right, cool. So,
I'd ask you. I'd ask you what what your position is. Yeah, but assumptions are a very dangerous thing.
But the other black guy that had fallen over and bumped his head, and I don't know who that. It's not you though. It's another guy. He was proper cracked out. I don't know who that was.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It was someone else. But I think his name was Gary or something. I don't know. Or Omar. God, is he black? I don't know. He looked dirty. He got one tooth. Anyway,
okay.
So look, so look, what is the reason behind wearing a hat anyway? Fucking hell, bro! I asked this half an hour ago.
Exactly.
Later, I'm out.
Magic. We'll leave it. We'll leave it to. The answer is to all your questions. Magic. Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied with the answer? The
Well-
answer to all the questions you've asked is magic. That's
Well,
it.
I don't know. Maybe someone else can meditate to the most highest level that they can to try and ascertain anything that you're saying.
Of course.
as a result of an answer of a question.
Of course.
Because you haven't given really any, but you know that's fine. I think that's a bit disrespectful, personally, Uncle. But I don't know. Maybe the way they can say it, the way I'm asking you is disrespectful. But you haven't answered anybody's questions, bro.
Well, I've answered them. You might not have liked the answer. You might not have liked the answer.
Nah, but come on, man. Come on.
You might not be satisfied with the answer, but you've answered. I've answered it. Whether you're satisfied with the answer or not is another question.
Magic. Come on. Man.
Yep, that's the answer. You can tell all your friends. I asked him why he does what he does, and all he said was magic.
That's
so
cool.
Is he mad? Is he insane? Why would you say magic? What is magic?
I don't know. Maybe he thought I was going to have some sort of weird response. You know, I don't know.
Maybe bumped his head.
Oh yeah, like magic, like a school like story that you told me, and I'm like, oh great. But yeah, you know, at this stage, you know, I don't believe in fairy stories. I just kind of want to.
Okay. All right. So are you happy now?
Well,
satisfied?
You know what? I just wasted an hour of my time though, lying on my back.
Oh dear. Don't waste any more of your time.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. No, but
don't wait, please. Don't waste more of your time.
Not
Why?
fully, but I mean, come on, man. like two people have asked you questions, and it's just like, you know, at least the viewers want to know why you walk around dressed like a man that's just been given handouts from God's army.
From whose army? Whose army?
You just look like you just walked outside Oxfam, looked left, right, and see if anybody's there, and just picked up a bag and run off, and then put it on your head, come to Speaker's Corner with wide eyes.
So that person's should be or completely insane. That person could be insane. Is that correct? So why would you listen? Why would you waste time with an insane person?
No, Uncle, come on, man.
But why? Why waste time?
Yeah, but I come there. Yeah.
You got things to do today. It's a lovely day. It's sunny. The weather's lovely. Why would you waste time? More time. You wasted an hour, you said. Why would you want to waste more time?
All right, so if I was to wear a naval officer hat, maybe no. It would make sense because my granddad was a naval officer.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Yeah. So maybe, you know, if I came there and it was like, okay, there's a lot of veterans on the street, then that would be a cause that I could say that I
contributed.
It wouldn't be because of it was because they were just veterans. Because you're a homeless person, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, and even then, it should be encompassing all homeless people, not just veterans. But say if someone wants to do that, I'd understand.
Depends.
So that's what I'm trying to say. So if it's not like a family link, then yeah, then I know your stance. I was just wondering, and then if that is your stance, that's your stance. Still, that mean that we can't have conversation. And you know what I mean?
Of course.
So, but
my stance is magic.
Not play games with it.
My stance is magic.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Are you satisfied?
Yeah.
I don't want you to waste more time, please. You know, I don't want you to feel that you've wasted time. It's a lovely day out there. There's things you got to do, perhaps.
Why don't you just say fuck the police?
Sorry?
Why don't you just come out and say fuck the police? Why you gotta do some mad double? You
Fuck
trying
the
to do double
police.
mind? You're trying to work brain, uncle. Stop coming again.
To say fuck the police is not a wise thing from my perspective. It's not a very wise approach.
What do you mean?
You might try
No.
that if you like.
They've been saying that for years. It's a culture, man. It's like fucking.
Oh yeah. Whose culture is it to fuck the police? Whose culture?
Oh wait, yeah. No. Look. Every single country in the world, even their own people, is anti-police. This is just natural. So if you're that scared that you're not even willing to say, I'm against oppressive establishment. No, it's not that you're walking around saying it all the time. But I mean, personally, fuck the police, isn't it? They never treated me decently.
So
I mean,
what do you mean by fuck the police? What do you mean by fuck the police?
Well,
I've heard it in music, and a lot of people say. What do you actually mean by that?
Well, coming from from a black person's culture.
From a black person's culture.
From a black person's point of view, the only reason why it's counterproductive to say fuck the police is if you are in front of police officers and you want someone to tag you and have emotional feelings between you saying fuck the police. Because he's just like me and you, and he's going to hold emotional attachment to that. And he's probably going to see you another time and be more harsh on you or whatever. That's a different story. But if I'm sitting in it in my own house, my own internet, when there's all this shit going on the internet and all this unchecked anti-niggerism in there, putting, I'm entitled to say fuck the police, as well as me being abused by the police not so long ago, actually.
Okay.
But I mean, the general stance in Speaker's Corner is you're either for the police and the establishment, or you're against it, or you're talking against it. That's it. That's on the side of Islam, on the side of black liberation, on the side of anti-corruptness from the government. So you've got these Jeremy Corbyn type of characters in there.
Yeah.
So you're either on that side or you're on the other side. There's only two fucking sides. You come along any other type of other thing, it's getting blown off. It's not even part of the narrative. They're dying out quick. Even such things such as powerful as Extinction Rebellion is kind of being overlooked. So let's be honest, it's either you're against the establishment or you're for the establishment. And that means you're a conformist or you're not. You're worried about saying things that are so obvious and everybody says, or you're not even willing to do that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to go around saying it and say anybody go and have sex with a police officer. But me personally, I'd say fuck the whole idea of having these overseers.
Can I ask a question?
If it'd be chaos without police, but the way it's going on in the West right now.
Hello? Can you hear me? 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, right. Can I ask the question?
Go for it.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the Hegelian dialectic?
I've heard of a little bit about it. Yeah, there's a whole album from someone called From Out of Mobb Deep.
Okay.
Prodigy.
Okay.
Check out the whole album.
Right. So when you say, I understand you just to be saying that there's two sides, basically. But what if those in power play both sides? What then?
Listen, as long as someone has got one apple and there's someone else with 1 trillion apples, there's never going to be fucking people like me who are men who are ever really going to be quiet about it or just be passive. Um, so yeah,
Okay.
they won't be able to. It depends, innit? I mean, some people are just true, innit? Just true to the name, but you got performists. You got
Okay.
people playing to know there's someone playing both sides, and they're just willing to take part in it. And they're the people I've got the least respect for. So anybody on this anti-Islam thing, like, you know what it is. You're smart enough to know now. And
Oh,
you still want
really?
to do it. That means you're a piece of shit.
Okay. So, what if I understand what you're saying? An individual trying to play both sides. What if a state plays both sides? So there's groups of people on both sides, and you choose one side, not realizing the opposition, what you're opposed to, is controlling the two sides that you see.
Yeah, but what side with all these millions and millions of pounds is really going to put his life on the? They ain't got no key kings that lead from the front no more. They're expecting the idiots at the bottom to fight. That's what they're expecting. So it's
Okay.
class. Class is what we need to get rid of. These hierarchy people who are completely taking the piss. They're the pieces of shit. That's what we need to stop.
Oh, right, class. Yes. So I've heard about the class and race debates. A lot of people think it's about class. A lot of people think it's about race. So you are on the class side. Is that correct?
Well, I like rich people. I like good things. Everybody likes that. You know, that decadence, whatever you want to call it. But
okay.
When you've got the amount of numbers, because you know I'm a realist and I think about maths. Maths is a big part of my whole brain thought process. But if there's that much money in the hands of one people, no, that's what needs to stop. That's what needs to stop.
And how do you stop that? How would you say to stop that?
Everything else.
Okay. How would you go about doing that then?
How would you go about doing that?
Yeah, because you said it needs to stop. So what are the solutions then?
Get hold of the group of people who are making the most transactions when it comes to material goods. Food.
Get hold of them.
Food, iron, wood, all these main things that are stable and part of the running of a town or city.
Yeah.
And then you allocate them out accordingly, fairly under the rules of Ma'at and the rules of the rules of the fucking universe. That and there is enough stuff put in here for everybody to consume, and there's enough area in this universe for us to go to, which enables us to be able to procreate to the point where they're not saying that it's possible. So these guys are a piece of fucking shit, and their time is numbered. And if I die tomorrow, I'll just be like another martyr. You know what I mean? Hopefully anywhere near the brother that just passed recently. I won't even mention the brother's name. But that's all it's down to. You know?
Okay, so the solution is to get hold of these. Did you say motherfuckers?
No, just get rid of the power structure. Don't say kill anybody particular, because they'll get judged by the God Almighty. But I'm saying get rid of that power structure. So
okay, how do that? How do you do that?
You're gonna ask the question. War, bloodshed, war.
Oh dear.
Yes, blood,
oh
war,
dear.
What? When
has to be bloodshed.
Listen, even laws have to be changed over protests that go a bit crazy, and that's throughout history. So for a power structure like that, forget about laws, commodity, you're gonna have to go to war, innit? And even make let them people know that the risk reward is not worth it. The risk that they're putting in for that reward is not worth it. That's it.
Right. So bloodshed is the way forward.
Yeah, just die like a man, innit? Die like a fucking Iraqi, die like an Igbo, die like a Somalian, die like a man, innit? Don't be fucking squibbling and squirming and die like the Bengal tigers when they came to the fucking Asia. Die like this Kim Jong-un, bro. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You're a leader of a country, bro. You can't be like, that's not the way to go, bro. That's not how I want my people to be safe.
Okay. So die gloriously.
Yes.
Okay.
That's all we have.
Are you sure? That's all we have.
At the
And
moment,
who's
yeah.
we?
At the moment, we.
How,
I'm saying we in it. Whoever's that of that notion, then I'm not gonna, mate. I'm not gonna put myself out and incriminate myself any more than I have already done in the last 20 minutes, which I really don't really have any care about because I know what lengths I can go to anyway, and then I know what the future holds for me. But at the same time, that's just the way it is. You need to get rid of the power structure. So that's the monetary system that you like to sort of talk about quite a lot. So, you know, you emphasize the monetary system quite often. So it leads people to believe that you're actually anti the monetary system, which means you'll be an anti-capitalist.
no,
So you're not anti-capitalist.
no.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so are you anti-capitalist in the way the feudal system has been introduced to the whole world in the last 400 years?
I think people. There's
And
nothing wrong
the
with
system
capital.
and NWO?
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. So I'm not anti-capitalist. I believe that capital is a build-up of reserves, value, resources to be used by a community or a people or a nation in the best way possible for their survival. So they use capital. So I'm not against capital. Now, if you talk about how that capital is used, who that community is, and how they want to, if that community shares the same values as me, if I'm part of that community or not, then we go into a deeper question.
So
But
look, Uncle,
capital in itself.
Uncle, sorry for cutting you one more time, just because you're going down the trail. What I mean by, if you go off and start your own thing, you're still at the whim of someone who can come in with guns to kill you. So you need to build up and get rid of that power, get rid of that threat. And if you
I
can't,
understand.
in any way, shape, or form, get rid of that threat, there's no point going out to start off something new to the degree of where you're going to want to have any type of power. You're just going to have to become a citizen, part of that land. At the end of the day, even when you come part of that land, your government can still get overthrown. Your state can still get taken off of the landowners. So it's either you're for the establishment or you're against it. Yo.
I'm going to the shop. Do you want something?
No, I'll let you know though via text if I do, yeah?
Okay, but if you don't want something, then I'm just going to head off now.
Okay then. Yeah. All right. No, I'm all right, you know. Thanks.
Yes. So,
so when you finish the fan and you find yourself that you're on the receiving end of not being wealthy enough or credible enough to be valued, and you would just fall in line as an extendable asset, what are you going to do? You're just going to sit there and take all what they've got to give you, and that's it. You're going to be first in line for that vaccine, mate. Yeah. When you don't wake up the next day, and you're, yeah.
That's right.
Because you felt like you had a stake in this society, Mr. Uncle. But, you know, maybe you do. But maybe you don't. How would you judge if you do or not? Look at history. I know people that are wearing that same uniform, but were part of the actual part of the military. When they burned down a city in Wall Street, there was a man that gave a story about a man who came out saying he's part of the whole thing, and they killed him. They actually made a a statement. They killed him outside his house when he came out. He dressed in all his uniform, hoping they wouldn't take him out. They took him out. They took him out.
Yeah. Who's the they?
The powers that be, the racists, the ones that didn't like the fact that Wall Street was choking the economy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you do it wrong, you get taken out, and your plans will be destroyed. If you do it right, you set up an alternative market, separate economy.
Okay, so in 100 years now, when England just decide to put out mainstream media news about that little place in Seychelles that Mr. Uncle's gone to with all his goods and pieces, but they've got a rebellion happening, and there's a leader that's starving his people out. Your country gets attacked and all your stuff gets taken, but you was once a citizen of the United Kingdom, so you're still at the mercy of either the place you're going to or the UK, because or the US.
Okay.
So ultimately, it's about a game of patience and understanding that there's going to be a piece of shit that hits the fan, and you got to have money to be able to get away from this. It's what
money.
You will need, but you would have to acquire it before you got there. But apart from that, you're just going to become part of the party, mate. You're going to become part of the spectacle. Anywhere down the line.
Interesting.
When the laws
Interesting
change.
views.
When the laws change, yes, of course, mate.
Interesting views.
So
Got to have money.
So what I say is that you got to bless God that He put us here, innit? He gave us an opportunity. He gave us a real opportunity to make change in any way, shape, or form. Now, whether you take them, do that, up to you. But it's all about staying safe and keeping your family safe at the end of the day, isn't it? So where you left them?
Very serious challenge.
It's a very serious challenge. But I tell you what, I'd rather die on I'll leave you this. Yeah, I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. You see that?
Yeah, I've heard that phrase. I've heard that before.
That comes from my granddad's culture. The Igbo people, they rather die on their feet than live on their knees. And they got starved, 2 million of them in the 69 and 65 to 69. Get me? Shout out, big up to them, man. Okay, that's true. That's in my blood. That's part of the blood.
Okay.
So that's part of my destiny. Basically.
Ultimately, what, to die?
To acquire somewhere down the line, my family, to acquire their original homeland.
Yeah, I understand that. That makes sense.
And what is most conducive for their body, which is Africa.
Of course, that makes sense.
That's a lot of black people's destiny. Just from the way we're built up, we're meant to have Africa.
Okay. So the question is, you're perfectly correct. So the question is, how effectively to achieve that goal? It's a good goal.
You've got to be patient enough to hope that they don't kill us within enough time before you can build up to get out. And hopefully by the time you get out, they've lost enough power, or someone else has gained enough power for there to be some sort of peace. Because the reason why we're on the brink of war is because a group has built up too much power. Even with all the power South Africa, Russia, and all them guys have got, still these guys are walking around like they're fucking daddy dog's wallet. So they can clearly wipe everybody out if they want to. But they just don't want all the deaths, in it. There's not enough of them yet. There's not enough of them
Interesting view.
Yet. So going back to you, have you got a stake in here? Have you got a stake here, really? So, big up, man, to them brothers and say go back home, because that's exactly what I'm planning to do.
When? You want something to change first?
Yeah, no. See, change has to happen because, and I'm banking on the UK. So ultimately, when the UK free up the conditions in Nigeria, you know, I'll happily go back.
When the UK frees up,
the detriment of tolerancy, I'll still
hold it. When the UK free up, so you're waiting for the UK to free up.
Well, we know that the elites run the show, and the main elites are from the UK, America, and Europe.
Right. So why should they free up? Why do you think they're going to free up?
Why do I think they're going to free up?
Yeah.
Because I do have hope in love and the evolution of civilization.
Okay.
And so, you know, I know it's like you're clutching at straws there and you're wishful thinking, but I think that's one of the most powerful things we have in our favor. The opportunity of evolution when it comes to tolerance. Even though people, Europeans are tolerant to a degree, in different areas, but tolerancy where they're not going and doing all these fuckeries that we've been seeing in the last 10 to 15 years. Yeah.
So you think the UK is becoming more tolerant then?
Not over the last year or two, no. But they've generally been quite a tolerant place. Now, tolerance, was it willingly? No, because they have the resources not to be tolerant. And that's just part and parcel of their whole life. So if you think, oh, English people are being really tolerant because they just absolutely love everybody. Come on, man. We all know that it's due to the resources and the history, the war. Is the reason why there's so many mixed people in it and different nationalities in it. You know.
So where I disagree with you is that I wouldn't say the UK people. I'd say the City of London. The City of London.
I've never said people one time. I've said the UK because blanket statements on English people that are in my position are my friend.
Yeah. So would you agree? It's more accurate to say City of London than the UK.
Huh?
Would you agree it would be more accurate to say the power base is the City of London rather than the UK?
Oh no, of course the UK. Crazy. Them Scottish, you got them Scottish sellouts, you got them or not even sellouts, the Scottish European dream of keeping our little sort of this identity alive. And we can rule and we'll be, and it was the Scottish people and the English people in particular that kept this dream alive. You know, they don't really want anybody else to have that gene pool to say, oh yeah, we need them to do it.
So you think it's wrong?
Irish involved, Scottish. You've seen the House of Parliament. They got conservative Irish people there.
Okay.
Nicola Sturgeon, all these Scottish.
Do you think that's wrong then? Do you think it's wrong for people to try and conserve themselves and their culture?
No, but I said that's the only reason why we're here. So you trying to me going from the only reason why we're here is because of the current, and then now you're saying it's wrong for people to try and conserve their.
No, I'm not saying. I'm asking you. I'm not saying.
Okay, well, I don't know why you come up with that question, but no, I don't say it's wrong for anybody to hold value to whatever they want to, but as long as it doesn't, they're not trying to impose their opinions on me. All right, Neil. I'll see you a bit later.
Okay, so therefore, the people of Scotland, just like the people of Nigeria. Nigerians want to look after Nigeria and Scottish people want to look after Scotland. Correct?
I'll say the planet is yours. Your planet is everybody's, isn't it? So you can do. I'd say people should have full reign. All this, dividing the earth the way they're doing and segregating people is wrong, isn't it? But,
It's wrong.
Yeah, of course it is. But you're entitled to having your belief. But
So what
I mean, you can have your belief. Anybody can believe whatever the hell they want.
So what if the Nigerian people want to conserve and preserve their ways and their resources?
They've been doing
and
it.
Scottish people and the Irish people want to do the same thing. They want to divide themselves from the rest of the world.
Yeah, I feel it. No.
Is that wrong then?
I'll call you later, yeah? All right. What's that?
Yeah, okay. So if the Nigerian people or certain groups within Nigeria want to preserve their culture and keep themselves separate, they'll still trade with other people, but they want to keep their separate identity in Nigeria. And there's people in Scotland who want to keep their own separate culture and identity.
Yeah.
Would you see? I can't really understand what you're saying. Are you saying that is a bad thing? I'm not understanding what you're saying.
No, it's not bad. It's not a bad thing at all.
If they want to keep themselves separate, that's okay.
It's unique. It's having this control and this NWO for these. Just for example, Nigeria. They put they call the place Nigeria and put everybody's economic stuff and materials together. And when all the GDP was gathered, a group could have done this amount of work, but it would have come all under one thing. Do you know what I mean?
Not quite. I don't understand what you're saying.
For example, the Igbos were doing way more work than a lot of people out there in certain parts of a region which was once theirs, but was taken over by the powers that be, which was the Fulanis there.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is where I believe it's wrong to be trying to let each individual people do their own thing. Now, if they're going to a stage where they're completely dominating the market, that's what can't happen. But you can't, because someone's dominating the market, try and or someone's trying to go and become individual in on themselves. You can't then try and say, oh, because you lot have to be all inclusive and everything's got to go together, you can't have your individual, because ultimately they're taking away people's languages, they're taking away people's lands, they're taking all your ability to generate your own kind of currency, like we were just talking for the last 2 hours. They're stopping all of that. So that's
who are they? The New World Order?
The powers that be, yeah.
Right. So
to even brand themselves something, they're taking that opportunity away.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So these people, this so-called New World Order, they're not Nigerian and they're not Scottish or Irish.
No, they are. They are Nigerian. They're Scottish and they're Irish. The New World Order is Scotland, Nigeria, but they're what the Nigerians you won't see. They're Scottish you won't see. They're all in there. The elite come in pair of different colors, and they need someone of a color, each different race inside that country. Where before they would use a Fulani man, and in the whole of Nigeria.
Right.
Now people are starting to get annoyed, and they're kicking down the door now.
Right.
So they have to start freeing it up, letting this man be a governor there, let him hold province here, and he's over. Yeah. So that's how they're trying to do it. But where they're trying to stop people being individuals is, this one world thing. Because then they make one group of people work their fucking arse off and all these small little thingies that they can do. And then we can't ascertain whether this guy's actually a good worker or a strong person because everything's a fucking same.
Okay.
I'm not really explaining myself properly, but it's like, for example, I'm going to use this example. I've used it before, but there's 8 provinces in the Cameroons, and the Anglo only hold 2, but they generate near enough 8% of the GDP raised in Cameroon, where the French 6 remaining don't. So ultimately, at the end of it, Imagine now you do all of that, but you get the same amount that they get. Or actually, no, them ones get more than you. The other people get more than what you get, even though you put in more work.
Right,
So
put in more work.
So that's
Put in
where
more work.
exactly.
Right.
So I know what point you're trying to make, but what I'm trying to say is that's retarded. Because what then you're doing is you're causing mental health to all these people that feel like they're being disrespected.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So anybody who wants to try and back up anything to do with any type of monetary system that has been conjured up by a retard, which obviously has slid in perfectly, because then that ultimately means that anything that comes out of Africa we don't value. That's what they're fucking saying.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
correct. People need to get fucking displaced, bro. They need to disappear.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, sorry, it's
Clear.
about my passion, bro. About the shit.
That's all right. That's all right.
I hope
Yes.
I can say my right.
Yeah, I understand. So it's just about really how one goes about accomplishing what you envision. And obviously, from my point of view, I see it's obviously not an easy task.
Yo, have you ever taken someone? Have you ever seen someone's kids taken hostage? You know they do. They give you anything. They give you a left testicle.
Yeah, I know. I heard about all these horror stories, but I'm focusing on the solution, because if I just
that's the solution. War, isn't it? War. So if anybody's ready to go to war or make some sort of impact, that's what they're going to have to do.
Okay.
I don't recommend it right now. You're going to get your head splattered. But
right.
If someone, and that's as much I'm going to say. But if someone's got a bit of pride and actually understands what people were thinking hundreds of years ago, they won't be worried about any sort of death. They understand that their death is just as important as why they live.
Okay. Can I make a point? Can I make a point?
Will be more glorious. Your death can be more glorious than your whole life. Actually.
I understand. Can I make a point? I think there's an ancient saying that wars are won in the temple. Like the temple is a place in your head. Yes. It also can be a building, a temple. So wars are won in the temple before they're won in the field, before there's any bloodshed or anything. So the solution, I am saying, is about how words are used and how you conduct yourselves in meetings. That's the battlefield. The battlefield is in the conference room. The battlefield is in the meeting and the offices. What do you say? That's where it is. And if you're skillful there, you will avoid the bloodshed and the savagery that goes further down the line for those who lose control in the boardroom. That's the place of war. It's all in the boardroom.
Material goods now.
Pardon?
No. Oi.
Sorry?
You put value on the business board, which is all part of the finance system. So you think you've got a stake in the pound coin, or do you think that the pound coin is got a stake in you in the next 100 years?
Brilliant question. Brilliant question. So, I know the answer. I'd like to answer you, but I'm trying to think of the best way to frame the words, because that's a brilliant question. It's massive.
That's what I'm saying, bro. It's
not an easy question to answer. I'm trying to figure off the cuff how to answer that, because that is a massive question. Has the pound coin got a stake in you, and do you have a stake in the pound coin? That's massive. I don't even know where to start. It's complicated.
It's so hard at the moment to even try and gauge it.
Yeah, but that's the question. That is the question, right? You've got there is is massive. It's brilliant. It's a brilliant question, and people should meditate on that.
Oh, yeah, I'm telling you, brother,
Wow.
it's ridiculous. I've been thinking about this. I think it's totally crazy, you know.
Serious question, man. If YouTube is still saying that question is the question. That is the question, right? I haven't heard a question like that put in that way for a very, very long time. Very, very good. Does the pound coin have a stake in you, or do you have a stake in the pound coin? I have to meditate on that. I can see the answer, but I have to meditate on how to, how to answer something like that. I mean, in a few sentences, because the young people they want things now. Wow, wow. that is burning my brain out, man. Trying to simplify that. Jeez.
I personally think that they've got more. The pound coin's got more stake in darker skinned people.
Very good.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, definitely. I'd agree.
I'm talking dark skin.
agree.
Your dark skin, not even my dark skin.
Yes, I'd agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it won't change. I don't think that will ever change.
Yeah,
Unless,
I'd agree with that.
The gene pool gets watered down. That is obviously.
Say it again.
Unless the gene pool gets completely watered down to really, you know what I mean? Like completely watered down. But even then, they have to relocate. Africans would have to relocate as well. So,
these are massive.
But personally, I genuinely do believe that ethno-nationalist is sitting at the very apex of the power structure in the UK today. I genuinely believe it's complete opposite of what they're making out. Is it ethno-nationalist? And he's definitely a Muslim one, because fucking amount of Christian people over the last 1,000 years have been getting murked. It's just ridiculous. All Christians, by either Jews or Muslims or fucking pagans. So being a Christian right now, it's just retarded.
Interesting. Yes. The question is, what you raised, I think, who are sitting at the top of the pile? Is the ethno-nationalists or the civic nationalists? I would disagree. I would say civic nationalism is the enemy, and they're sitting at the top at the moment. The ethno-nationalists are just scapegoats at the moment.
Well, we're getting down to the very being, the very matter, the fiber, every fiber of your very existence is up that question. I believe ethno-nationalist is definitely sitting on the throne at the moment.
Interesting.
I'd say so.
Yeah, I understand. It appears that way, but they say empty bottles make the most noise. But I look into the history of the HSBC Bank, and how they basically took out the whole of China, basically.
But don't forget, Uncle, at the stage that they went to take all of this stuff from the Templars, it was England and France. It wasn't the United Kingdom and it just mixed gene pool. It was particular gene pools of people. So when you talk about ethno-nationalists, they're trying to keep the identities that are already here alive. So it would be even an English person. It won't just be one of these Celts. You get mixed up Celt that they see that. It would be an Englishman that can trace his roots back, called the Dravidians, or what are they called? Not Dravidians. Can't even think of the name now. I can't think of the name now. Druids, that's it.
Right, okay.
But they were English and French, so it's definitely ethno-nationalists that have the power. Anything to do with liberal fucking mix, this, that, Jewish, they're the scapegoats. They're the scapegoats.
Yeah, there's an element of truth in what you're saying, so that's why I'm struggling.
The Semites are the scapegoats.
Yeah, because there's a lot of truth in what you're saying, so that's why I'm struggling. Because the power is an oligarchy. That means it's a group of people, different groups that come together to have power. And I would believe what you're saying is backed up by the studies I've had, by the studies I'm doing, that there are these families and groups that go back a long way, but they come together to form an oligarchy. And so you're correct in one way, in that it's a lot of powerful people coming together to rule, and that they all do have, I suspect, have definitely ethnic values. Yet the coming together of all of them, it's a strange twist, would be to destroy all the ethnic values that everybody else has, so that they only look after it themselves. They only look after themselves. Yes. Yeah. So
yeah, maybe
you're right. You're right. You're right in a degree. You're right in a degree. Yes.
Kings and queens used to mix to obviously bring certain people together. You know what I mean? To bring, to establish some sort of treaty or agreement. But I think down to the people, I don't think they were that inclined to mix.
What the oligarchy? You mean? Because it's a combination of the two things of class and race. Yeah, it's a combination of class and race. But class you can lose, but race you can't lose. So it's a combination of those two. It's a very strange combination of those two powerful elements, class and race. And that's why it's so difficult, because it's like a double-headed dragon.
Yeah.
That's why it's so difficult.
Because if you look at race and nation, what have this race and nation got? Let's be honest. Not much. You look at race and nation of Ghana. Now we're talking. So ultimately, you would have to put the nations behind you and ethnicity behind you, and start to become more. Is it social?
Yeah, there's difficult words to use. Yeah, I understand.
Off the back of a capitalist sword.
I understand. What you're saying. Have you heard of the Kalergi plan? Let me type it in. Kalergi plan.
You know what? I'm not going to lie. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, but what you're saying, you're hitting some good points, hitting some good notes, because it's all been said before at a very high level. So you've stumbled across some serious stuff just by intuition. By intuition, without reading, you've just come across it by your. I don't know. You got something inside you that's enabled you to sense what's going on. But the what you described there is called the Kalergi plan. The Kalergi. Sorry.
Yes, there's a lot of regurgitation. To be honest, I've just kept my ears. I've just been listening instead of just hearing it. I've actually been taking notes. But yeah, what's it called? The Kalergi.
Yeah, I'll put it in. So let me type it in here. So it's Kalergi, Kalergi plan, and he addresses that very point. I think he's one of the founders of the EU, and they basically, their vision is the future will be, the world will be governed by an elite class, which will be mixed white kind of thing. And then the rest of the world will be mixed of all races. They'll basically destroy all the races, destroy all the borders, and mix everybody together. But they want to reign supreme over this new world and manage everybody. So the ultimate end is a kind of a mixed race and class. Race and class. Sorry?
Can Can I just say something to what you just said there?
Yeah.
Get everybody, stop the migration. Too many black people here. Too many powers building up. Too many Eastern European girls having too many mixed race kids. Let's put a stop to that. It will benefit us loads of different ways. So now they're trying to get as many black people as come out. I've seen the whole thing emerge and what my initial thoughts were. Now we've got Windrush. So they stopped the Europeans coming and now we've got Windrush to get the penises out now, get the boys out. So now we're going to have the beautiful Eastern European, Scandinavian women coming, and we don't have any of these mixed race or fucking ushers fucking slip and sliding on the dance floor. We can just bubble and giggle and dance, and we can have all these girls and do what we want. We can dominate the drugs market. Do you think they ain't fucking thought about this, bro? I thought about that within seconds. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
that's a plan. That's a plan. Yeah, it doesn't happen randomly.
That is exactly what this has all been about, bro. Every single little bit of the, like, as well as the Middle Eastern thing. This is one of the main things, bro. So whilst all that madness happened there, we need a home game, and that was the home game. Yeah. Conserve, but change is ever present. So what they want to do, which is what I'm putting up the point you're making there, with that they want to mix with all these nice Scandinavian, Swedish, this, that. So they can then become this sort of English super race.
Yeah, not English super race, but it's not super. They have their own mixes. The mixes among the elite. Yeah, but us, we're just the plebs. So they'll have the plebs mixing of a certain kind, of a certain breed, but they'll have the elite breed, and then they mix among themselves. But that's the model to take over the whole planet. And then it sounds good, and then they'll be free from war because everybody will be locked down, and you'll have your drugs or whatever, and then there'll be no more war. That's their plan, unless they want it for fun.
Yeah,
but they want
the Germans ain't going to do that. Germans aren't going to mix with any other white race. Are you crazy? The Germans and the Polish, they're not going to breed with no one else.
They want to wipe them off the map. They want to wipe. It's written down already in the plan that they want to wipe Germany off the map.
Yeah,
there'll be no
Germany and Poland people don't want to mix with any other sort of Jews, this, that, these.
I know, but the plan is to wipe out Germany. It's written already.
The English and Americans wouldn't mind though, having this like anything goes sort of thing. They're very kind of in that way. Don't really care,
right? Because their finance, their focus is what they see to be as money.
Yeah, because they don't really have an ethnicity that they're so mixed up now. They don't have one particular ethnicity that they can hold on to.
Yeah, well, that reduces the threat. See, if you destroy family values, if you have a strong family, and then somebody messes with one member of your family, there's going to be trouble. But if they can destroy your family, destroy your community, destroy your nation, then you can't organize to fight back. So you just take whatever rations they give you, and you'll do as you're told because you can't organize.
Yeah, but the biggest group of people, not that I've got all the stats, but from what I've seen over my lifetime, is the Scandinavians go with black men and non-whites. It's not particularly the Germans or the Polish as such, Eastern Europeans, but it's like the Norway, Sweden, all these Latvia, all these other sort of, they're having all black men.
Yeah, really? Well, you see,
so
from my understanding, sorry,
and it's not really benefiting them if what's been happening over the last 1,000 years keeps on continuing happening. Anglo-Saxons coming in, having different children, and they're getting less
right. Okay.
Patriotic people in their cities.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's the goal. That's the goal. So can I say this? That it appears to me that people now classified as white, they were being used much like scapegoats or mercenaries to conquer the so-called non-white world. But now that their job is done, the powers that be now want to wipe out the white race. But they use the idea of the white race to it's just like police. If you have police, you give the police uniform, and you can see who they are. So whiteness or Europeanness, Northern Europeanness, was a kind of uniform, and then they would stick together just like police are trained to stick together and support each other. They just sent the white people out as mercenaries to take out the darkies. Now the darkies have been taken down and are weak. They don't need the mercenaries anymore. They don't need the white people anymore. So now they want to because if you hire a mercenary to do the killing for you, when the job is done, you better take out that mercenary because he might be coming back for you. So I think that's the danger. So they've got to take out the white man. They've used him up to conquer the darkies. Now the darkies are subdued. They've got to take out the white man and the idea of whiteness. Because
but you're saying it as like it's, for example, now you see this is where people get confused. You're not talking about Jewish people now, because you're saying the white race. It's other elite whites that use their own white people.
Well, you see, the oligarchy, they're just a group of people. We really don't know who they are, but they're families, ancient families that have come together to manage the whole world. So they'll use any group. If you're a group of Africans that are, as long as you're a group, you're like a piece on a board. They don't move one piece to another piece, but they move a whole nation or a whole community. They move, that's why you have the Freemasons, or once you have a group or a name for a group, they can move that group and use it. So if you have white people, they can use white people to do people that they have classified as white to do certain jobs.
Yeah.
But once their job is done, they have to slap them down because they might come back. That's what happened in America. They allowed the Northern Europeans to classify themselves as white, sent them over to America to wipe out the so-called native Indians.
Where else did they do it?
And clear the land. In Africa, they did the same thing.
Yeah, South Africa.
Yeah, exactly. You see, so they get them to do the job, wipe out the darkies, or cut them down. Not wipe them out. They don't wipe them out. They just cut them down to subdue them to cattle level, to dogs and cats and cows. Subdue them. Then once they're subdued, they can then move in and do their mines and mine the gold without any trouble. But the trouble is, what happened in America, the first American War of Independence, is that so many white people classified as white, were fighting and dying over there, killing the Indians. When the job is done, they said, you know what? Let's make America our own place. We've fought and we've died over here in America. This belongs to the white man. Yes, this is our land because we fought for it. But then the people that sent them over there, they said, wait, you're getting too big for your boots. I sent you over there to do a job. You pay taxes to me. And then obviously then you have the Boston Tea Party, and they start trying to fight back against the elites that paid for them to go over there. And then so they try to become independent. That's what happens. But the elites don't give up nothing whatsoever.
They don't. So ultimately, we can all stand here and protest. But I tell you what, you'll go quicker if you're that little passive little mouse that thinks he's got a stake. Not you, sorry, not you at all. Honestly, he's nowhere near. Now I know the way you are. I'm not going to say that to you, but there's certain people out there that were just, you know what I mean? Anyway, just willingly.
Yeah, because they've been pacified, they've been subdued, and they don't know. They're not even thinking. They can't handle anything out of the ordinary. And if you can't handle anything out of the ordinary, then your mind goes, and you can't think of any new ideas. You can't think of anything.
Yeah, but the people that don't even mention it, that's the thing. Like, they're so shook that they won't even say anything against the. They expect bad feedback from doing what the fucking they're doing. So what? And then to think that, oh, what they're doing it, and they're not even saying anything about it. Cool, they're easy pickings.
That's right.
I'm not
That's
trying
right.
to say, oh, go out and be protests that will keep you alive longer. Probably, I don't know at this stage. But like me, like if I, anyway, man, it people just got to understand, man, that you got to like, I have no reservations about talking about how they've got such a hold on it, and they need to release their hold of what they are capitalizing over the normal person.
I understand.
And they've only made us normal because generally nations are born in plus, not in negative, where you're on zero. Who fucking starts on zero? What cellular fucking organism starts on zero, man?
Yeah, I understand.
You know what I mean? Like, with any type of mental capacity.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what it boils down to, man. I think once people start realizing that you're probably more of a target, not saying anything about it, and being passive and being quiet, because then what? No one knows you've gone.
Right.
No one's going to sing your, because you was just a fucking mouse singing down there.
That's right. It just squashed you like an insect.
Insect, bro. Insect. That's why you got to keep always keep in touch with your family as well.
Of course, as best as you can, you can. Yeah. Yeah, you're on it. You're on it. So, but a lot of it is that people, they understand, and they understand what you're saying, and they think, yeah, I got to get out and start shouting, But some people can do that, but you need people that are thinking and strategizing. Sometimes you talk, but you're talking. You're not shouting. You're just thinking. You like they used to say in military, whilst they're marching, the leaders are thinking, well, what if the enemy coming from that angle? What if the enemy came in on horses? What if the enemy came in by planes? And what if? They're constantly talking about what ifs, and what ifs causes you to talk about solutions. But if they do this, what would you do? And so you discuss what to do. What if they do this? So what if scenarios? You're constantly thinking about what ifs. But if you hang about with people that don't think like that, they're constantly whinging and whining. And when you say, what would you suggest is a solution? And they won't think. All they want to do is just complain. And while they're complaining, they're not thinking.
Exactly. And the thing is you got to look at patterns. You got to look at patterns.
Yes.
And people not to see patterns.
That's right.
For me, that maybe some people are gifted at doing that, and some people aren't. So I've never really been gifted at speaking in public places. I don't know what it is, you know what I mean? So most time I need a prescript to speak from. I know a lot of people suffer with the same problem, but it's like how people can't see obvious patterns. Like the conservative, as smart as all these people are, these intellects, these rich people are, I saw every single one of their moves before they even did it.
Oh, right.
Like
Okay.
this whole benefit system and medical assessments was just a way to
Right.
get people off of medical benefits, so they could free up all of the lost bankers' fuckeries by taking people by benefits out of the
Okay.
benefit system to make up for the shortfall. So
Okay.
what they've done now is they cut benefits by kicking people and summoning people to the other parts of mad parts of London when they've got multiple sclerosis. Doctors commit suicide, quitting, mental breakdowns. And people just going nuts.
Yeah.
Getting kicked off benefits, and and some of them even mentally ill, can't even speak, just cuckoo, got Tourette's. So
That's right.
what that means now is, from doing that, it's caused more mental health and more physical disability, more deaths, more civil unrest. So now that didn't work. Maybe they had a strategy where people may have shut up. They were expecting blowbacks off it. But the next wave, there's waves. That was the first wave.
Yes,
Second
you got
wave,
it. Oh, you can see some stuff. You got it, man.
Well, I mean, but that's the thing.
Yes,
The only
you
way
got it, mate.
I would never have known if I'd have been in a normal job with a girlfriend, balancing a couple of things. I would never have known.
Right.
I've lived it now, and I've gone through it, and I've just kept my ear peeled to the parliaments and what these people are writing into the parliaments about. It's sickening what they're allowing to happen.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You wouldn't expect that when you're a youth or you're a young man and you're running around. You're just in your job. You're laughing with your boys and you're trying to run after women in nightclubs, playing.
That's right.
And that's it. But when you come through the system and you're at 8, because I'm at old age, they put me onto disability benefits at 30, whatever it is. So I've lived it now. I'm like the difference between me and these old senile people is they've given up at that stage. They're done.
Right.
So I've still got I'm still alive. I'm still conscious. I ain't got dementia.
Good.
You know what I'm saying? I've been through the whole system.
Right.
Whole adult social care.
Yes.
These workers that come out to see how you live and all these things. I've been through it, so I know what I've experienced personally myself.
Yes.
And apart from the system all being based on punishment, and you having to, when you're too late to do something, they bill you. Yeah, they always send something for your letterbox.
Yes.
You get past that stage where you don't have to go to work no more. You don't have to worry about actually getting a great job, so you're the talk of the town and you can get a nice spouse. You're worried about, wait, my kneecap's feeling off like shit. I've got I'm past the grey hair stage.
Right.
I'm at the stage where, what can I do in the next 5 years? Because I'm going under.
Okay.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, like physically, I don't know how long a man can be staying in one spot, but I know your muscles start seizing up, you start getting blood clots for the rest of it. So I don't even want to start to try and go into the depths of it. But what I'm trying to say, I've been through it, and I'm at a stage now where I've been sitting down for the last 10 years. I've got completely bored out of my mind in politics. So I know the ins and outs of what levels of people go into, what sort of games being played. And I've started to touch on to history and wars and people's agendas, which was it. That's why I study migration. All this other stuff is irrelevant to me.
Right.
It would be beneficial for me to live like a Buddhist monk. So I've taken on a religion would be helpful, because then I might my vessel will be able to travel for further. That's ultimately what religion is about, is just keep getting your body travel further without you dying quickly because you're being a cunt.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm at a stage now where I've seen it all, I did it all. Hopefully, because of all the shit I know and what's happening.
Yeah.
They either got to change it and prove that they've changed things. At this current time, it seems like the government have actually tried to, because ultimately not everybody can afford their own house, their own brick and mortar. So a lot of people are in my position. They're on benefits, or they're in a work job and they're in a rat race, and they're not really clearing more than £1,000 a month, if they're lucky.
Mm-hmm. That's right. So the chasing the mortgage and the bricks and mortar, as you said, to get the status and to keep up with the Joneses, that circle keeps you can't think outside of it.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the sheet over your head.
Yeah, and so your head is locked.
But ultimately, coming off that sheet, you can't ever come out of that paradigm because you're fit and healthy. The only way you can get out of that is getting actually a way to live. So you're not going to die from starvation. It's actually having this ability and having a reason to have to be able to. Do you know what I mean? Materialize.
I fully understand what you're talking about.
Really?
I fully understand.
You know what I'm saying? So
yes.
If I was you, go and snap your leg. And I tell you what, you have a better life. As long as you're not fucking, you can still have a nice little girlfriend or whatever. I tell you what, you'll probably have just as good a life as a man that was working in a decent job. Just as good as a life. I tell you what, you probably would. But obviously, you don't want to be too bad. But I'm not saying I was just using an example.
I understand. But it's the mindset I'm talking about. I'm thinking about. See, I understand what you're saying, but if people are just thinking, "Oh, I'm just going to have a good life," I'm going to get disability benefit, and then, I'm just going to find myself a little corner, a safe little corner where I can just live quietly with my girlfriend and die a quiet life. No way. No way. No, there's no quiet corners anywhere. There's none.
You know that.
No quiet corners anywhere.
At the same time, let me tell you something now. I was 100% way more flustered, stressed, and I saw the inequality way more now but I was obviously way more flustered and stressed when I was trying to get my shit together back then, which is normal because it's more graft you have to put in. But now I can see where it was so unequal and just ridiculous. So you've got these people here that come drink their beers, get mash up. Always been a racist, been all non-production, no, I don't like anybody, I don't like anything, no respect, But their man are getting at £800, £1,000, and they'll go and do whatever the fuck they want with it. Now you're a parent with 4 kids. You're not even making that much. You're not even making that much for that man, one man who's gone and made himself ill. I'm not trying to say just rule him out. Don't try and fix him. But it's unequal. They've got to give that woman with the kids way more if that man's getting that much for doing nothing. Especially, I'm talking about, I'm being harsh, I'm going to the disabled man. I'm not talking even about the business owner who's just disrespected everybody, or the man who's got that inherent wealth and it's come out of a bad way. Or there's people taking money off people when they really shouldn't be taxing you for them things. But I'm trying to say the disabled man, even in this UK, has got a smoother life than most working class people out there.
Say again.
The disabled man in the UK has got an easier life when it comes to being able to do things and acquire stuff in the UK than someone who's working, just a normal sort of worker. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. But you see,
it's harder, but it's more of a benefit. You have kids and all them things, but it's just, don't forget, you have to put in more graft, so you're just going to lose a bit more hair. So that's why you got people say, "No, I'm selfish. I don't want kids at this stage." I find the thing is, I can't support. What is it? I can't support the child. So I'm saying you're better off being in a position where you're disabled but single with no kids than a man who's in a normal shitty fucking one of these jobs that they're giving out now these days, and a wage.
Right. I understand what you're saying. I'm
telling you, bro.
I understand what you're saying.
And you can be completely disabled with no fucking friends, no family, got chronic illness that you can't fix, doing nothing in your house for 5 to 10 years. You have a better life, and you'll be pissed off, but it'd be more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not saying that's the be all and end all, but it shouldn't be like that. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say it should. There should be more going to the people who are striving. Like Boris, he said, like Boris Johnson, you love to use that word, strivers from the scroungers. People who are striving are them young people coming up. Give them some money. Stop trying to play this carrot on the hook fucking thing, bro. Let them have like, they're not just going to give up because they got their mentality in their fucking head because they're so. Everybody wants to come and make. No one wants to fucking lose, bro. No one wants to die.
Of course,
on that yet, bro. You know what I mean? Like, no one, like they think that people are just going to give up when they give all this wealth over. No one wants to acquire and get anything anymore.
Yes,
that's what you would. That's what they make you think you believe. Like that's what the notion. Like, do they think everybody's going to give up? No, they just don't want you to live.
Correct. and to add a point to what you're saying, that even those people on the disability benefits and whatever, and income support, what they'll do, they won't even leave you alone there. What they'll do, if they see that you're trying to find solutions and you're trying to think, they'll try and get you involved in some kind of drugs, you know. They say, because you got all this time on your hands, they got to try and use it. So they try and send people around for you to get into arguments and get involved in their personal business. And before you know it, you got a whole lot of mad people trying to mess you up because you're involved in their life. So you got to avoid, because even at the bottom, they're trying to control that space, because danger can come from the bottom or the top. They're watching all ends of the ladder.
Yeah. Now, I think the reason what's desensitized them for people to actually speak their own mouth and not Speaker's Corner. Fuck Speaker's Corner. Fucking female speakers. The freedom of speech comes from Speaker's Corner. It's all them people that are fighting in them place like Syria and fucking and North Korea and Biafra and fucking and all these places that are actually allowing us to have freedom of speech and to have our say and to actually say no, this is wrong, this is right. Because without people that actually stand up against these people, they'll be running over people. They will be desensitized to that shit.
Yeah, correct. See, that's right. So all respect to people that are still fighting.
Yes.
In those places, trying to get out the free speech and try and wake the people up.
Some little sweaty motherfucker coming into, don't even wash his bottom, come into Speaker's Corner and say, "Oh, advocates for free speech." What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Trying to run like they're using Rosa Parks for freedom of speech. I was pissing my pants, bro.
I understand, yeah. Yeah, but they need those people there to suck in the other people that might be thinking too much.
Yeah, so all them places where they got their fingers in their little bases on their military bases, them people have got people in their country, so they can't really mistreat the people in the country or the place where they got a military base on, because that's what's keeping us alive, basically. So that's what they're trying to shake free from. They don't want to have to say, "Oh, because this wank over here is being a cunt, and because we've got an investment in that country with the same." So if we start killing them over here, the governor over there, or the leader, the elder, is going to be like, "What the fuck are you lot doing?" Or the sheikh, or whatever the fuck it is. He's going to be like, "What are you lot doing? You're killing my people."
Yes, that's right.
And then that's when the big entities start having distrust, and then that's it. So
yes,
you know, it's I know it's like and I always knew it. The teachers were always cunts. It was genuine. They always have their women to talk to. The men don't even come in and talk. When do you ever talk to a man now when you call up these services? It's always women.
Right, you got it.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, I know that it's really Them motherfuckers, they got that. They're just like that man in with a tumbleweed and a corn in between his teeth. Even then they're better now. Even then they're better now. But them man was waiting for you to make a move and boom, you're gone.
Exactly. You got it, man.
If you see any of the man working for the establishment, they've got a uniform on. They've got a uniform on. You won't even go into any establishment where you can actually get your hands on them. There's not even their men around, so they're preserving the men just in case it kicks off.
Right, you got it.
Yeah,
that's right, because they planned way ahead. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. If we've got the men in the background with all the stuff, but they send the women out up front to try and
because you know you're going to take it easy on a woman. Yeah, you're going to take it easy.
Of course, and the women are teaching you from a little child, so you're used to believing and trusting the women as the nice ones. But they're all linked together. The women are the friendly face. And then it's just like in the Matrix, Neo was in the simulator, and they started looking at the woman in the red dress, and then he said, then Morpheus says, "Look again." The way he looks, the woman in the red dress is gone. You just see a gun right in his face. So it's the same thing. The woman in the red dress and the gun in your face is the same thing. It's just two sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's rules in the street between kind of men that are on road at a young age than there is between the powers that be in the structure.
Say that again.
Of what you see, worse. What way worse?
Say that again.
They're like the people who are running the show that have hold of how the country's governors, and all the people below them are running this thing like the guys in the street are running it. But they're not doing it where they're coming and stabbing you. They just come,
You got it, mate. That's right. You got it. You got it.
The laws of finances and the bills, and they're doing it with other countries on their turf, but where we will never get a report of it. But when that Mr. Douglas or Mr. Richard Smith goes out there and that man are doing some fuckeries.
Right.
Hit squads, and we won't even know about it.
That's
the
right.
time when the South Africans stood up in, what did they do? When they wanted more wages, they just
exactly. That's right. That's right.
That's a cousin. It's the same thing, brother.
Yes.
And to be honest with you, let's see in the English, bro. We think we're civilized, but really meditate on that one, innit?
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. Regardless of the tolerance, we're actually pretty uncivilized, bro.
Right. Yeah,
because don't forget, you still got that thing where English people are actually the worst tourists to have in your country. You know that? Did you know that?
Of course.
Tourists,
tourists.
Yeah, so
they're the mercenaries.
It's like a vandal thing, isn't it? But So when you're thinking that's what the people like doing when they go to other people's countries, when they're just going for a holiday, you looking at these posh people, you fucking thinking they've got any sort of power. The men that are going out there, they'll be posh, they'll be well spoken, but I can guarantee they're just like them, they're cunts, mate. They're like, they have a couple of drinks, and they have guns, and they have a little goal, and but I think even now today they have stuff that's not documented, like televised.
Of course, because remember what happened with is it Margaret Thatcher's son? They were caught in Africa, I think, trying to do a raid, but Margaret Thatcher's son asked his mother to bail him out. But while she's there talking, her son was linked up with some mercenaries. I think that was the news. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. And over there trying to conquer a part of Africa. So nothing has changed over the hundreds of years. I think that's something like that was going on. Where Margaret Thatcher's son got into trouble, was caught with some arms in Africa or so on. So yes, it's run just like the street, gangster business.
Yeah, well, look at the way Obama came in and Ecuador got bombed. I didn't hear about that. Did you hear about that? I heard it through a rapper. I heard it through someone called. Actually, he's Iraqi brother from the UK rapper. I forgot his name now.
Okay.
But yeah, he spoke about how he bombed Ecuador or something like that. So he bombed the African country. I heard about it through a rapper.
Right. Yes, that's right. So it's
Now,
not hit the main
any
news.
country get bombed in a European place, they put even if it's fucking couple people lifting up a couple weapons against the police, they put that on the thing.
Yes, that's right. So all the small news they put in the press we see, but the real stuff is not in the press. Just like we was discussing earlier on in the conversation, that if you have gold or not gold, if you have real values, so they always hide it. So they'll hide their name, they hide their identity, and they'll hide the values because they got something.
Yeah.
So if you got something, you're not gonna find them. You can't see them because they try to be like the currency itself, invisible. So anything you can see is nothing. It's just a show. It's just a show.
Yeah.
So you got a good insight. You got a good insight.
I mean, you so have you, man. I mean, I prefer. I like people that try to sort of bring questions out of other people as opposed to just going on monologues, which hopefully I haven't done because I'm quite guilty of doing that. But no,
we all are.
Yeah.
But what's wonderful for me in why I'm enjoying this conversation is that we go through different phases of confusion, but everything sooner or later comes back down to the hardcore reality. After people stop dancing about, they start to realize, you start to see that, wait a minute, this person who I thought was so lightheaded can't see nothing. If you listen to them long enough, you start saying, wait a minute, this person's got a viewpoint. He's got a perspective on what's going on. But sometimes I feel I lose heart. Sometimes my patience is terrible, I'm very short fuse. If once I start seeing people going off course, I'll just start talking nonsense and disappear. Because sometimes I'm trying to learn now just to be patient, let the conversation flow, let the people say what they have to say.
Let me just say one more thing.
See what I can learn.
This is one thing I need to mention. I actually did it. I have to completely read it. I stand corrected. One of the biggest people to stand up and actually fight for freedom is, where are you from?
Where am I from?
Yeah, originally. I mean, you could say Caribbean. You have to tell. Yeah. Exactly.
Oh yeah. But my parents from Jamaica.
Yes. So.
But Africa. But my dad told me the people from Africa where I originate from, the Etiki tribe.
Yeah. So if you look at it like this, the Jamaicans are why we have the freedoms we have today. I say on a social level, because they haven't really had much of a military. They could argue and say the Maroons and. Like the own, do you know what I mean? Because even then they were kind of the queen trying to get hold of them. So they've so I was making a point now. I just nearly sneezed. I just forgot my point. Fucking hell, I think why have I got a cold, man? Yeah, fucking virus. Touch wood, I ain't got no bloody. Yeah. Yeah, what were you just saying now? Remind what we're saying now.
Yeah, so what I was saying is that I'm having to learn patience because I've got a very short fuse, and that once I see or start to hear somebody going off, I'll just talk nonsense or just disappear. But I'm learning just to hear people out and then let the people talk nonsense for a while if they want to, and then just go through the nonsense. It's like fog. You got to go through the fog. Well, then when you come out, you see there's a clearing, and the person who you thought was a complete idiot, they actually know a lot of stuff. or they've sensed stuff.
Mr. Brother, you know what?
They haven't done the reading. They haven't got the books, but somehow, how did they arrive at the same conclusion? So it shocks me. It always embarrasses me to think that I've been reading all this stuff, and yet this person who hasn't read all this stuff, they can still see it themselves. But you just got to listen long enough.
Yeah, definitely. You can acquire knowledge from anywhere, you know. And then the smartest ones got acquire knowledge from the dumbest person and the smartest person, isn't it?
Yeah. So that's a serious point you've made there, because when you think about it, we're taught to believe knowledge that comes from an authorized source or recognized source, and to disrespect knowledge that comes from unofficial, unrecognized sources. But if you listen carefully, which could be a pain sometimes, they may come to the same. The unread person might come to the same conclusion as a person who has been through all the libraries, and then that's the mystery. How did that person come to that conclusion? How did they manage to see all that?
Yeah.
How did he do that without all the references? They haven't read this. They haven't watched that. How did they? Who told him? Who told him?
You know what? One thing is, I was in London about myself now, and I was a young guy. My dad's pit bull got stolen off of him, and I tracked it down.
Really?
I found it in London, bro. I found the guy's door just from asking around.
What?
Where I got the lead from, but yeah, man. I mean, I've got an inquiring mind, so.
Whoa! Found the actual store, man.
Up to the door. I got the door. I couldn't believe
Whoa.
it. Yeah. It didn't happen to be that far away. Obviously, it's the same part of London, but I mean, still, quite a feat, because we were walking around for at least 2 or 3 days, setting up people's alarms with their car, because I saw a car leaving, or someone said they saw a red dog going into a discolored car, and I was just going around every single car and setting off the alarm. So I was a little
brilliant, man.
I'm telling you, bro.
That is class.
Yeah,
That's the point you made there. Hold it. That is massive. What you just said there, massive. Because I heard that the police depend on what the community report.
Yeah.
And so, what you was acting like a private investigator.
Yeah, I was. I tell you what, and because I had such an affinity towards my animals, you know, I used to love animals. You know, I used to love my dog, man. My dog,
Yeah.
I had a good couple of dogs.
Yeah.
So it was like, it meant everything to me to get it back. It's like a family member gone missing. You know what I mean?
Right. So, okay.
Yeah. But obviously, it's going to be a lot harder to find than a person's, I think.
Yes, definitely. I mean, that's
nature.
amazing. For me, that is a brilliant story, because look how many films there are where somebody goes missing and then they got to keep chasing it through, and there's lots of films like that where somebody's daughters gets kidnapped and they got to keep digging and finding out, or their cars go missing. Yeah.
But I mean,
that's powerful. That's powerful.
Where have you come to this sort of metaphysical way of looking at money? Where did that come from, though? And currency and stuff, and
well, I was working.
That's what's sparking up a lot of these conversations. To be honest with you, mate.
Yeah, because what happened was I was working for a company and I was doing telesales.
Okay.
And I was just relaxed, and somehow my sales are going up and up and up and up and up, and then the management started to get people to compete with me, and I thought, I can't be compete. I'm not here to. I'm just chilling out, man. If I make the sale, I make the sale. But my sales were going up and up because my attitude was not the attitude that they were comfortable with. They wanted to see me struggling. And but I said, I'm just making the sales. I don't know. I don't know how I'm making sales. I'm just making sales. And then they started. Then what they did, they gave me there was 3 floors to this company, and there was loads of people on each floor. And then they gave me the top floor, and they made me manager of all these people. I said, what's going on here? And they said, right, we're gonna compete. Each floor is gonna compete, and which floor can make the most sales. Because I was making lots of sales. So they wanted to test me to see if I could manage people as well and make sales at the same time. And then they started putting down certain rules that people are not allowed to eat, no crisps when you're making telesales, and none of this, all these rules. And I said, oh, okay, if you put me on the top floor, and there was other people up there. And then all my team on the top floor, all the people that I was managing, they were happy, and the sales were going up. Because I was, the management started to say to me, are you reporting people are not doing what they should be doing, or not eating crisps and stuff like that? Well, I said, well, if I see anybody eating crisps or eating some bits of food whilst they're supposed to be making sales, then I report it to you. But what happened? Everybody started eating all kinds of foods and crisps, and they were laughing. But I knew that they were hiding the food under their desks, and because I was turning a blind eye. Say, well, as long as I don't see you eating, I'm not going to come down on you. I didn't say that to them, but they could tell that I was just minding my own business, and somehow because I wasn't coming down on them, they were all having fun, and because they were all having fun, they started making more sales. And then the management started to come down on the people. I don't know that. I said people are happy. They didn't like the people being happy. And then I started to read, what is this money? I started to get fed up. I thought, if I'm making you money, what's the problem? Leave the people alone. And then I started to read a book called The Philosophy of Money. I thought, what is money? Everybody's killing themselves for, and I realized it's not even about money. It's about management were trying to abuse the people. I said, well, if the people are happy and the sales are being made, what is the problem? But somehow they wanted the people to suffer. And that's what kind of blew my mind. I thought, I can't understand this. I thought I came here to make money. What's the problem? If people are happy while making money, what's the problem? But then I started to realize that things started to get bitter, started to get twisted. And I couldn't understand the twist. And the twist is that somehow they want people to be unhappy. It's not about making money. So that's why I started to read about money. All those years ago, I started to read and read. I thought, what is it? What is it? Obviously, it's not. Life is not about money. There must be something else.
That's the thing. Look, now this is what I'm going to take out of what Uncle's saying. When you go outside your front door, what do you bump into, family? Piece of paper on the floor. And what them papers say? You owe money. And what does that do to your mood?
Right.
It does something to you. Something. There's no way you can. Just your attention alone has put it in your mind somewhere. But
yes.
It does something to your emotions as well, mostly. Especially
correct.
Thing.
Yes.
So that's where it is. And what does that do? That forfeits your control of your life, even.
Right.
Knowing that you've got an overseer at all times.
Right.
Yeah. So they're willing to burn down so many fucking trees to reinforce it.
Right. Interesting angle.
It must be so important for them to do this. Yeah. All them pieces of paper, bro. You know what I mean? How many piece of paper have I put my cat food on because I can't be bothered to bend down and put the bowl on the floor because of my destroyed fucking hips? So I just drop the thing on top of their bills. It's just like my ritual. I drop my cat food on top of their bills.
Yeah, it's interesting because because I couldn't understand.
I pay my bills, but go on.
Yeah, I understand. But I just couldn't understand why. You know, you go to work to earn money. I was making money, so then they say put me into management over all these people, and all these people are happy. I'm happy in myself. Then all the people start being happy, and then they get upset. I said, "What's?" I didn't say anything. My head was that just blew my head. I thought, "What's going on here?" We're making the most money, and people are all happy. I'm not going to bully people, and somehow that's when things started getting twisted and weird. Absolutely weird.
And the thing is that gold stuff that they sell you, if it's over a certain amount of price, they just loan that to you, even if you think you own it. They got their eye on that shit.
Of course.
Especially if it's crafted by an Englishman. You fucking crazy. You look at the Englishman's piece of work. What did they do to Bill Cosby? Who's the one?
Yes.
Michael Jackson. What did he buy? The Beatles, and he got liquor.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That was the
5
point.
years.
I believe that. And as soon as he bought the Beatles, they said, right, okay, that's it, man. You
So
know,
when
you
they show
can't have
you
that.
that nice expensive Jaguar or that something that's just real estate, that's lended, man. And anytime they want to say, "Oh, we've got this," something pops up. Expendable asset. Expendable.
Right.
Expendable.
Yes. Yes.
Look,
So I started.
next minute you drop one, two cancer fucking lumps, tumors in his bottom.
Yeah.
And he's like fucking you on your way up.
Exactly. Oh, you know about this stuff, man. Serious. That's the game. That's what they do.
So
and you
sometimes
can't
that's
explain it.
why-
It's not logical to people. It's not logical. They think it's you, but they don't understand that that's the game.
That's why the subconscious. You see someone walking on the street with nothing, but they're whistling because they don't feel like they're a target. But ultimately, now they're making it so hard now that you need money. You need proper money. You need £100,000 to get your own house at minimum in the UK.
Yeah.
So you can't no longer walk around whistling. You need to become a target.
No whistling. That's right.
You need-
No whistle while you work, mate. No
You need to
whistling.
become you need to get that bag, bro. You need to get that because they're making it. They're going to make it to the point where you will never be able to acquire it again in your life.
Yes.
At this
right.
stage, no.
That's right.
How
That's
much?
the process.
Yeah.
But the problem is, happy people seem to be dangerous people because somehow happiness gives people the potential to have ideas and new ideas and look at things in a new way. So they need you to be down and out and really, even if you've got loads of money in the bank and you've got a nice big house, they need your head to be in a certain zone. So they'll pay these sports people loads and loads of money, and they've got millions and millions of pounds, and then they start saying, "Oh, we want to put some of it back into the community." What? No. They're not going to allow that.
Excuse me. Sorry, man. Sorry.
All right.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah, interesting. So you've seen it.
Yeah. So it'd be interesting to know because you're wise. You've been through it. But,
I'm learning.
Well, I would say that you know where the ledge is. You know the ledge.
So the ledge, I understand.
You know the
that
ledge. The ledge is once you get to the ledge, you fall over the side of the ledge, right?
Yes, right. The edge. You got it, man. You
know the ledge,
got to
man.
walk
You
the
know
edge, man. That's right. You got to walk right on that edge, and you got to stay there.
Because what saved the Chinese all these years? Because they had their eyes on the Illuminati, from what Phil Valentine said, anyway. And I don't take his word for gospel.
Yeah.
But I think generally, I would 100% know that they do. China are not passive. They've always had a military. Yeah,
of course.
In the days of Genghis Khan, they were like one of the main armies fighting alongside the Mongols. So them man there, the Chinese. Yeah. All these guys are get together, man. We need their money, bro. We need their money. And I tell you what, the more mixed race you are, the less valuable you are. And that's literally, they writ it down. They writ it down, bro.
Yeah, I know. Yes.
Even the blacks, they writ it down, bro. They had that notion that they've materialized into what? Goyim.
The Goyim.
Yeah.
That's right. And the Golem. The Goyim and the Golem.
The least desirable. They're the best expendable as people.
That's right. That's why you see the Middle East is like the way it is. I suspect that the Middle East is always appear. I don't even know the truth, but it always appears that the Middle East, they're always at war. Always, they can't even build a building without it getting bombed sooner or later. Is that how these people live amongst the rubble? Constantly war. I don't know how those children survive, man.
It's sad because Catholicism, the Latins had control of it. Were one of the main people slaving out the Arabs. Was the Latins, the Romans.
Yeah.
And then now it's the Europeans. Now it's
What
the
you
Europeans.
mean? What to slave? Enslave? You mean?
Well, slaving, using as mercenaries, whatever you want to do, but under vassalage.
You're right. That's right. That's right.
The Arabs have been under vassalage from the Latins for a long time ago.
Yes.
Now and now they're vassals for the Europeans.
Right. And then when they finish with the Europeans, Europe's going to end up like the Middle East because they have to do that to keep them down. And then they're going to bring their new order to manage the whole thing. But they have to slap down the white people now because the white people have done their job. They've subdued the darkies. Now it's time for the mercenary white people. Now they've done their job. The elite are afraid of them.
It's called disbanded.
Yeah, that's right. Disband the white man. That's the goal. That's right. They're trying to they're working to disband the white man because he's done the job.
What military? What do you study, man? Who you study? Where are you getting your? How are you aware of this? Like the strategies behind governing?
Well, I studied nearly full of. I study banking and finance, and I study a lot of war. War tactics.
I can tell, mate. I can tell you're like me, but I just ain't got the regalia. Now, do you know what the funny? To be fair, there's a lot of people that actually in these forums that are quite well informed with history and war.
Right, because you have to be. Yeah, and then so it's just like the lower level. The lower level, you think war is all about guns and hitting somebody over the head and bullets and all this kind of stuff. But the people that are really dealing in war are those people that sit and negotiate. That somebody will just arrive with a case and say, "I'd like to talk," and they're just talking. And you say the wrong thing in the wrong way, the wrong time, right? Then the tanks start coming. Then the planes and the bombs start flying. A few years down the line. It's all how you handle that initial meeting. It's all words. It's all talk.
I think it would be, but the next step would be for someone to sort of be able to bring more of an in-depth historical perspective on actual wars that have taken place.
Of course. Yes, that's right.
I've seen that in the Hangouts, but I think that's where I'm at the moment. Like
good, you're on it.
Yeah, the little in depth.
That's right.
Yes,
and then what's interesting is to try and understand what the history says about the beginnings of the war, what started it off. If you can find out who financed it. See, so it may say somebody won this battle or somebody won that battle, but when did it take place? What else was going on in the region? Did anybody fall out with anybody? What were the political views? So the politics before war is really interesting.
Yeah, a lot of wars have been financed. I have to admit, these major wars, they've got to have been.
Of course, it's very expensive. War's the most expensive thing. War is the most expensive.
Happened. No one's ever really over sort of what they called a coup, sort of like just come in and just not even a coup, just a civil unrest, like a rebellion. Nothing really ever no one's ever really thrown their slave masters. There's never really been a time.
Yeah, well, yeah, because the current system has been building for about 3,000, 4,000 years.
They're a lie in history and say that a lot of people have done it, but the only people I really have seen, and someone can jump on and try and tell me I'm wrong. The only people I've seen really successfully defeat another army thoroughly is the Haitian. And even then, they came back a couple of years later.
You got it. That's right.
That's the only from history I can see that have actually thrown off their slave masters. I'm not saying invaded the territory and taken it over and kill everybody, because
they threw them off.
Happened.
Yeah, amazing. That's what I'm studying now.
Yeah.
Yes, because that is an amazing what took place there, and in Haiti, and also that's why I'm studying it so deeply, because what I'm seeing so far is that when Haiti got its independence, that they worked to split Haiti into two. So they had the northern division and the southern division. And I was thinking, I wonder how they managed to do that. Do you know, just like you have Korea, North Korea and South Korea. So when they couldn't beat Haiti as a whole, they thought, right, they're still thinking. It's not over. They think, what, these ex-slaves beat us? You must be joking if they're going to let that go. No way.
Not at all. This never happened
No
before.
way.
It's not crazy to have come in and kill off everybody, but
no way.
Actually had complete dominance over the whole infrastructure.
So they thought, no, these people, let's get together. So maybe the French and the English and the Spanish, they all had a meeting. Say, look, this Haiti has to be destroyed. A bit like
Do you know what happened, Uncle? Go on. Yeah. Oh, sorry, a bit like
a bit like Carthage. That Rome said, look, we got to sort this Carthage out. We got to Hannibal and all that lot. We just got to wipe them out, wipe them off the map.
What cartilage are you talking about?
Carthage.
Carthaginians.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, okay.
So against Rome, so that Rome had to wipe them out. So the same thing I think happened where Europe had to say, look, we can't have Haiti as an independent little colony. They're down there. They fought for their independence. They fought for their freedom, and they've got just a nice little corner of the globe. Just leave them alone in that little corner. No way. I think all the powers plan. Look, we have to knock these people right down, because what happens is, if you leave Haiti to be an independent, they're gonna mess up their whole world from the European perspective, because there's gonna be rebellions all over the place. So you've got to crush Haiti to stop anybody else daring to give any back chat. So they were thinking, they're burning the midnight oil, thinking about how to crush Haiti. So how are you gonna crush Haiti? How are you gonna crush them? The only way is you got to get them to split north and south, like Korea, north and south. And then what you do, they started to trade with the north. Doing more trade with the north, and slowly, once the north became strong enough, then they crushed the south, and then they crushed the north, and then take the whole lot. But if the group is strong and together, they have to think, how can they put a split? It's like when they say they cut diamonds, you can't, because diamonds is the hardest materials. I think, if I'm right, on the planet, they have to look for flaws in the diamond, and then apply pressure to those cracks or to those weak points to cut a diamond. So it's the same thing like Haiti. Haiti is just a big diamond, a big fat diamond in the Caribbean.
Yeah, yeah.
And they thought, right, how are we going to
they
deal
put
with
up
this
the
man?
wonders of the world. Yeah, definitely, 100. Mainly the wonders of the world, but so I've seen something in the chat here. Someone saying about they went to. That's where it
went. Where?
Someone said, "Do you what?" I mean, it's quite interesting because what is actually Al Aqsa? I've tried to see what I think it's like the burial chamber of Jesus' bones, but I don't think that's that significant, to be honest.
Okay.
I would say he said Iraq war was to capture the Stargate. So like if they say basically Muslims, Christians, these theists, they talk about spirituality, blah, ha, ha, people scoffing, just sort of like, comparing these sizes, the occasional forced laugh, you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The obtuse type of attitude that they put towards anybody's just expression of spiritualism. And then they've got someone in the chat saying the Iraq war was to capture the Stargate. And then, wait.
Capitalist Stargate?
Wait. I'm going to screenshot this, and you're all guilty, boy. Life was seeded on many planets in the Milky Way. Okay? Another one. Food for thought. We are not on the first floor universe. We are underground car park area, Milky Galaxy. Someone else wrote that. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Like, do you know that like atheists got their own sort of drug market or something? Where they're like,
drug market.
I'm losing IQ. I'm actually literally. The more I scroll down, the more I feel like just losing myself in Netflix. And chaining myself to the bed to watch every single sci-fi flick just to make sense of what they're saying. So,
of course, but there could be agents now. You see, because what I've realized over time is that if you ever get into a good conversation, even in Speaker's Corner, if you get into a good conversation that's going somewhere, somehow these people just arrive out of nowhere and just talk absolute trash to try and throw the conversation off.
Yeah,
I've experienced that so many times. You're going somewhere, and there seems to be a direction, and then you got all these people just come. They just arrive just in time.
Super critical, analytical thinkers is what they like to call themselves.
Oh yeah, right. There you go.
I'm not actually talking generally now about atheists, so don't worry. I'm not talking about everybody in chat there. I'm just saying you do get certain people who are just willingly want to be objective, like just object to what you're saying,
Yeah, but that's all healthy because that reminds you
controversial
that we're on a forum. Yeah, that's right. We're in a forum. We're on StreamYard and we're on the internet, and that the powers that be, they have people everywhere, so they have to be here just to try and direct and control where it goes.
The focus.
They have to. And if it's going somewhere they don't like, they're going to throw it off, or the stream drops or something goes wrong. But that's healthy because that means that you're starting to head in the right direction.
True.
Some chaos has to come. It has to. So you get used to it.
Sorry, do you know what this is a quite interesting thing, this wormhole thing? With the wormhole, apparently, because of the sheer nature of the surroundings, nothing could actually survive going through a wormhole. From what they've put together on this planet, I don't know if someone can confirm or throw away what I just said there, but
nothing can go through the wormhole.
From what we know at the current stage, or there would be some sort of implosion of some sort, if certain theories say. So even there's such a big theory on what would happen if you actually go through, or something was to travel through a wormhole. And they say it's like you go back in the future, time travel. But,
oh yes, I've heard that kind of conversation. Yeah, I've heard people talking. Yeah,
I think someone went through a mini wormhole and it was fused in the spaceship itself. So I don't know that's apparently, you know, and I heard that through a military personnel. So, you know what I mean? I don't
Right.
know how true it is, but
But would you believe that a conversation can go through a wormhole? See, a black hole or wormhole. If the conversation is going somewhere where they don't want it to go, a wormhole can just appear and try and suck the conversation in, and
Yeah,
maybe the
true.
sucking in, it can destroy it, destroy the direction of the conversation, destroy the purpose of the conversation. It just arrives. You know, it's
Well,
like time travel. It
that's
just
the thing.
arrives.
All right, look, this is one thing we're gonna do for them. All right, lads. I'd love for to hear Rob, Scientific Method, all the, you know, James Jones, all the what happens actually when you go through a wormhole, and what theory has been gathered to be or seen to be the most likely out of all of them? Because at this stage, I've heard, I think, more theories to that than there is to the origin of man. So I mean,
Right. So, well, it's the same thing. You see, I think each of these topics, right, they have real life value. So even though you may be talking about wormholes or black holes out in space, when that conversation comes up, it actually relates to real time.
Yeah.
You know, so these wormholes, we don't know where they are, what they are, if they're invisible or not. But it's the same thing as like us having a conversation. You know, where is it going? Are we just talking about day-to-day things that you can see that people would say are practical, or are we talking about trying to figure out the invisible, the currency? And once you start to go to that kind of height, what kind of, you know, it's like spaceships. You know, if you escape the planet and you're flying out, and you've escaped the planet, you've escaped gravity, then there's people out there who already have ships because they escaped gravity a long while ago, and they're flying around. But if you just arrived, you just escaped gravity, you might not be prepared for war on that level. So you might be sucked in
intergalactic scale.
Yeah, you're sucked into something that you can't handle because you arrive with, you only just escaped gravity.
You know, I like all these sort of, you know, like these open chats where it's just like, yeah, but it is it science, or is it just, you know, how much more of a faith and belief system is it to any sort of theist religion? You know, allow it. Stop it, man. Even me as a man, such a practical bloody thinker, man, like to the point where I'd rather use collected fucking evidence and work from scholar than even try and fucking take the time to do it myself most of the time.
Right, but
I
understand. Go on.
It's just like, why, like, yeah. So I would like to, for at least 20% of science to be explained to where we've even got a result.
Right, but the
narrative.
But the explanation of science is power, isn't it? So if somebody knows something, why should they tell you? Because it might. It's like money. It's like currency.
Yeah, but everybody there's different type of characters. You know, people who get some sort of kick out of being right. Some people say, certain religions say that's a chip on your shoulder, but I don't see that. I say the ego needs to be inflated. To be honest, the ego needs to be boosted up, not to be torn down. Yeah.
Right, that's right, because the ego serves a purpose.
Yeah, so that's all to me, but yeah.
So therefore, but you raised an interesting point. If the ego means that somebody could get this knowledge, secret knowledge that's been held amongst certain people, and because of their ego, they want to share it with the others, then that person has to be watched. Because once you have a certain cabal group that like to say, look, we got to keep the wealth amongst ourselves. Don't go out there sharing it with the rest of humanity. Otherwise, we lose power. That
And
knowledge is power.
And that's the thing. You can be some innocent intellect that thinks he's doing nothing, no harm.
Yeah.
And you could be more detrimental to a man who's got his hell bent on completely overthrowing everything they stand for.
Beautiful point. That's right. That's right.
You're right. Because he may not have the know-how, the motivation or intelligence to follow through what he's thinking about. But the man who's just casually acquiring information, not even trying to seek it out, is
Yes.
So that's why I say be careful of what you hear, innit?
That's right. And
Because
also,
who knows what the future holds?
Exactly.
I just go where the trade wind blows.
So ideas can come from anywhere. So usually, when I was working in some of the corporations, I found out that they're always trying to get the students. You know, they look for talented students, and then they just grab the students and give them a job quick, because because it seems, in my observation, that the students are young and they got plenty of ideas and so on. And if we can get them into our company, we have more chance of feeding new energy, new life into our company. We don't want to leave that student out there to come and go and create his own thing. And if he does create his own thing, we're going to try and buy it out. That's what they do.
Mm.
They say, "Oh, well, these people are talented. They're doing their own thing." They say, "Look, well, not straight away. They'll say, look, we want some shares in your little venture. Your little venture is very interesting. I want some shares." And once they got the shares, then they have the right to watch, because they're shareholders. And if they start seeing anything developing, that's the same thing that happened to the story of Microsoft. I think there was a guy before Bill Gates. He was kind of a relaxed programmer kind of guy, hippie kind of guy, and he was just developing all these systems. And he left. I can't remember the name of the company he left. And they approached Bill Gates, because he was only a young guy back then, and they said, "Look, we want you to sign a disclosure agreement." So in other words, I think it's IBM. We want you to sign this, so you're not going to talk to anybody about this. So you might have met him at a lunchtime or after work and so on. And we want you to go and talk to your friend, the genius guy, and tell him that we want to speak to him. So Bill Gates called up his friend who had the ideas and said, "There's these guys coming down to see you, and don't mess around with them. These guys are serious guys, and what they have to say is very serious. I can't say anything more." And then the other guy said, "You know, what's this? You know," I think he was just too laid back about it. And then they said, "Okay, well, Bill Gates, you know about it. We want you to take it, to get whatever information you can about this guy's system, and then we'll make you the front man." And I think that's how Bill Gates, that was the beginning.
Mm.
So the other guy killed himself, I think, or he got beaten up in a bar. He died he died like a waste man.
So
yeah.
So I was thinking, is it really good to have your ideas brought out in the open? And it's not, because I've always guard what you have as an idea. You know what I mean? Like your dad, I'm sure your dad told you. Don't let, if you're onto something good, don't let no one else know about it.
That's the basics. That's right. That's the basics. Yeah. Yeah, but you're gonna have to let somebody know sooner or later. It's just you have to be careful who you let know? That's
Yeah,
the big
and you learn
question.
that when you're in when you're making music.
Huh?
So certain artists let their music out on any platform,
Right.
and then they don't make no money out of it. You get
Yes.
some people that hold it for a long time, find an artist, and then release it, and then it becomes a hit.
Exactly.
All
That's
the
right.
rest
So
is different ways of doing
you're
it.
concentrating the power.
Yeah.
So you found a new idea, develop it a bit, and then bring in your own people, bit by bit, slowly. It might be slow at first, but it's better to have the idea and bring in people that you can trust or are
So
in
would you
line.
say that a lot of other people that outside, how can I say this? People are okay. So do you reckon it happens in everywhere on the planet where there's people getting knocked off for their ideas? You know what I mean? Like in a corporate, in a corporate area, because
Yeah.
we know it's happening.
Yes, I'd agree. I'd say yes.
Just in
Definitely.
Hollywood, it's been happening. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's the basic pattern, because any new ideas. I mean, look, what happened to IBM? See, little Microsoft.
Well, all the
before that, they just took over the, one idea can just change the whole market.
All the places in
idea.
the world that's had ideas have had high IQs. Yeah. Any place that's had a high, an educated system, like a very up-to-date system, or that's had a high educated group of people, have been taken out.
Of course,
down
that's what happened in Russia. I heard as well. Yes,
like properly, like taken out. Like
yes, that's right.
Yeah.
So it's best to come across as mad or insane or stupid.
So you're gonna
And
have people
keep your
walking
ideas,
around.
keep ideas quiet. Keep your ideas quiet, and just keep going around stupid. And then people will ignore you and just think you're an idiot. And then when the time is right, you just come out super sane.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like they try. People try to talk. Oh yeah, it's glorious to have a place where you can share ideas. But I'd say the people who are saying, oh, they just want to get rid of Speaker's Corner, so they're right. Anybody was and any conspiracies about how they want Speaker's Corner gone, that's why they allowed all this shit to happen. I'd say it's probably right.
What they want to get rid of is what you're thinking, that they're trying to get rid of Speaker's Corner because they don't want the new ideas to come up.
Yeah, and the whole concept of Speaker's Corner and everything.
Exactly. Yes, I agree with you. 100%. 100%.
Yeah. I mean, it's not going to probably be in anybody who's ruler's favor, but yeah. So
say it again. What did you say?
Anybody who's ruling in their favor to have anybody that wants to
free speech,
their ideas.
Right. So you're saying whoever's the ruling powers don't like free speech.
Yeah. You know that.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
100%, 100%. Yeah. So that's what we're at these days, man. That's what we're at. So if you got any ideas, man, keep to yourself. You know what I mean? Even me now, like I was making so different business plans online, like for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And I actually had to stop doing it, and by doing it, I started putting it on pieces of paper, on scrolls and shit.
Exactly, because everybody else is looking. They're looking at your business plans. That's right. So you've got to
GCHQ. I'll give you who it is. GCHQ.
That's right. You got it. You've got it. So what you've got to do is you have to keep your plans to yourself, or you wrap them up in insanity or madness. And so the people, so it's like what happens? It keeps the dogs off the scent.
Yes, and they're going through Facebook.
Right. So what they're doing, their dogs are sniffing you out, but all they're saying is, "Oh, this guy's mad. He doesn't know what he's doing." But that's fine.
So you got
he doesn't know what he's doing. So ignore him. He's an idiot, and that keeps the dogs away.
Yeah, of course. Facebook, your GCHQ work in conjunction with Facebook.
Of course,
So
that's
every time
right.
you see that little box pop up on your screen,
Yes.
that's Facebook observation.
Yep.
Via Facebook.
Yes.
And so when you see this guy getting licked down,
Yes.
by the powers that be, Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
Is that more theatre or is that more theatre? I think it's more theatre. If you look at that shit.
Yes. Yeah. Because as long as it's in the press for everybody to hear, it's theatre.
Yeah.
But the theatre could still give you insight into what's going on behind the scenes.
You could say
fiction and reality.
Oh, sorry, brother.
Yeah, there's fiction and there's reality. So reality reflects fiction, and the fiction reflects reality. So that there's a relationship as we have with money and currency. There's the relationship between reality and fiction.
Yeah,
it's a fiction is where the power is, because you notice that a lot of people. I used to hate fiction. I was like, what's this fiction? Look, I just need reality. I need to know what's going on. I haven't got time for fiction. I'm not reading novels. But my partner, she's always reading the fiction, but she knew so much stuff. I thought, what do we read this fiction for? I can't deal with it. But what I found out later on, years later, is that a lot of these top people, they come out of these top jobs, and then because they can't spill the beans or tell what's happened inside, or they'll be taken out themselves. They write books, they write fiction, and they put the reality of what they experienced in fiction. But that all went by me because I thought fiction was all rubbish. But what they do, they hide the real in the fiction, and then what I thought was real is actually fiction. So I learned that it took me years to know. I still can't handle fiction so much. Or maybe I can in terms of movies or stuff like that. But
you're not a daydreamer. Well, you are, but I'm more one of these alternate reality type of people.
Right. But I wasn't like that before. I was just hardcore. Just look, I've got no time for fantasy because I need to know what's going on. But I didn't realize that they kept the reality in the fantasy. They hid it because I started to read about all these people that they were ex-spies and they come out and wrote a book, and it's a novel. And then if you look at this sentence on page 135, he mentions blah blah blah. I was watching a World at War. That's how I found out about it. I think World at War and military. And then they started to say that in the Second World War, they were doing certain things. And then this guy, the people couldn't say anything. So when the war is over, they just started writing stories. They started to write, fiction and books like that. But if you knew what you're looking for, you could see the truth in the fiction. Because they used to just change the name of the characters or change the name of the places. And but they were talking about real things, reality.
So when you start to realize that everything's pretty much interconnected, and the level of creation and creativity, has been punished so much by war that we've got things that are on repeat, but just from a different. They might change a little something here, change a little something there, but definitely, you're right. You're and then a little the way they try and twist things as well, which is what my main goal is the twistery, man. I don't like the twistery that they presented.
That's right. You're gonna twist it.
So that's been my main focus. But reality and history was a secondary to me. But it was still just as important. Science was the main goal. I said I'm a very practical person, but science is the wanting, man. It's like what the soul needs.
Balance.
So factual. What you can see is material, isn't it? So that's what always shone above everything else. History definitely
even
off the list. Sci-fi was actually be up in front of history for me, because maybe it was down to the fact I was mixed race as well. So history
Yeah.
wasn't so important to me, because history is very intertwined with culture and
yeah, yes, definitely,
and ethnicity.
yes. And so
Yeah.
what was I going to say? I was going to say that um, science, as far as I've been reading, that the original science was a mixture of the practical with the spiritual. They were always together. You see, and then somehow they tried to detach science, because that's what alchemy was. So they have all this spiritual stuff, but now, but then I think during the Enlightenment they tried to throw away all the spiritual stuff and say, look, science is what you can see, practical and pragmatic, and trying to divorce science from its spiritual background. So it's the same game as with money. They'll get people to keep talking about money, 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 but they won't talk about currency. They won't explain how currency works. How do you build a currency up? How so moving money or gold or diamonds or oil, they say it's easy. You put it on a ship, make sure it got Coast Guard protection, and then we move the gold from A to point B by ship or by plane. That's how you move it. But how do you move a currency? Nobody tells you that. No, you won't even hear people talking about that, because if currency and money go together, one visible, one is invisible. So you know how to move the visible. You put it in a box, put it on a plane, and you move it. But how do you move the invisible? And as I think before you came on, we was talking about the Nigerian naira. It was nearly the same value as a pound. 1 naira, and all the Nigerians, I remember in my day, they were coming over here and shopping at Harrods.
Yeah,
the
that
Nigerians
was,
were living it up.
They were the Eurobirds, mate. They were the houses.
Yeah, so the Nigerians were just buying up everything, and because the naira was strong. But now the naira, Nigerian naira it's nearly 500, to 1. So how did they drop the naira? The secret, they won't nobody, you can't get anybody to talk about that. They just waffle, talk around all over the place, but the secret they don't know. They're not going to teach you that in business school. They teach you how to move gold or oil or whatever. It's quite simple. Just put it on a ship and float. It takes so much time. But how do you move a currency? That is where the power is. So if I have the power to move currency, you could be trading with me, 3 of yours for 1 of mine, or 1 of yours for 1 of mine. And then if I've got the power to move the value of your currency, I can make it's 500 of yours for 1 of mine.
Yeah.
How did I do that? And everybody accepts it. Oh yes. Oh yeah. You should pay 500 of his for 1 of yours. Why? Because 1 of yours is 500 times more valuable than his, and
So
everybody agrees.
Yeah. So you'll put down.
Sorry.
Spirit to not to this electrical source, which is the whole essence of our very running of the universe itself, but you put it down to what we hold value on material things is the currency. And
yes, that's the important thing. That's right.
So
but how do you move it?
That's a transition. That's where we said, all right, it's the amount of value we put on material things as opposed to all this fucking spooky stuff where it comes to. So it's just about value synonymous with currency.
Yes.
But how does that tie into any type of spiritual?
Because you can't see it. Because you can't see
your electrical
value.
impulse to have stuff is just
You can't.
natural,
Yeah, but it's
just a
impulses.
natural
They're
thing.
feelings. Yeah, you
Feeling-
can't see. You can't see money.
So look, something that works your brain, and what brain works your emotions, and your emotions lead out into behavior, and your behavior,
leads into action. Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. So therefore, we're people will laugh at me when I'm discussing these things and say, "Well, this guy's crazy. What are you talking about?"
Yeah. So that's
because I'm talking about the invisible things. Because currency, you cannot see it. Value, you can't see it. But if somebody devalues you, you will feel it. You'll feel it when you get your P45, or if you devalues your nation, you'll feel it when they start dropping bombs on you. But before the bombs come, they've already devalued you. So you can't organize yourself. And that's all invisible. So you can see a bomb, you can hear it, but that's way down the line. You've been taken out invisibly long ago, way before the bombs start coming. I mean, even in a fight in school, if you're in a fight with somebody at school or whatever, the fights don't just start like that. They'll say it starts with, first you come into proximity, don't you? Into space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there's a vibe, there's an essence. At school, when two people are going to fight, everybody says, "Oh, there's going to be a fight. There's going to be a fight after school." There's a whole energy. Whispers. It's just I don't know if I'm speaking. If you experience what I'm saying.
You're a spiritualist.
No. Let me finish. So this energy builds up way before the actual two people start to fight. Look at even a boxing match. The promoter's promoting the fight. That's where the money is. That's what sells the tickets for the seats. There's no fight yet. But the whole thing becomes massive. And if the promotion and the time is right, it's incredible. So by the time the fists start to being exchanged, there's a whole empire. There's a stadium, there's the seats paid for, there's tickets sold. And all of that is a currency because somebody has been putting value in that fight. The two people haven't met yet, but it's just invisible energy. Somebody's manipulating that energy.
Yeah, I see now. I see what you're saying. And they can actually literally physically manipulate that. Not just from thought, from what is it, heart or I don't know. No, that's the weather. But I think heart has got something to do with something to do with the behavioural thing anyway. And
what's that? What are you talking about? Heart.
I know heart can manipulate behaviour patterns.
Oh, you mean weather? The weather.
But I think it's some sort of system. I don't know, it's some sort of technology that can basically disturb the
environment, the atmosphere.
Emotions by the vibe. Yeah, like the I think.
Yes. Good. Are you talking about heart technology?
Electrical impulse.
HAA. That's right. HAARP. Weather control technology. HARP.
Yeah.
Yes. So weather control technology. When I first heard that, that they can. I can't remember where I was. Somebody says, "Oh, they can control the weather." I thought this person was talking absolute rubbish. What are you talking about? How can you control the weather? I thought the person was talking nonsense. Then when I started to research it, I thought, geez. I started to learn about cloud seeding machines. So, and then, as you start to study HARP technology, so therefore you're still dealing with that invisible. That invisible, it's all in the realm of the invisible. Current, beams.
Oh, it's light. It's almost like, and you can see like electricity.
Electricity, that's right. But that's where the power is.
In a lot of people's brain, a lot of running through your brain, mate. Electricity.
Yes,
No.
exactly.
Yeah.
I've heard all kinds of stuff that they
So
can do
you
now.
could almost say that it's electricity.
Yes,
And there must be some
and
sort
it's
of
energy.
intellectual capacity, but we're not
Yes,
aware of.
of course, that's right. They
Is
know what
that,
to tell you.
in the words, is it data?
Sorry.
Data. So where's that data coming from?
Exactly. So you're starting to ask the right questions. So they're all talking about data, and they start throwing charts at you and stuff like that. But the charts are only thrown at you to get your confidence, to get your faith, to get that invisible energy. So you feel confident, just like when you go into your bank. You know, the banks look so secure from outside, don't they? You think, oh, this must be a safe place to put my money. Because the way the bank's so neat, the glass is so clean, the staff are all in beautiful uniforms. You know, the bank, it's safe.
The condensed light is where the information is trans. And they say, do you believe in hereditary cellular memory or
yes?
Intelligence? Do you believe that? Believe in that?
I believe that. Yeah. But let me try to explain it this way. So just like your body is physical, you can see it.
Yeah.
Yes. But there's always an invisible dimension, just like money, because people were sold just like money, but the people have value. See, so and then somebody controls the value. Or just like you, if you're going for a job, or if you go in the job, they look at your CV, and then they put a value on you. So there's always the dance between fiction and reality, money and currency,
Well, they say
flesh and the spirit. There's always dance.
It's literally, they're saying that there's particles in your brain where these are stored memories, where if you know how to access them,
definitely,
it's kind of it's to the degree of what meditative state you go to. So I mean, that for me is quite a good explanation of ancestral.
Yeah, but even dreams,
inheritance. You know what I mean?
How about dreams? Have you ever thought about the dreams, the source?
Like that whole memory, so you can actually see what your ancestors.
Oh, yes, good. Yes, genetics. Yeah, I believe in that.
Anything created, you can create basically that. Anything created, you can recreate your information stored in these, and they say these cells are quite dark in color, like melanin.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? That makes sense because if you leave people in a space where they can think and where they can dream, you don't know what they're going to come out with. You can't afford it. You got to pump their so the enemies have to pump the brains continuously with TV, whatever, because if you get a chance just to think, who knows what you're going to come out with? It's too dangerous.
Toothpaste. What's that called thing?
Huh?
What you talking about stuff in toothpaste now that stops you?
Fluoride.
Fluoride. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can kind of see. I can kind of believe that as well.
Huh?
I can kind of believe that actually. And then when you look at the areas of the brain that engage in certain memories, it's right in sort of like in that sort of location.
Yeah.
And there's one in the far back of your head as well. But I think there's
right.
different types of parts of the brain, but they're sort of around the same thing. It's something to do with memory. But yeah,
so
that's
memory and dreams. These are very strange areas. Memory, dreams, spirit, currency. These are all are in the realms of the invisible. That's where the power source is. That's where the power source is. People just looking on the day to day. They're being controlled by the people that maneuver in that atmosphere of currency. How do you to put it into plain language, in case people think that we're starting to drift off and talking all kinds of nonsense? There's money and there's currency. Money you can see, currency you can't. There's ways to move money or move diamonds, move oil, move gold, but how do you move a currency? How do you move that which is invisible? How do you move value? Because the value of anything, the value of money, the value of people, the value of diamonds is in the currency. So how do they move the currency? So that's how they took out the Nigerians. Oh, so your Naira is 1 to 1. We'll smash that. But how did they do it? And that's why I keep using the word magic, because it's kind of the simplest thing. So when people think magic is nonsense, they don't realize that they're under magic, because magic is to do with spells. Magic is to do with spells. Spells is to do with words. Words is to do with curses and blessings. So whether you believe in the curse or blessing or not, it'll still affect you. So you may go into a company, or you may go into a place, and the people there have been told that you're cursed. But when you arrive, you don't know about no blessings or no curse. But the people there are already under a certain charge. They already see you as cursed. So they don't really have to mention it. They won't say that, we've been told that you're cursed. They don't need to do that. Just everything you do, they're going to see as negative. There's something going on there. Just keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on her. There's something about her we don't know, but she's, even that. Keep an eye on that person. You don't know that all the rest has been told to keep an eye on you. You just go in there and you think you've been merrily accepted amongst the society, and you're, nah, you don't even know. Just that. Keep an eye on that person. That's a curse in itself. It's a spell. Keep an eye on him.
Yeah,
Keep an eye on her.
You know what? I don't know why I kind of drifted a bit. I'm still hearing about currency and all, and people's agendas, and you going into a place to everybody. But I was just thinking about what is more powerful: the heart in the brain in your heart, or your actual brain. What is the most important thing? And when you get charged by this electricity, which allows your spirit and your breath to come through and to be able to operate, your brain is then secondary to the most important thing in your body, which is your spirit, electricity, and your breath coming through your body. So your brain is there in order for you to take advantage of the things around you that's also got electrical charge going through it, and some sort of spirit. If everything is condensed light.
Yeah, and I heard, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that the Egyptians thought that it wasn't in the brain; it was in the heart or something. Was it? The brain wasn't as important as the heart, something like that. I can't remember. Somebody who knows more about that, but they saw the heart was maybe the center of the soul or something, in contrast to the brain.
That was all that.
Yo, yeah.
How you doing?
One sec. I'm gonna roast you, fat boy, in a second. I should like. Yes. Mr. IC3, I wanted to ask about this blessings and curse, yeah? So what's the curse of Ham? What does that mean?
Oh, right, the curse of Ham. Right, it's
Mhm.
good to look it up and do some reading about it. Curse of Ham. Hashtag Curse of Ham. I've got some information there as well. But the curse of Ham, it's supposed to come from the Bible, and Noah had 3 sons.
I thought the curse of Ham was in
No, I'm going to get there. Let me
was in,
answer. I'm trying to give you some
I thought it was in
background,
the Talmud,
and
but
then
not in
other
the Bible.
people. Sorry?
I thought it was in the Talmud and not in the Bible.
Oh, well, the curse of Ham, or that Ham was cursed, comes from what is written, an interpretation of the scriptures or the story of Noah. So that's all I'm saying at the moment. So Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem represented the Mongoloid people, yellow people. This is interpretation.
Are
The
you
most
sure
popular
Shem weren't
interpretation.
the Arab? Weren't Shem the Arabs?
No, but they mixed the Mongoloids with the Arabs. So basically, the
No, there's
Arabs
no mixing.
represent the mix.
Mongoloid and
Represent the
Arabs
mix.
are different races. No, you're
I
wrong.
know.
Mongoloid
But
and Arabs are 2 different things,
I
even in the
know.
Bible.
Yeah, I know. But listen to what I'm saying. What I'm
I
saying
think Turks and
is
Mongols come from Japheth, I think.
no.
Which one's
It
Japheth?
says the white race. When you look it up, you'll find out. Japheth, the most popular view, was Japheth was the white race, was the source of the white race.
Yeah. Turks and Mongols.
No. White race, as in the Northern European, the Swedish,
Yeah.
and
It
yeah,
goes.
that's Japheth.
Look, it goes Mongols, Turks, Finnish. From Finland, it goes to Estonia, to Germany, to Western Europe. That's the line.
Yeah, hold it. Before we get that deep, I just want to stay on the simple bit because there's a lot of power behind the interpretation. No, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it's very old, this view. So the view is that white people came from Japheth, yellow people came from where am I? Shem, and black people came from Ham. And then the people in the middle, in the Middle East, they are a mixture of basically the 4 of the 3. And I've even seen this in art exhibitions where they have we always watch the colors. If you see black, yellow, and white, and then you see a 4th color, that is the code for the story of Ham. You'll see it in some art. Just watch the colors. And so in the story of Noah got drunk, and it says that Ham saw his nakedness, and as a result, Noah cursed Ham, or said that, that you'll be servant of your brothers. So black people will serve the yellow people and the white people and any mixture. But the curse didn't kick off until Canaan, because Canaan was a son or descendant of Ham. And so that's the basic story. And so that spell has been over Africa for thousands of years. So it's deep in the psyche of everybody else, but nobody really mentions it blatantly. Nobody will talk about it. It's just there. It's just like when you go to a company and they don't know you, you join a new company and somebody says, watch that person there, keep an eye on them, right? You're not going to know, but that has a charge. It just makes everybody suspicious about anything you do. So that's the equivalent of a curse. So the curse works whether you believe it or not. The curse works and the blessing works whether you believe it or not. That's a quick summary. I don't know. Somebody else maybe want to go a bit deeper.
So how does a curse or blessing work even if a person doesn't believe in it? So, how does that sort of work out?
Well, I tried to illustrate.
So
If
like
you go
imagine
to a company,
there's no, but let me build a question for you. Yeah? So
okay, go on then.
the curse of Ham comes from the Babylonian Talmud. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say most of the black people in Africa have never read the Babylonian Talmud.
Correct.
So how does the curse of Ham? Yeah. So how does the curse of Ham? How does the curse of Ham affect the African people, even though they don't sort of know about the African people?
Right. So I tried to illustrate it that if you go into a family, if you're an outsider and you come into a family, or you're an outsider and you come into a community, or you're an outsider and you come into an organization, or you're an outsider and you come into a nation, if that nation has been told to keep an eye on you, then in their head, in their psyche, you're never one of them. Nobody has to say it. You're not one of us. But when as soon as they see you, especially if they can differentiate you, they're gonna, that's gonna be in the back of their mind. They're not gonna talk. So for example, if a group of people and they said, "Oh, this guy's a thief. Watch out! He's coming now. He'll be here this afternoon." But if everybody's thinking that you're a thief, it doesn't matter if you believe you're a thief or not, or even if you're not a thief. As long as everybody else believes, that's what courts are. Courts are in the manipulation of this energy. Can we make this guy or this person to look guilty? And then if the majority, if the jury or the judge or the people believe that you're guilty, you're dead. Whether you'll be saying, I'm innocent. Yeah. There's electric chair. There's electric chair. That's where it's going. Send him to the electric chair. That's the judgment.
Yo.
Does that make sense?
Yo, yeah.
There's lots of people dying in prison. There's people in prison and they're saying they're innocent. How come they're in prison if they're innocent?
It's called a miscarriage of justice.
Everyone says they're innocent. Everyone says they're innocent in prison. Doesn't necessarily saying you're innocent doesn't necessarily mean you're innocent.
No, but even if you are actually innocent people, though, innit?
Listen. I could be in jail for like 50 murders talking about I'm innocent, and I've been banged around.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But that's not what he's talking about, innit?
Yeah, right. But do you understand, or do you believe that there are people in jail or sent to electric chair or killed or hanged?
I agree, bro. I agree.
Yeah, of course.
I got a question for you, though, Dr. IC3, bro. See the thing about the curse of Ham. So you're telling me like I don't want to come across like I'm attacking you or anything. I just want to know, like, are you saying that like a drunken curse basically changed the whole course of history?
Oh yes, just like an idea can. An idea, a curse is as powerful as an idea. An idea can change the course of history. Correct?
Yeah.
And it can impact for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Just an idea.
But why would that specific curse be so? Why would that specific curse be so powerful or detrimental to the change of history?
Oh,
like
right,
if I told you I curse you right now, yeah, does that mean you're cursed?
Yeah, but it all depends how powerful you are with your curse.
Okay.
Whoever's running this stream,
obviously bearing in mind there was a drunken curse as well, innit?
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, well, the drunkenness could actually add power to it. We don't know. It all depends on how It's
It is, you
delivered.
know. Are you
Does that
saying
make
it's an
sense?
evil curse? It's a curse that's empowered by evil.
Well, evil is a matter of perspective. You see, curses and
No,
blessings.
it's not.
Oh, whoa! What do you think people are fighting over? Somebody will say, "Look,
I don't know
that's
what
evil."
people are fighting over, but you can't tell me evil is just a point of view.
Yeah, it basically is, bro.
What can I say?
Oh, like what would you describe evil as, Khan?
Evil is an energy.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah.
Currency. Yes. Evil
But
is an
it's not.
energy.
It doesn't become good just because you changed your perspective.
Oh, but your
No, but
perspective
something
decides.
evil to you might be good to someone else, innit?
Good, correct.
No, something
That's
that's
right.
bad. Something that's bad can seem good, or something that's right can seem wrong. But
Yeah,
evil
it's the
can
same thing,
can
innit? It's
never
like,
be good.
yo, it's good to eat meat. I like it. I love it. Other bro will tell you it's evil to even think about eating meat.
There you
You know
go.
what I mean?
No,
It's the
because
same
what's good and
exact
what's
thing.
evil, is determined already, innit? We know what evil is.
Yeah, we know that eating meat is
Sounds like you
evil.
lot don't know. Sounds like you lot don't know
It's
what
not
evil is.
easy.
Now wait. Let me go through this. We know that eating meat is evil. How come you eat meat? Are you evil?
When you say we, who's we? You and your imaginary friend.
No, but you said we. I'll ask you the same question back, bro. Who's we? You said we know that what evil is. Like, you just asked me the same question.
I'll be back. I'm
You
going to
should
get a
ask
drink of
yourself,
water.
bro.
Of my nation, of my people.
I'm going to get a drink of water.
Okay. About time.
Yo.
Mm.
Yeah, so like when you said we know what evil is, and then we say that meat eating is bad, and then we say that meat is good, who's we?
Let's get back to the curse of Ham. The curse of Ham's coming out of a book, yeah, that can't be substantiated because these people were taken into slavery. So they never had control of their book. If anything, the people that slaved them had control of the book. So anything that appears in that book, you have to look at it with a bit of critical thinking.
Yeah, I get you. I'll definitely take that point on board. You know what I mean? But I do agree with Mr. IC3 when he said that evil is basically a matter of how you look at it, innit? And how it relates to you. You know what I mean?
All right. I will concede that point based on subjective evil. Like, you know, for example, if I come and kill someone, you're like, oh, he's evil, he killed someone. And I'm like, yeah, but he killed 4 members of my family, so it was revenge. And you're like, yeah, but revenge is not righteous. Revenge is only for the Lord. You're still evil. I'm like, yeah, but in your religion, that's evil. But in my religion, it's justified.
Yeah, it's evil, but you're basically using evil for what you believe is a good means, isn't it? Like, yeah, I can be good with that, bro, myself.
That's subjective, isn't it? So on that point, I'll concede. But what I'm saying is there's also a
objective
version of evil, like objective, yeah. So we're told that in the 10 Commandments or in these rules that we're given, everyone has to agree.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Everyone
with these
who's on the
objective
inside
evils,
of that belief.
yeah, but these objective evils may be used at certain times when they're not considered evil. Like the example you just gave.
Yeah. That's right.
So it's really about using it in balance and moderation.
No, it's about some things are subjective and some things are objective. So if you're telling me why is this evil, I'm telling you from a subjective standpoint. But then there's some things that's evil, other things, and I'm telling you from an objective standpoint. But you're saying, oh, but I'm not in any religion. I'm not part of any religion. I'm not part of any systematic type of thinking. I'm an individual, so I don't have any objective truths. Everything to me is subjective. And I'm like, all right, cool. That's for you, innit? But other people...
No, but what Mr. IC3 was saying was a objective truth.
Which is?
Like, evil is your perception, innit? Like,
you perceive whether something
No,
is evil or
no, you
not
don't
based
get
on
what I'm
your
saying. If something,
circumstances, how it affects you.
no, if something is subjective, it, by definition, it's down to your own viewpoint, isn't it?
Yeah,
Right.
and that's what he's telling you, that the subjectivity of evil is an objective fact.
Can't get tissue, yeah? What fellows, yeah?
Anyway,
Don't hit him again.
we're gonna onto that
Is that
old
what you were saying,
argument
Mr.
of
IC3?
subjective. That's an old argument that will never end. Subjective, objective. Forget that. Let's get back to Curse of Ham.
No, but what I understood from Mr. IC3, what I'm saying is that the fact that evil is subjective,
I'll be back in a minute.
in and of itself, an objective fact.
Are we going to play this game of me ignoring you now and seeing how long you can carry on your own? Because I already told you I don't want to talk about that no more. Like, it's a subjective, objective goes on forever.
Cool.
We really to dissolve
that's why he lost. That's why he lost.
To dissolve the issue. To dissolve the issue, we need James Jones here, because he could end that subjective, objective in 2 seconds.
What, bro? It's not about that. He's just saying evil, yeah, is a matter of perception.
Yeah, but so is everything.
Yeah. So
unless we're talking about objective things.
I don't know. I don't even know what your point is about that, bro. I just wanted to hear his.
All right, give me an example of something that's
saying.
objective. Brother, give me an example of something that's objective.
The fact that evil is just your perception. That's objective.
No, so are you going to be serious or what?
What is that? Do you not like
Give
the
me an
answer?
example of something that's objective, an objective truth that you hold.
What? Can't you hear me or something? Am I not coming in?
Of course I can. I can hear you fine.
I just said evil being only evil in your perspective or perception. That's an objective truth.
It's not, because if it is, then that would be the same for everyone. But it's not, because some
It's the
people
same
hold
for everyone.
evil. But it's not, because to some people there are things that are evil on an objective level. It's not
Like
always
what?
going to be subjective. Like
Like
people
what?
who hold new religions,
New
they're
religions.
told what
okay.
evil is. People who
Yeah.
hold new religions are told what evil is, and they all agree on it, and they can't
Yeah,
change it even if they want to.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it objective, innit?
It does.
How? If
That's
we
the
all have a
definition of
religion,
objective.
bro. If we all have a religion that says that speaking is bad, does that mean speaking is bad objectively?
If God come down and told those people that speaking is bad, then to them it's an objective truth that they all agree on.
But everyone who believes in these religious truths believe that God came down and said them, innit? So, like,
No,
anyone who's
not
in a religion is going to
everything in
say
the
God
religion
said that.
is said by God. What, the whole
But,
religion? You tell me the whole religion, from the first word to the last, is all of it comes from God.
bro, you don't know what people believe about their religion, fam. People worship
I know,
the
I'm not-
words that they are told by their teachers and that. You know what I mean? And when a man tells, man, certain this, that, they'll just believe it came from God. And they'll say, this is God's words, bro. You know what I mean? That's the subjectivity of it. But the problem
Right,
is...
what's the definition of objective truth?
The definition of objective truth. I don't know. I'd say a truth that cannot be proven to not be true in any
Truth
situation
that
or
cannot be.
circumstance.
Now, can you look it up for me now, or shall I try and look it up? We go by proper definitions, innit?
Objective truth is just the truth that's always true, yeah?
Yeah, basically,
The
the
actual
truth is
truth.
always true. That's what I'm saying. No matter what you do, there's nothing that can change it. But I'll Google it if objective. It's more about the object. That is of a person or their judgment, not influenced by personal feelings or opinions in considering and representing facts.
Right.
There you go.
So I'm giving the example of a religion. So somebody in a religion is told eating pork is haram, or it's evil to eat pork, right? Now,
Yeah.
they've never eaten pork, innit? It's not based on their taste buds. It's not based on the availability of pork. It's not based on anything. It's just based on them being told it by an external force and believing it. So that for them and their whole nation, that truth, therefore, is an objective truth, isn't it? That doesn't change. That isn't based on circumstances. Do you get what I
But
mean?
isn't that
That's
more?
not.
But
Go
isn't
on.
that more related to their faith? I mean, that's not like an objective truth, like in the philosophical sense that he's talking about. Because
Yeah,
I
but
mean, like if I believe in, I could be part of a cult, and I could be
right,
part of this cult that says that this grasshopper is sacred.
right.
Now, I don't necessarily go see a grasshopper in Petland that you're feeding your snake and think it's the same grasshopper. It's not enough. I think he's speaking more of my analogy is wrong, but I think he's speaking of something that's,
No, I get you.
more
You'd have
reasonable.
to ask, like, the grasshopper is sacred. Is that now objective because the guy's religion says so?
Hold on.
Right.
The definition doesn't stretch to everybody having to agree to it. The definition is for you to always believe in it and that it can't be changed because it's not based on your circumstances or your
No, but
preferences.
wait. Objection is not a matter of belief. It's a
Objectivity.
matter of facts.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I'm saying the way in which you were using it, the original, the former speaker, the first one, the one you were responding to, I think he meant objectivity in a more, let's just like in court, the reasonable person standard, a more reasonable, broad overlay, not so, minute. Because then you're leaving the realm of philosophical discussion and you're entering more like political ideology, where almost everything is like semantics.
Lived it. What my point is this, yeah, we can have individual interactions with evil, and I can see someone doing something and say that's evil, stop doing that. Yeah, that's subjective. But if I'm taught that there is such a thing called evil in this world, right, and it is because of A, B, C, D, E, and I'm taught that through my religion or through my teachings or through my parenting or through my language or my history or whatever it is, I'm taught that these things are evil. Yeah, murder, for example, we go through the whole 10 Commandments. Yeah, breaking these rules makes you evil. Yeah, you can't then tell me I don't exist in a paradigm where
Not to be
there's two sets
argumentative
of
or nothing, but
evils.
what if I went through
One
them
is
with you?
objective, one is objective, and one is subjective.
Hey guys, I see
Yo,
Free. Nice
Elron,
to see
what's
you,
good,
man.
Nice to see
Hey,
you too.
Yeah, long time, man. What's good?
Germany in the house.
Yes.
Alemania. Get it right,
that's
Alemania.
Alemania.
The last hour was very interesting, I have to say. Deep conversation.
Oh, we was pushing it. We was pushing it, man. We're pushing the limits.
Pushing the boundaries, man.
That's right.
Yeah, talking about the curse of Ham, it is coming from Noah, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And what's interesting is, I mean, I have no idea what's if it's based on facts or if these all are just stories, right? Some people projected and thought about it would help them, their group, and everything like this. But I can see the power it holds. These thoughts, these stories have power.
Thank you. You got it.
When you're talking about the curse of Ham, especially black people, they should be aware of the Noahide laws. This is a big thing. If you're talking about the curse of Ham, you now have to look into the Noahide laws. I urge everyone to look into this. And in my opinion, this will be the new court of justice for the world, the Noahide laws. For the non-Jews, the Goyim, right?
Well, if I could, being that you interjected.
What do you think Islam is, bro? Sorry to cut you.
Well, if I could from what you were saying, as someone who, born and raised Christian, even though, I'm real careful with that term in the presence of atheists and things, because I don't want you to look at me and the things that I do and how my behavior is, look at it, because I would be a hypocrite in the face of a real Christian, right? That's something I hope to grow into. But I believe in Christianity, right? And if you're going to cite Noah or these things, then you can do whatever academically or from other faiths. But in this respect, when you cite the curse of Ham, or like as it is put in the Old Testament, out of my faith, then it's important to understand what it's talking about. And for centuries, it had been used for bigoted minded people and others from its inception to say it's this race or that race. None of that is biblical at all. None of it is biblical at all. Now, for those who are of the opinion where they will, it's just like in law, you can take one law and take a piece of a law and spin a law of the US Constitution in order to justify fascism. So you can play with things in any way you're, but if you're not a member of that faith, if you're not a person who's even studied that faith, then be very careful about how you cut things up like a New York pizza. If you're not, because then you'll make you'll make things seem, it'll sound like it makes sense to you or to someone who doesn't know, but it's akin to spreading poison because it's not the truth.
It's all up for interpretation, and this is what I'm
Not
always.
necessarily. Not if we're looking
well,
at it academically. If you're not a believer, if I could, if you're not a believer or you don't ascribe to, like I'm not Muslim, but I have many brothers and sisters, friends who are Muslim, right? Now, if I'm not a believer in Islam, then I can't take something out of the Quran and spin it without me having the knowledge, the wisdom of what that verse or what that means or anything like this. Academically, if you don't believe, then you should look at all faith from the academic perspective. That is the same way a professor teaching theology would look at it. And in that respect, I know I'm babbling, guys, but when it comes to
that, you're not babbling.
When
You
I
hit
actually agree with
you
what
hit
you're
the
saying,
pivotal point.
Then 10 seconds, and I'm gonna shut up. 10 seconds,
No.
Vellemy, I don't know if you're around, and I'm gonna go light the weed again. But what I'm saying is, for those who are of the opinion that, since some of you agree, if you want to play with a religion or a faith, and then when you find out that the truth behind the faith doesn't match your talking point, whatever your talking point is, you know what it is. But when the faith doesn't match that, what it is in the text, you can't then say it's up to interpretation. All of its interpretation if you don't believe. If you don't believe, you should just be looking at it like an academic piece.
Julius, it's like Jesus himself sent you. You come with the fucking delivery, bruv. That is what you just said there. That is the whole thing. I'm saying it's objective because I believe it's from God.
Sometimes even a scumbag gets it right, bro.
They're saying it's subjective because they don't believe in God. Now, the point is, to me, it's subjective. To them, it's subjective. They can't tell me that it's subjective.
Well, see, now you're right, and I agree with you. But see, here's where we start to, at least for those of us who do ascribe to a faith, each one of us, we're all kin, whether we know it or not, we find out at death. But each one of us, in your faith, I'm sure you have something that at some point you're going to know where you're crossing the line as a believer. Because it's one thing for someone to have questions. It's one thing for someone to be inquisitive. In fact, if you're a member of my faith, yours as brother, I'm pretty sure yours is the same, but you're actually under orders to give an answer to anyone who asks you, why do you believe?
I agree with you.
But when they're not engaging to actually increase knowledge and understanding, when they're really engaging for, let's just call it darker purposes, it always makes itself clear. And when it does, then you either got to make the transition as a believer and realize that, okay, you're confronting an enemy, or you have to clap the dust from your sandals and say, hey, there's nothing you can do here. You're not going to reach your understanding. Just move on. Or else you're just getting into the weeds.
Very serious.
I agree. I agree. There's an objective truth. There's an ultimate truth out there. The problem is, people are not objective, and most people don't go the search of truth. They don't go their way on their own. They are letting others dictate or basically interpret for them. So the real question is, who holds the power over the narrative, right?
Yes.
I give you a perfect example that is going around the world right now. It is about this guy called Aubrey, what is it? Ahmaud Arbery, the guy who was murdered
Oh,
in America.
yeah.
So everyone has seen this video, and even though we all see the same video, we have different
Right.
perspective of how to interpret this video. We know how the mainstream media interpreted this video, and many people believe in this, right? Because they have the power over the narrative, and the counter narrative or other narratives, they're getting suppressed. So it doesn't really, it doesn't matter when you have such a power hold over a narrative. Truth doesn't matter. You only
But
have
counter narratives such as
no. This guy was a thief. He was wearing weapons. He was in the past. He was in the school, for example, and almost no one is knows this thing about him. He was arrested for having brought a gun to a school.
On that day?
Yes, he was. And this guy.
I don't know. I'm asking you. I'm in America, but I haven't looked into the case in detail. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When you say suppressed, what is being suppressed?
All the information that counters the narrative that he was just a jogger and that he was killed basically because of this two
From what I
racist
understood,
guy.
they charged with murder. From what I understood, there were three. There was a third individual charged with the
Yes.
filmer was charged with murder yesterday or maybe the day before. I might be wrong, but what I do know,
You are
without knowing
talking
the details-
about that guy that
Sorry, Elron. No
that
one
filmed
said
the
he was
scene.
a
details,
jogger.
what I can tell
He
you
was
about
jogging.
jurisprudence,
He was jogging. He was just jogging.
what I can tell you about
this is the
jurisprudence in
narrative
my
that-
country. I don't know what country you're in, but
Yeah,
jurisprudence here.
it makes headlines in Germany. This is what I'm
Yeah,
talking about
what
here.
what I can tell you about jurisprudence here on this side of the Atlantic is when you are charged with murder one here in the United States, a prosecutor can't bring that charge unless they have evidence. They're confident that they have evidence that they can show you had intent. This is the difference between manslaughter or any other type of killing. It means that you sought
They were
a
calling
target
it lynching even.
Well, I'm not talking about what people call it because like people like who are of the opinion that you are, right? Where there's something being suppressed and somehow everybody got it wrong and you can't trust the media when something comes out despite the historic legacy of this. So because of that,
you just told me. Wait, you just told me that you haven't heard. I just brought up 2 or 3 things that you won't hear in the mainstream media. Okay, there's 100 other things that the media wasn't talking
I heard you
about.
say I didn't hear 2 or 3 things. I heard you say he was a thief.
Yes, he was a thief, a convicted thief. There's a video out there where he was stealing a flat screen.
So that day he was basically on that day, what you're saying, he was
Yes,
basically
on that
breaking
day.
he was breaking into a house that day.
Yes, he was. So the narrative, and he was in that house several times, right? And in
He was
that
he robbed the same house several times?
No, he was seen at that house, and from that house there was stuff missing, but they couldn't tell who it was.
Wait, so he was? I thought you said he got arrested at that house for breaking in.
No, that was in a what is it? Walmart. He was
a Walmart
arrested at Walmart at the age of 20. I don't know at which age he was now.
For like stealing something out of Walmart?
Yes.
But that wasn't. So he wasn't. So you're saying he? Hold on. So you're saying he wasn't? Because I thought I could have swore you said that he was. They suppressed the fact that he was actually burglarizing that house.
No. They are suppressing that. They're not talking about him being a convicted robber because it doesn't fit the narrative. The narrative is
What do you mean they're not talking about him being a convicted? You mean his past convictions?
Yes, his past convictions, which is important for the instant because these 2 guys
No,
were
it's
the one
actually
guy
not.
was
What I can tell you,
a
are you in
police
Germany?
officer, a former police officer, okay, and he has this data. He looked into this data about this guy. He found out that he was convicted for robbery in the past, and that is why he follows them. And of course, the media is not reporting about this because this destroys the whole narrative that they were going after this dude just because he was
Actually,
black.
what that would do, no, it's because of other reasons. In the media, they have law enforcement analysts, and what law enforcement analysts will tell you, like if you worked in law enforcement at all, what they would tell you is that you look at the law, and when someone is released from prison or parole or something like this, then they've done their debt to society. You don't get
I
to
know
just
that. I know
no.
that.
You apparently you don't.
Oh
Apparently you
yes,
don't.
I do.
I'm not talking to you from Sydney, Australia. I'm talking to you from the East Coast, United States. I'm telling you how it is.
One minute, Liv. Can I just interject at this point and say, regardless of if you have two big institutionalized forms of media control, one of them's giving one side of the narrative and one's giving the other. The fact is, either narrative does not come into whether or not someone's going to get done for murder.
That's not accurate.
They are
though.
being done
But
for murder.
unfortunately,
So.
that's not accurate. That is a narrative, and I can explain why. I know that sounds wrong, but I'm not snapping at you, obviously. What I say is that is a narrative. That's a narrative for the unknowing. So just because you don't know how to weld or you're not a spot welder, when we're using the terminology of spot welders and you don't know what the fuck is going on, so we got to dumb it down for you and say flamey torch or something, that doesn't mean that the game changes. Just because they dumb things down and they use like a lot of the language that he was using had nothing to do with the story or anything, as you saw when we were talking. But when I'm explaining concrete things, when the media does that, or certain people in the media, like what are the parameters for a murder charge? I can't just pull it out my ass and say I'm charging you with murder. The evidence has to line up a certain way for me to even think of that fucking charge, let alone when it's high profile, like it's on the 100%. News and shit. So
yeah, what did you saw? Let me ask you a question.
You can, as soon as I'm done with my statement.
Okay.
That's how civility works, right? Nuremberg, right? So the reason why this shit happens this way, and the reason why you see charges filed a certain way, is because the evidence is leaning in that direction. And that's it. Now, when people who don't understand the law, if you don't understand the law, it's not your fault. You're not a fucking lawyer. If you don't understand jurisprudence, it's not your fault. You're not a cop or federal agent. But it is your fault to draw strong opinions about something that you know you don't have the slightest fucking clue about.
Okay, can I say something, please? Can I say something? So the conversation led into this. Now we're talking about American law and a particular case. So the person from the East Coast of America would have the strength on another level, because he's in America, so he can say a bit more. You know, when he speaks about what's happening in America, he has the power, the energy, as we were talking earlier on in the conversation, would move towards him. And then, even though El Rondo, your part, you weren't trying to you were trying to just use that as an illustration.
Yes.
Yes, so you got to be careful. This is what we're going back to.
It makes my point
of
here.
Words. Yeah. You got to be very careful of the powers and energies you're dealing with. That's exactly how it works. You see, if you make a slip, you're going to get blown away.
Why have I? 1 minute, Orunda, take a breath, man. Let's say you see me running down the road, holding a color TV, and I'm running down the road with it, and you're an off-duty cop. That's nothing to do with you, and you suspect because I used to be a criminal and I used to be a drug dealer, or I used to be whatever the fuck I used to be. You somehow think that I've stolen that TV. On what fucking planet does that give you the right to shoot a man?
No, you obviously wait. Look,
not in the West.
I have informed me about this case. Wait. Now it's my turn. I waited 10 minutes now.
What are you talking about?
I waited 10 minutes. I waited 10 minutes, Khan. Now let me speak.
Please speak. I want to hear
your answer. Khan, You haven't informed yourself a fucking bit about this case, okay? So, but you dare to talk to me about this case, okay? So, I urge everyone to watch Atheism is Unstoppable. He has made 3 videos about this, as well as the Red Elephant and some others. But Atheism is Unstoppable is basically the best source because he's neutral on this. Okay, he's not an ethno-nationalist. He has fights with ethno-nationalists, but he comes to the same conclusion. You will see in those videos many things the mainstream media is not talking about. I watch the mainstream media. I know what the narrative is, and why have I brought up this example? Because when you look at this specific case, and you combine other cases like the Jesse Smollett case and all these other cases, it is the narrative the mainstream media in the whole Western world is pushing is white people are killing minorities, and there's a big threat for them. When
Well,
you
that's
look
not
at
the
the
narrative
data,
that we're getting here in America.
yeah.
I don't know what the fuck you're
Oh
talking
yes, oh yes. This
What do
is
you mean? Oh
exactly
yes,
the
I'm in New
narrative.
York. That don't tell me what the narrative in my own homeland is when I'm here watching the media here. I'm not as these guys here know me. Khan and them have heard me babble with characters before. I can be a prick with a bastard. You're not being a bastard, and therefore I'm among gentlemen, and I think I'm being cool here. But don't tell me when I'm talking to you, and you know you're not talking to a fucking kid. Don't tell me what it is here in the States, bro. This ain't a game to us. This ain't a game to
So
us.
bring me up
The
one
narrative.
article
Well, then I
where there's talking
narrative-
where people
You
where
have-
mainstream media is
you have
talking
a
about
need- you have a
we have
need-
a black problem,
This is my first time-
an Asian problem or a
This is my
Mexican
first time
problem
talking to you,
with
but it seems that this is hypersensitive.
killing white people. Okay,
Listen to you, bro. What are you
killing
doing?
white people, hate crimes
El
against
Rondo,
white
El
people.
Rondo.
How old are
You
you?
won't
El Rondo.
find it.
Please,
And when you
How old are
look
you?
at the data, it is overwhelmingly
Listen to
the other way around.
Rondo.
And the
Yo,
mainstream
my dude,
media is talking
Why
black
are you
people.
yelling like a woman?
Look,
Yeah.
black people,
Why are
white
you
people
yelling
are
like a woman?
killing you.
Yeah.
Are killing
There's
you
no one here yelling
overwhelmingly.
like
Rondo,
And when you
calm
look
down.
at it, when you look
Let's
at the
go slowly.
data,
There's no one here
it's
yelling
the other
at
way
you.
around.
There's no one here
Yeah, I
trolling
understand,
you.
El Rondo.
I haven't
Don't-
heard
don't
any
do
of the
that.
guys here. I haven't heard any. Sorry to cut you off, bro, but I haven't heard any of you guys troll him or threaten to cut him off or anything. Why the fuck are you yelling like a woman? Nonsense. You can just make your point. You're talking to gentlemen. You're sentiment driven, bro.
Okay, cool
It's
down.
popping out of
Everybody
your
cool
You're
heart.
down.
talking over others all the time, and yet you
No
dare
one's
to
talking
talk to
you're
me
the
about
only one.
civility.
It's what is this? You dare? Will you put
You
it
have a
down?
double standard,
This
man.
bullshit,
Relax.
bruv. If we were face to face, you would not be speaking how you're speaking
This guy
now.
would be a fucking
What,
mouse.
me?
But I'm
Don't be coming
saying,
with the I
you
dare,
dare
yeah?
overtalk
Yeah,
me.
don't
Would
come
you
with the
put
I
that
dare.
Bavarian, put
Gentlemen,
that
please.
Austrian Bavarian bullshit down? Just talk to fucking men.
Yeah,
Fucking
okay,
moron.
beautiful.
Jesus.
Yes, I agree with you. It's beautiful. So please let me say this. This is a beautiful opportunity for all of us to develop our skills in patience, in negotiation. So I'm seeing this whole thing like a big national, international meeting, and we're all state heads sat around the table. All of us.
Be careful, champ. You gotta be careful, champ, because
yes, that's right.
in
Yeah,
my
hold
opinion,
it, hold
to
it. Yeah, so you're right. From a guy from East America, from East Coast of America, but let's look at this as a study of ourselves. You know, if we
what
were
I'm
heads
saying.
of
You
a
gotta
whole
be careful.
country, a whole nation, and we were representatives of that nation, how is our behavior for the entire nation? We are the representatives, and we sat around, the 6 of us around the table. You see, you can see it's very. You have to be very careful.
Well, you wouldn't
how
want to do
you
that.
use
That
your
would
words.
be respectfully. I get what you're talking about, but it's better to do that as a man or woman yourself. Stand on your own principles, because
Or a man
that's
stroke
hard
woman.
enough. Let alone to just represent. I wouldn't want to be the representative of all Yanks or someone here represent all Frenchmen or Germans. You know what I mean?
But you are
it
at the
gets
moment.
dicey.
I know.
No,
but I
if
like
If you
your
want
vision
to
is
or
limited,
not, you are.
if your
exactly.
vision is limited, if you've in all your experiences on planet Earth, whatever age you are, I'm assuming everyone here is over 21.
Yes.
In all your experiences on Earth, if you have only had the bare experiences that tell you when you encounter one person that they represent them all, then that's unfortunate for you. That's unfortunate.
Yes,
But
I
right now we
understand.
just got a
I
decent
understand.
combo.
Can I ask a
and, you know,
question? Let's
Why
say,
not,
for
fine.
example, we take it as a fact, yeah? White people have been killing black people in America for years. Now, he's making out like them putting it on the news and making it into some narrative is going to have some spin-off or some effect or something's going to come of it, or there's some hidden narrative here. Like,
yeah,
I want to
and that's why
understand from
you
his
heard
point
my
of view, like,
pushback. But the
yeah, but
pushback
what
of
does he
me,
mean
my
by
push,
what does he mean by that? Like, what does he
to
think
you,
we're
what I
driving
would
at here?
say, to you,
Look.
what
Give
I
him a
would
chance to
say
speak.
is just because I'm in solidarity with you does not necessarily mean we're 100% in lockstep with everything. Here's the difference with
Right.
me. Like, I agree with you. I'm more inclined to agree with you than anything because I feel you. Put it that way. And, you know, like how we say I feel you, like I can feel you. So I'm with you. I rock with you.
Right.
Now, fuck that bullshit or that sideways goose stepping. I'm not with it, right? However, the difference is, or what may be the difference, I don't know you personally, but what may be the difference is that harsh ethno line. You see, I'm from a city that's a melting pot, a family that's a melting pot, product of all of this, that, and the other. We've been fighting for this thing called American experiment for a long time. We are the way the Tiki Torch sissies, they're hypersensitive and try to find ways to make bigotry okay. We're hypersensitive to people trying to, you know, cut us up like a New York pizza, in other words.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So what happened to him, for all intents purposes, was a lynching, which is why we say murder one, someone's got to fry. Fuck that. It's like another Dylan Roof situation to everyone here in New York, as far as we're concerned, right? However, what we're not going to do is take the position all white people are this, that, and the other. I'd be talking about family members, friends, neighbors. That shit we're not going to do. What we're not going to do, and this is where, you know, that's where the turbulence is. Whereas we stand in solidarity with you. We all see it the same way. There's some evil shit. Fuck them and everybody with them. Fuck them. Alt-right, goose steppers, the whole lot of them. Fuck them. However, if you happen to be a bigot, but you just happen to have a little more melanin in your skin, fuck you too. We're not going to, you know, just because we agree with seeing a situation the same, don't mean we agree to handle it the same. We're not going to cut each other's up like pizzas. Not here.
Okay.
Hey, Liftlet, have you ever looked at the statistics of the Justice Bureau in the US and look at interracial crime statistics?
I hear you, man. I think you might want to direct your comments elsewhere.
So you won't face the facts.
Elron, can I ask a question?
This is what I mean. People can't be objective. Most people can't.
We've got you here on the panel.
You're the only one here yelling and ranting like a fucking woman, and you're going to talk about being objective?
You're projecting your opinion onto me.
Jesus, this weird Waldo motherfucker. My God, you see what happens?
Motherfucker, it's not. You are accusing me of what you are doing all the time. All the time.
We're all men and women, and then this cartoon shit.
You are raging about me all the time,
Bro,
and you are
how is
accusing me
anyone
of raging
raging?
against you. Have I ever insulted you?
You're the first one to mention that word, like a raging sissy. What are you doing? Just
No,
have a
you are saying
conversation,
you're
bro.
fucking Bavarian Australian
Pull your
bullshit. Have
skirt
I
down, bro.
I
Pull
racial
your fucking
slurred you?
skirt down. Jesus.
Have I racial slurred you?
What racial slur are you fucking
You were
babbling
saying,
about?
how dare you? You were saying, how dare you?
Oh, how dare
I
you
was
is a
talking
racial
about your
slur
fucking
now.
No,
your
but you're
lingo is a
provoking.
racial slur? My God, yo, listen, bro, you're confused. Did you
No,
hear?
you are clearly because
passive
He
aggressive
said
fucking
he said it was a racial slur. Did he just fucking say, please tell me you're recording this shit?
Elron, why don't you just tell us what you think the narrative
Please
here
tell me
being
you
fun
recorded that.
is? Please tell us, man.
Look,
Elron, why would they lie? Why would they lie about American cops
Holy
or
shit.
ex-cops killing innocent black people? Like, what would be the incentive behind this narrative?
There it
Look,
is.
And where's the proof?
there's even a black cop. I forgot his name.
is.
He was talking on mainstream media to a journalist, very famous journalist in the US, and he was talking about the same stuff I am talking about.
All right, but get to
And
the
he
point.
was mentioning
what's the narrative?
especially the cops are bad, the cops are racist narrative. the left-wing media is pushing, and they're pushing it all the time. And you have two great things coming together on this case. You have one thing that is these guys were white, and that one guy who just standing in front of the truck was an ex-cop. So this is great for mainstream media because it pushes
No, there's a
the
whole
narrative
bunch of
they
other
want to
shit
push.
that wasn't put in.
Okay.
And so when they start talking about digging in the past, the reason you don't want to do that because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Like when they dig into his past,
So
they find out
why?
you know,
Okay,
like,
I
if you
agree.
could-
I agree.
Yo, stop
wait.
fucking yelling
Wait.
in my ear for Christ's sakes. Jesus,
Wait, I
at least
agree
put
with
some
you,
bass in your voice and stuff.
You made the point that looking at
Listen,
the
how
past
about
of
I
this
will
murder
say
victim
my own
is
point.
wrong.
I'll say
Because
my own point.
Gentlemen,
I don't need you to say my point
please.
for me.
Yo,
Can I have a
yo,
moment,
yo,
please?
yo, yo, one
Gentlemen,
second.
can I have a moment, please?
Yo,
Get
Veli,
something with this
right
guy.
reaction wants to jump on. I'm gonna jump
Can
off. Peace, everyone. Peace,
Oh,
everyone.
damn.
Oh my God.
Yeah, listen.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, listen,
It's
listen,
gonna fly,
listen.
man.
You're
It's gonna
mounting.
fly.
No, I'm not saying it for that. I didn't want him to leave.
Yo.
I didn't
Man,
want
chill
any
out for-
voices of reason to bounce.
Right, please,
everyone chill out
gentlemen,
for a second.
gentlemen,
Yo,
please.
chill out for a
Can I
second.
say-
Yeah? Like I was saying, yo, listen, obviously, you see how we do around here, yeah? Obviously, when someone's speaking, we let them get to the end of their sentence at least, yeah? So they can make the full point, yeah? So
moderator,
try not to cut each other when they're speaking. Erwin, don't let Live Dick finish his sentence and then rebut anything that you feel was
Yeah. Moderator, can I say something, please? Moderator, can I say something? Moderator, can I say something here?
Yeah. Of course you can.
This is a beautiful moment, right? The differences of perspective on this panel at this moment, the charge is so powerful. It's huge, and I'm saying that if we can conduct a civil conversation on this very highly charged subject, it'll be wonderful. It'll be wonderful.
How about
It'll be wonderful.
well, that's going to be based on the integrity of the panelists, right? We all got to have integrity. Like if we hear or see some fugazi stuff, then, you know, like they say, a chain's only as good as his weakest link. A table's only as good as the participants, right?
Yeah, okay. So let's try.
We're going to let him start ranting and raving like a fucking woman, then we're finished.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's be cool. Moderator.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Everyone's gonna get their chance to speak. Yeah, we're gonna try and speak one at a time.
Yes.
And then anytime I'm in the room and I hear it going out of hand, I'll try to step in to moderate it so everyone gets back in their parameters.
Thank you.
Damn, I was hoping you was gonna join too, bro.
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I'm here as well, bro. I'm here as well, cause obviously I can't let them rush you like that. Still, you know what I mean? I'm here as well. So, but you wanted to make a point, though.
It gets crazy when you fall in the cut.
Good afternoon.
Now you know what it is.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Ralph.
The case that you're talking about, I don't really know much about in it. So I've heard about it, but I don't know much about it still. So I'm with you, Lived It still, but I can't really.
I didn't bring any of this shit. I didn't bring that.
Okay, can
you
I?
know
Can
me,
I
always
give
go
this
for your
conversation?
topics.
Hello. Can I give the roots?
I thought it was a
Rewind
different
bit.
topic. That's what your YouTube says.
Yeah, the topic was the curse of Ham. Yeah, the topic was the curse
on the
of Ham.
YouTube. That's what it says.
That's where we
Okay.
started.
No. Basically,
I got you.
You know how it goes down there, yeah. We'll start off with a question of the day, yeah, and it might flip over into Chinese whisper sort of thing, yeah. So, like we started off with a little topic, and then about.
No. You told me that already. Right.
Can I just say one thing, guys?
Can
I say just one quick thing, guys? When you saw the name, I mean, for the first time, when you saw the name Armored Arbery, did you also see it as armed robbery? Or was that just me?
Ralph, please, this is not the time for those jokes. This is not the time for those kind of jokes. Please. This place is highly charged. Please.
And I'm hoping at some point.
This is not the time.
At some point, since you guys segued from the YouTube, I thought it was just like before. You know, I thought it was a different thing. But if you segued from the religious topic, then at what point, or did you guys already touch like the geopolitical shit? Did you guys already do all that?
That's where we were.
What it is, yeah,
the fucking eminent rising danger of an actual World War III out this bitch. Like cities turning to glass, like it's like no longer just fiction anymore. You guys ever touch that?
The thing about the geopolitical thing of the curse of Ham would be, I think Abraham was wrong to curse Ham because basically what he has done is showing people the flaws of Abraham in this case, and
Noah,
that
Noah,
he
you mean Noah.
A man,
Noah, sorry,
whoa.
Noah.
A man can't give a curse or a blessing.
He can.
Yeah, but and listen,
No,
listen,
but
listen.
anyway, he did so.
That
He did so.
That curse of Ham, yeah. No, that curse of Ham is only in the Babylonian Talmud. That's not in the Bible. That's not come from the Quran or nothing like that. So that's
it's an
literally
interpretation.
in one.
Yes.
Not an interpretation. What is written?
Yes. It's an interpretation. Yes,
Yeah,
you're
because
correct. It's an interpretation of the story of Noah,
is there a curse of Ham?
and it works.
Yeah. So is there a
The
curse
Noah
of
account
Ham
is written in the Bible. It's there.
or something that leans towards that? Is there something like that in the Bible?
Right. Let's start off by reading the text. Yeah. Let's even find the text. Let's slow
because
down.
the account of Noah is in the Bible.
Yeah.
There's no debate.
I'm going to look up the exact.
It is here. Curse of Ham in Genesis 9. There, the curse of Ham is described.
Yeah, Genesis 9, 20, 21.
Yeah. So read it. So read what is perceived as being interpreted to be as the curse of Ham. Let's start from the scripture. We can all start there.
Should a non-English speaking guy, or wait, I will link it to you and someone else read it. Here is it in the internet.
Which verse are you talking about?
I can read it too if you want, but yeah.
Read it
I'm trying to figure out what are you guys talking about? Which verse?
The curse of Ham.
That's not what it's called in the Bible. In the Bible, it's Genesis.
Correct. Correct. If that's what's not, but it functions as the curse of Ham. Yeah. So let's start off with the curse of Ham.
What is the book and verse?
Right.
And Genesis. Quick question, because I missed the first part. What are we just talking about the curse of Ham generally, or?
No,
basically,
let me give you an update. Let me give you an update. The question was asked about the curse of Ham, and then the conversation moved on to a high level. Is that do curses actually work if the person who is cursed or blessed believes or does not believe in the curse? My position was the curse works on you whether you believe in it or not. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, the curse works on you whether you believe in it or not. And then some people may be disagreeing with that. So we're talking about, we're starting off with the curse, and then we're going to talk about whether a curse, what is a curse, what is a spell, and how does that apply to business, international currency, money, and so on.
Well, just real briefly, what you can already understand is when you receive a blessing, you're receiving a spiritual thing. When you receive a blessing, you're receiving it from the spiritual realm, meaning from on high, from God Almighty himself, from the kingdom of heaven. When you receive a curse, same is true. This is why, he has the powers over everything, right?
Right.
So this is what is meant by a man doesn't give a curse or a blessing. You are given authority to curse or bless. You're given
I agree with you. Yes, I agree with
you.
Yes.
But that lens right there should color everything that you're considering.
Yes.
But I don't think that's right.
I want to ask everyone a side question.
That's exactly right.
Wait 1 second. Let me ask everyone a side question. Yeah? I want to ask. Does everyone on the panel believe in God or believe in they're Christian, or religious, or something like that?
I do.
I believe in God.
There's powers.
I'm not a Christian though.
From Genesis to Revelations, I believe the whole thing.
All the Christians on the panel believe in the curse of Ham.
I believe in the story of the curse. But remember, for me, a curse is when you a curse to Christians when you invoke the power of God. You don't have the power. You're calling on God to execute the power.
Okay.
So if I cursed you, I'm invoking
in
the
the
power
name
of
of
God
God.
on you, but I don't have the
Right.
power of
Yes.
God.
Yes.
I'm doing
I
it
agree.
back and in the
One
name of
should
God.
be careful in doing that.
Yes.
That's why it says
Definitely.
don't take his name in
One
vain.
should not do that.
Listen,
One
Yes.
should not do that.
I don't
Serious.
believe none
guilty
of these
of it.
curses work or have worked like that. I don't believe in that.
Sorry.
I don't believe none of these curses have worked like that, man.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Alright.
When
Okay.
Trump right now would curse anyone of the left-wing media or his opponents, his followers would take up on this, and it would be like a curse, and
Correct.
it would be powerful.
Yes.
Because
Like
he has almost like a
Like-
cult around him right now.
Yeah, but that's
And I
like
see this is a big problem. I mean, I like some stuff that Trump is
Maybe in
doing,
another
but
religion,
they
not
are
Christianity.
really
Sanctions work,
this
mate.
whole
Curses don't.
QAnon movement and all of this is very dangerous because they believe everything is just trust the plan. You know
They
this,
can do.
Santis? And they're
Yeah, but that's
believing everything that Trump is doing right now is
You
the
know
right
something?
thing. He's like a god to them.
What I would
Right.
tell you
yeah, but wait,
is
listen.
you can stand in the middle of a thunderstorm, and when it's pouring rain, you can believe all that you wish that you're not getting wet. You can believe whatever, right?
All right.
So people can call themselves Christian. They can believe that they're doing whatever, but God Almighty has spoken, and He said His word changeth not.
If I don't believe in God,
And so there is no, and that's from a scumbag like me. So they can do whatever. It ain't nothing that history hasn't recorded before.
God also
They are
said,
dangerous. They
I
are dangerous,
agree.
but they'll be put down like rabid
see, but
dogs.
that's what I was going to say, man.
I
That's it.
agree,
Before
but
it gets into the
God
spooky
has
stuff,
given us a certain power.
what's the
Okay,
hey, listen,
God,
yeah?
God
What is the work
create.
of ever doing anything?
Wait,
Yeah? Everything's
first,
always planned by God to go a certain way. Oh, it's planned, it's God's plan, and so and so, so and so. What is the fucking worth of even doing anything? You might as well just wake up and not do shit every day and just
He
wait for
spoke of
God.
that.
Because
I
God
I
gave
asked
you the
that
choice.
question once.
yes,
when I was
exactly.
God,
God
yeah,
gave
God
us the
gave me the
choice.
choice.
God has
Yeah,
given
right.
you an ability to choose.
Yes,
No,
You've been
I
given an
asked
ability
that
to
question
choose.
and
once as a
this
kid.
is why.
listen. Hey, Ralph, listen. You're smart enough to know this, yeah, that you cannot give me a choice if you know the choice that I'm going to pick.
But no, you still don't know the choice. You're still a free agent.
Yeah, but you
You
don't.
ever
So
heard
God
of the
knows what
line in the road?
Yeah,
It's
but
not a
if
true
God
choice.
gave
If
me
you know the answer,
choices,
I'm going to pick every time.
no, I don't know the answer, but God does.
Have you ever heard of
But
the
God is
lion in
one.
the
God
road?
wants.
It's
God
not
wants
really
to
a
see
choice,
what
is
I
it?
pick. No, God wants to see what I pick.
No, you know
Okay.
what you're going to pick before you pick it.
So
God
decide
has
if I
given
pick
you
good or
the choice, and He made us. He created us as an image of Him, right? So this is very powerful. But He still has logos in the word. So every action you take, and you have the choice, has a reaction
Think
and
about
has
this thing, yeah?
consequences. Okay, we
Right.
have the choice,
If
but
there's,
the
if there's
rules
one
that
God,
God
yeah?
sets up, the rules that
Listen.
God
If there's
sets
one
up
God,
for
yeah?
us, I can't
Please,
speak out here.
moderator.
If there's one
Well,
God,
there's a story
sorry,
that actually
if there's
speaks
only
to it
one
all
God,
you
yeah?
got.
If there's only one God, yeah, and we're all praying to God, yeah, and I'm praying for God to help me, and the other people that are on the other side are praying for God to help me, and I keep getting fucked up.
The brother Polite argument.
And so, who's God? Who is God answering? Whose prayers is God answering?
God didn't
Or
tell you
whose God is the strongest
just
God?
pray. Hold on.
Whose God is the
God didn't
strongest
tell
God?
you just pray and I will answer your prayers. He gave you a whole list of things to do.
You know, a whole
Yes.
list of things to do. What? He put you in. What was the whole
You
list of
don't
things to
know.
do as well?
That's what I'm
You don't
saying.
know. You
So
better
see,
go and find out.
this is why. This is
Wait.
why.
Let me explain what they are. Let him explain what they are.
No, you go and find out what they are.
No.
Yeah.
You can't make it so.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's slow down.
no.
Let's slow
That's
down.
right. You can't put
Please.
it back on him
Please.
because. Wait,
That's
hold
not
on.
how
I'm
you answer
listening to
questions.
you
You don't say,
guys.
"Oh, well, you can't find out." Yeah, that's not how you answer
No,
the question.
but you asked the question. Look, I'm not nitpicking. I'm not nitpicking. But what you
I asked the question. What was the? No, let's pause for a sec, yeah, because I asked the question. What was the worth of even doing anything, yeah? If God knows everything that was going to do, yeah, and then man said, "Well, just praying ain't the thing.
Not that
There's
part.
other things that you, yeah."
No, well, I got you wrong. Not that part. It was when you said. It was when you made the analogy.
That's what I said. Yeah. So after man said, what else do you need to do? Yeah, I'm like, well, so read off the list of other stuff that you need to do apart from praying.
No,
means
before
you're
that,
not
before that, when you said, when you not see, it was when you said that you made an analogy and you said, hey, I'm in this religion over here and someone's in this religion over there, and we're on two sides of the world and we're praying. Who's God answering, or who's that's the analogy I'm talking about. When you said that, then that means there in your analogy right there, you took on the embodiment of religion XYZ, whatever it is. So if you were saying you were Buddhist, let's say, right, and the other person was Christian, or the other person's Jewish or Muslim or whatever, right? If you're saying you're Buddhist, then you can't then go to him and say, hey, tell me what all I'm supposed to do as a good Buddhist. In your analogy, you're saying you're of another religion. Whatever religion you pick,
it's
probably known to mankind that it has moral edicts. It has things that you're supposed to be,
Yeah, but there's another problem with prayer. Most people assume, Vellemy.
Let me cut you 1 second, Ralph. Is there any religion where God said, just pray to me and it's all good?
Yeah, and that's my point, Con, is to atheists, I say, people, even to young children, if you're teaching young children Christianity, in my case, the assumption is that if I'm praying to God, that relationship is God will therefore do what I want and will change the world. And that's not the way Christians understand it. The understanding is that the change or the transformation of prayer is it changes you.
Preach it,
and you have to realize who you're
So
talking
the
to. When
transformation
people,
is internalized, right?
Yes, okay.
Yo, nah. Listen, I'm not gonna let you try to dance away and try to slip off with bare little slick talk. Yo, you man are trying to romance and slick talk each other and lull each other off to sleep. We're not having that, man.
Khan will probably speak to the Quran
Ralph,
better than me, but
you ain't been about for a little while, yeah.
Yeah,
that slick talking don't work around here, bro.
Listen up, Ellie. Nowhere in the Bible does it say if I pray to God, it will change the outcome God has for me. But it says how it will change your relationship to yourself. I can't speak for the Quran, but I'm sure the Quran must be very similar. No way Allah is going to grant you your wishes on earth in the dunya. It is becoming closer to Allah. In our case, it is the power of transformation for yourself.
So what is
okay?
What on earth?
Yes.
All right, let me ask you a question. Let me just ask a simple question, yeah. I don't know how you're gonna answer it, yeah. So what on earth, yeah, is up to God, or can you say that God done this and do you know what I'm saying? That what wrong is there on earth that you can ever say it's God's fault for?
Okay.
Nothing.
Can I go back to what a right reaction's point was? He said it's not so much that you're asking God to do something, it's that you're invoking, because remember it was about the curse of Ham. So you're invoking that power to send out that curse, and then you also mentioned earlier on about if there's two different religions side by side on the battlefield, they will both pray to their gods, and then whoever wins the fight, that god is obviously the strongest, because they're both both invoking or praying.
David and Goliath.
There you go. Exactly. So there's a clash of culture,
you can't use
clash of gods.
Bible stories as real analogies, bro. David and Goliath. There's not an actual David or a Goliath, bro.
So
you can say that. You can say that if you're an atheist, you have to say that. But for those of us who believe, it's completely the opposite.
Yeah.
Well, there's
let's
no
talk in the
proof
atheist
or evidence
point of
for
view.
David or Goliath.
Okay, let's talk in business terms then, because the atheists can agree on this. So if you've got two corporations, Pepsi, let's say Pepsi and Coke, or any two brands, when the brands come to head, it's whoever wins will take the largest market share, and that comes by whoever's the leader of a particular company has to spread the faith in the organization and the worth. Everybody has to believe that product is superior to the other one. They have to believe they're going to take market share.
Can I ask Elronder, are you there,
but
bro?
Wait. So if a company just has
full belief and every employee in the company has full belief and does nothing else, can the product still sell?
Yes, because they'll be sharper, smarter. They'll work more together. They'll be more efficient in the way that they produce.
I didn't say they don't do their work. I said that they just believed. All they did is just believe.
Yeah, but that belief.
They just believed their product was good. They didn't do no work.
Yeah, no. Because if they believe in the product, they believe in the company.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking about
they'll
the belief.
work together.
Yeah, we're talking about what belief can do by itself. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
But I can answer that. There's studies. It's very studies, but look, even for atheists, there are many studies that show you that positive affirmation psychologically is transformational. Without God,
yes,
just
that's
positive
correct.
psychology is self-affirmation. It's transformational.
Correct. All the positive affirmation and everything that you need to do, there's still hard work and whatever that you have to do behind it. So whatever you believe in, however much of a cunt you are or whatever, it all depends on the actual work that you do, the promotion you put in, the quality of the product. Do you know what I'm saying?
You can't work without faith. No. You cannot work.
What can I say?
You
we have a German on the chat. Yeah? Work sets you free, man.
Can I get a second? Veli, you asked for a list of things, yeah? I want to ask Elronder quickly because he mentioned before about the 7 Noahide laws that would make even an atheist, well, not an atheist, but even a non-Jew, it would make you righteous. Yeah. So if you're not righteous, don't even bother praying to God. Yeah. So Elronder, quickly give us a rundown of the shortcut version of the 7 Noahide laws.
This is too complicated because in actuality, if you look into it, there's more than 7 rules. There are sub rules, and these rules will be basically the interpretation of these rules will be with the rabbis. With the you have to understand this. The Noahide laws are for non-Jews to follow.
That's right.
But the interpretation of those 7 laws have sub laws, and this is where shit hits the fan.
You know what the laws are?
Yes,
you know
I know. Yeah, there's 32 of them. Yeah, I know that. But
just start from number 1, and we'll stop you when we get bored. Just give Veli the little rundown of laws that you have to obey before you can even pray to God. So this idea of there was 2 groups of people praying to the same God, and one group was slaving the other group, but God only heard the group that was the slavers and not the ones who were enslaved. So those people who were enslaved shouldn't really bother praying to that God. Is a total lie, because God didn't just say, just pray to me. He didn't say that. So when you meet the criteria of what God has set for you and you complete the task that he's told you to do, then you can come and pray.
Okay. So
wait. Has there ever been anyone that's been successful that has never prayed?
What?
So you don't want the list,
depends what you mean by it depends what you mean by
successful. What do you man's class as successful? Because you're not going to try and slip out of it. What do you man's class as successful then?
The answer is absolutely yes.
But hang on, but religious success is not the same as material success. Our religious success occurs after we die. So if I make all the money in the world, it means nothing to me in the kingdom of heaven.
So why do you bother go to work then?
Because I need to live a good and prosperous life. Because that's what God wants me to do. He wants me, in Christianity, we believe living well.
You just said that it doesn't matter if you have no money when you go to heaven. If you go to heaven, it doesn't matter about your
because
life,
living a good life, living a good and prosperous life in this world is key to the afterlife. So,
and it will benefit you in this world.
You're meant to live a good life, right?
Yeah, and we have data about this.
Living a good life.
What's wrong with white supremacy?
That's what I'm trying to say. Is that living a good life? Is that living a good life in the eyes of the Lord?
It depends what you mean by white supremacy. But the Lord wants all the races to live in good harmony together, separately but together. Separately but together, right?
What's separately?
Yeah, the Lord wants us all to live. He has created His kingdom He's created his kingdom so that we all live in peace and to the best of all of our species, all of us together. That is the Christian way, right?
Yeah, so what's white supremacy got to do with Christianity?
I don't know. You brought white supremacy. I don't know what it's got to do with Christianity. Very little.
Yeah, you have to
White supremacy
define
has to do
it
with
for us.
Christianity.
What
So
what
how's
you
that living
mean
in
with
the
this?
wait? So how is because how is being a white supremacist living in? Yeah, because you man keep talking like you're Christian, and you realize that you keep talking like you're a Christian, bro, and you're a white supremacist. So I'm asking you, how is being a white supremacist and a Christian?
It's the other way around.
How is that
It's the other way around,
working hand in hand?
They're not compatible at all.
It's the other way around,
But
mate.
any type of
It's the other way around. I'm a Christian.
anything, any knowledge that as a Christian, I can tell you anything. If I could, so anything in the Bible, anything that lofts itself up against the knowledge of God, which would be any type of ideology that would have you lord over your fellow man as if you're better. In no way would it be compatible, and they know that. That's why they desecrate the cross. Same as any of the other bigoted-minded forms of thought anywhere in the world. But I just wanted to say, you asked him a question earlier, and I was muted listening. And you said, has there ever been someone who was successful who never prayed? And I didn't want to interrupt. I didn't want to unmute when you guys were going back and forth. And I'm just saying, what immediately came to mind, being that this was a religious convo, to me, someone who believes in, the Bible, Christ, was the rich man. Literally, that's one of the biggest stories for any Christian, is the story of Lazarus and the rich man, when they both died. It's the only account, I think, in the Bible, the Quran, any religious text that I'm aware of that has an account of discourse in the afterlife that's not ruled as fiction. You know what I mean? It's not like Dante's Inferno or something. And it's in the Bible. It's the only account of human beings having been alive and then dead and given us
Yeah,
the
and I
account.
think that's a good point as well. But also because remember, we are judged in the afterlife. Both in all three faiths, we're judged in the afterlife. But this point again about white supremacy and stuff, it's nothing. The Bible says nothing about that, because as a Christian, our second most important concept is that to love everyone. But the Bible doesn't say that means we need to all live together, right? So I quote Acts 17:26. It says, "From one man he made all the nations, that they should inhabit the whole earth. And he marked out their appointed
Anything
times
that
in
one
history."
does to try anything.
You're always talking about others.
Actually, do you mind if I just finish the verse in its entirety? From one man he made all, from Acts 17:26, from one man he made all the nations, that they should inhabit the whole earth. And he marked out their appointed times in history and the boundaries of their lands. So it would be wrong for any supremacy, white supremacy, Islamic supremacy, black supremacy, Indian supremacy to dominate. But on the other hand, if you're a nationalist, no way does it say that you need to live together.
No. This when you're speaking nationalism, these things you depart from. You render. He spoke of this. At least God Almighty, as Christians as we know, the King. He spoke of this when he had the slick talkers try to jam him up, and he said, "Bring me a coin." When they brought him the coin, he said, "Look upon it." He said, "Whose image is that upon the coin?"
Right.
And they told him it was Caesar's. They told him it was Caesar's. And he said, "Then you give unto Caesar that which belongs to Caesar, and give unto the Lord things that belong to the Lord." Now, this is the first recorded instance of separation of church and state. So when people try to get slick, and this is why even in the Old Testament, if you even touched where they kept the tabernacle, like if it wasn't a tribe of Levi, you would die. When you don't mix things with God, you have holy reverence for God. You don't try to listen, because he spoke of those who do that. He said they have their reward already. Didn't he tell the Pharisees? He said, "Your lot in hell will be worse than everyone." He told them to their face. They're there now. They've been there. For those of us who believe, when they died, absent from the body, present with the Lord. You heard the rich man, right? He's still there. Yeah. Lazarus got out. He didn't.
But I think the problem for people like Vellemy, for atheists, they don't relate at all because they don't believe in the afterlife.
Well, I don't attack that.
Is,
you don't attack that.
I'm not attacking it. I'm not attacking it. I'm just pointing
I have personal experience being like that and worse. any of us who know the way and who were taught the way and did all of the dark things that we did, if you've done anything like me, then I'm who am I to talk? You know, I still got to clean up myself. Like, you know what I mean? Only in this conversation, but can't judge people too hard. The thing is,
lived it. It sounds like you're telling me now that that Gaddafi and Jesus made the same mistake. Because when they stop using other people's currency, that's when they come for your head, innit?
I don't know however you relate it. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, right? Like, it's
not
mostly
only
Muslims that
Jesus and Gaddafi, Hitler did the same mistake.
I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. So it's mostly like in your
That's right.
in your circles, it'll be mostly like people who we're both cool with, like people we're cool with and everything, but they happen to be, of Islamic brothers and sisters, right? Like, and we don't, you rarely hear people going playing games with the prophet or whatever, right? But I didn't understand if that was a joke or serious, but I'm gonna take it like he was serious. If you take it serious, then
yeah, go finish your point, bro, and then we're gonna try to get back onto
channel.
Wait, because I wanted to get IC3 back in there, back on the point of obviously gaining power and who's the power behind the power and how that sort of works and all that. Do you know what I mean? That because obviously the point I was trying to make here. The point I was trying to make here was that like some people like I don't know, Jeff Bezos and others, like they don't go church and all them sort of things. They're like, I don't know if they're Jewish or if they follow the Talmud either. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
okay.
They follow the church of mega billions.
And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, so what sort of spells or what sort of how are these people getting into these positions like that?
Okay,
Martin Zuckerberg and all them other dons, like these
okay.
ones are like new money,
right?
And now they're in the same position as the people with
because it's new inventions.
Yeah, I understand. But you see, if we talk business now, the business and religion, you'll see that they're the same. Those multimillionaires, they have to have faith in something. I'm not going to say what it is. They've got to have a belief in something to focus that energy, that currency. Because if you don't have the faith in what you're about, you can't convince the shareholders, because he's going to have to stand before the shareholders in some place, in some time, and talk and explain where you're taking Amazon. Where's it going? And he has to convince them to have faith in him, so that even if the company is currently taking a loss, he's got to convince them that no, we're not going to pay out huge dividends this year.
Not faith in him. Faith in his ability, not faith in him. Faith in his ability to have that vision to see the direction.
Yes.
They should be.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
So that's all. That is similar. Very similar to a religious faith. It's similar in function, because he's got to convince the shareholders and he's got to convince the staff to behave in a certain way, and then so that's how it moves into the practical day to day. The staff will be more keen to come to work. Does that make sense?
Before he gets into that stage, though, before he gets into that stage of even having shareholders and all them sort of stuff, there's stuff that he needs to do before he gets to business. But so before Amazon was selling everything, it was like an online bookstore. So before he got to the part where he had shareholders, like what did he do to get to what? So you're saying that there's no good business. He never had a good business plan.
No, he had the USP.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he wasn't in the right place at the right time.
Unique selling point.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so how was he able to take the first step? First of all,
the first step is one of faith. He decided at some point in time, I want to sell books online, He, in his own head, in his bed or whatever, that idea must have come to his head, maybe through a dream or somebody suggested it to him, and then he believed it and then started to move and take action based on that belief system. And that's the beginning.
100%. Yeah.
It's not
Yeah,
rocket
you must
science.
have self-belief. You must have faith first in yourself before you can believe that you can achieve something. And only then, when you have enough faith and self-belief, can you actually change things, right? So if I don't believe I could do something, I had no faith in myself, I wouldn't have the beliefs that then drive my intentions and my tasks. So a lot of people lack self-belief or they lack confidence because they don't have that faith first in themselves, or for whatever that informed reason is. And Bezos, he came up with a business plan while driving to California in a car. So he and his wife, he was driving with his wife across, and he came up with the whole idea on the trip to California. But he had absolute faith that he saw a gap in the market, and now we have the biggest company, right? Yeah, but you must believe in what you do. So, for us, for example, we have political beliefs or moral beliefs. We have very strong beliefs. If you don't believe or if you doubt, then you'll never achieve anything.
That's right. And even in war,
you must have faith. In everything, in just running, for example, running down the river every day, anything, you must believe that you have that faith, that power in yourself. Right? That's true faith and belief. And for people who believe in God, they find it from their foundations from God. For atheists, they find it in self-belief because they have nothing else, right? They have nothing above themselves, right?
Right.
The only faith they must have is in their belief in themselves, right? So Bezos was raised in a Christian
say.
family.
That's the way the world is.
Hello? You still there?
I'm here.
Yeah.
Now, just because you believe doesn't mean that you can actually change things, right? You know how the song goes, I believe I can fly.
Right.
I believe I can touch the sky. You might believe that big time, but you're not going to defy gravity. So you might believe you can fly.
That's what I'm trying to say.
You can touch the sky.
Believe all you want, just don't jump off a building.
We're getting back. Sometimes, it seems like obviously we're having a conversation and we're trying to get to the point here, but we keep returning back to certain points. Like earlier on when me and IC3 was talking, we kept on returning back to banking and defenses, creating weaponry and arms manufacturers and all that sort of stuff. And like this, now the next point is we keep getting back to faith, belief. So faith or belief in yourself, and I'm trying to get. So what else? What? So this is what I'm trying to say. Like what Ralph just explained there. Yeah. So some people believe, and truly, really do believe that they're going to be successful, and they crash and burn, and they're never going to be successful. Yeah. So what's the difference between this man that really did believe, had the full belief, and was able to convince people of his belief? Yeah.
Being a visionary.
It's like making a cake.
Really
It's just like because it's like baking bread or making a cake. Like you can't miss you can't miss certain ingredients and still get the same product. So if you have all the belief you want, but you don't have any of the skill.
Wait, man. You man try let IC3 answer it, because I'm trying to build it up for him, because obviously, like I'm saying, I've been listening to my man talk for a long time, and these are like sort of questions that I've wanted to ask in it for, and I wanted to get sort of answers from IC3 about them sort of bits there, So like what is it? What else is it that these other people are doing that these other people are not doing?
Right.
IC3, you want to go?
I think I understand your question. Yeah. So as we started off in a conversation, we talked about the relationship between money, which you can see, and currency, which you can't see. We talked about the flesh, which you can see, and the spirit, which you can't see. Right? We talked about physical things that you can see. So there's a dance between these two ends of the spectrum. So, as I understand your question, how is it that some people can have so much belief, yet they don't get anywhere, can't achieve anything, And then some people do have a lot of belief, and then they achieve many things. You see, I would say it's to do with that dance. You see, if you believe something and you keep it in your head, and it's just you, and you don't react, you don't dance with the others. See, so whilst it's in your head, it's invisible. It's in your imagination. It's in your dreams, in your ideas. But as Ralph was saying, he's driving along with his wife in the car, and the idea comes in his head. His wife doesn't know about it, but at some point, the idea comes from your head to your mouth, and at that point, you may speak to somebody.
If I may, IC3, if you look at the data, if you imagine two people believe, because if I understand Veli's question correctly, both people have belief, but one person succeeds and the other doesn't fail. If you look at the data, what the biggest predictor, scientifically, mathematically, the biggest predictor for success is the trait conscientiousness. So all people who succeed are conscientious. So we only have 5 personality dimensions. Conscientiousness is critical to success. So you might have a great idea, you might be a visionary, you might think this is the best thing I could do, but then you fail to show up on time, you're not punctual, you're not on time, you don't repeat, you don't have discipline. It looks like success when you look at all the data from business analysis. Conscientiousness is critical. So you might never have a good idea. Let's take an example. You might be a not very bright Indian shopkeeper, but you're very conscientious. You open your shop at 5:30 every morning. You work 7 days a week. You never take time off. You're not very bright. You will still succeed because you're conscientious. On the other hand, you might have someone who's very clever, very bright, but he never gets shit done because he's not disciplined and conscientious. The most successful people are bright and conscientious. Those are the two traits. So you see a lot of people you know in your life are very clever, but they just talk a lot and they don't achieve anything. And then the people who are not very clever and achieve.
Yes, and
how does a person or group of people, or how do you install being conscientious into a group of people? How does that work?
That's self-motivation.
Well, conscientiousness is conscientiousness is, so the human personality is divided. We know this backwards now. We know we're divided into 5 dimensions, and these are your behaviors you're born with. They're your natural behaviors, like being introverted or extroverted, being conscientious or lazy. And the only way to transform your behavior, if you wanted to become more of something or less of something, is by practicing that thing. So when you're born with a certain amount of introvertedness or extrovertedness or conscientiousness or laziness. And the only way to stop that is either to be trained by someone, helped by someone, or you yourself transform yourself. So if you look at psychological theories of how people transform things like alcohol addiction or wife beating, if you look at transformational theory of how psychologists change people's behaviors, drug addiction is a great example, low-level crime, they have to go through training programs to put conscientiousness in you. And then you either relapse and you go back to being what your natural state is, or you've acquired a developed version of the trait. So if you were not conscientiousness, many people are smart and bright. They might talk really well and stuff, but they don't get shit done. That's because they haven't learned how to become conscientiousness. So they have to work against their biology because, we're as you know, we're race realists. You have to work against your biology, and you can do that. You can change it, but it requires that conscious belief or will, or it requires someone to help you. So in the case of clinical trials, it needs someone to help you break addiction, help you break, for example, bad patterns of behavior. So it either comes from external factors like that external support, or you do it by yourself because you've got something inside you. But if you don't do it, the data shows if you're not conscientious, you don't win.
Respectfully, all of that not to you, to the academic types who ascribe to it, it's all largely, I dare say, academic entertainment. It's for the ivory towers, because from my own experience and from seeing in an illustrious club some 200 plus years of running, there's essentially one way to do it. It's one determining factor, and the determining factor is motivation. If you want to get a person to be successful, to do what they're supposed to do, the only determining factor is motivation. Now, the caveat to that is whether they will ascribe to the motivation. That means it has to come from within. There is no other way. You don't.
Not just within. You're right, but not just within. It can sometimes come from external support.
I heard you. I heard you, but my view is completely, you know, it's not even my view from personal experience and from seeing it, from actively training people and making them do things that they didn't think they were remotely capable. Sometimes you don't when you're training them until they do it, right? Now, when you do this, the only determining factor, just like turning a civilian into a warfighter, the only determining factor is motivation, period, full stop. Now, the caveat is it has to be personal. If a person doesn't have the drive within them, they may present themselves as a flabby, mouthless, empty-headed buffoon, soft, useless. But if they have a little bit of spark in them, a little bit of whatever in them that says, I want to be more than this, and I'll submit myself to whatever's necessary in order to make the transition possible. If they'll do that, and they won't quit, 9 times out of 10, in my experience, you fashion a gym. You turn them into something that when you look at them 3 years later, nor you, nor them, or anyone who knew them can believe that they are. That's all motivation. It's none of that academic babble, blah, blah, blah.
Motivation.
This is
No,
from
sometimes
trial and error. This is in trial and error of. It's not a contentious point. It's not a contentious point. The best way to do that is under extreme traumatic circumstances where a change is necessary. Now, it doesn't always have to be military. Like, people undergo this many times in their life. They just, as civilians, you don't realize what it is. It's when a crisis happens, when a job loss or a death in the family or a sickness or something like this. 9 times out of 10, most of these things could have been, if not prevented, put off, or circumnavigated somehow. The regimented lifestyle that in some respects we introduce to people, it's that way, and it's restrictive, because if they had their freedom of choice, they would do the things, they would say the things, they would adopt the habits that would make them
I hear you, but there's a lot of data.
Useless
I'm very familiar with a lot of
babblers
studies.
who don't get shit done.
Yeah, but sure, I'm hear what you're saying, but there's a lot of very data I'm very familiar with on trans-theoretical
I'm just
changes.
speaking
in
on behalf
psychology.
of, as I said,
No,
I'm not
I know
speaking
you-
from an
I know
academic
you-
standpoint. I'm speaking from a
know
standpoint of
you're
a
not.
very illustrious,
I hear you, but
centuries-old
allow me.
organization and practice.
Sure.
That's
okay,
all.
I hear
It's
you,
it's
loud and
it's
clear.
not. Again, it's not a contentious.
May I just actually respond to what you're
I
saying?
heard you.
Okay.
I'm not asking you to respond. I'm just finishing my statement.
No, but
What I'm
what
saying is, this
I-
is not a. If I can, in closing, what it is this is not a contentious point. This is a view that works. Like, we didn't develop this in the lab. Something this has been in practice for centuries. This is how we do it, and that's it.
Cool. Okay, so what we do know, let me add something else which doesn't contradict what you're saying, but what we do know, for example, from at least half a century of behavioral structural changes that we know from psychology is we know the 5 stages of trans-theoretical change. This is what psychologists uses in some way or the other. Whatever you're speaking about plugs into this academic model, because it's the model used, for example, by psychologists. And we know that we can change people, and we know how they relapse, and we know that they can change. So if we roll the point back upwards, if people have an initial amount of conscientiousness or lack of it, we can, by training them, change them. We can now, some people might take a lot of effort. They might take 10 years to quit drug addiction. They might just take 6 months. They have a natural predisposition in an environment, but we can change people. So Velley's original point is, how do you improve or change someone's trait conscientiousness? Because without conscientiousness, you will not succeed in life. So without that trait, you just don't succeed.
Yes,
being effective.
or you can put. Look, there's people out there. For example, I'll give you a simple example. Okay, so you have these, like myself, you have ethno-nationalists who are warning our people of the consequences multiculturalism will have, okay? And there are people who are more conscious and will realize those threats. But you can also, for example, say, okay, if things get worse, then more people will be aware of those threats, right? Every terrorist attacks, you see a rise of nationalist party success. So when we're coming back to overcoming your sins or other weaknesses, which, for example, liberals will call freedom. You have the freedom to do all the stuff, right? I call that enslavement, because if you have sins like drug addiction or something, this is not good for you, okay? And you will only realize, some people will only realize that this is bad for you if they lost their job and all of this. So we can
I
also
don't think people equate
for
liberalism
preventing
with being a crackhead.
Preventing, for
That's a
example,
stretch.
people for preventing people to adopt wrong things. You can also, when you have the power of a state, you can also artificially put pressure on those people who are not consciously enough to make the right decisions, right? So you can say, for example, if you're obese, for example, this will be bad for your health, right? And you can't get them to do sports and see the positive of this. I can, for example, say, okay, every man in the youth have to go to military training, and then he will learn that, okay? So I'm also not for
So that
artificial
wouldn't be.
pressure,
So you're saying
because
that
most
that's
people
not
need those
enslavement.
pressures.
Freedom would be
Yeah.
enslavement, but mandatory boot camp is not enslavement. That's your
Yes.
position.
Yes.
Well, Roger that.
Yes,
Let me
because
ask you. Let me ask you this. Let
in
me ask you
Germany,
this.
in
Hold on, hold on.
Germany, wait, one last sentence.
Have
One
you
last sentence.
enlisted? Have you enlisted in the German armed forces ever in your life?
Yes, I have.
You have.
Yes.
What are
It
you, a
was a
soldier?
great yes, and it was a great experience.
You were a soldier.
Yes.
What
I was.
years? It had to be recent. You sound young, like
2 years. 2 years.
2
only.
years. You didn't
God
deploy.
bless-
You
God
wasn't
bless-
OEF.
I
You didn't get to
quit.
go to
God
Afghanistan.
bless the Wehrmacht.
I,
God bless the Wehrmacht.
I was at the Air Force because yeah, in Germany
What does he live for?
the higher your grades get, they put you in different camps, right? So the most intelligent people will go to the Air Force and all of this. And yes, I was
So you were in the
serving.
German Air Force.
Yes, but
What? You never did any NATO missions?
no, but I visited
How?
with because I had great contacts to very high ups. I even know a general here in Germany, who I was friends with. We played together football and all the stuff. So you call it
I've
soccer.
been through Ramstein.
I think.
know how extensive it is in your country. The
Yeah,
Air Force
so-
is taken very, very seriously. How you never did a NATO workup ever?
No, the German military
Were
is
you like
very
reserves?
wait. The German military is very weak, and I was criticizing their weakness, that they haven't
Weak?
done enough boot camp training styles, right?
Wow.
They
Oh,
haven't
dear.
toughened up. They haven't toughened up
You think the
our
German
man there.
military is weak?
Yes, in
They
the
have no deployments. Almost no deployments anywhere, right?
Yes, and they
You don't see
them in Afghanistan?
1 year after I served, they gotten rid of the mandatory serving.
You didn't
for
go to
the-
Afghanistan?
No,
'Cause
I
I know the
haven't,
Germans
and
were
I
in
wouldn't.
Afghanistan.
And this is what this
I
was
saw
one.
the Germans in Afghanistan in Bagram.
Yeah, I'm talking about mainly what I am talking about is not the special forces. They're very good, and a lot of people still respect
That's
those.
why I'm hearing you talk
Yes.
this shit about them. I'm like,
Yes.
maybe you don't know
But
your
the-
home the
Yeah.
way I do.
Yeah,
They
but
can
the
fight their ass off.
average
They know what
the
they're doing.
average soldier is you see all this cultural Marxism is also going on in the military and the police force here. It is
Come on.
not
That sounds
quite
like
as
Berlin
bad.
back in the days, bro. What do you mean cultural Marxism?
Yes.
Why?
For
Because
example,
guys-
they
even
have
in Britain.
now. Yeah, it is
Everyone,
pretty.
even in Britain, I have
Do
family
you
members.
not? Do you not
even in
see?
Britain,
Do you
they're
not
sleeping
see the
through it.
correlation? Okay, so if you wanted to just, if you're data sensitive, then look at the data and look at the data when you see rank swell, especially with military age males that aren't in, they're not conscripted in, the military in their home countries, but they drift towards this alt-right shit. But they're military age. They didn't do what supposedly you did or many others have, right? But they babble about this. Oh, there's these social fucking wars, these cultural wars they're having. It's largely incel shit, bro. They
No,
don't
it's
even
not.
ascribe.
It's
They don't
real.
even ascribe to the ideologies of the flags that they march under, because they really just want to be a part of something.
I don't think that's the point Elron's making. He's making the point that the
I mean,
the
this is what we're
organizations that are
seeing
being
largely, is what
Hang
I'm
on,
saying.
can you just let us take turns? You tend to speak over people nonstop. What I'm saying is,
Don't
what
get
everyone's trying to
sentimental
say
about
is, I'm not getting sentimental. I'm just being instructive. What I'm
well,
saying is,
yeah,
but
you know where this
Elron
goes.
is. See what I mean? Well, you're doing it again. So what I'm saying is,
Well, you can't
Elron
take
is saying the same
swipes
thing.
and not expect
See,
someone
I
to
need,
take a swipe at
And
it.
Ralph, in the
no,
meantime,
no,
he's
no one can
accusing
understand- no
others
one can
to do
understand
this.
No, it's.
I
I
know.
mean, you
I'm just
guys
helping
got
him
an
out.
agenda,
So
and you can't throw underhanded shit and not
Live
expect.
lit,
what I'm trying to say,
live lit, please.
because,
Give them
yeah,
a chance to speak.
I know.
Please.
he doesn't. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is the same thing, Elron, is happening also in the UK. So we are seeing increases in the amount of cultural Marxism penetrating our armed forces and police forces. London is now a diversity police force. The Met Police is, IC3 can talk about that too, right?
You said
It's a
cultural
diversity.
Marxism in the British military.
British and the British police forces everywhere, right? Yeah.
The British military.
So that's British
The
military.
same
and
British
and the police
military that just put out the posting. Did you see the post the British military put out 2 years ago? When they were speaking about the undermining in Western civilization, including terrorism, homegrown and otherwise. It was a British report that went out and went all across the West. That's how the Department of Defense got it. That's how we got it.
Yeah,
What do you
there's
mean?
still many great men serving in the
So
military.
you mean?
But
so
they
you
are
mean,
trying to get rid of these men.
to your no, but see, listen to your point. You're telling what you're saying on the airwaves right now is that we're under threat, and that the British military, right, is actually compromised. And yet, what I'm saying, as a Yank, speaking from the Pentagon's point of view, I'm saying that it was the British Bulldog that sounded the alarm that there were mangy mutts at the gate. They did that, and it went out to the militaries of the whole Western world, all the way down to Sydney in Australia. The Brits did that. So for him to say that they're compromised, how are they compromised when they're sounding the alarm?
I don't think you're understanding the point. I don't think you're understanding the point we're making. Do you understand what the cultural Marxism transformation is in the army and the police?
Perhaps I know what cultural Marxism is. I don't see how you can say that's happening in the British ranks. What is your evidence that that's happening in the British ranks?
I'll give you the last one, for example. A bunch of soldiers, half of them young recruits and cadets, half of them were fired. All of them were disciplined for just having a photograph with Tommy Robinson.
Just for what?
Just having a photograph with Tommy Robinson.
Exactly.
Were they active duty military?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Just a photograph. They did nothing.
Well, there you go.
They did nothing wrong.
Any of our
No,
Marines or sailors, any of our Marines or sailors who go next to a senator or a congressman or someone even on the fucking radio, if they go to a concert, a rap concert, and someone's on stage making whatever statements political for any fucking thing, even something you're there in the concert to agree with, do that shit as an active duty U.S. military DOD personnel, and you'll find yourself meritoriously in JP'd within 10 days or so.
That's right.
Facts.
Okay.
It's been this way since Grandpa ran up on Normandy Beach and put the kraut fuckers down.
Okay, so if military in the U.S., you live in the U.S., right? Lived?
Yeah.
So Trump is visiting his troops all the time, right? And a lot of people are taking pictures with them. Are they now getting thrown out of the military?
No, because of something that you're not understanding.
Okay, this.
You see, your sentiment colors your vision. I'll show you. So the reason they're not is because, unlike any other politician, the president wears many hats. He's called your president, and the president is a civilian. The reason we play hail to the chief when he walks in is because his other hat is commander in chief, above all DOD personnel, admirals and generals. So when he walks on, he's the only. There's no sure. He's the only political figure in America.
Yeah, but what about when they take photographs with senators?
If I could finish,
but they take photographs with senators. We get the fact he's chief. We know that. We know he's the chief of the army, man. Yeah.
When he's commander in chief and he walks onto a base, there's a reason we salute him. You don't salute senators. Okay.
Yeah, we know that. But
I don't think he didn't know that. That's why he said that.
Yeah, we get that point. But what about the points with senators?
You didn't ask that. He did.
My point, but I think you're missing the point.
You may understand. He didn't.
Okay, I know. Calm down, sweetheart. What I'm saying is,
I'm not your sweetheart,
if
but
you take
you know,
photographs, for example, in the United States,
keep that faggot shit to yourself. Those incels, they always go half fag in 0.5 seconds. You hear
well,
him?
you kind of
Sweetheart.
talk like a girl.
Sweetheart.
You talk like a girl.
The other guy asked the
You're like,
question.
you keep talking over
It didn't work. He got mad. That's his boyfriend, and he's calling me sweetheart. He's having a change of heart right here. What kind of fag shit
One
is
at a
this,
time,
Bell?
please. Gentlemen, one at a time.
Belly,
please.
what you doing, man? You having the LGBT hour?
Hey, shit. Anyway, guys, I'm going to bounce it. The stream is on, everyone. Anyway, say, Benny, man, big up, guys. Thanks so much for the chat. We got 8 o'clock. We got another stream going on.
Salute,
I'm going to bounce.
salute Belly for the
guys.
LGBT crash course.
Okay, I make some points. Okay, the British military, from what I'm seeing from Germany, is not as infected with this cancer called cultural Marxism as it is already taking place in the British police. You see British police officers dancing in rainbow flags and all this shit, right? It is much worse already in the British police force, and they will strive to go this way with the British armed forces as well. Here in Germany, the cultural Marxists have, for example, under Ursula von der Leyen, which was the woman in charge over the German military for 2 years ago. She has managed to get rid of old marching songs of the German military, which is very deep. We sing the songs all the time, and it gives you strength and sense of history and what your ancestors had kind of a mindset, right? So she is getting rid of a lot of songs, a lot of classical marching songs and other songs. So you see that already. Then they have taken out some names of some military bases because these people, these cultural Marxists say they were racist or something. Okay, so this is going on even in the military already. You have
Are you talking about certain cultural?
In the military, they are setting
German marches.
They are setting
Well,
lower
there was
standards.
a little problem in the 30s. That might be the reason.
No, it was during the Kaiserreich.
If it had anything to do with either the first burn of the world or the second, that might be where it comes from.
It was before Hitler. Okay, these marching
World
songs.
War I?
But no, even before that. But also in World War One. Yes. But
that's the reason.
another thing is this lowering standards of how fit you have to be. They are implementing new standards because of women. Okay, this is another thing. What those cultural Marxists are doing. Okay. You see all of this going on, and it's getting worse and worse and worse.
Well, let me explain from, you said you